This story tells how a portal from the dungeon appeared in the sky more than 100 years ago. Monsters that could not be defeated with ordinary weapons came out of this portal. The only people who could fight these monsters were people who had supernatural abilities at the same time as the monsters appeared. It was a cohort of chosen, awakened warriors who made the world stable again. While monsters, mana, and a new civilization were born, some of the heroes became hunters tasked with destroying these demons. But after tens of years, too many hunters appeared. As soon as the secret mechanism was revealed, it became possible to artificially awaken people. Anyone who had money could use it. Of course, the number of people wanting to become hunters immediately began to increase. Everyone wanted to become heroes. It was then that the time of the flowering of the great era of hunters came. Even the weakest of people became powerful warriors thanks to this. Problems began. The government established a professional exam. Only after passing it could one become a hunter. Educational institutions immediately appeared in which they prepared for passing this exam, taught all theories, and trained students there. After that, there were even special universities that trained future professionals in their field. Such universities began to be called academies of hunters. They could teach you to defeat even a giant dragon. Becoming a hunter has become the dream of millions of young boys and girls around the world. But in order to master all this knowledge and become a professional, you need to complete a full-fledged training. Those who diligently studied and trained, did not miss classes, and were disciplined, achieved the cherished goal. They successfully passed the exam and became professional demon hunters. They were trained by experienced masters, and then they could travel the universe and restore balance. This story will tell us about one of the young guys who got everything right. This is a 27-year-old boy named Kim. He is awakened due to the fact that he was born with more powers than others. But in order to pay off the debts of his parents who died in a car accident, he has been transporting killed monsters for 9 years. There is only one thing that helps him endure such hard work and mental pressure due to debts. It is his goal to become a professional hunter. He has dreamed of it since childhood. He has been looking for a good academy for a long time, but he has too little money to study. Previously, everyone who was born awakened immediately became a hunter, but now it is necessary to pass an exam for this. The professors at the university are real professionals. They share their experience and give knowledge that is necessary to become a hunter. It is because of this that a huge gap has appeared between those who graduated from the academy and ordinary people. The time has come when, in order to become a hunter, it is necessary to study at a university and pass an exam. Kim recently received $40,000, and now he has enough money for a year of study at the academy. Of course, you should choose not a very expensive university, but something more suitable. The boy saw an advertisement for the Cultivator Academy. He had never heard of it before. The academy promised to provide students with experience and knowledge, talked about individual tasks for each student and future prospects. There were also a lot of comments from students who completed the training and achieved incredible results. All this beautiful wrapping was very interesting to a young guy who had been dreaming about something similar for a long time. The site was similar to all the others, but the boy was worried because he had never heard of this academy before. He started looking at pictures of professors who had funny names, and he didn't like what he saw. Also, Kim watched several training videos on the site. He wondered if it was really a real academy. This video demonstrated a basic dispersal technique using a magic staff. What he saw seemed impossible to him. It was not some bullshit. Kim knew a lot about the training of future hunters, so it wasn't easy to fool him. After that, he saw on the website that the upcoming lesson will be conducted by an experienced master. The boy tried to sign up for this lesson and was told that it costs money. Looking more closely, he realized that the full course of this academy would cost him all his money. One of his assistants at work saw that Kim was in a good mood and asked, "What happened?" The guy said that he decided to start studying at an academy called the Ark. According to him, he was tired of transporting monsters for a long time. He confidently decided to change his life. He said goodbye to his assistant and said it was time to go home. Someone once said that life seems like a comedy when viewed from afar, and a tragedy when viewed up close. As Kim walked over the huge monster, the platform holding him snapped and fell. The boy was terribly injured and realized that to laugh sincerely, one must accept one's pain. The doctor explained that he has necrosis of the nerves in his legs. All this is due to rapid regeneration because he is awake. His boss at work refused to pay compensation and said that Kim was to blame for everything. According to the doctors, the operation will cost $40,000. It must be done urgently before the nerves are permanently fused with the bones. Kim began to learn to look into the future while enduring this hellish pain for 9 years. All his savings that he had collected all these years were spent on the operation. He had almost nothing left. The boy was incredibly upset and unsure if he would be able to repeat his path again. Suddenly he heard the sound of the phone and saw that the Arc Academy was offering a free pass in honor of the anniversary. At first he did not believe his eyes. It seemed like a miracle that could not happen to him. He was told that after the free lesson, because of his special situation, a year of education would cost only $3,000. If he collects everything he has left and takes a small loan from friends, he can collect the required amount. The guy understood that such a chance comes only once in a lifetime, so you have to try. As soon as he paid his tuition, the phone started ringing loudly. The Arc Academy congratulated him on his admission to their university. What happened next was difficult to explain. A small person appeared from his phone. It was a small boy. He greeted Kim and said that he would be his new mentor in training. Kim didn't like it very much. He thought that it was unlikely that a little boy would be able to teach him anything. But the mentor looked confident and asked the boy not to worry about anything. Kim found it strange that his mentor's name is Mentor. Is this some kind of joke? The mentor replied that there is nothing funny about it. He also said that he was the teacher of Odysseus, the hero of Greek mythology. He was his first student. It's been a long time since Odysseus became a cultivator, but he still occasionally visits the academy. Kim decided to ask what was the difference between the Hunter Academy and the Cultivator Academy. The mentor explained that they cannot be compared at all because they are at completely different levels. According to him, their teachers can destroy hunters with just one finger. He asked Kim to fill out the initial form for new students to figure out exactly what kind of cultivator he wanted to become. It will also help you understand the entry level and prepare a personal learning strategy. The mentor asked the boy to answer as honestly as possible and not to deceive. The mentor said that he would teach the boy to destroy mountains with one blow. The guy didn't quite understand if it was really possible and decided to believe him. The mentor also said that you should not be afraid of learning, because the academy never expels its students. Whoever became a member of the academy will remain with them forever. Kim continued to answer questions. It took a long time. The mentor said that now they will analyze his profile and make a training program for the first time. He immediately saw that the best method of fighting for Kim was to fight with a spear. To master the spear technique, it is better to use the Eastern Coup technique instead of mana. Mentor also saw that in addition to physical injuries, the boy had mental problems. Because of this, Kim must teach his studies from Professor Buddha's lectures. Thanks to his lectures on psychology, he is one of the most famous professors. His subject is mandatory for the cultivator exam. It usually costs a lot of money to watch his lectures, but today is Kim's lucky day. The mentor also said that after this lesson, Kim will receive the title of Steady Heart. Even if it seems like Kim is losing his mind while watching the lecture, you should still watch the video to the end. The mentor said goodbye to the boy and said he would come back later to analyze his profile. Kim calmed down a bit and decided not to postpone the lecture until later and start watching right away. He turned on the video and began to listen carefully to what the Buddha was saying, no matter how funny it looked. At first, it seemed to him that the professor looked like a living golden statue. The Buddha explained that the word I did not exist, therefore he does not exist. He continued to speak various incomprehensible phrases as if he had taken illegal drugs. Kim immediately remembered how his mentor wished him luck. Probably he meant that this lecture would be very difficult. Buddha did not stop and talked about the fact that the world and the universe were created at the moment when a person is born and will perish when a person dies. He said that actually Kim, and that the world is just a figment of the imagination, looks like a drunken professor. The guy watched only 1% of the entire lecture and already thought he had lost his mind. A week later, the doctor congratulated him and said that thanks to the amazing speed of recovery, Kim had completely healed his injury. Although he had previously treated awakened people, and for the first time in 30 years of work he saw such a regeneration, Kim was satisfied he did not dream of it. He only passed 2% of the lecture, but the effect is already incredible. Thanks to this lesson of the Buddha, his heart calmed down. It was because of this that the speed of recovery of the body was accelerated. The boy became interested in what will happen when he completely finishes listening to this lecture. The doctor suggested that he spend a few more weeks in the hospital, and after thinking for a while, the boy agreed. He also decided to start watching Professor Chiron's lecture. The rank is quite low compared to Steady Heart, but it doesn't matter. He began to watch Chiron's lecture, hoping that through his experience, he would learn more about body cultivation. This professor is a centaur, a creature with a human torso and the lower body of a horse. He was the teacher of almost every hero of Greek mythology and prepared students to the stage from which they could move to the early levels of cultivation. The professor said that combat techniques will not be the most important topic in the initial lecture. The boy was satisfied and watched the professor with joy. This lecture was already much more interesting than the psychology lessons from Buddha. Suddenly, Chiron called Kim a little rascal and ordered him to get up and move quickly. Not understanding what was happening, the boy got scared and nevertheless began to obey the will of his professor. The next morning came and Kim woke up to the sound of a message on his phone. In this message from the academy, it was reported that he received a new task for today. It was various physical exercises. He mentioned how his doctor had asked him to move less for the next few weeks, and it looked like Doc wasn't going to be happy. Kim thought that it was not necessary to perform these tasks, and decided to just listen to lectures while he was in the hospital. He wanted to enable a new lesson and received a message that this cannot be done until the daily task is completed. The boy very quickly realized that the trick would not help him, and he would have to really work. Kim said that a week wouldn't solve anything, so he better get his strength back. He wanted to watch Professor Bud's lecture and saw that the free pass would expire in 83 days. Now he understood that admission to lectures is given temporarily. After all, it is a full-fledged academy, and it is logical that you have to pay for it. If only 83 days remain, then he had 90 days at the beginning. Kim didn't understand how this academy worked, and it seems that in order to increase his progress, he must listen to lectures and reach a new level of understanding. After watching some part of the video, he didn't see any progress, and it made him angry. The boy watched the Buddha's lecture many times, and his level did not change. He began to doubt that he would be able to complete this course in 83 days. It looks like the free pass is just something like a trial period, a clever marketing ploy. Remembering that he had not trained for a long time, Kim decided to stretch a little and develop his physical skills. He remembered how for the past 9 years he had been carrying killed monsters that weighed at least 70 kilograms on him for whole days. Although he does not know how to use magic yet, he is an awakened person and is confident in his physical strength. Compared to the past work, training on the sports field seemed very easy. After he finished doing push-ups, the guy was surprised to see that the system didn't credit him with this task. Maybe there was a malfunction in the academy's system, so he decided to repeat the task once more. Only later did he realize that he was not performing the exercise perfectly, and that is why the system did not count this task. Therefore, in order to graduate from this academy, one must forget about tricks and work diligently. Kim pretended that this was not a problem for him and continued to train, completing the task almost perfectly. The training turned out to be much more difficult than he expected and lasted many hours until the very evening. When he finished doing all these things, it was already dark and he had absolutely no energy left. He wasn't sure he could continue to train with such intensity every day. A few days later, his grandmother met him in the hospital and said that Kim is getting stronger every day. Probably it's all about the suit. The boy explained that he started actively playing sports and that it helps him regain his health. At that moment, urgent news was broadcast on the news at 5 o'clock in the morning. A giant of the 4th level was found in the city. According to rumors, he was sleeping. The monster transport service did not know this. Because of this, the giant appeared in the center of the city. Many could have died, but thanks to chance, an awakened one appeared nearby and detained the monster. The grandmother in the hospital said that thanks to the hunters, they were saved again. She then looked at Kim and asked if he was awake and if he was going to study at the academy. The guy replied that he had already started his studies and maybe in the future he will also be shown on TV. The man sitting next to them looked at Kim with a displeased face. He said that now it is very difficult to become a hunter. The chance is 1 in a million. Before everything was different. He said that Kim is probably not studying at the academy and is just wasting his time on training. He is not going to become a hunter, so it is better to give up right away. He asked the boy not to waste his youth on dreams that will never come true. Kim immediately remembered all his years of hard work for a dream. He got very angry. The grandmother started shouting at this man and called him stupid. The man replied that he just wanted to help. The man believed that by telling the truth he was doing a very good thing for Kim. The guy replied that he would decide how he should act in life and asked him not to give him unnecessary advice. The man began to shout and called the boy a snob whose milk had not yet dried on his lips. He also said that adults should be respected, and Kim did not listen to him because he turned around and walked away. He has already become a student at the Cultivator Academy, and within a week he felt the effects of his studies. The boy is absolutely sure that he will become a professional hunter. That is why, no matter what, he will continue to train and pursue his dream. Meanwhile, there were those who were tired of being a professional hunter. Those who believe that there is no point in the academy because of the expensive education, there are almost no students. So while Kim dreamed of this profession, there were people who died of boredom working as hunters. Soon the boy realized that he had fully recovered from the injury and there was no point in being in the hospital anymore. He was happy to return to his house and was happy to spend the night in his own bed. Although he has a small apartment, he still considers it the best. With a year left before the exam to become a hunter, Kim wondered how much money he had left. It seems that he has almost nothing left. The boy did not understand how to live on. He also remembered that he did all the assignments for today and forgot to watch the new lectures. He decided to start watching Professor Chiron's classes because he was one of his favorite teachers. The professor greeted him and looked at him as a child whose time had come to take the first serious steps in adult life. He explained to the boy that the first step on the way to becoming a cultivator is feeling. The next morning, Kim realized that he needed to earn money and return to his previous job. His boss immediately started yelling at him. He said that if a similar situation happens again, the boy will have big problems. Kim did not want to return and had no choice. The money ran out completely. If he does not work, he will not be able to buy food, although if he works a lot, he will not be able to study. Kim also mentioned that if he does not have time to complete his daily tasks, he will not be able to watch the professor's lectures. A serious dilemma arose before him and an important choice had to be made. The boy remembered the last lecture about feelings and how important they are in battle. Sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell are the 5 senses that Professor Corona talked about. The teacher promised to teach Kim to work with these feelings and reveal her hidden potential. He said that the boy will be able to learn about something that is completely different from these 5 senses. It was about the 6th sense that is hidden in a person: intuition. At that moment, his work friend Park approached the boy. He said hello to Kim and tried to give him a friendly slap on the back. Suddenly, something happened that Puck did not expect and had never seen before. Kim's eyes seemed to grow on his back, and he somehow miraculously managed to dodge his hand. Later, they both started working, and the boy made his friend wonder again. This time, Kim demonstrated incredible muscle strength and easily lifted a load several times larger than him. Everyone around was surprised by such rapid changes in his behavior. He was only recently in the hospital, and now he was showing the power of Captain America. Although their boss tried not to pay much attention to it, Pak still noticed changes in his comrade's behavior. At this moment, Kim felt as if his strength had increased several times. The similar training was not in vain. He decided to complete the daily task because he would not have time for it after work. The boy was very surprised to see that the system counted one of his squats as 3. It seems that due to the additional weight, the effectiveness of the exercise has increased. Kim was satisfied and happy meanwhile, so asked him to rest and take a break. He replied that he did not need it and said that he could work more actively. There's no point in spending time on exercises if he can train at work. The heavier the weight, the fewer the exercises. The boy was happy until he returned home and felt terrible pain in his muscles after all these loads. Combining work and training turned out to be effective, but too difficult. It seems that only a real fool could think of such a thing. At least he saved time, and that is enough to be satisfied with himself. After checking his profile at the academy, Kim saw that all tasks were completed successfully. He had already listened to several lectures, but it still seemed to him that he was wasting his time. Realizing that watching the video again does not add to the progress, he decided to sign up for another course. Since the boy had no money, he began to choose free options for lectures. He was offered to watch General Bolg's lecture to become stronger and more durable. This is the legendary king of the Western Chu who is known for his inhuman strength. Since the lecture was absolutely free, Kim decided to give it a try. If everything worked out, he would get a spear that climbs mountains. General Bolg began to laugh at him and said that he was a loser who could not even lift a spear. Then this majestic warrior said that he would still try to teach Kim the technique of the spear and the power of the mountain. He ordered him to start swinging the spear, feel it with every cell in his body, and understand its power. The boy was upset because the professor said only a few sentences, and that was the end of the lecture. So Kim began to perform these tasks even though it was already night outside. The next day, a girl came to Kim's work to check if there were any living monsters. Her name was Kira, she is a B-class hunter, and she came to personally inspect this company. The boss said that there was not a single accident at his company, thanks to safety techniques and caution. Looking at her, Kim thought that she could be the granddaughter of the Star Sword. The Star Sword is a legendary warrior whose name is Bond. 100 years ago, he was one of the awakened who received their incredible power at the moment the gate was opened. In those days, almost nothing was known about the awakened. Monsters were cruel and could calmly kill people on the streets. It was a difficult moment, and humanity was not sure that it would be able to survive. Then, When there was almost no hope left, a cohort of special warriors came to help humanity. Bond was one of the first awakened and saved hundreds of lives thanks to his star sword. He helped the human race to survive and wrote his name in history in golden letters. Many years have passed since that glorious time. Bond has become an old and experienced master. But despite the fact that he is no longer young, the star sword can still show his skills and compete with anyone. Kim thought that it was none of his business and continued to deal with working moments. Seeing how he crouched down with the monster on his back, Kira asked who he was and why he was doing it. The boss told her that he is a mentally retarded child and it is better not to pay attention to him. At that moment, his friend Pak called the boy and said that he needed urgent help. Kim replied that he would be happy to help because it would speed up the daily task at the academy. Pak did not understand the point of these exercises and said that the boy would soon injure his back. But he was satisfied that thanks to Kim's activity, there was less work. Suddenly, strange things began to happen. The monster brought by the boy began to move. Kim was the first to see it and understood that it would be fun now. After a few seconds, this huge demon rose and began to roar, as if he was going to kill everyone around him. In parallel with the monster, everyone else started screaming, but they did it out of fear. In parallel with this, Kira was always at this enterprise. She was happy that the boss of this company got rid of her. She considered him an annoying fool. For many, the Star Sword is a superhero, but for her, it's a label she can't get rid of.
From early childhood, her grandfather taught her how to be a hunter.
But the level he demanded was too high for his granddaughter. Her real dream was to teach people and become a teacher, but her grandfather never listened to her. It is because of this that the granddaughter of the Star Sword cannot live a normal life. Soon she and her grandfather agreed that she would open her own academy and start teaching. Because of her surname, everyone around believed that they would be taught by a real Star Sword. But as soon as it turned out the grandfather would not be a professor at this academy, everyone immediately lost interest. They needed a legendary warrior Bond, not a young girl they hadn't heard of. Those who remained later also left the academy due to Bond's threats. Now no one knows about this academy, and Kira dreams of at least one student. While she was thinking about it, the workers started shouting and ordering to run away immediately. They told her that one of the monsters was alive and now it won't be sweet. Unfortunately, not everyone managed to escape. Pot was injured and was close to death. Kim doesn't understand why Manticore was found alive, but he wasn't going to leave his friend. Puck asked the boy to leave him and save his own life. Kim understood that there was a real monster in front of him, and if he ran away, his friend would die. An ordinary person will never defeat a monster, and an awakened person cannot use magic. Manticore is a 4th-level demon. Even a professional will have a hard time defeating it. The guy remembered that the granddaughter of the Star Sword was nearby. Maybe she could help? Although, if she does not have time, Pak will be left without a head. Kim understood that he had no time to think and had to act immediately. Someone has to do something right now or Puck will die, but who? Realizing that no one would come to the rescue, Kim grabbed the nearest stick and began to act. He pretended not to be afraid of the monster and ran straight at it. The boy tried to scare and distract Manticore so that Puck could escape. Of course, his friend was happy and scared that now Kim was in mortal danger. When the boy was left alone with the monster, he realized that he had to hold on and wait for the hunters to arrive. He tried to calm down and not get nervous, even though at this moment there was a real demon in front of him. Kim remembered everything he had learned in the academy about the 5 basic senses and spear technique. He also remembered Professor Buddha's words, which helped him calm down a little. The professor once said that it is necessary to cover the entire universe and understand where it is moving. If the guy manages to do this, the heart that beats fast will calm down. Kim decided to trust his new knowledge and test it in the real world. He really managed to calm his heart despite being attacked by a monster. Kim decided to trust his instincts and physical training. The time has come when all this grueling training can help him in real life. He relied completely on his senses and began to attack. The boy remembered how one of the professors told that monsters have a blind spot. He also thought about the words of General Bolg, who said that victory requires courage and confidence. Therefore, in order to win, one must believe that he is capable of breaking a mountain in half and not doubt himself. Kim realized that he had no choice and he had to believe in his own strength. He concentrated on feelings of power and the ability to break a mountain in half. As strange as it was, he activated his inner energy and delivered an incredibly powerful blow. The strength of his internal CI was so great that it seemed like an atomic bomb had exploded. Kira and the other workers did not understand what was happening and what kind of explosion it was. The girl was not afraid and ran forward to see what happened. Running up to the central platform, she saw the body of a young man visible in the dust. Soon everyone realized that Kim, thanks to the stick, single-handedly destroyed Manticore. The guy started to smile. He couldn't even believe that everything really worked out, and it wasn't a dream. As the system showed his progress, Kira tried to figure out what exactly had happened. Did some ordinary employee of the Enterprise, without a normal weapon, destroy the monster? It seemed incredible because he does not even study at the academy. Kim wasn't going to talk to the girl about anything, even though she was the granddaughter of the Star Sword. He immediately ran to his friend to make sure he was okay. At that moment, the director of the Enterprise approached her and said that it was an accident. She didn't particularly listen to him and watched how this young guy was greeted by his friends. Looking at this, she thought that here she had found a really worthy student. Soon the working day ended and all the employees of the Enterprise went home. Kim was very pleased to see his stats increase after today's fight. It seems that defeating Manticore is much more important than listening to lectures. Therefore, practice is the best way to increase progress in the academy. While he was thinking about where to find extra money for his studies, Kira was watching him. She decided not to be silent and called the boy to talk to him. Kim understood that this was a hunter working with their company and remembered that she was the granddaughter of the Star Sword. The guy didn't understand what she wanted from him and decided to get to know him. Maybe it will be a useful acquaintance for the future. She decided to get straight to the point and suggested that he meet her grandfather, which was really unexpected. The boy looked at her without any particular emotions and replied that he was not interested. That was not really expected. She was sure he was bluffing and really interested, but Kim turned around, said goodbye, and walked away. Kira decided not to give up and offered him to join her own cultivator training academy. Kim did not understand why he would do this. There is not a single student in this academy. Is this some kind of joke? In all her life, the girl had never seen anything like this. This guy could turn out to be really special. She remembered all his strange training and how he destroyed a level 4 monster. The girl said that her academy has everything you need. She will give him a new uniform and will train him personally. The boy kept refusing, so she decided to invite him to take some lessons from her grandfather. She knew that all hunters dream of learning from a Star Sword, but Kim calmly replied that he was not interested. She wasn't going to let him go so easily and continued to try to convince him that he was wasting his time. Kira also said that they received a license, and if he agrees, then tomorrow he will be able to enter the dungeon. If he does not need teachers so much, then she may not interfere with him and give him some time to train on his own. But her key argument was that all this will be completely free. Oddly enough, this is what interested the boy. He thought that free cheese can only be found in a mousetrap. The girl said that until he becomes a professional hunter, he will compete for her academy. Kim understood that this is a very profitable offer and he can solve all his problems. The girl said that she chose him because she saw the incredible potential to become a legendary warrior. This moved him a little. He smiled and thought that he had never heard such words. Therefore, he decided to agree, called his name, and shook the girl's hand. The boy returned home and rested until the next morning when he received a phone call. It was one of the employees. He started shouting at the guy and said that the director of the company was fired because of him. Kim remembered how yesterday he asked Kira to get the director fired because he didn't like him. But he replied to his friend that it had nothing to do with it, and he was sure that the director himself resigned because of yesterday's situation. On the way to the Hunter Academy, he met Kira on his way. The girl smiled and said hello. It was obvious that she was happy to see him. Kira took a temporary license for Kim from her pocket. He thanked her, although he doubted that she could really do all this in one night. Although he has not yet become a professional hunter, he has already taken the first step towards his dream. He believed that this was only the beginning and asked Kira to tell him exactly how to go on raids. He was surprised when the girl started laughing and said that at the moment there was no need for it. She said that she prepared a weapon for him. He should choose what he likes and go to the dungeon. She said that she had already signed the contract and they could leave together through the portal. Kim was not very pleased. He reminded her that she promised not to interfere with his training. She replied that she could not leave the only student of the academy without supervision, especially one so talented. Since it is his first time in the dungeon, he needs help, because there are not only kobolds around. Kobolds are second-level monsters. They are ideal for training beginners without combat experience. Fortunately, Kim can break through their magical armor with ease, just like in a fight with a manticore. Suddenly, he bent down sharply because he felt the attack of the kobold. Even Kira did not see it in time. The guy was surprised. He easily destroyed the opponent and did not understand why his attacks were so effective. After that, he looked at his phone and saw how his progress in some disciplines was increasing step by step. Certainly not as fast as after killing the Manticore, but still not bad progress. Kim thought about the fact that you can make good money in the dungeon, so he looked at the girl and said that you need to hurry. He ran forward to destroy monsters like he was farming experience in a video game. Kira immediately understood that something was wrong with this guy, and now she was afraid. What is this fool doing? Ever since they got back from the dungeon, he's been staring at his switched-off phone. But the worst thing is that strange things are just beginning here. A novice who came to the dungeon for the first time destroys kobolds like a trained professional. Also, he constantly does strange exercises with killed monsters. Maybe he has some kind of mental disorder. Kira was worried that she couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't hide the fact that she had a student from her grandfather. The girl doubted whether she made the right choice. Kim is very talented and at the same time a strange guy. Meanwhile, the student was happy. He could not even guess that by completing daily tasks, you can earn real money. Of course, this required a lot of work. It was not easy, but his activity was not in vain. But the problem was that it takes too much time and effort. He didn't even have time to listen to lectures in a day. Did he start thinking about how to spend the money he earned, continue saving, or buy something for himself? Training in the dungeon, he earns and increases his level, but everything goes slower than he expected. He wondered if there was a quick way to become stronger and reach the level of great heavenly warriors. While he was walking home, he decided to use the accumulated money to buy access to new lectures. Before, he had no money, so he even forgot that there are paid lessons. But everything turned out to be not so simple because the lectures of experienced masters cost more than $2 million. This is an incredible amount. Even C-class hunters cannot earn so much. He thought that this is not the most important thing, and if there is no money for lectures, you can buy a new uniform. He went into the academy store to look at the training uniforms for the hunters. He saw many interesting things there, the elixir of Bupan, the shield of Aegis, and even the spear of Longinus. Even if they are fakes, they are still legendary items. It is surprising that they are called training uniforms. Even a beginner will understand that this is something incredible. Who would have thought that it is so easy to get legendary weapons and increase your level? The next day, Kira met him. The girl was again surprised by what he was doing. As it turned out, the spear of Longinus costs a lot, so Kim now has to train even more actively. He does not understand where to get so much money and has not come up with anything better than to continue training. Again, it's all about the money. It really upset the guy. He wanted to become a professional. Kira approached him and suggested that he take part in the inter-academy competition. These competitions take place every year. Each cultivator academy wants to show that it is better than the others. Currently, their academy is at the 4th level, and if you perform well in competitions, you can raise your level. The higher the level, the better the academy, and the more support the state will give it. The best students are sent to these competitions, which is why Kira wants Kim to participate. The boy immediately became interested in whether the results of the competition will affect the progress of his lectures. He understands that competition is practice, so it sounds good, so he agreed. The girl said that as far as she knows, the winner is the one who gets more points for the raid and the duel. Kim began to worry a little because all his combat experience is only defeating kobolds and manticore. He thought that maybe someone would agree to train with him before the competition. Then he looked at Kira and realized that he was the perfect candidate to help him. He started laughing at the girl and said that she cannot refuse a newcomer. Kira is a B-class hunter, far from the pinnacle of heights, and she was taught by the Star Sword. He was very glad that she could help him, and he had long wanted to see what she was capable of. Kim said that he is just a novice in this field, so she should not attack him too much. The girl agreed and said that as soon as he is ready, he can start the attack first. Kim believed that such an offer would not be refused and thought that it is possible to beat girls if it is training. He wanted to show himself from the best side, and his movements, although they were fast, were very careless. Kira could easily see the beginnings of his attack, so she dodged and struck back. At that moment, she thought that she had overestimated his capabilities. He was a newcomer and a newcomer to Africa. She did not understand where he got the confidence that he would be able to defeat her. The girl decided to finish this training and destroy Kim, but something unexpected happened. In some strange way, he managed to defend himself from her infernal sword thrust. She didn't understand how this newbie could restrain her CI energy. He blocked her blow with magic, and the weapon should have jumped out of his hands. At that moment, she began to understand that in fact this guy is as simple as he seems. Kim felt strength in his body and realized that he could use it. That is why he told the girl that now he will fight at 100% and show her his true strength. The girl immediately felt that his movements had changed. His attacks became clearer and faster, as if another person was fighting her. He felt that it was necessary to start with obvious attacks and then add feints that would distract Cyrus. If she can assess the situation, she will change her tactics, so you can't stand like a tree and stand under blows. A real mortal combat began in which there was no favorite. Kiev tried to attack, and Kira defended. She defended herself because she felt that the boy had changed, as if a professional hunter had awakened inside him. The spear in his hands became a deadly weapon. In this short time, he mastered the art of fighting at the highest level. He repeated various distracting maneuvers in order to wait for Kira to lose her vigilance. As soon as he felt an opportunity for his real attack, he immediately went forward to win. Kim tried to put all his strength and power into his punch and demonstrate that he is no longer a rookie. Seeing this, the girl was frightened. She felt the strength of her opponent and realized that now she might be in trouble. Kim delivered his final blow. His CI energy was incredible, like he was Thanos. Kira defended herself with her last strength, and after a few seconds, when the glow of energy disappeared, she could not understand what had happened. As it turned out, the boy is still really too weak for serious fights with professional hunters. He lost this fight, and blood came out of his mouth. He admitted his defeat and said that he would definitely take revenge. The girl told him that she is a B-class hunter. To defeat such an opponent requires many years of hard training. Kim replied that the difference between him and a professional hunter is that he still has everything ahead of him. He looked at his phone and saw how much his progress had grown. The training was not in vain. Having understood this, he offered the girl to practice a few more times before the start of the competition. It will be very useful for him. Although Kira found it strange to continue training after being seriously injured, she promised to do it with him every night. She also said that if he can win this inter-academy competition, he will receive a lot of money as a gift. She said that this money would be enough for the Spear of Longinus. This greatly interested the boy. He immediately started asking when this tournament would take place and showing that he was very interested in it. Kira replied that there were still 2 weeks before the start. Kim understood that there was no time to be idle because he had to train. He started doing different exercises with heavy objects again, and she started looking at him like a fool again. She still could not understand what he was doing, but thought that it was some kind of problem with his brain. Maybe he fell on his head a lot in childhood. 2 weeks passed, and the day of the competition arrived. Last year's winner also participated, as well as a large number of other fighters. A guy named Chen arrived on time and saw the venue of the tournament. He did not expect that there would be so many people. Although the Awakened has become larger, it is rare to see hunters fighting, so this tournament will be a real spectacle. He went inside the building and found a waiting room. The boy was worried and tried not to show it. Seeing his future rivals, he was really scared and could not move like a pillar. All his future opponents were wearing expensive armor and the latest weapons, and they looked like true professionals. All of them looked very strong. It was not surprising because the academies send their best students to these competitions. Suddenly he saw that among them there was an unknown warrior with old weapons and in an ordinary sports suit. Chen could not believe that some peasant had come to such a serious competition. He would probably lose immediately and go to the hospital. He thought that this poor guy was forcibly forced to participate in the competition. He looks at the switched-off phone as if he were blind. Chen didn't understand why this boy decided to participate in the competition. It would be better for him to go home right away. The guy thought that this poor peasant is now like a new student in the class. He doesn't know anyone and is trying to pretend that he is playing on the phone. It seems that these two young guys both came to the competition without support and do not know anyone around. They looked into each other's eyes, and Kim decided to say hello and get to know each other. Chen gave his name and said that he was 19 years old and had been awakened since birth. Chen asked if he could sit next to Kim. The boy agreed. It seems that a true friendship is being born before our eyes. Chen pointed at the big hunter and said that it was Chuck, a promising warrior from Gochuri Academy. He fights with an axe, and his best skill is strength and brutality. At this moment, he was in conflict with another warrior whose name was Li. He was from the Mint Battle Academy in the west of the city. While Chen was telling all this, Kim looked at him in surprise and did not understand why he needed all this information. While the guys were talking, in parallel with this, a real conflict was brewing that could start a bloody massacre. Another young talent intervened in this conflict, Vaughn, a student at the Revenant Power Cult Academy. As soon as Vaughn started speaking, everyone else fell silent because he is the favorite of the tournament, and everyone knows that he will win easily. Chen said that Wang was invited by a large number of the best academies. All professors want to teach such a gifted student. The reason is unknown, but he refused. Probably he is very confident in his abilities because even the granddaughter of the Star Sword invited him to stay. Vaughn was unhappy that he was forced to participate in these competitions and fight these weaklings. It was all because of his uncle. The boy believed that winning such a tournament would not bring him recognition. If he had known that everything would happen like this, he would have agreed to enter the academy of the granddaughter of the Star Sword. He refused her offer because it was an unknown academy to him, although he could use Kira and then get rid of her. Suddenly he saw that someone was watching him. He was surprised because he had never seen people in sports suits at such competitions. Kim was surprised that Kira invited this guy to her academy and wanted to get a fight against him. At that moment, the judge entered the room and said that the first stage of the competition between the academies would begin soon. As the students began to warm up and prepare for the upcoming tests, Chen was visibly nervous. Over the last couple of weeks, Kim hasn't seen much change in his progress, but in any case, the training and lectures have helped him. Compared to the others, he has little experience, but he tries to make up for it by training in the dungeon and competing with Cyrus. He was preparing for the competition and said that he does not care who is in front of him, a man or a monster, because he will destroy everyone. The first stage will soon begin, and Kira will see that she was not mistaken in inviting him to her academy. He prepared to do everything to earn a lot of money for winning this tournament. The first stage was started. This year, a lot of spectators gathered at the stadium. Everyone wanted to see the future professionals of their field. There were different people at the stadium, very wealthy and influential businessmen and ordinary workers of industrial enterprises. On the way to their places, a man and a woman bumped into each other. At first, it seemed that it was an accident. This man's name was Sun. He told his friend that this woman was very familiar to him and asked, what would be the first stage of the competition? His friend explained that now there will be a race in the maze. During this stage, you cannot attack other people. The main task is to get out of the maze. Although this is a 4th-level competition, it is unlikely that everything will be so simple. Most likely, there will be many monsters that will have to be defeated. This will be a kind of test whether the participants have the necessary skills for a dungeon raid. This year, a really strong team of participants has been assembled, so the fight should not be to the death, but to the death. The same legendary warrior whose name was Van appeared on the screen, watched by the audience. The audience immediately recognized him. Everyone believed that he was on a different level, so he could easily beat all the other participants. It seems that our old acquaintances were among the audience. It was Kira who disguised herself and tried to blend in with the crowd. She saw Van's face on the screen and started to worry. She didn't know that he would participate in these inter-academy competitions. She was also worried that someone present would notice and recognize her. After all, she is the granddaughter of the legendary Star Sword. Meanwhile, Kim wasted no time and actively warmed up before the first stage of the competition. Although he looked funny and did not know how to get out of this labyrinth, his ambitions were no less than the favorite of the tournament. He remembered the lectures of his professors and thought that a good option was to use the power of Psi to break the walls of the labyrinth. After walking a few tens of meters forward, he saw that he had several options for continuing his journey. The guy thought that he should work according to the main rule, that is, go one way to the very end. He was not sure that this plan would work, but he had no other choice. Suddenly he felt strange feelings. It seemed that instead of sticking to the left side of the labyrinth, he had better go to the other side. Perhaps this is the same 6th sense of intuition that Chiron told him about in his lecture. He wasn't sure if it would work, and still decided to trust his intuition and tried to take a chance. Parallel to his path, he heard the announcement that some participants were eliminated from the tournament. It seems that they are competing with monsters. This seemed strange to him because during his entire journey today, he had not met anyone and had not fought with anyone. Only later did he think that maybe his intuition was helping him find a path in which there were no demons. So if he studied all the lectures, he would be able to look into the future, or so he hoped. His new friend Chen was nearby. He said to be careful because there could be monsters everywhere. Despite the fact that the competition had already started, Chen was still very worried and did not know where to go. When he heard that Kim was leaving at random, he started shouting and said that this plan could lead to bad consequences. He proposed his method of left and right hand, and Kim replied that it is better to trust his intuition. He still couldn't understand why Chen was following him and offered to split up. Chen said that they are brothers in trouble and should stick together. Looking at Kim, he thought that they are very similar. Kim had not heard anything dumber than these words for a long time and thought that he had found someone as wrong as he was. He decided to make an exception for his new friend and show him something really incredible. Chen was moved. He thanked his friend and showed a photo of his younger sister. Kim called her very beautiful and began to run away, but everything was not as simple as he thought. Chen said that it was better for them to stick together because traveling in such a dangerous place alone was suicide. Kim decided to ask him if his parents came with his sister to watch the tournament and support him. The answer was very unexpected. The boy said that his parents died a long time ago and he had no one left except his sister. Kim immediately realized that their life fates were very similar. He also lost his parents a long time ago and felt alone in this cruel world. Chen said that it was a long time ago. His younger sister is still young and cannot come to support him in the competition. After that, Kim felt that they were real brothers by misfortune, so he offered him to go through the maze together. But he immediately warned that they are not the same team, and since this is an individual competition, he will win the main prize. After these words, Kim confidently walked forward and told his new friend to keep up with him. Chen was surprised that Kim did not hesitate at all and chose the future path without even thinking. Kim continued to trust his intuition and go where it told him. But a similar feeling of intuition also needs to be trained because after 10 minutes, intuition led both boys to a dead end. At first glance, it was necessary to turn around and go back, but Kim continued to trust his sixth sense and understood that there might be a door in the wall. This door led to the finish line. The guys were the first to come here and broke the previous record by more than 2 times. The audience was surprised. Everyone thought that the winner would be Van, and not some peasant with his cowardly friend. Kira was even more surprised when she saw that her only student won the first stage of the competition. At this moment, Kim didn't show too much emotion. He considered it an unnecessary waste of time because he didn't get any progress for it. Chen, on the contrary, was happy. He understood that meeting with Kim was not accidental, and thanks to him, he took second place. At that time, everyone around was only talking about the winner. He was from the Dream Academy, which no one had even heard of before. Everyone thought that Van would win this task, but he ended up taking only 3rd place, which was considered a shame for him. While Kim was watching lectures on his phone, Vaughn walked over to get a personal look at his rival. Kim did not understand why he was looking at him like that and what he wanted to say. Maybe there will be a fight now. But everything ended much easier than he thought. After some pause, Vaughn calmly turned around and walked away. Other contestants believed that Kim was just lucky. Without luck, an unknown student from an unknown academy could not win this competition. At the moment when everyone was discussing the winner, a guy entered the room. He asked everyone to shut up because he was going to talk about the second stage of the competition. He said that in the second stage, the participants will have to fight each other. If one of the participants cannot continue, the judge will stop the match. 32 students remained in the second stage, so there will be 5 rounds where the participants will decide the strongest. The boys began to wait for the referee to announce their future opponents. Chen was visibly worried and tried not to show it. Suddenly, everyone heard that one of the participants approached the judge and asked to remove him from the competition. No one understood this decision. Kira was still in the stadium and was waiting for the second stage of the competition. She was happy that so far no one had realized who she really was. She tried not to show herself to anyone and to stay in the shadows until the second stage began. She heard that instead of 32 participants in the tournament, only 5 remained. All the others refused to participate in the second stage. She realized that these men were betting on the winner, the main favorite being Wang, but the odds on him were small. The men said that no sane person would bet on anyone but Wang. It was after these words that an unknown person in a raincoat approached and said that he bet $100,000 on Kim's victory. Kira was watching all this time. She didn't understand who could believe in this newbie besides her. The girl tried to look more carefully and could not see the face of this mysterious person. Kim did not even suspect that there are people who believe in his victory. He was bored and wanted to start fighting. He was very surprised when he saw that the participants approached the judge and one by one refused to continue participating in the competition. Chen told him that this often happens in 4th-level tournaments. The same ones almost always win. Everyone was afraid that they would start fighting with Van and would remain disabled after that, which is why they refused to participate in the competition. Also, besides this champion, there were other serious rivals. No one wanted to be raw meat for them. That is why most of the participants of the competition refused to continue the fight. Health is more important. In such a strange way, only 5 participants remained in the tournament who will compete for the first place. Soon the judge entered the room and said that in the first match, Kim will fight against Chuck. Chen is very unlucky. He will have to compete against the main favorite of the competition, Wang. Young Master Lee from the Mint Academy won automatically and advanced to the next stage. Kim wondered, after winning the first stage, if he made it to the finals, would it be enough to win the tournament? At this time, Chen was trembling with fear. His fight against the main favorite of the tournament would soon begin. Kim asked him not to worry. The battle hasn't started yet, and he already considers himself defeated. It can't be like that. Because of this fear, Chen even considered giving up further competitions, but still decided to try. The referee asked the fighters to get ready and come out for the first fight. Kim stood up and confidently walked forward. At the last moment, he was stopped by Chen, who took his hand and asked if he really wasn't worried at all. Kim replied that he is absolutely confident in his abilities and only cares about how much experience he gets for this fight. Of course, Chen did not understand what this meant, but Kim was not going to explain anything and went to the arena. The second stage of the 63rd Academy Tournament is about to begin, and only the strongest contestants remain. The new record holder of the maze race, the young and promising talent Kim, will be the first to fight. But it won't be easy for him because his opponent is a real fighting machine for killing, a giant with an axe chuck. This giant was absolutely sure that he would now defeat this unknown opponent and reach the finals of the tournament. In just a few seconds, the referee officially started the first match of the second stage and ordered the students to start fighting. The moment Chuck from Gaucherie Academy ran forward, Kim was still standing still and not moving. His new friend was watching this fight on TV. He was very worried not only for himself but also for Kim. He understood that in addition to the fact that his friend was fighting a real monster, he himself would soon enter the arena. He respected his opponent and decided to fight to the end no matter what. Maybe he would win. Van, together with Chuck, are representatives of famous and great academies. Defeating them will be a real challenge for anyone. While Chen was thinking about what he should do in the battle against this monster, the first battle in the arena ended in a few seconds. As it turned out, the guy from the unknown Murria Academy, Kim, won in this quick match. Seeing this, Wang said that the place is littered with garbage, and looking at Chen, he said that this also applies to him. He tried to break the boy emotionally before entering the arena, a cunning trick of an experienced warrior. The first fight in the arena was unusual. The favorite of the match immediately began to attack and try to take the opponent's head off. He tried to show his incredible strength, but Kim calmly and confidently defended himself, showing that for him these are trifles. The unknown master showed miracles of protection. He dodged the opponent's blows like Neo from the movie The Matrix. Chuck was very surprised and didn't understand why his powerful attacks weren't working. He wasn't as confident as before. He decided to do what he was taught by the masters of the Gaucherie Academy, to strike the green dragon. But something incredible happened. The unknown master protected himself from this powerful blow with the help of his ordinary spear. The powerful axe slipped from Chuck's hands and flew away. It seems that the blow of the green dragon is not as terrible as they say. In just a few seconds, this bodybuilder was lying on the ground and the referee stopped the fight, so everyone saw a real sensation. Oddly enough, instead of incredible happiness and joy, the winner looked sad and unhappy. He did not see much progress in the phone and was upset because he thought that defeating Chuck would bring him more chew power. Upset, he returned to the waiting room and decided to win the competition in order to buy himself a new spear. Chen immediately met him. The guy was very energetic and said that he watched the match and was pleasantly surprised. At the moment of their conversation, the judge entered the room and said that the participants of the second fight should prepare to enter the arena. Seeing Wang get up, Chen became even more worried and thought about running away. Chen came closer to his friend and said that he felt the kinship of their souls and believed that their meeting was not accidental. When Kim won his fight, Chen rejoiced as if it was his own victory. But he is not as strong and powerful as his friend. He is not as lucky, and he does not have the same talent as Kim. But he is ready to fight to the last drop of blood just to make his little sister proud of them. The boy ran into this huge arena and prepared to fight against the martial artist. Vaughn looked angry. He didn't like his opponent. He considered him a weakling. He did not like many things. He considered it a great shame to participate in such a tournament and fight against such a miserable student. At this moment, Chen did not answer anything and remained calm as he prepared for battle. Soon the judge finished the last preparation and told both boys that they can start the battle for the finals. Vaughn looked at his opponent as if he were prey, useless garbage that lives only to be eaten. He believed that Chen was at the very bottom of the food chain, and a predator like him should eat him. He believed that Chen was lucky to be at this competition and should be shown his true place. Vaughn believed that he should have won in the first stage as well because he is a head taller than all these bastards. Chen wasn't going to give up easily. He knew he had to set an example for his sister, so he took out his sword and prepared for battle. The example of his new friend inspired the boy. He believed in his own strength and decided that he could also defeat the favorite. That is why, when the judge announced the start of the fight, he struck the first blow. One managed to defend himself and counterattacked, his sword almost pulling Chen's head off. As always, Vaughn lived up to expectations and continued to attack with the wild tiger technique. He believed that he should defeat this invalid in less than a minute and send him to the hospital. He punched his opponent hard in the stomach, causing Chen to bleed from his mouth and his glasses fell to the floor. The boy thought that he would not be able to win because they are on completely different levels, like a novice fighting a professor. Chen really wanted to make his sister proud of him. Was there absolutely nothing he could do? This is a difficult moment for him. He thought that he would like to become as strong as Kim and defeat all his enemies. It seems that these thoughts had a positive effect on him because he gathered all his courage and rose to his feet to continue the fight. Chen thought that he should strike at least one more time so that he would not be ashamed to return home. He swung his sword to try and touch his opponent at least a little. After a few seconds, the whole crowd in the stadium started going crazy and screaming with pleasure. They got what they came for. Unfortunately, nothing happened to Chen. Wang easily defeated him and made it to the finals of the academy competition. The fans were not even surprised. They believed that Chen was not at the level for such competitions to fight against real masters. But as it turned out, this weak boy still achieved his personal goal. He inflicted a small wound on Van. Blood flowed from his cheek. No one around appreciated this except for one little girl who watched these competitions at home on TV and was proud of her brother. After a few seconds, the wounded face of the martial arts master was already shown all over the stadium. Everyone thought, maybe this warrior is not as powerful as everyone thought and does not belong to the elite. Wang approached the referee and loudly announced that he was leaving this tournament and would not compete again. He then walked up to his opponent and delivered a powerful knee strike to his head. He began to shout that this tournament was created for disabled people. That's why there will never be fighters above the 4th level. It didn't matter to him that he could be disqualified for these words. He considered himself right. Stepping on Chen's head, he said that these cockroaches should understand where their real place is. Suddenly, something happened that no one expected. There was a warrior who decided to take revenge for Chen. It was Kim. He began to attack Wang and said that their battle is destiny, and Wang will not escape from it. Kim promised to beat him so badly that even the best surgeons in town couldn't put all his bones in a pile. He ordered to immediately remove the leg from his friend's head, apologize, and promise never to offend the weak again. Van replied that he liked to do it, and he was not going to listen to unknown boys from the village. After those words, Kim used force and pushed Wang. It worked, or the opponent didn't expect it. It was quite an emotional moment. Kim picked up his friend to make sure he was still alive. Wang said that they are acting like girls and explained that they are not worthy to compete in such competitions. This conflict was closely watched by thousands of spectators who gathered today in this arena. Previously, nothing like this happened at such competitions. People were surprised and did not understand why the judge would not intervene in this situation. But as it turned out, the judges were ordered not to interfere and observe. It seems that a mysterious person in a cloak is involved again. Of course, Kira watched this. She was very worried about her student and hoped that all this would end soon. Van said that this world is arranged in such a way that without talent, a person cannot achieve anything. To succeed, one must go head to head. According to him, there is no place in the world for dreams, and there are only those who achieve their goals and losers. Kim listened carefully to these words and realized that earlier, many years ago, he too thought so. All these 9 terribly long years when he endured everything for the sake of becoming a hunter and was constantly faced with cruel reality. He hated himself for having neither money nor talent. He hated his helplessness. His work only helped him to survive, but he could not achieve anything more. He asked himself hundreds of times how would his life turn out if he decided to give up and choose a different path. There's probably nothing more miserable than clinging to something that cannot be achieved through hard work. He lived in constant fear and self-doubt, which is how most people get depressed. Having said all these words, he looked at Van and asked, "What will he answer to this now?" Although the judge tried to stop him, he took out his spear and ran to attack, forgetting about the rules. At this moment, thousands of spectators held their breath. A similar denouement of these incredible competitions is approaching. His opponent did not move and smiled. He thought it was some kind of joke because he is much stronger than Kim. The battle of two worlds began. Incredible natural talent against hard work and discipline. Kim was determined and wasn't going to take a single step back. He attacked, trying to remember all the things he had learned from Cyrus and the professors at the Cultivator Academy. It seemed to the spectators at the stadium that the competition was over and real gladiator fights had begun. Kim felt the strength and power of his opponent. No wonder he is so self-confident and arrogant. In his previous fight against Chuck from Gachuri Academy, he had no doubts about his victory, but now things are different. Kim realized that now is not the time to think about it. You need to relax, trust your inner feelings, and go with the flow. Surprisingly, these simple and clear rules immediately helped him, and he delivered a powerful blow to his opponent. Anyone else would have fallen to the ground and started crying from this blow, but a real master is fighting against Kim today. The judge shouted at the boys. He said that both of them would be disqualified and would never be allowed to compete again, but they did not listen to him. Vaughn considered himself a predator at the top of the food chain, but when he looked at Kim, he realized that he also had the eyes of a true predator. It seemed to him a rather funny and interesting fact, but he decided to prove that there is only one real predator in this arena. He approached the opponent and said that nothing will remain of his dream when he faces the cruel reality. The battle of the two titans continued. The audience was happy and satisfied to see such Hollywood action. For now, Kim was trying to defend himself and try his best to block his enemy's sword strikes. The battle had been going on for a long time, and it was not clear who would win in the end. No one deserved to be defeated. The impression began to form that with each successful defense against the opponent's attacks, Kim became stronger and stronger. At these moments, he looked like a real monster that grew at a frantic pace after seeing its prey. They struck each other with powerful blows. Each of them felt the strength of the opponent. Van stopped underestimating Kim. He realized that he was also a real master of martial arts. That is why he thought it was time to use heavy artillery and finish this duel. Kim was surprised. He didn't know how to control his mana yet, and that's why it was a serious problem for him. He thought that the best option for him was to run away, but for some reason, his legs did not obey him. It seemed to the boy that if he ran away now, he would betray everything he had learned and betray himself. At that moment, General Bolg spoke to him. He told that he had a similar situation when he was surrounded by the army of the Kingdom of Min. There were 10 times more opponents, but he still did not run away and started fighting because he understood that he had already lost and that could not be changed. That time he felt true despair for the first time. Defeat scared him even more than death. But he still started to attack and fight with the enemy because even if everything points to defeat, you have to fight and believe in victory until the end. Even with the power of a mountain, no one can win forever. And it was through defeat that Bolg became the hegemon king. And now he gives Kim the strength that breaks rocks and the spirit that can turn the whole universe upside down. He told you that he is a predator and Kim is his prey and he will wipe his feet on him after victory. But Kim did not listen to these words. He believed his master and confidently went to victory. Each of them was absolutely sure that he was the top of the food chain and that he would win. Although the judges tried to stop them, this train has long since reached its maximum speed. And until he collides with something else, he cannot be stopped, no matter how hard anyone tries. After the collision of these two energies, there was an explosion of bright light in the arena, and the audience was amazed. Even the best Hollywood action movies about superheroes would envy these special effects. Spectators held their breath and waited to see who won after all, good or evil. In just a few seconds, when everything became more clearly visible, everyone saw that Van was lying on the floor and coughing up blood. So the one who had no innate talents and lived in poverty won thanks to incredible desire and discipline. It was a truly epic finale to this battle, with the audience giving a standing ovation to the victors and the vanquished. Most of them loudly shouted the name of the winner. The boy was pleased to hear it. Kira was delighted. 2 weeks ago, he was barely able to block her punch, and now he was using the aura himself. Among the satisfied crowd, she noticed a mysterious person in a black cloak. This person was also incredibly surprised by the outcome of this story. It turned out to be a young guy. He was so surprised, as if before his eyes, Kim broke the laws of the universe and became a god. It was strange to see his genuine surprise because he was betting crazy money on Kim's victory. The girl wanted to approach him and talk about it, but this young, mysterious guy had already left. Soon these legendary competitions ended, and Kim went home for a just rest. He was exhausted and in pain in almost every part of his body, but it was worth it. The only negative was that he was officially disqualified for violating the rules of the competition. He was warned about the consequences, and he did not listen to anyone and beat a student who had already left the competition. Wang was also disqualified from future competitions for his behavior. He aura-enhanced his sword. This is considered attempted murder, so the Hunter Association will ban him from taking the exam for the next 5 years. The automatic winner was Lee, second place was Chen, and third place was Chuck. Thanks to these competitions, Kim's experience increased. Probably because of this, he was able to use the power of the mountain. To speed up his progress, he decided to enroll in another course at this academy. At that moment, Kira caught up with him. She was still dressed as if hiding her identity. She asked how he was feeling and whether he had suffered any serious injuries because the battle seemed difficult. Kim said that everything is fine. Maybe he doesn't look weak, and in fact, he is a tough nut. The boy was upset because he felt that he was close to victory. If he had not broken the rules, he would now be considered a champion. The girl began to calm him down and said that this is not the most important thing. He gained experience and showed everyone his own strength, and that is the main thing. Only after these words did the boy remember that the main goal for him at these competitions was not a trophy, but money. He was upset because he realized that now it will be difficult for him to buy the Spear of Longinus, and now he also needs to find money to continue his studies. Although he was upset, he understood that if he did not intervene in the situation and protect Chen, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Kira assured that money cannot be the main goal in life and said that everything will be fine with him in the future. While they were talking, another boy hurried towards them. Judging by his clothes, it was Chen. He noticed them a long time ago and couldn't go faster because his whole body ached after the last fight. He asked Kim to wait and asked him if he could be as strong if he trained with discipline. It was a difficult question. Kim thought for a few seconds to choose the right words. Chen looked intently into his eyes and waited, even though he was badly beaten and his spirit was not broken. Kim explained that it will be very difficult. To be honest, it is difficult to become a professional hunter without talent. Of course, they say that you can achieve anything if you work hard, but the world is cruel and you won't get far thanks to only dreams. Kim said that you should not focus on becoming a hunter because you can find another job and be happy. These words really helped the boy. He said that he did not want to upset anyone and only came to say goodbye. Kim asked him not to let anyone tell him what to do and to always listen to his heart. Due to the fact that Chen has no talent, he will be constantly told that he will not be able to achieve his goals and that he will fail. But the opinion of these people should not worry him and become a reality for him. Kim also said that if he wants to achieve something, he must do it no matter what, even if the whole world is against you. He promised to visit Chen and his younger sister sometime in the future and said goodbye. Kira listened to this emotional speech all this time and was pleasantly surprised. It seems that her only student is a real motivator. The girl encouraged him and said that he now has a new fan and this is expensive. Kira also thought about the fact that she missed a good moment to invite him to her academy. Meanwhile, a tired Kim turned around and went home to rest and get a good night's sleep. Kira caught up with him and said that he did very well in these competitions and deserved to get a new spear. You could think of it as a scholarship to the academy. While they were looking for a good shop with cultivator weapons, an interesting conversation took place outside the city. A man in a suit came to a large and wealthy house and said that he needed to talk to the master immediately. He said that this matter was urgent, and despite the fact that the master was meditating, he entered his room. This man's name was Simon. He was the Star Sword's right hand, and it was to him that he had now come. The master was unhappy that he was being distracted from meditation and started shouting at his assistant. He immediately used an incredible pressure spell so Simon couldn't even move. With the last of his strength, he was able to say that Kira participated in the tournament of the academy. The master was immediately interested. He promised the master that soon they would find out about everything and tell him all the information. The only thing that is known now is that Kira has a new student, an unknown boy with high potential. Simon offered help and said that he could solve all these problems himself without the help of extra people. But Master Bond replied that it was not necessary because he personally had to look at the one whom his granddaughter decided to teach. The next day, after a full rest, Kim immediately began training with the help of a spear. He was performing his daily task and had no idea that he was being watched at that moment. It was Kira. The girl again did not understand what he was doing because she did not give him the task of training in the morning. She still didn't understand why he took so long to choose a new spear yesterday and finally decided to stick with the old weapon. The guy replied that he thinks he is not worthy of such expensive gifts, and that is why he decided to refuse. But actually, after seeing the weapons created by the cultivators, he can't look at anything ordinary. The girl was upset. She promised to give him a gift and was ready to pay any money to make him happy. Forgetting about it, she decided to ask about his strange mana enhancement technique that he used yesterday. She personally saw how he used this technique to destroy monsters and win competitions. It must be a high-level technique. Kira had never seen him train mana power, which was not surprising since Kim did not know any such technique. The technique of increasing mana is a technique that allows you to use mana most effectively. There are many different types of this technique. Depending on the efficiency, it is divided into lower and higher class techniques. Each hunter has their own mana enhancement technique, which is why Kim wanted to enter the academy to learn it. He asked the girl to teach him the technique of increasing the mana of the Star Sword, but she replied that grandfather forbids it. This was not surprising, because if grandfather had not forbidden this, there would have been hundreds of students in this academy. Kim understood that without this technique, a hunter cannot become a professional, In his last fight, he felt how important it is. Realizing that he has little free time, he decided to take a course on strengthening the mana technique. Seeing that Kim was not listening to her at all, Kira was offended, turned around and walked away. She said that she has urgent business, and as soon as he finishes training, he should make sure to close the door behind him. The girl looked upset. It seemed to her that Kim does not take her seriously and does not consider her a full-fledged master. To understand what mana is, you need to understand that everything in the world obeys the laws of cause and effect. And it is mana that can destroy all these basic laws of the universe. That's what it is. If you know mana, you can know the whole world, the legendary Professor Archmage Merlin always said about it. At that moment, Kim was taking this professor's lecture to understand this topic, then everything was not easy, and he was losing his mind step by step. The professor explained that it is better to start practicing right away and ordered to create 1,000 spheres of mana for today. The boy was angry that he had to do the daily task again and decided to try anyway. He quickly realized that feeling and controlling mana is not so difficult, probably thanks to additional lectures. He felt the power and could not give it a form in any way. The professor said that you need to connect your mind with the outside world. You need to transfer your mind to reality by deceiving it and assuring that everything is happening according to the law of nature. The most vivid example of this is a force that does not exist in nature, the manifestation of mana in the form of an aura. Having understood what he had to do, the boy began to try and saw that in fact everything was not so difficult. He was incredibly happy and considered himself the greatest wizard of all time, even though his output was at the level of a mentally retarded child. That's all he managed to do in a few hours of training, but still, it's better than nothing. After looking at him, the legendary professor said that even his cat makes a much larger sphere of mana. The boy tried to continue training, and the legendary Star Sword entered the building. Master Bond came to the academy to see his granddaughter's only student. Kim immediately understood who was standing in front of him. The legendary master saw what the boy had in his hand. Experience immediately told him that it was a clot of mana. The master understood that it is not easy to create. Maybe this guy looks like a fool, but he has talent. In his opinion, there is only one reason why such a gifted boy can come to this academy. It is to use her granddaughter. The frightened boy immediately greeted and said his name. He had only seen the Star Sword on the internet and was happy to meet him in person. Thinking that the master had come to his granddaughter, he said that she had gone on important business. The master was very surprised and aggressive. It seemed that he was now chopping the boy into a Caesar salad. But then he looked at Kim in surprise and asked why he was still standing on his feet. His killing lust paralyzes anyone below C class, but the boy still stands on his feet. Kim was very surprised. Maybe he can resist this magic with a calm heart. Bond understood that with such talent, the boy was accepted into any academy, and he decided to get closer to Cyrus. So Kim must be a pervert. The master took out his sword and said he wanted to hear the truth. The guy realized in time that now you can be left without arms and legs and said that they misunderstood each other. Kim felt the danger and tried to get out of the conflict situation in order to establish a connection with the Star Sword. So far, he hasn't been doing very well because Master Bond has launched a Star Sword attack. The boy was lucky to dodge the first blow. He was very scared and felt like a prey. At the same time, his beloved granddaughter Kira was in the house of the Star Sword. She was surprised that grandfather was not at home and asked where he would return. The girl was saddened to hear that the master was very busy. Today, she wanted to tell him about her new student. The girl had no idea that the master had already met Kim and was trying to cut off his head. He looked at the boy with hatred and asked why he entered this particular academy. Kira wanted to keep her new student a secret, but after the academy tournament, Kim could no longer be hidden. She was met by the master's assistant, Simon. He said hello and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Simon explained that he was going to call her right now, but Kira didn't understand what the matter was. When she asked to come to her grandfather, Simon replied that the Star Sword Master had gone to her academy. The girl immediately understood what had happened and ran to her academy without saying goodbye to anyone. She didn't understand how she was able to relax her vigilance, as she understood that grandfather could come to her at any moment. She could not allow these two men to meet without her because it would be a disaster. Meanwhile, the boy saw that Master Bond had not even put his sword out of his armor somewhere. It was a good signal, because it seems that the master is not going to kill the boy and just wants to scare him. Kim tried to calm the master and said that he did not understand what was the matter and why they should fight. The master considered the boy a liar. He knows how to control mana and moves perfectly in battle. So all this is just a show to hide his true intentions and use his beloved granddaughter. Kim asked the master to calm down and talk calmly. He explained that he was not going to insult Kira and use her. The boy understood the difficult situation and did not understand why the master saw him as a liar. Bond was angry because no one told him that his beloved granddaughter had found herself an apprentice. Kim understood that he would not be able to negotiate with the master, but by his movements, it became clear that he would not kill the boy. If the Star Sword really wanted to kill him, it would have done so the moment he sensed his presence. Kim understood that in front of him is the person closest to his ideal, and he had an incredible chance to show himself from the best side. The master immediately felt that the boy wanted to try to attack. It seems that this young man played too many video games or watched too many Superman comics. But very quickly Kim felt that the Star Sword's mood had changed, whether it was good or bad. He had seen many hunters in his life, and only one of them looked him in the eye without fear. It was Kim. He must be very strong, but what did he need from the granddaughter of the Star Sword? Master Bond began to strike hard. It was difficult for the boy because he did not see his attacks and did not even feel them. He saw how the master's eyes lit up blue as if a demon had taken possession of him. He didn't even see Bond's punches and realized that his power was beyond his understanding. The only question that worried the boy at this difficult moment was how much longer he would be able to hold out. Kim decided not to wait for his death and show his opponent that he also has strength and potential. Holding his spear tightly, he ran forward and Master Bond hardly even moved. This legendary warrior easily dodged the young fool's attack, and thanks to Linai's blow, he pushed the boy back several meters. Kim knew he was missing something, but he couldn't let things end this badly. As long as the Master of the Star Sword is not serious, he has a chance to win. This will be only one chance, and you will have to show all your skill and end the battle with one blow. The boy did not understand how to do it. Yesterday he was an ordinary employee of the Enterprise, and today he fights as a legendary warrior. The master still did not use his sharp sword and fought with his hands and feet. Kim was waiting for the right moment to counterattack and wanted to use the mana by taking her will and fooling the whole world. It was necessary to imagine that his thoughts obey the eternal law of nature and the universe. The guy remembered all the lectures he watched on his phone and all the training he participated in. This helped him to combine this knowledge with the strength of his own body, and thanks to this to deliver the most powerful blow that he is capable of. It looked very impressive and powerful, as if Captain Marvel was fighting instead of the boy. In real life, not everything is so simple. When you have such a legendary warrior in front of you, even all your strength may not help. Bond easily defended himself from the boy's attack and made him fall to his knees like a defeated gladiator. Seeing that the boy was in pain, he called him a scoundrel who finally showed his true face. Kim did not understand what he was guilty of. He only defended himself and hoped that Kira would return soon. But it seems that the master was not going to wait for the return of his granddaughter and wanted to end this conflict right now. He closely approached the boy and told him that he would personally send him to the world of the dead. When Kim thought that his life would end now and despaired, the door opened and Kira ran into the room. She started yelling at both men and said that what they had done was terrible. She was so angry that Kim thought it would be better to fight the Star Sword Master than deal with her. Master Bond looked at the boy and showed his displeasure as if he was some kind of garbage. He said that despite the presence of his granddaughter, if he wanted to, he could complete this matter to the end. Kira looked at her student and was surprised. She had never seen someone talk to her grandfather like that. She went to intervene in this conflict and asked her grandfather to calm down and talk about everything calmly. She apologized to someone for the fact that he was injured and promised to tell him everything later. The boy replied that there was nothing wrong with that. He only had a few bruises left and the girl was not to blame for this. The master listened to this conversation and showed his displeasure. He did not think that there was a real fight between them. Feeling the pain, Kim said that he still had better go to the hospital, so he said goodbye and left. Kira once again apologized for the inconvenience and promised to fully pay for his treatment. As soon as she saw that the boy went outside, she closed the door behind her and immediately returned to her grandfather. She looked very angry and told him that they urgently needed to talk and resolve this conflict once and for all. When she was going here, she decided to tell him everything, but now she was as if under a spell and could not move. Looking at her grandfather, she saw that he looked quite strange. What could this mean? All her life, she listened to his advice and orders. Her grandfather completely ignored her own opinion since childhood. Even with regard to the academy, there was a compromise, and if something went wrong, grandfather immediately intervened. When Kira found a promising student, grandfather came and morally destroyed everyone. All her past students left because they could not stand such treatment, and she understands them perfectly. Master Bond said that tomorrow she must expel Kim and tell him that he can no longer study at her academy. He tried to intimidate the girl and heard in response that she was not going to always do what he wanted. According to her, her new student Kim is not at all like everyone else, which is why she is not going to expel him. The grandfather got angry and said that she would have problems, but the girl was not going to give in and started shouting that she would decide for herself. She said that she does not want to listen to her grandfather all the time and reminded her that this is her personal academy. According to her, there is nothing between her and Kim, but when she looks at him, she feels strange feelings. She wants to be with him more often and help him reach his own potential. Now, she does not understand why this is happening, and that is why she wants to understand everything, and it takes time. She said that she no longer wants to live in the shadow of the legendary Star Sword and will not do so. The grandfather was amazed. He had never heard his granddaughter yell at him and express her disagreement with his decisions. Without waiting for his answer, Kira apologized for her emotions, said that she would do everything of her own accord, and left. It was the first time he had heard her scream, and Bond was moved and felt that he was wrong. At this moment, he immediately remembered how many years ago the dungeon was opened and terrible monsters entered the world from it. A great catastrophe began, and soon he was told terrible news. Simon came running and said that, unfortunately, his son died during the defense of the city from demons from hell. All he had left after that was a little girl, his granddaughter named Kira. Looking at this little girl who also lost everything, he realized that he had to teach her to protect herself. His harshness in her upbringing was necessary to achieve this goal, even though Kira was unhappy about it. She didn't like martial arts and swordsmanship, but he still insisted on constant and hard training. The girl always wanted to take a different path and become a teacher, but Bond believed that he was not teaching her for that. He told her that he does not even want to hear about such wishes and ordered to always do as he says. Kira was unhappy and yet obeyed the will of her closest person in this world. Constantly pressing her, Bond understood that sooner or later she would turn against him, but he tried not to think about it. And that's how it all ended. It happened exactly as it should have been. It was a mutiny on the ship. There's nothing surprising in this. Kira kept resentment inside herself for a long time, and in the end, it exploded like a powder keg. The next day, Kim left the house in the morning. Everything was fine with him, and he quickly recovered after the fight. The boy seemed to be born again, and believed that a new conversation with the Star Sword would not be a serious problem for him. He remembered how Bond pounced on him and was proud that instead of dying, he survived with only a few scratches. Although, if Kira had come a few minutes later, everything could have ended completely differently. He understands how difficult her childhood was because last evening she called and told about her relationship with her grandfather. Kira spoke about all those years of harsh tyranny and about the fate of her past students at the academy. But Kim understood that even this was not enough to feel her pain. She must not have told him everything. The only thing he still didn't understand was the reasons for the Star Sword's bad attitude towards him. Returning to the academy, the Dream Boy wondered if the legendary warrior would ever apologize to him. Kim was happy because he saw on his phone that thanks to the fight against Master Bond, his progress had increased significantly. Probably if he gets beaten again by a Star Sword Master someday, it will be great. What he definitely did not expect was that when he entered the training room, he would see Master Bond. He thought that he would now be beaten again, and the experienced master calmly greeted him and invited him to enter. The boy was in no hurry. He carefully approached the master, sat opposite him, and kept a noticeable distance. He asked not to suspect him of bad deeds and said that he has nothing to hide and his heart is pure. Bond understood that the boy was not lying and where he got such great talent and strength. The master had never seen so much power in an ordinary student. Starsword also remembered that when the boy saw him angry, he not only did not get scared, but also felt inspired. He decided to let the boy train to look at him and understand what he was hiding. At the moment, he was sure of only one thing: this guy seems mentally retarded because he is looking at the switched-off phone. Perhaps this is a kind of meditation. An experienced master has never seen such strange behavior of students. Meditation is a great workout, but it needs to be done with care and balance so that it strengthens the mind and spirit. The master saw that the boy was not at all interested in listening to this, so he decided to offer him a little training. The boy immediately reacted. It seemed incredible to him that the Star Sword personally decided to train him. Bond felt rushed with this proposal and decided to show the student a few new tricks. At that moment, Kira entered the training room. She was late due to traffic jams. The girl was going to start training with Kim, but what she saw really scared her. She got angry and asked her grandfather why he came. Did he decide to start fighting with her student again? Bond calmly approached his granddaughter, leaned into her ear, and said that her student had some mental problems and it was better to send him to the hospital. Looking at Kim, he asked the girl if he always behaves like this during training. Kira replied that she does not see anything strange in this and that he always behaves like this. The master was surprised. She said that she perfectly understands the feelings of the grandfather before she also thought that the boy was a little strange. But now everything has changed. She considers him special and wants to help reveal his potential. Starsword still felt that he did not like the boy. His too strange behavior scared the experienced master. Although he was not particularly smart, Kira always smiled when she looked at him. The master wondered if his beloved granddaughter really liked talking to him and spending time together so much. Grandpa had never seen her smile so much. Maybe there really is something to this guy. After all, the happiness of the granddaughter should be in the first place. The master was pleased to see her like this. Although Bond got angry when he realized that this impudent boy wanted to make his favorite grandson fall in love with him. Suddenly, Simon ran into the training room and said that he had urgent news for the master. According to him, the Order of Truth summons a Star Sword, but the master replied that they must come to him on their own. Then Simon said that he wanted to see Sir Kalia personally. These words made a strong impression on Bond. But the most important thing is that Sir Kalia wants the Star Sword to come with a boy named Kim. This is how the story turns. It seems that the fame of this young student and his performances at competitions between academies has gone very far. Master Bond called the guy a liar and a scoundrel. He must be one of them. Otherwise, why would Kalia know him? Kira remembered that she saw a strange person in a black cloak at the competition. Maybe this person is somehow related to this situation. Kim said that he was not very interested in this and asked if he had to go to this meeting. Kira was amazed. This legendary Order of Truth includes 7 apostles who stand on the same level as the heads of the world's largest states. Sir Kalia is the successor of the Apostle of Chastity. Usually people like him do not make personal appointments. Kim replied that he is not very concerned about it, and for him it is just an unfamiliar old grandfather who is not interesting to him. Simon said that Sir Kalia most likely immediately knew that Kim would refuse his offer and asked him to convey something to the boy. He said that this meeting will be special, and if Kim comes to it, he will receive $100,000, the same amount as the Spear of Longinus is worth. The Order of Truth is a religious organization, and it does not serve human gods, but serves the truth. The same mysterious man in a black cloak who appeared at the competition between the academies is a big voice. This order revolves around the 7 important virtues of abstinence, patience, charity, gratitude, chastity, reconciliation, and diligence. 100 years ago, the Order of Truth was considered a simple cult, and when a cataclysm happened, they united their forces with the forces of heroes. This legendary warrant is ruled by the 7 great apostles. They convey the will of God, that is, the truth. Thanks to them, peace was restored to the world again, and most importantly, the Berserk monster was destroyed by this order. He appeared when everyone thought that everything was over. Even the heroes could not defeat him. That is why he was called the Second Cataclysm. Only a great voice and the 7 apostles could stop and defeat this demon. That's how the earth was saved. In the end, Kim accepted the offer and went to meet the Truth Warrant along with the Star Sword. Bond was unhappy with the meeting place, as well as with the fact that this little rogue was standing next to him. They were not made to wait long. Soon a big voice came to their feet. He kindly greeted the guests, said sorry for the delay, and invited them to follow him to meet Sir Kalia. Kim trusted Kira's opinion. It seems that during the competition between the academies he was really being watched. But why? The boy wondered if these people knew anything about him. Maybe they were related to the Cultivator Academy. They went into the central room where they were asked to wait. Soon Sir Kalia would come to them. The legendary Star Sword was enraged. If he had known that he would have to wait, he would not have come here under any circumstances. Kim was sure that the Star Sword was familiar with Kali, and was surprised when he learned that they had never seen each other in their lives. The master said that during the first cataclysm he met the Apostle of Chastity, but did not meet his successor. The boy decided to ask his grandfather if he knew the big voice. Bond answered that this person appeared in public only once, during the battle with Berserk. There are many legends about that day, but the Star Sword has not met this legendary person until today. He had seen him several times from afar, but had never spoken to him in person. Very soon the door to the room opened, and Sir Kalia entered. He greeted and said that it was a pleasure to meet them. The Star Sword Master showed his displeasure and said that it was rude to make the guests wait. Sir Kalia was a tall man with long white hair and large blue eyes. The apostle said that he needed time to purify his own body and mind before he could hold this meeting. The Star Sword Master was displeased. He thought he had never heard anything dumber than that. Sir Kalia greeted Kim and said that he was happy to meet the boy in person. The apostle said that during the competition between the academies, one member of their sect watched the boy. Kim replied that it is unlikely that the reason why they all gathered today is the competition of the academies. The topic of today's conversation is exploration in the underworld. Kalia wants to cooperate with the Star Sword for this. The legendary master was not happy. Today it seems that he is in a bad mood, or he forgot to take his pills. Kalia reported that there is information about a distortion in one of the country's dungeons. The Star Sword should know about it. Bond thought it was nonsense. It was a truth warrant decision, so you have to personally check everything. The experienced warrior looked at Sir Kalia and asked if this was the purpose of his visit to their city. It seems that the apostle wants to strengthen his position in this way. Everything he said was just tricks. He asked the Star Sword if he was ready to help him. Bond replied that it depends on the offer. Sir Kalia said that he had heard rumors that the granddaughter of the Star Sword had founded her own hunter academy. He said it in vain. The room immediately began to darken. A real thirst for killing the legendary Star Sword was felt. Master Bond said that if anyone tries to involve his grandson in this situation, that person will immediately die a terrible death. Kalia smiled, immediately apologized, and admitted his mistake and apologized to the guest. He said that he had nothing to offer, so he offered to fulfill any of his requests in return for help. Bond was not very happy with the terms of the deal, so Kalia suggested that he additionally swear an oath on behalf of the Warrant of Truth. After thinking for a while, the Star Sword agreed to these conditions, and Sir Kalia immediately swore the oath of the Warrant of Truth. After that, the apostle looked at Kim and said that now it is necessary to talk about this talented boy. He decided to get straight to the point and said that the Truth Warrant wants to sponsor Kim. They meant sponsoring the boy's various causes. This can help in situations where his academy won't support him. Sir Kalia assured that they don't need anything in return, and the only thing they want is for Kim and the Truth Order to be close. Although the apostle said that the boy could refuse, Kim understood that it was not as simple as it seemed. The boy replied that he was not interested in this proposal, and if Sir Kalia answered his question, he was ready to think about it. Kim was worried whether the apostle would answer this question honestly. Maybe he would try to trick him. It seemed to him that it would be suspicious if he asked this question directly, so he decided to take something out of his pocket. It was his favorite phone. He took it out and showed something to the apostle and asked if he could see anything on the screen. Some say that the meaning of existence is the soul. If you believe these words, then it is the soul that shows what you are. Even after death and reincarnation, the essence of life must remain the same. The boy asked what the apostle saw on the screen, and Kalia tried to avoid the answer and said that it was a difficult question. After a few seconds, he still replied that he could not see anything because it was a dark screen. Smiling, he asked the boy if he was satisfied with this answer. Kim replied that it was enough. After a few seconds, the boy looked at the apostle and officially refused the offer of a warrant of truth. It seems that Kalia definitely did not expect this. He believed that the young guy would be extremely happy to help the legendary order. A guy in a black cloak, his name was Kos, approached the apostle. He said that no distortions were found in the dungeon. He swore on a warrant of truth that he had repeatedly checked this information. Kalia did not see anything special about Kim, but the question about the phone screen surprised him. Kos wanted to tell this to the other apostles, and Kalia replied that now their priority is the distortion in the dungeon. Kalia kept thinking about the dark phone screen Kim was showing him. Meanwhile, the boy and the Star Sword Master went for a walk around the evening city. Bond asked the boy why he refused Kaylee's offer. The boy replied that everything was too suspicious. According to him, he did not want to make a deal with suspicious personalities because he does not know anything about the Truth Warrant. He decided to also ask the Star Sword what exactly the concept of dungeon distortion means. Bond replied that this is a distortion of magic, and most often dungeons break through earlier than they should. Such distortions have many disadvantages for the universe. There is also the effect of an unexpected increase in the level of the dungeon. He also told the boy that during the Great Disaster many years ago, this happened almost constantly. Kim began to worry that Kalia might be hinting at a repeat of the disaster, and Bond replied that it was a mistake and a disaster in the past. The master of the Star Sword said that he had to leave for some important business and said goodbye to the boy. He also reminded that if Kim decides to do something bad with Kerr that could tarnish her reputation, then he will die. The guy said that he was glad that they became close friends and went to the academy. The Star Sword thought that Kim was a fool. Kim wanted to become stronger as soon as possible to be able to face any rivals and demons. Kira met him at the academy and immediately asked where her grandfather was. Kim replied that he had important business. The girl said that her grandfather had a bad temper, and it was a long time before she told Kim about it so that he would be ready for it. The way the Star Sword behaves is of course wrong, although there is nothing criminal about it. Kim replied that he hoped that he would become a friend of the Star Sword and would not fight with him again, even in training. After this conversation, there was a short pause. No one knew what to do next and how to continue the conversation. Kira mentioned that Kim constantly said that he needed money immediately and did everything to earn it. That is why, while the guy was dating Kalia, the girl decided to help him earn some money. She said that soon there will be a dungeon clearing competition, and this could improve his financial situation. This will be a competition between students of the Hunter Academy. The winner will receive a fairly large amount. Kira assured that Kim should take part in this and try to win. Everything will work out for him, and he will no longer need to worry about money. If those awakened during the disaster had a sense of responsibility for their country or faith, now professional hunters only want money. Unprofitable and forgotten dungeons have a low rating and are much harder to attack. If you don't clear the dungeons in time, after a while they explode, releasing monsters. Even if these monsters are of low rank, they are still a threat to society and can cause many problems. At first, such dungeons were followed by state hunters, but it was ineffective to send them to such a neglected place. They were true killing professionals and feared no one, but were sent to fight low-ranking creatures. That is why the state decided to act differently and organize a competition for clearing dungeons. These dungeons are at such a level that even an ordinary student can clear them, and for money, there are usually many willing to do it. The state also promised that the results of these competitions will influence the rating of hunter academies. After analyzing all this information, Kim realized that there was no reason to refuse and agreed. Kira knew that he always wanted more. That's why she searched the internet for information on how to raise the rating of the academy and found this option. But taking into account the experience from the past competitions, you can understand that it will be difficult because serious rivals may meet. The guy thought that this time he would definitely win and asked her how exactly these competitions will be held. The girl said that the competition will continue for about a week. When everything starts, the participants will be given a list of dungeons. Participants must then book dungeons through a phone app and are given 10 hours to complete the dungeons. In short, the one who can clear the most dungeons will win. Kira also said that it is not necessary to destroy the bodies of monsters because they will not give much money for it. The boy said that he wanted to do this process on his own, and his teacher was very excited. He explained that if you collect all the monster bodies, you can earn a lot of money. It would be unwise to refuse this. Kira did not agree with him and said that winning the competition is much more important and prestigious. Kim wanted to know everything about these competitions to be as prepared as possible, so he asked about the sweepstakes rules. A few days passed, Kim signed up for the competition, and it was time to try to take first place. His progress is greatly increased through hard work. Every 10% of progress is immediately felt during training. He met with Kira and told that he had downloaded the application on his phone and prepared everything important for the competition. They stood together and waited for the assistant to come, who called Kim. It seems that this man is having trouble finding the right road. Soon they met and greeted the assistant. Kim said that he was very glad that Park arrived on time. The man looked surprised and excited. He still didn't understand why he was called and what he was supposed to do. It all started a few days ago when Kim called his friend to propose. He said he wanted Puck to help him carry the corpses of the monsters that would remain after the competition and be his personal driver. Kim also said that he would definitely pay for it because even if monster corpses cost little, it would still be possible to make good money. Pak was interested in the offer, and he was not sure that everything would work out if the speed of the task was also important. Kim replied that he would personally take care of everything, so there was no need to worry. That's how Kim agreed with his friend to cooperate, and now the competition to clear the dungeons began. Kira wished him goodbye and left. Puck said that he studied all the rules, so everything should be fine. Kim reminded that the winner is the one who clears the most dungeons. That is, victory depends on speed. Two things are needed in these competitions: the speed of destroying monsters and the speed of moving through dungeons. Almost all of these dungeons are at entry levels. Depending on the difficulty, the raid time will also be different. Kim said that he was ready for everything that could await them and asked Park to go to the dungeon as soon as possible. He gave him his phone where all the dungeons and their locations were shown. The guy also said that Park should plan a route that minimizes travel time between dungeons as much as possible. The man was not very happy to hear this, but Kim assured that Pak is faster and more accurate than any GPS navigation. Realizing that their earnings depend on speed, Pop pressed the gas and imagined that he was a Formula One pilot. The competition inspector, a young woman named Catherine, saw that a new participant had entered the dungeon. Considering the fact that this guy's completely unknown and studies at an obscure academy, she thought that he would soon lose. Catherine saw that an unknown man is always next to Kim. Maybe they are scammers? Suddenly, the portal to the dungeon opened, and Kim came out. He asked his friend to prepare for the transportation of corpses. Catherine did not understand what was happening. She started screaming and said that outsiders are not allowed to participate in the dungeon raid. Kim replied that he knew all this and that the raid was already completed because he had completely cleared the dungeon. Catherine decided to personally enter the portal to see everything with her own eyes. She was amazed because less than 10 minutes had passed and all the monsters inside had already been destroyed. She also did not understand why Kim took the bodies of dead demons on his back and carried them somewhere. He replied that it was not necessary to pay attention to it, and it was his personal matter. Catherine thought that this guy was from an academy for mentally retarded children. As soon as Kim left the portal, Park immediately helped him with this process. Kim said that despite the competition, he cannot miss his tasks at the Cultivator Academy. Puck said that the demons are of a low level and have few profitable parts. Cutting the body will take 15 seconds. Catherine could not believe her eyes. She saw a grown man take out a knife and prepare to cut the dead body of the demon. Looking at her, Kim said that it is not prohibited by the rules, so there is no need to interfere with them. The girl was still in a state of shock. She thought that it would be an ordinary competition between students and not a horror movie. After everything was finished, Kim said that there was another dungeon nearby and they should go there. Catherine received psychological trauma for the rest of her life. It is unlikely that she will ever work as an instructor again. Kim was pleased. He said that so far everything is going great and they are working as a real team. The instructor of the next dungeon, meanwhile, was enjoying the beautiful weather and relaxing. He was eagerly waiting for the next participants to come to the dungeon and saw a truck coming towards him. Without even saying hello, Kim immediately entered the portal and began to destroy the demons. He was not going to waste a single second and wanted to kill two birds with one stone, win the competition, and make money from the demon corpses. Very quickly, he handed over another batch of monsters for Pak. It looks like there will be less blood this time. Pak said that they have too much bone marrow this time and started working. The instructor watched this process in surprise, but unlike Catherine, said nothing. He didn't even have time to say hello to the new members and check the dungeon as they had already left. It's like these competitions between academies who really train professionally to take first place. In the evening, many people gathered in the office of the dungeon management team for paperwork. Had to check all the reports regarding today's inter-academy competition. Mr. Baggio was in charge of this process and started checking all the contestants to find the winner. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that in first place was a young student who cleared 32 dungeons. This is definitely a new competition record. Did he even call his assistant to check if it was a mistake? He did not believe that an ordinary person could do so much work in one day. He was even more surprised when he heard that the average raid took no more than 10 minutes. The entire department of the department began to check whether there were any violations of the rules during the competition. Maybe someone helped Kim, but it was immediately discovered that the rules were not violated and the boy honestly won the competition. Very quickly, the employees found out that Kim is studying at the academy of the grandson of the Golden Sword. Now everything becomes clear. It remains only to check whether the Star Sword personally participated in these competitions. Kim's victory upset many of the other contestants, including a young girl named Julie from the Northern Academy. The principal of her academy yelled at her a lot and said that their school would suffer big losses because she couldn't come first. The girl replied that she did everything possible and her opponent turned out to be some kind of Superman. According to her, he cleared the dungeon and finished the raid every 10 minutes given the distance between the portals. This is impossible. The director of the academy said that it is possible if someone decided to help this boy. The current director of the academy was a former A-level hunter. He is Julie's father named Man. He asked his daughter not to be too upset and said that there is a law of life in this. The most cunning wins. The girl promised to train harder and said goodbye to her father to go on vacation. She remembered something. Once a guy she knew said that a professional hunter should never have doubts. Julie answered that in this world, everything is decided by money and power, not intelligence and kindness. This boy's name was Lenar. He was Julie's brother and dreamed of becoming a hunter who would make everyone respect him. It was difficult for her to remember his face. This boy died, and she dreamed of not remembering him anymore. It was a real hell for her. It was especially hard to survive the nights when he came to her in her dreams. Meanwhile, Kim was satisfied with the easy victory in the competition and went to rest a little with Park. The boys enjoyed this moment of happiness and discussed this difficult day. Then Kim began to calculate how much they earned. It turned out to be quite a good amount. After finishing the calculations, Kim said that each of them will receive approximately $3,000. Pak said that he should get a smaller part because Kim did all the main work, which he thought would be fair. Kim was not going to split the profits in this way and said that they should split everything in half as full partners. The boy also asked his adult friend why he was not surprised by their victory. The answer was quite unexpected. Park said that he had already seen Kim's skills at the academy competition a few weeks ago. Kim was very touched by the fact that his friend secretly followed his performances at the competition. The guy thought that Pak is a very good person, even though he is straightforward and always supports in a difficult moment. Having rested well, the next morning the boys went to participate in the second round of the competition. They had already become quite famous after yesterday, so they were called monster eaters. Many people heard about them and came to these competitions to personally see them in action. They had a margin of second place and were close to ultimately winning the competition. With 5 more rounds to go, Kim said he is very happy to be working with Pak. Park replied that he was also happy to work together a little and earn money for retirement. They were already calculating their potential earnings and dreaming about expensive purchases. The second day was again finished with a convincing victory, and these two started the third round as the absolute favorites of the competition. Puck pulled out his phone and saw something strange. He showed Kim that all the dungeons around them were now blocked. It seems that there are no free dungeons anywhere nearby. The nearest free portal is an hour away. Did you think it was a coincidence? Maybe someone planned to leave the boys without a title? Pack believed that it was forbidden by the rules, and soon these dungeons would be available again. But these troubles continued all day. After Kim and Park cleared the nearest dungeon, they saw that everything around them was booked. It became clear that something strange had happened. For the whole day, they made only 10 raids. Park probably stated that Julie did it because she is in second place in the standings. Kim was getting worried. He was still in first place, and it was only the third day of the competition. If things continue like this, he will lose, which is why the boy asked Pak to stop cutting up monster corpses for now. Now, winning the tournament is more important than that. That's why the guy decided to concentrate on raids. After thinking a little, he told Kira and his assistant that he had a plan. Everyone looked at him with interest. In the center of the city, there was a real conspiracy against Kim and his team. Many people gathered and waited for Kim to book a dungeon, to start booking all the available dungeons around him. As soon as this group of people saw that Kim had booked the dungeon, they immediately began to act. They did the same thing as yesterday. These people tried to do everything professionally, so they didn't book dungeons at the same time. But suddenly, everything did not go according to their plan because Kim booked a dungeon right next to Julie. If they keep booking dungeons, it might hurt the girl. Maybe you can cancel the booking when she finishes the raid. But according to the rules, you cannot cancel a reservation within 10 hours if the raid is not completed. In this simple way, Kim outwitted his rivals and once again returned to the race for first place. Julie did not yet know that her plan had failed and confidently continued to clear the dungeon. She destroyed monsters at a fairly high rate and closed the gap on first place. As soon as she finished cleaning the dungeon, she immediately got into the car with her driver to go to another portal. She ordered the driver to speed up, but for some reason he did not start the car and was silent. After a few seconds, the man explained that there were problems because all nearby dungeons are blocked at the moment. Thanks to his intelligence, Kim continued to take first place because of the dungeon reservation. Julie was also unable to pass the test normally. The girl immediately came to her father to talk to him and assure him that she would still win. Man told his daughter to keep doing her job because he had come up with a new way to win. The time at the competition went very quickly. Soon, the 5th day of the Academy's tournament began. Kim and his friend met Julie. Now, these enemies will meet each other in person. The judge immediately approached them and said that conflicts between the participants of the competition are prohibited. Julie congratulated Kim and said that she should win this competition. The boy replied that no matter who won, everything should be fair. Even though it is a competition, it should be fair. The girl replied that she was playing fair and did not understand what he was talking about. Kim decided not to answer her, smiled, and calmly went to find a new dungeon. These words angered the girl. In her opinion, people are selfish by nature. Even if they want to help, it is only for their own benefit. That is why there is no justice in this world. Julie focused on herself and continued to destroy the monsters for the victory. When she came out of the portal, she saw an instructor who was enthusiastically watching someone. The instructor said that he did not believe the rumors and only now understands that all this is true. As it turned out, he watched as Kim destroyed monsters with incredible speed, and his friend Puck chopped them to pieces. Seeing the girl, Kim said hello once again and said that she is faster than he thought. He asked her for permission to enter her portal and take the unwanted demon corpses. He was so salivating at the prospect that Julie calmly let him do whatever he wanted. The guy was happy and was already mentally counting the potential profit for that day. Julie decided to ask what he was doing and why was he cutting the corpses of dead demons. The boy explained that he performs daily tasks at the academy and earns money from the bodies of demons at the same time. Julie considered this a waste of time, so she turned and walked away. The girl again remembered her brother and his dreams of becoming a professional hunter who would make everyone respect him. The time has come when anyone who wants to can become a professional hunter. Now it is a common profession. Around the same time, it was also fun outside the city. Master Kalia cleared other dungeons and fought against level 10 demons. He was not alone. He was helped by a star sword that was unhappy with what was happening. Master Bond said that the distortion cannot happen like this, and it reminds him of something that happened years ago. He blamed the Warren of Truth for these problems. Kalia assured the master that they had nothing to do with it. Jimin, a student of the Star Demon, joined them and said that she would also investigate this phenomenon. She immediately felt an abnormal amount of mana from the demon, but it was not like distortion. She asked Kalia if something strange happened to him while clearing the dungeon. Kalia replied that everything went as usual, but it must be admitted that all this is similar to a past disaster. Although the chances are small, the second coming of Berserk cannot be ignored. Jimin looked at the experienced masters and said that they should find more information. While they were thinking about how to save the universe, the Academy competition continued. Something unusual happened. The judges of the competition saw many times how two dungeons merged, but almost no one has seen with their own eyes 3 dungeons in one place at the same time. Kim had new problems. All the dungeons available to him were constantly booked by someone. It was other contestants. They pretended to make a mistake and accidentally booked a dungeon they didn't need. All this happened throughout the day and really pissed off Kim and Park. They went to the academy to try to solve this problem and come up with a new plan. Even Kira got angry. She said that this cannot go on and she will fight this even if it means using her grandfather's name. They decided to write a letter to the Association of Academies to tell about this problem. Kim said that now everything should be fair and they can easily win these competitions. After that, they got into the truck and went to continue cleaning the dungeons. But it seems that their enemies were one step ahead again. An unknown man braked in front of them and caused an accident. This man said that it was unintentional, and because of this pause, Kim lost the first place in the table. Kira began to calm the boys and said that the director of dungeon management promised to personally deal with this matter. Pak was not satisfied. He said that it will be too late when someone solves this problem. Kira said that Julie's father is the director of the academy in which she studies. In the past, he was a professional hunter. The most shocking information was that even the Star Sword recognized him as a true warrior. Now it became clear who was behind all these problems and prevents Kim from winning the competition. That is why Kira said that it is unlikely that the investigation will be conducted before the end of the competition. It will be too difficult to win. The girl was very upset and began to apologize to Kim. The boy did not understand what she was guilty of. He said that Kira always helped him, supported and defended him, and if it wasn't for her, everything would be even worse. Puck agreed with these words and said that if it weren't for Kira, they would have lost long ago. He looked at Kim and said that everything depends on him, so he needs to solve this problem immediately. Later, an assistant came to Man and said that they were overtaken in the table again. The assistant said that Kim books dungeons only when he is near them, which is why it is difficult to understand where he will go next. It only took this smart guy 5 minutes to book and clear the last dungeon. His teacher also intervened and wrote a complaint about inspectors who do their job poorly. The assistant also told his boss that the academy where Kim studies was founded by the granddaughter of the Star Sword. Man understood that he would not be able to do anything now against such a strong opponent. He asked his assistant to find another way for their academy to win. They have no right to take second place. Julie continued to clear dungeons step by step and remained at the top of the leaderboard. But her opponent had already come close to her and was very close. It was interesting to watch this battle of titans. While the leader was constantly changing in the competition between the academies, a meeting was held in the higher commission. At this meeting, it was very hot because Kira personally came to achieve justice. She shouted and said that various unpleasant situations only happen with her academy. It cannot be a coincidence. At the moment, there was a tie between Kim and Julie in the standings of the competition. The commission said that there must be a winner. Also, the director of the commission did not see evidence of fraud on Julie's part, so disqualification is not possible. After this meeting, the leader of the dungeon management team waited for a meeting with the leaders of the competition. When they arrived, he started talking about how the final round will take place, after which the winner of the competition will be announced. Each of the participants can choose one of the 3 dungeons and start clearing the second dungeon only after completing the raid in the first. Simply put, whoever clears 2 dungeons first wins the competition. All these 3 dungeons have the second level of difficulty. They are the same, so the participants will be on equal terms. Kim offered to be the first to choose the dungeon he liked, Julie agreed. They quickly figured out this situation and began to prepare for the start of the test the moment X has arrived. At the last moment, Julie asked Kim in a low voice not to cry after the defeat and not to write letters to the association. The boy decided not to answer, and as soon as the judge gave the order to start, he immediately ran at full speed into the portal. Now he was thinking about nothing but winning. Now it has become a personal matter, and he cannot lose. At first, Kim thought that there would be ordinary demons here, but so far he doesn't hear anything. It was quite strange because 5 minutes had already passed and he had not seen anyone. Probably this was a completely different test than before. After walking a few tens of meters, he heard a terrible scream. It was not at all like the scream of a first-level demon. Later, he saw that in this portal he would have to fight against the Manticore. He didn't understand how a 4th-level demon could end up in a 2nd-level dungeon. Maybe it was another scam by Julie? Is it possible that this is an error of the portal that took him to an unknown dungeon? But no matter what, now he will have to fight alone against a very powerful monster. It could end badly. Manticore started to attack, but today was not his day because Kim sent him to hell in a matter of seconds. He immediately ran to the exit of the portal, worried that Julie could have already completed her raid. As soon as he ran out into his world, he immediately started shouting at the inspector and saying that there was a Manticore demon in his dungeon. The inspector was amazed. He did not believe that an ordinary student could overcome a 4th-level demon on his own. The guy was sure that Julie had already completed the first stage and shouted that he demanded an official revenge. The inspector said that this could not be done because contestant Julie had not yet finished clearing the first dungeon. It was quite strange. Perhaps during her raid she also encountered something much more dangerous than a kobold. Julie also could not find demons for a long time during her raid. She did not even suspect that she was being watched. The girl again remembered her brother in the situation of how she helped heal his injury after the competition. He said that she has ruthless hands. If she switches to running monsters, the universe will perish. Linar also asked why they obeyed their father. He did not want to deceive anyone for his own benefit. Linar believed that there are things that cannot be done. For this, he is even ready to go against his father's order. The girl started yelling at him and said that it's not funny anymore. Other people in the academy call him a reckless fool. Linar was considered to be the age of professional hunters now. The era of heroes has passed. They either all died or became thieves. Julie replied that she did not agree with him and believed that there are still real heroes in the world. But in the boy's opinion, there are as many heroes left in the world as there are honest politicians. It's hard to believe, but even now, Julie is sure that the day will come when she will meet her brother again. He always said that he was a person who did not care about personal gain and acted without thinking about becoming someone's hero. That was until that very autumn day, when something happened that cannot be changed, and Linar died. His father said that Linar was stupid and tried in vain to protect a stranger on the street. In his opinion, his son died trying to help others and not knowing his place. That was always his problem. Man hoped that his daughter was not like Linar and would make him proud of her. It was then that the girl promised her father never to live like her brother. Many years have passed and she has changed, but so far she has stuck to the words she said on the day of that disaster. The inspector explained to the boy that he had won the competition of the academies and now there was no need for a rematch. All he had to do was enter another dungeon to officially become the winner and receive a monetary reward. But the guy was in no hurry. He was sure that the mistake of the dungeon was not an accident. It might be a trap for Julie. One of the additional instructors said that the manometer is behaving strangely and already shows that the level is more than 4 stars. Kim immediately began to worry. Now he was sure that it was a trap. He remembered how the Star Sword had told him that the dungeon meant the distortion of magic. Such distortions have many side effects, such as dungeons breaking before their time. The instructor said that for the first time in 20 years of his career he saw such indicators. He suggested calling professional hunters for investigation. The inspector was about to turn to Kim and say that he should continue the competition later, and the boy disappeared into one of the dimensions. This happened because Kim remembered that the Star Sword said that such situations happen during a disaster. It used to happen very often. At that moment, Julie was having a very hard time in her dungeon. She was badly injured and close to death. The girl was left without a hand, and a huge monster was leaning to destroy her. It seemed like the end. Is this the same poetic justice that her brother, the 6th-level monster Nerkor, spoke of? It was a real giant with big horns and green eyes, like a symbiosis of a goat and a dragon. The girl had no chance in the fight against this demon, and she was preparing to die. Maybe now she will meet her brother. The last thing she thought about was that there is no place for justice in the world. It only happens in fairy tales. The only thing that pleased her was that at least she would not die such a stupid death as her brother. At the very moment when Julie accepted her death as inevitable and completely relaxed, he appeared. The same hero in whom she once believed and in whom her brother did not believe so much. He came at the most difficult moment, risking his own life to protect her and stop the 6th-level demon. He asked if she could move, and Julie said that it didn't matter and told him to get out of here as soon as possible. Kim replied that he had no time for arguments and ordered to get up as quickly as possible and run into the portal. The girl asked why he came here. Is someone willing to risk his life for her sake? Kim did not get scared when he saw the monster of the 6th level. He knew that in order to win, he had to constantly attack. He called this goat head and said that such a chupacabra should not offend little girls. His plan worked. The demon immediately switched all his attention to the boy and went on the attack. Now the only thing left was to kill this monster and stay alive. Kim was sure that he would succeed. Kim understands that one hit of this monster and his body will be torn into hundreds of pieces, so this did not stop him. He very quickly felt that the demon's movements were familiar to him and began to seize the initiative. It was at this turning point that he remembered all his training and all the lectures of the masters he had watched at the Cultivator Academy. Despite all this knowledge, the fight was too difficult. He received a deep wound in the chest area. As soon as the demon smelled blood, it immediately began to roar and try to finish off the wounded prey. Kim did not lose his optimism. He said that this goat turned out to be stronger than he thought, and the fight is unlikely to end soon. Julie continued to watch the fight and asked the boy why he was doing this and why he came to save her. What was his benefit from it? She understood that it did not concern him, and he could calmly clear the last dungeon and win the academy competition. The girl said that she knew that Kim came to these competitions for money, and he confirmed her words. Hearing this, she said that he can go and collect the award. He knows about everything she did and knows that he will not hear words of gratitude for the rescue. Kim replied that her actions were wrong and he doesn't want to forgive her, but he doesn't think she should die because of it. Kim also said he doesn't think that's a good enough reason not to help Julie. Looking at him, the girl remembered that sooner or later the day would come when she would meet her brother. She remembered those moments when he said that he was a person who did not care about personal gain and would do anything to become her hero. Right now, the same guy was standing in front of her who said that there is no more valuable reward in this world than a saved human life. Nerkor wasn't going to wait until all these touching moments were over. He wanted to kill. Kim was ready to fight forever to protect this girl. His motives were not clear. It seems that he really does this for no benefit to himself, simply because he wants to save her. The boy tried to mobilize all his strength and energy and focused on his opponent. Intuition is a part of the mind, although most students do not quite understand these words. Part of the mind means assessing the situation. If you assess the situation, there will be no time to make a decision. In those moments, Kim was happy that he watched the lectures of experienced professors. They could save his life. He tried to combine his mind with feelings. The feeling of assessing the situation is the connection of mind with feelings. This was the true form of the professional cultivator's intuition that the boy had heard so much about from the professors. And now he felt progress in his skills and went beyond the limits of the body and the understanding of the universe. Before our eyes, the battle of an ordinary young student against a 6th-level demon is taking place. The most interesting thing about all this is that this young guy somehow resists the demon. Focusing on his body and assessing the surrounding situation, Kim began to see where this goat was attacking. He could feel every movement of his muscles, and thanks to this, he could counterattack. His plan was simple: to wait for the arrival of professional hunters. The inspector should have called them a long time ago, but there is one problem: Julie may not wait for them. So, realizing that there was no time to wait, the boy began to attack the demon with the power of the mountain pulling out of the ground. It was one of the first techniques he had read about at the Cultivator Academy. This spirit could turn the entire universe upside down. The demon prepared to attack the boy and was about to swallow him alive like a donut. Seconds before the collision, Kim felt that his intuition was telling him that he would win. With his normal spear, he tried to use his aura. Right now, Everything will be decided. Either the demon will swallow the boy and evil will win, or a new hero will appear in the world. After a few seconds, a lot of blood appeared around. It seemed like a real horror movie. Jolie continued to watch it, and 3D glasses and popcorn were not enough to fully enjoy this performance. It seemed impossible, and Kim defeated the 6th-level demon and remained alive. He lost a huge amount of energy, but his progress in all key parameters immediately increased rapidly. He picked Julie up and began trying to pull her out into the real world until she died of blood loss. He said that there is no time to rest because she needs to be taken to the hospital urgently. They successfully got out of the dungeon and immediately called an ambulance. The situation was extremely difficult, and every second was important. It would be terrible if all his efforts to save the girl turned out to be in vain. She continued to act like a fool and said that she did not consider him her hero. In her opinion, he behaved recklessly and made a mistake. Kim unexpectedly replied that he did not want to save her. The inspector tried in every possible way to help her and stop the loss of blood. As soon as the news about the dungeon clearing competition came out, people expressed their displeasure. The fact that a monster of the 6th level appeared in the dungeon of the 2nd level is neither a mistake nor a coincidence. There had never been a single case of such situations before, so it attracted the attention of not only ordinary people, but also associations and states. Of course, they were all surprised that the unknown student was able to defeat the 6th-level demon. The story about Kim immediately became a legend. Everyone began to wonder at which academy he studies. Kos came up to Master Kali and said that the Apostle of Abstinence was looking for him. Maybe this refers to the latest events in the city. Meanwhile, Jimin was showing the Star Sword the news that a level 6 monster had been destroyed by a boy from his grandson's academy. Star Sword replied that it was true and that it was indeed done by an ugly dwarf named Kim. Meanwhile, this same ugly gnome was most upset at the loss of a large part of the money. Puck tried to calm him down and said that money is not the most important thing in this world. But Kim continued to shout and be unhappy that the competition was officially recognized as 2 winners, so the money was split between him and Julie. He suggested a game of rock, paper, scissors, and Puck reminded him that Julie now had one arm missing. Kim replied that he was counting on this one and said that it would be fair to choose a single winner and give him all the money. While Park accused Kim of losing his humanity, Kira visited the hospital. She didn't understand why Kim was so upset, so Park explained that he was crying because of the draw. The girl was surprised and asked the boys why they decided that the money was divided in half. She said that Julie personally refused the first place and half of her prize. She also told the commission about all the illegal cheating during the competition and blamed it on her father, the director of the Eastern Academy. According to rumors, the trial has already started and Man may soon go to prison. Kim was surprised and didn't understand why she did that. He immediately remembered that she did not consider him a hero. Julie asked Kira to pass on the words to the boy about what he did wrong. But besides that, she believes that this situation was also her fault. So in any case, Kim will receive his reward in full and will be able to buy himself everything he wants. The state also takes responsibility for this situation and offered the boy some benefits. For example, tax exemption for the money he won, as well as coverage of all medical expenses. And the most important thing, as Kira believed, is that their academy has now finally risen to the 3rd level. Several privileges will now be granted to their academy, and it is now possible for Kim to clear level 4 dungeons. Kira thanked the boy and said that all this was possible only thanks to his efforts and courage. Kim replied that after this story, there should be many more students in the academy. Realizing that all problems were solved, the entire young team of the Maria Academy went to lunch. After the boy had eaten enough and received his money, he realized that it was time for shopping. Taking out his phone, he immediately went to the website of the Cultivators Academy to see what could be bought in their store. The guy was not very pleased to see that the price of the lapless lance had doubled. He did not understand how their calculation system works and how exactly to wait for the best moment to buy a spear at the best price. If the price continues to rise, he will be forced to lose a lot of money and be left with nothing again. Realizing that the situation was difficult, he decided to look at other weapon options in the store. There were a lot of interesting products and he didn't trust the photos and didn't want to buy something he hadn't seen in person. Maybe these cheap prices for other weapons are a trap for inattentive students? Kim became interested in why the store does not write in detail about the product. Is it not a coincidence? It's like buying a cat in a bag. Kim didn't want to lose his hard-earned money. He thought about finding product reviews from past customers. He found the comments of one unknown student who bought more than 100 variations of weapons on this site. He wrote about the fact that the Aegis shield is not worth even 10 cents and almost does not help during the battle. The shield is supposed to turn opponents into stone, and the problem is that the owner of the shield also risks becoming a brick statue. So this unknown author said that he rates this shield 2 points out of a possible 10. At first, Kim thought it was a joke and only then realized that this guy really bought 100 variations of weapons. He continued to read his comments about various weapons. The boy was interested in everything. The guy from the site said that such a weapon should be bought as a fake because the original costs incredible amounts. After reading these comments, Kim saw that the only weapon worth paying attention to is the cabesis. The goddess Hera from Greek mythology had a pouch with the same name. After that, she gave it to the hero Perseus, who killed Medusa with this weapon. The boy immediately began to imagine that he could conduct raids in the dungeon and immediately put the corpses of demons in this bag. Having understood all the advantages of this mysterious bag, he realized that he must buy it. As it turned out, 3 days later, this was not his only purchase. He finally bought Laplace's lance. He also bought cabesis and decided to test its effectiveness as soon as possible because it emits an unusual aura. There was also bad news. After all these purchases, he became poor again. But in any case, he was happy because he bought what he dreamed of and hopes that it will justify the money spent. Kira approached him and asked if he decided to go on a dungeon raid again. Didn't he want to rest? The guy assured that he is completely healthy and does not want to rest for extra days, losing potential profits. It seemed to Kira that the boy had a lot of money after winning the competition, and he said that he had already spent it all. In general, without further ado, it was clear what he spent all his money on. The girl was angry when she saw that he had spent everything again and would complain about an empty pocket. Nevertheless, she was already used to him, so she could not be offended for a long time. They descended into the 4th-level dungeon together, Kim asking Kira to stay close to him for his own safety. This dungeon was completely different. It was not like the places where Kim had been before. Considering this is a level 4 dungeon, the demon should have the highest defense rank. In this case, these monsters are ideal for testing the power of Laplace's spear. Kim decided to use it without adding magic to see what the spear was capable of. He understood that Laplace's spear would definitely be able to harm monsters if it was dangerous. Then it would be possible to add magic. But a similar spear was so powerful that it could destroy level 4 demons even without magic. Kim easily cut the monster in two. Kira watched calmly. She didn't even have time to say anything. During this time, it seems that her student is already on a completely different level. The girl thought that after all his successes, she would no longer be able to be surprised, but it turned out that Kim is a real surprise person. She enjoyed watching her student continue to slice the monsters like bacon. Kim, seeing that he had destroyed all the monsters, decided to hide them in his new pouch. Kira did not understand how he wanted to put parts of huge monsters in such a small bag. But in addition, this accessory could also reduce weight by 70%. Kira was surprised. Maybe she doesn't know something and the guy secretly robbed the city bank? She did not understand how he was able to buy so many different interesting things. Was it all with money for winning the competition? Kim explained that it was all bought from one store for hunters. He also said that this store is located on a dark street next to his house and is intended for students from academies. Kira also wanted to go there to buy some things for herself, and Kim said that the store would have to close soon because the owner wanted to go on a trip. I think at this moment it became clear that Kim has the face of a real liar. This conversation was not destined to end because stones started falling from the walls. Kira and Kim immediately tensed up and prepared for all possible scenarios. They saw that new monsters began to appear. This time there were too many of them. Kira asked the boy not to interfere and to give her the opportunity to destroy them on her own. Kim was against it because he wanted to experience something in fighting monsters this time. He said that Laplace's spear turned out to be much more powerful than he expected. Without any additional magical power, the spear cut through the gargoyle like tofu. In this case, the boy wondered what would happen if he added the magic he had recently mastered to the spear. An incredible force uprooting mountains from the earth and all obstacles in its way. And the spirit capable of overturning the entire universe will rule over the enemies. It seems that the demons have come untimely because they are in for a questionable extermination and a journey to hell. I understood that it is better not to interfere with the boy's magic. Maybe he is Harry Potter's child. Kira did not understand what kind of incredible power he had mastered. Demons immediately felt on their own body what it means to meet Laplace's spear. After the last competition, Kim has become much more experienced and confident in his own abilities. He is no longer the same guy he used to be. If it used to be an achievement for him to destroy the mana core, now he kills such demons without even straining. Kira was surprised. Now she is beginning to understand that she was not wrong with the choice of the student and helped him become who he is now. Even though Laplace's spear may have been a fake, with the help of magic it showed incredible power. According to legends, Jesus was killed with this spear while he was hanging on the cross. Despite the history behind this weapon, who would not have expected that it would work at least a little? But after the first use, he realized that he had bought something incredible. Cabesus also pleased the boy. Probably he needs to buy a few more types of weapons to increase his power. Kira turned to him and said that she almost forgot to tell him about something. She said that Jimin's sister really wants to see him and get to know him. He didn't know who it was, so Kira told him that it was a student of a star demon, a well-known person in the world of hunters. Kim understood that it was about a girl who could not be compared to anyone except the devil himself. Kira said that Jimin wants to see the boy to ask about conquering the dungeon at the academy competition. It seems that she is interested in Kim and his abilities, and he can refuse the meeting if he does not want new acquaintances. Kim said that the main thing is that Jimin doesn't act like a star sword. Kira replied that her sister is not that bad. The guy said that in this case he would not mind a meeting. Kira immediately ran to call her sister and arrange a meeting. Soon they talked, and Jimin said that she would come to visit them very soon. The student of the star demon must have the ability to super speed, because not even 5 minutes have passed since she was already there. Probably she was preparing to come here even if Kim answered that he did not want to see her. Jimin greeted her sister and asked to show her the boy her grandfather praised so much. When she saw Kim, she couldn't believe that this special warrior was a student of the academy. It seemed impossible to her, and she was so surprised that Kim thought that she had problems with her nerves. She started yelling at him and asking where he got these special things for warriors. It seems to be even worse than the Star Sword. Kim replied that he would be happy to tell everything if he understood what he was talking about. Kira realized that it was time to intervene and calm her sister down. The situation was out of control. Only now did Kim realize that these two girls are sisters. Probably Kira is the only one from their family who has no problems with her head. Kira began apologizing to the boy for her sister's bad behavior and said that she usually doesn't behave like that. The guy couldn't believe that this was a real disciple of a star demon. Maybe it was some kind of mistake. This is a rumor that this woman must be more than 40 years old, of course, if the truth was told on the internet. Kira explained that her sister is indeed 40 years old, but she uses some unknown magic for her appearance. Jimin said that this is the magic of photography. With its help, you can constantly maintain the appearance of your body at the level of 20 years. She decided to repeat her question once more and asked the boy where he was able to buy this magical bag. So she was interested in the cabesus. She wanted to know where he bought it and how big the space is inside it. Kim was angry because he thought that it was Kira who told her everything, and the girl replied that she was of no use. Jimin said that this little bag is the most amazing thing in the galaxy and most people can only dream about it. She began to tell everything she knew about this bag while Kim thought she was talking too much. Jimin offered him 10 times the actual price of this bag. Considering this treasure, it was worth it, and Jimin promised to find the money for it very quickly. If she found out that this bag was bought 10 times cheaper or that it is a fake, then she definitely would not have offered such money. But the guy decided not to tell the truth, and if she is so wealthy, let her pay. With this money, he will be able to solve all his life problems, but after thinking twice, Kim refused the offer. He put the cabesus in Jimin's hands and asked her to personally verify why he made such a decision. As soon as she touched it, strange things began to happen. As it became clear later, no one but the boy will be able to use this magical thing. Kim assured that no one will be able to touch the bag, especially no one will be able to resell it. Hearing that 5 magical spells were placed on this cabesus, Jimin called it fantasy and began to ask where Kim bought it. The guy told a rather interesting story that he did not remember who sold him this bag and said that the store had recently disappeared. It seems that Kim was born not only to fight with terrible demons, but also to write fairy tales. After listening to him, Jimin said that she would need his help in one important matter. The girl explained that it will be possible to touch the cabesus if its owner helps with this. Kim didn't understand if she really needed the help of this pouch so badly. After thinking for a while, he decided to agree and said that if he received a generous reward for this, he would gladly help. Jimin said that this help will be needed a little later. She will warn him about it in advance. She also decided on several questions for the guy at the end. She was interested in the situation in the dungeon at the last competition between the academies and asked to be told all the details. Kim politely agreed and told everything he remembered about that day. When asked how he was able to defeat Nurkor, the boy replied that he was just lucky. Jimin replied that when you defeat a demon of the 6th level, it means that you are a real professional, and this is not luck. Kim remembered that the demon was almost invincible and only feared real magic. Without Merlin's lectures, everything could have ended badly. The guy thought about it and offered Jimin to tell one interesting theory about which he is constantly thinking. As everyone knows, magic and auras depend on mana, and the boy wanted to talk about the methods of using mana and how it interacts with the world. He had a crazy idea that the distortions that have been happening in the dungeons recently could be connected to him. Jimin immediately got to her feet in order to tell her all the details of this crazy thought. Merlin in his lectures often mentioned that after using various magic, it is possible to distort the space of our world. Based on this information, it can be assumed that the deformation of dungeons can be caused by someone's desire. And all because the deformation of dungeons is not a natural phenomenon, it can mean that it must be the result of someone's actions. Kim said that this is only a theory, and it probably looks quite absurd, so it is better not to pay attention to it. The girl was shocked and took these words very seriously. She thought that Kim might also turn out to be a magician. The guy replied that he is just an ordinary beginner who dreams of becoming a professional hunter. Jimin believed that it was impossible to come up with such a theory without mastering magic. She thought that this magic bag she saw could have been created by Kim herself. Maybe he decided not to attract too much attention to himself being a genius magician and therefore decided to pretend to be an ordinary beginner. In response, Kim just started laughing and said that he had never heard anything dumber in his life. Jimin couldn't calm down anymore and kept asking the boy how he came up with the theory. He replied that he took Professor Merlin's knowledge as a basis and supplemented it with his personal opinion. Kim did not expect that this would cause such an aggressive reaction. He asked to let him go home. He is just an ordinary student who dreams of becoming a professional hunter and does not understand anything in magical sciences. He now felt like a professor teaching a new student at the academy. Maybe it's time to take money for that? The brainstorming continued. Jimin wasn't going to stop and wanted to know the whole truth. The boy learned this wisdom about dungeons thanks to his discipline and constant viewing of the lecture. After a long conversation, the girl realized that Kim was completely unfamiliar with the concept of magical sciences. Nevertheless, what he told at the very beginning will have to be carefully analyzed. Seaman did not expect to hear such a wise theory from a beginner. Kira made sandwiches for her sister and Kim, but Jimin replied that the work was done, it was time for her to go home. Kim was pleased. The Star Sword, Kalia, and now the Star Devil disciple, he was lucky enough to meet all these legends in a short period of time. Jimin was also happy because now she was about to start researching this interesting topic. Kira said that now they will get more sandwiches and offered the boy to start eating. Kim was very hungry after this brainstorming session and was happy that he didn't have to answer any more stupid questions. Soon his training continued. The path to the level of a professional hunter takes a long time. He did not like that the process of progress was too slow. Could it not be accelerated? Thanks to the increase in efficiency, with the help of Kibisis, he began to quickly complete individual tasks. But the problem was that soon the free admission to the lectures will be closed. You need to find money or speed up the progress. Kira was upset and said that she did not have time to teach all the new students. She had to find another professor. She could not invite a person from the street, and she was also worried about the money that would have to be paid to the professor. Of course, the boy immediately understood that this was his chance to earn extra money, but is he ready to become a teacher? For now, he decided to take his time and asked Cyrus if there would be any more competitions in the near future. He asked to check whether there is something like a competition between academies where you need to clear dungeons. Kira picked up the phone and saw that there would be no competitions for the next 20 days. But there is one positive news: a practice exam will be available next month. Since the professional hunter exam only takes place once a year, each academy has made practice exams to prepare the students ahead of time. They are conducted by the best academies of the city. Anyone can take part in these practice exams. There is an opinion that earned grades bring students closer to passing the professional hunter's exam. Kim was sure that all strong students like Wang would participate in this exam and would be given a lot of money to win. But he was upset that this will happen only next month, when the period of free use of lectures will end. Magic is not perfect. It can be distorted at any moment under the influence of changes in the situation. At such moments, intuition is needed. This quality can exist as a regularity. Kim was happy to listen to Professor Chiron's lectures and thought that professional cultivators were amazing. Kim also saw that the start date of the cultivator training exam was approaching. The professor said that the main thing is not to focus on grades because this is just a practice exam. So Kim didn't hear, and the cultivators also have their own personal training exam. It's quite interesting. That is, cultivators also have their own exams and even a license, almost the same as professional hunters. Kim immediately remembered seeing an interview with a 5th-rank celestial and a 9th-rank swordsman before he thought it was just a joke. He thought that it was too early for him to pass such exams because he was too weak to be called a cultivator. He decided to continue his studies and watch the lectures of the masters. This should help in the upcoming exams. The new master also began to say that the training exams were approaching and called on all students to actively train. Kim did not understand what was the matter. Almost all the professors started talking about these exams at the same time. All these lectures were held in real time instead of being pre-recorded as before. Professor Merlin and Professor Buddha also sent the boy a message that he should prepare for the exam. There were enough strange things in the Cultivator Academy. Was this exam really that important? The boy began to look at the comments of other students and saw that many young men and women were also not sure if they were ready to become cultivators. All of them were still in the initial phase of progress, and the professor advised them to raise their level. One of the professors said that passing the practice exam will help students increase their learning progress. Did Kim seriously consider taking the risk and trying to take the professional hunter and cultivator exams at the same time? The next day, he immediately went to the training complex to improve his skills. He received another message from the Cultivator Academy that the first exam would be absolutely free. He decided to accept this opportunity because it would be unwise to turn down a free chance for advancement. The first questions of the exam immediately began to come to him. The first topic was combat power. He heard strange noises and thought that maybe the exam would start right now in the training room. On the website, it was written that the exam will take place in 15 stages, and in the first stage, the opponent can be a monster of the 5th level. Later on, the phone received a message that the first stage can be started, and the phone started to glow brightly. Not even a few seconds passed when an unknown demon came out of his phone. It seems that technology is developing quickly. Kim prepared Laplace's spear and was ready to show his full potential to achieve success. It was strange to watch how the demon that got out of the phone got bigger and bigger every second. Life did not prepare him for such adventures. Maybe it is not too late to refuse the exam. A little later, it became clear that the boy would have to fight a dragon at the first stage of the cultivator training exam. The phone received a message that Kim has only 30 minutes for the first stage. Later, another message came that the first stage had failed. It seems that the dragon destroyed the boy. But Kim was still alive, so it was all just an illusion. But how to defeat this powerful monster? This dragon is called Fafnir. If, at the first stage, the opponent is so powerful, then at the last stage, he will surely have to defeat God. Fafnir's power is incredible. Some dragons like him reach the 10th level of power. The boy quickly realized that it was an illusion and that everything was not as scary as it seemed at first glance. He learned that he had 10 attempts to pass the first stage of the test. Although at the beginning it seemed that even 10 attempts would not be enough to defeat this dragon, the boy decided to try. He has already had to be the underdog and fight with those who are several times stronger than him. Why not create a sensation one more time? A few hours later, he failed 5 more attempts to pass the first stage of the test. Kim absolutely did not understand how to defeat this mythical creature. Even Laplace's spear would not help here. Resting on the street, Kim was upset. It will be difficult for him to become a professional hunter and almost impossible to become a cultivator. He wanted to do something to increase his progress, but the dragon killed him before he could move. Suddenly, he received a new message on his phone where the master offered to hold a lecture on fighting dragons. This professor was called Optimus. He was very wise, and his power was equal to the power of heaven. Optimus began to tell that the task of the first stage of the training exam is to destroy the dragon Fafnir. This is a task of attentiveness, due to which some problems arise, but if you dig deeper, everything will turn out to be much simpler. Most students might be intimidated by the first set of breaths, which is Fafnir's beginning, as well as his end, whatever that means. Optimus said that to defeat the dragon, you need to avoid breathing. Maybe Optimus watched the Transformers movies? But Optimus was as serious as possible and told the boy to look more closely at the dragon. He said that there is no need to cut the dragon's breath, you just need to dodge. The dragon's breath is its most powerful weapon, so it should be the main focus. As soon as he regurgitates his energy breath, after that he needs time to restore his energy. And he becomes an ordinary lizard. And the moment comes when you can calmly beat him and not be afraid of being destroyed. Kim continued to listen to Optimus's lecture with pleasure. The boy was sure that it would help him finally destroy Fafnir. In the video, the master used the staff of the sky, the echoes, and the stars to see what form the meteorite fell. It was clear that he is a real master of magic spells and could easily become a professor not only at the Cultivator Academy, but also a professor at Hogwarts. Despite the fact that this task tests the ability to understand the situation, this is only the first stage. The last thing Optimus said was that the harder it is, the easier it is. Of course, Kim didn't understand anything and thought Optimus was too old to learn. He wasn't sure that this lecture was supposed to help because now he has even more questions than at the beginning. In the comments of other students, he saw words about lightning breathing. It was not the first time Kim had heard about it. He did not know how to master this technique and became angry, first at himself and then at the professors at the academy. He didn't know what to do and destroy the dragon. Would he really not be able to come to the initial stage of the exam? Kim also noticed that he had completely used up all the important free coupons. The last hope was Professor Freed's lecture. He used the Christian sword Balmung and was the most famous dragon slayer. The dragon that helped him get the title of fighter was the Dragon of Destruction Fafnir. Dragon Slayer Freed began to tell that the key to defeating a dragon is its breath. The key task for anyone who wants to defeat dragons is to successfully dodge the dragon's breath. That's all Freed wanted to tell. Kim asked the professor to explain the characteristics of Fafnir and show another way to defeat this dragon. First of all, the dragon spews its breath where it is called. Almost all beginners forget this. So if you call Fafnir and quickly run away from this place, then the breath of the dragon will pass you by. This is a common trap for a dragon, but knowing this, you can easily evade its breath and save your own life. Freed said that there are mentally retarded students who can't even dodge the dragon's breath, so he will tell you another way to win. He said that to use this method, it is necessary to prepare a gold bar. When Kim prepared the gold, the professor said that dragons adore precious things and are very greedy creatures. So for this task, it is not necessary to have a bar of gold. Other jewels are also suitable. You need to call the dragon and throw the gold under his nose. After that, Fafnir will not immediately start using the breath because the gold can melt. So it doesn't matter how exactly you won, with the help of your skills or with the help of tricks. The main thing is to find the right solution. That was all Freyd wanted to say. If Kim wants to learn how to defeat other dragons, she can always watch his lectures on the website. The boy thought for a while. He realized that in order to defeat the dragon, initial capital is needed. He only had 5 attempts left to pass the first level and continue his journey to the rank of cultivator. He summoned the dragon and concentrated as he prepared to use his mind instead of his strength. He took out a gold bar and threw it in the dragon's face. The boy hoped it wasn't a joke from the professor. Perhaps Freyd agreed with the dragon that they would split the gold bar in half and both would make some easy money. But a similar plan worked. The dragon immediately became a calm pet and stopped using lightning breath. Kim was glad that everything worked out for him, and he did not turn into ashes. Now he can get down to business. But his happiness did not last long, because for an unknown reason, Fafnir got angry again and looked like he was going to destroy Kim. Professor Freed did not tell exactly about this. It seems that this grandfather was a friend of the dragon after all. Watching how Fafnir went mad with rage, Kim did not understand how this dragon could be perceived as an ordinary lizard. Very quickly, even without lightning breath, the dragon defeated the boy again. Even the gold didn't help. These lectures took so much time and still didn't get the boy any closer to passing the first stage of the practice exam. The only consolation was that the message came that the boy's progress had increased by another 3%. With time running out, Kim decided to continue his efforts to defeat this huge beast. Despite all his past defeats and numerous injuries to his arms and legs, the boy did not stop and continued to move forward. It was hard for him to even think about winning. All his energy went into dodging the lightning breath. The dragon was 10 times bigger than the boy and easily defeated him in these fights. This time he decided to break Kim's spine with his tail. Probably this shows that Fafnir is already completely bored. Realizing that it was already too late to evade this blow, Kim decided to get a kibisis. From this small bag he took out a gold bar and threw it forward. The dragon immediately turned his attention to the gold. During this time the boy managed to dodge, although he almost died from the blow of Fafnir's tail. It seemed that the dragon understood the tricks of the boy, and this made him even more angry. Had he guessed everything? As it turned out, the dragon was much smarter than it seemed and realized that it was not real gold, but a fake. Realizing that there was no choice, Kim again climbed into his magic bag and began to scatter, this time with real gold. The dragon was shocked by such generosity. For him, it was a real holiday, and he did not know what to do. Taking advantage of this weakness of the demon, Kim decided to use a great power that destroys mountains. He also remembered Professor Chiron's lectures and tried to use the magic of the incredible psi power that covers the entire universe. He was sure that with the help of magic and Laplace's spear, he would be able to pierce the armor of this demon and kill him. Kim used all his energy and did everything he could. At first, it seemed that this was enough to win. But only then did the boy realize that the demon was completely indifferent to these attacks. He felt the cold breath of the dragon on his back and guessed that he would not like what was going to happen next. A lot of blood immediately appeared around, which meant that the boy failed another attempt to pass the first stage. It seemed to Kim that he was very close to victory, but now he could barely move and was lying face down on the ground. He saw that his progress in some parameters increased, but this did not reassure him very much. If this continues, he will complete one course of lectures by the end of the free pass. Seeing that he had 3 more attempts to defeat the dragon, he decided to try again. A few days later, Kira met him in the training room and asked why he hasn't been raiding dungeons lately. Kim replied that he did not have time for this at all because he decided to focus on individual training. Of course, Kira did not believe him. She saw that he was still playing on his phone every day, so she said goodbye and said that she would return to sorting through the documents. Kim was upset that he failed the practice test and received a very low grade in the first discipline. The problem was that the progress of the lectures moves too slowly. The only option for fast progress is a real battle. When the boy analyzes all the studied material and successfully applies it in practice, then progress rises. The cultivator training exam takes place once every 3 days, so the boy waited for the next attempt. He wondered what tasks were waiting for him this time. It seems that the Cultivator Academy has come up with something interesting again. A red ball of fire suddenly appeared in his hand. It doesn't look like a demon. Maybe you can see the future in it. While Kim was trying to solve the mystery of this magical layer, an interesting character appeared behind him. He received a message on his phone that he should run away from the Dragon Kung and prevent him from getting a pearl called Lapura. He had an hour to complete this task. Dragon Khan is immune to any attack. Kim didn't immediately understand what was better, to run away from the terrible demon or to try to defeat it like last time. While he was thinking about it, the dragon immediately destroyed him. The first stage was failed very quickly. The system said that the boy's 5 main senses will be blocked, so it is necessary to destroy the Sphinx or survive. Until now, Kim did not understand what he should do. This training exam is like real puzzles. The guy said that maybe the right word is a person and immediately saw that his progress increased and the task was successfully completed. The 4th discipline of mana. If you do not fill the Pulsagari with enough mana, he will consider you food. Pulsagari is the god of beasts, a legendary animal with the body of a bear, the trunk of an elephant, the gases of a buffalo, and the paws of a tiger, which feeds on iron. Kim began to use his mana in the hope that it would help him pass this incomprehensible task. Realizing that his mana did not work, he began to cry and run away before being eaten alive. The 5th discipline tested mental strength. It was necessary to hold on for 30 minutes while listening to the siren's song. It was surprising because Kim loved listening to this music and he got through the first stage pretty quickly. He was able to pass the first level for the first time, and now he already dreamed of completely completing the training exam with victory. The next task again tested mental strength. It was necessary to listen to music from the world of the dead and Scandinavian mythology. A little later, the results were published, and Kim saw that he scored an average of 3 points out of a possible 100. Nevertheless, his progress in the lectures of the professors increased, and if everything continues at this pace, he will be able to complete 2 courses. He had 2 disciplines to choose from. Something like this had never been possible before. Were these some new privileges? Kim thought about it and began to actively think about what would be better for him to choose. Does he not understand that he will fail the exam anyway? Kira approached him and asked what happened to him because he has been looking very upset for several days in a row. Kim replied that everything is fine. There is no reason to worry. These are just some unpleasant moments in the learning process. With only 5 days of free use left, he can finish another course or go on a quick dungeon raid. He decided that it is better to act than to sit still, and it is not clear what to expect. The guy started getting ready for the raid, and his old acquaintance, Mentor, appeared on his phone. He scared the guy a lot, but he didn't apologize and asked how Kim was doing and what interesting things had happened all this time while they hadn't seen each other. The mentor said that he was very busy and that's why they haven't seen each other for a long time. Kim was not very happy to see this little obsessed mentor. Life was much easier for the boy without him. The mentor began to ask the boy what he had been doing all this time and what interesting things could he tell. Kira heard strange voices and asked the boy who he was talking to. Kim replied that she heard all this. He said that due to fatigue, he has a headache, and he urgently needs to go outside to breathe fresh air. As soon as Kim moved away from Kira, he immediately asked the mentor why he did not come to him earlier. The mentor began to make excuses and said that even without him, Kim could easily learn the material from the professor's lectures. Kim believed that all this was a lie and did not believe the words of this little scoundrel. He asked him to be honest. The mentor said that he was going to check the boy's profile and immediately return, but he was very upset. He said that it was all about Kim's level. He decided that the best thing would be to give the boy an opportunity to focus on the professor's courses. The free lecture period is quite short, and the consultations will only be useful if Kim can raise her current level. The mentor understood that he was wrong and had to warn the boy, so he started apologizing. Then he said it was time to check if Kim had missed any lectures and how well he had been training. He took out his phone and began to analyze the boy's results. The personal profile contained the entire history of Kim's progress. He did not like what the mentor saw. It seems from the expression on his face that Kim understood that the mentor was unhappy. Kim began to ask why the mentor was upset, and there was still no answer. Kim said that he listened to all 4 lectures, and it seems to him that he learned all this knowledge well. For some reason, the mentor continued to be even more surprised. He saw that there was a mistake of karma, although this cannot be. He said that the boy's initial level was too low and it was impossible to achieve such a big progress in 3 months. Even if these are only initial lectures, it still takes 3 times as much time as other students to study them. Kim did not see anything special in this and said that the training exam of cultivators helped him a lot. Then he decided to ask the mentor about the disciplines to choose from. What should he choose? The guy was also worried that there was no Cultivator Academy ID in his personal profile on the website. What to do about it? The mentor replied that it was necessary to do this when registering on the website, but it seems that Kim did not do it. The mentor took away his phone and began to analyze something again and said that he had never seen anything like this before. After 15 minutes of analysis, he said that there was no other choice but to contact the director of the Cultivator Academy. The mentor said goodbye and said that he had some business to do and asked Kim to focus on her exams. He promised that this time he will definitely return soon and resolved the issue regarding the disciplines to choose from. The mentor promised to return before the end of the free period and immediately disappeared. Kim was a little sad because he wanted to ask him a few more questions and didn't have time to do so. But if he said that he will return before the end of the free period, then soon they will meet again, and you cannot worry. The progress of one of the professor's courses has reached 100%. As soon as the course ends, Kim will fully master the spear whose power destroys mountains. The boy himself could not believe that he had mastered some knowledge so quickly. He looked at his lapless spear, then thought about trying to use this power right now. At first, he wasn't too sure about this idea, and as soon as he raised the spear, he immediately felt the energy of Sai. It became immediately clear that the great power was overwhelming the spear. As soon as he was convinced of his new capabilities, the system offered him to listen to the epilogue lecture. The master said that he did not think that the day when Kim would finish this course would come so soon. The master is sure that everyone who passed this course has changed a lot and can now use this limitless power. Now the students must learn the technique of wielding a spear and devote themselves fully to the path of becoming a cultivator. This path can be very difficult. There will be a desire to give up, and there will be moments when students will doubt whether this choice is right. That is why you need to believe that you have made the right decision and make sure to go forward. Speed is not important here. This is how the course of lectures on the power that destroys mountains was completed. After that, when Maria returned to the academy and met Kier, the girl was glad to see him and said that they needed to talk. She said that the application process for participation in the training exam for hunters begins today. Considering that Kim failed the cultivator training exam, he immediately agreed to the hunter training exam. Kira filled out the application form and said that the exam would start in 10 days. Kim began to think about who would win if he and Kira started fighting each other now. After that, the boy decided to ask her, how is the search for new students in the academy? Kira answered that she had been worried about this important question for a long time. How exactly will her grandfather behave with her new students? Will he come again to beat them all up? Kira said that she would somehow solve this question, but what she was most worried about was which professor to invite to the academy. Good academies have many professors so that each of them can teach their field of knowledge, but you don't want to hire all of them in a row, and there is no money for famous professors. The annual salary of a famous professor is approximately several $1,000s, and this is not the limit. Kim was amazed. Do famous professors really earn that much money? So they don't just leave professional hunters and open their own academies all for the sake of money. 3 days later, Kim tried again to pass the training exam at the Cultivator Academy. He scored 29 points out of a possible 700. Of course, this was a terrible indicator, and although he made significant progress in the lectures, he still had to finish Professor Chiron's course. At this time, the mentor got out of his phone. He appears again without warning. He greeted the boy and saw that Kim looked unhappy. Maybe something bad had happened? The guy explained that everything was fine, and he was waiting for the mentor to appear after the course. The mentor was surprised that Kim had finished his studies so quickly. The boy replied that he did not consider it a great achievement. Kim said that despite completing the course, he still failed to pass the practice exam. The mentor started shouting and said that he thinks they have big problems. He said that before reporting to the director that Kim did not have an ID, he decided to check the boy's personal information. And this is the main problem because the mentor did not find any information. That is, there is absolutely no information about Mr. Kim in the Academy of Professional Cultivators. That is, the boy is not an official student of the academy, and how is that even possible? Kim said that this could not happen. He had listened to all the lectures, and if he had not been a student of the academy, this could not have happened. The Cultivator Academy strictly controls membership. If you are not a student, you will not be able to watch the lectures. The mentor also did not understand how it happened. He told everything to the director, but even he did not help at all. In the academy, there have never been systemic errors, unless you change karma. The director said that there are traces of someone else's intervention, but who it is and how he did it are still unknown. Kim looked very upset. He asked, what would happen to him? Would he be forced to leave the Cultivator Academy? The mentor began to calm him down and said that there was a misunderstanding and there was no question of any exception. The problem arose from the side of the academy. Kim has nothing to do with it, so when it comes to problems, it is the academy that is meant. So Kim cannot worry. As the mentor said earlier, a member of the academy forever. So this unpleasant situation will not affect the boy in any way, and he can calmly continue doing what he was doing before. The period of free admission to the lectures was running out. Only 2 days remained. Kim decided to ask the mentor what he should do next. The curriculum of the academy is divided into 4 stages: introductory, elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Kim is currently at the entry level, and even after completing the training program, he still won't be a full-fledged cultivator. The mentor said that the boy needs to buy a free pass as soon as it expires and then take an individual course. He also recommended 2 new courses to train cultivators from the new professors. The mentor explained that at the initial stages of training, one should learn the most important nuances and only then move on to the concentration of mana and mastery of the spear. Kim listened carefully to the mentor and began to see how much it would cost to pay for the new course. He was immediately upset when he realized that he would have to pay a lot to continue his studies at the Cultivator Academy. The guy decided not to lose the moment and asked the mentor what karma is. For the academy, this is the cause, and for the students, the consequence. In a word, it is an obligation to each other. The mentor said that the only task of their academy is to help students become cultivators. Kim asked him for what reason they were doing this. The mentor looked away and thought. Then he replied that at the moment this is the maximum he can allow Kim to interfere with and the maximum he can tell. Only when the boy can reach significant heights, then he will understand the meaning of these words. And until that moment, the mentor promised to help and do everything in his power for the sake of Kim's progress. Kim also asked the mentor if there were many other students studying at the academy besides him. The mentor explained that it would be correct to ask if all the students of the academy are in the same dimension. Since the answer will be ambiguous, he cannot answer this question in simple words. Among all dimensions that use this academy, in the place with the largest number of cultivator students, 4 people. Within the country, there are 3 largest hunter academies: Isla, Hunter Mill, Gon. Each academy has a different specialization. If you want to learn magic, it's Ul. If you want to learn how to wield a weapon, it's Gon. If you don't know anything, go to Hunter Mill. The absence of any features also means the absence of cons. So a few days later, Kim and Kira went to Hunter Mill Academy to take the training exam to become a professional hunter. There were a lot of people in the academy, and Kim said that the feeling was completely different compared to the competition. The boy understood that compared to the competition, the size and financial investment in this training exam was on a different level. Now the boy was thinking only about how to earn money to buy a new free pass. It quickly became clear that in order to collect such a large amount of money, it would be necessary to take first place. He was surprised to see such a large number of participants. The competition will be at the highest level. Kira explained that this was normal for such a serious academy as Hunter Mine. She said that now it was time for him to go one-on-one against his rivals and wished him luck. While Kim was in line, he heard someone start fighting. Was this a fight before the exam? All participants were very excited, and any spark could light a real fire. Among those who remained calm no matter what, there was a student of Hunter Mill Academy, Hanchul. This conflict situation happened due to the fact that Hanchul was allowed to go first in line. But then, when some boys were explained that he was a student of the Hunter Mill Academy, they immediately calmed down. It was said that this will be the best training exam in history. And it is really true because Hanchul is among the top 3 specialists of the academy. Now, Kim had personally seen this young star of Hunter Mill Academy. Then he heard some young students arguing about the potential winner of the competition. Hanchul was considered the favorite. According to rumors, he is supported by the Order of Truth. And most importantly, this exam is held by his academy. And this means that the director of the academy could tell his student additional information. These disputes did not stop for a second. Everyone had their opinion and their favorite. Then everyone heard someone shouting very loudly and ordering to let him pass immediately. Kim also heard the commotion and turned his attention to the conflict. Looking at this boy, he did not understand why he had so many weapons, a sword, a spear, a bow. Would he really use all of these? This guy said that he is also a participant in the practice exam and showed his application for participation. He was ordered to stand in line, but this guy replied that Hanchul passed without standing in line, and he wanted to do the same. Other participants of the competition began to shout at this guy and tell him not to delay the queue. Soon the judges approached him and forcibly took him to the end of the queue. Kim calmly watched this and thought that Hunter Mill Academy was fun. The competition should be interesting. Pupils from different academies from all over the country really came here. It will be very difficult to win. This unknown boy continued to shout even at the end of the quarter and say that it is not fair. Very soon, interesting races began at the Hunter Mill Academy Stadium. It's time to meet a boy named Dosok. He is preparing to become a hunter in the 2nd Division Academy. He believed that he was on the same level with the talents of such giants as Hunter Mill, Al, and Gon. If you ask why only the 2nd Division, then the answer will be simple. It's all because of money. People tried to comfort the boy and said that it is better to become the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon, but he does not agree with them. In his opinion, if you become a dragon's tail, you can fight dragons, and if you become a snake's head, you will have to compete with snakes. He decided to take part in the training exam and plunge into the world of real professionals. The Hunter Mill training exam, excluding the test part, includes 5 disciplines of a professional hunter. The first item is endurance, a simple task where everyone must run 3 kilometers in 5 minutes. At first, Dosok thought Kim was a stupid weakling, but they were running for the 15th time and there was no one left besides them. So he had only to recognize this guy who runs at the same level as him. Dosok tried to do everything to overtake his opponent and win this task. Everyone had their own motivation. Kim thought about how important it was for him to win in order to get money for his studies. Dosok felt his heavy breathing and pleasure filling every cell of his body. He finished the first test with a time of 5 minutes and 12 seconds. The boy was satisfied that he had made the right choice and started fighting dragons instead of snakes. Dosok extended his hand forward and congratulated his battle rival on his victory. Kim continued to run, but Dosok was not upset because thanks to him he got a good grade. Kim did not pay attention to anything and thought about how easy these tests are for him. Later, in the sports hall, the boys were surprised by what they saw. They watched Kim lift a very heavy barbell and thought that he might be a demon instead of a human. It was easy for the boy. He's trained to lift big monsters, so he looks very confident now. When everyone saw that the bar was bent from the load, there was no doubt that Kim was a demon. The boy thought that these were easy tasks and was glad that the daily training strengthened his body. Maybe it's all thanks to Optimus's lectures. The boy was wondering what will happen when he passes the Hercules lecture course. Many students took the strength test at the same time, and not all of them were able to complete it successfully. But there were those who did not yield to Kim's performance. For example, Hanchul also showed a good result and went to rest. Seeing this, almost no one was surprised. After all, this is a student of Hunter Mill Academy. In fact, for students above the intermediate level, this exam is not very important. The 3 strongest students took part in the competition just to warm up and to confirm the prestige of their academies. But this time, everything was more interesting. An unknown guy approached Hanchul and advised him to look more closely at a participant named Kim. It was again a man in a black cloak whose name was Koss, according to Kim, a very underrated talent. Koss supported Hanchul in all competitions without taking anything in return, spoke only when necessary, remained silent at other times. Hanchul remembered that he heard Kim's name before after the situation with the dungeons. Today they also saw each other before the competition. He did not see anything special in the boy. It seems that he will soon change his opinion about Kim. Hanchul saw the surprise of the other participants when the scores for the first endurance competition were announced. As it turned out, Kim is in first place at the moment. Hanchul is only in third place. The difference between him and Kim is 11 points, which is quite a difference between the two students. And I didn't understand how he could not be the first. And I also didn't know the student who took the second place. He began to reassure himself that some students might be strong in endurance, but weak in other disciplines. But after a few hours, nothing has changed. The test of strength showed that Kim is again in first place, and Hanchul is in third place. Now Hanchul was really starting to worry. Could he really win this competition? Koss approached him and said that there was no need to do anything, just watch what Kim was doing. The third discipline of using mana is to hit the shield, after which the power impulse of each participant will be calculated. Of course, thanks to Merlin's course, Kim understood how mana worked, but he was not sure of victory. Gradually, the participants passed this exam one by one. It was Lisa's turn. Lisa is a student at Eileen's Combat Academy. Kim has heard about her many times and was a fan of her. It was her turn, so the girl prepared to use the power of mana. Kim has never seen fire mana before. It looks like it represents one of the best academies in the country for a reason. The guy looked at her as if enchanted. The power of mana is definitely one of her strengths. It was a very strong individual performance, and she is currently in first place. Kim saw that Lisa could even change the form of mana and understood what real magic meant. The judge told the girl that she had one more try, and she replied that she didn't need it. After she finished the test, the judge announced that the next contestant was Kim. It was at this moment that I personally met Liza and saw her up close. When they passed each other, Lisa barely smiled. It was something like a hint that she will now carefully observe and see what this young student is capable of. Kim was not very confident in this test and decided to try to show everything he was capable of. He could not care about the power that destroys mountains. The main task was to focus only on Merlin's mana. Everyone was closely watching this guy because they knew that he unexpectedly became one of the favorites of the tournament. Kim used his lapless spear and something unexpected happened. A powerful energy wave almost destroyed the judge. The audience watched it carefully. Lisa was incredibly surprised. She had never seen anything like this before, but Kim was no less surprised than she was. After all this happened, for a while no one uttered a word. There was absolute silence. The results were immediately updated and everyone saw that Kim took first place again. After that, the device that forms the shield was broken. The exam had to be temporarily stopped due to repairs. After everything was fixed, the competition continued, and the final results were announced. Spectators could not believe their eyes. Students of the best academies of the country do not take either first or second place. Everyone also could not understand who Kim is and where he even came from. Only then did everyone realize that this is the same guy who solved the problem of the dungeon and single-handedly defeated the 6th-level demon. Kira carefully watched the boy and was also surprised because she did not expect such a strong student. This year, the level of participants is very high. It seems that the level of difficulty of the exam for a professional hunter will have to be reconsidered. Until now, everyone was shocked that Hanchul started the competition so weakly, especially considering that it was held in his academy. Everyone was wondering if there are students at Hunter Mill Academy who are ready to compete with Kim. Kira watched the standings and was proud of her student. He is truly incredible. Meanwhile, the boy tried not to pay attention to the extra noise and was preparing for the continuation of the exam. Yes, he understood that the training exam was made in an incredible way, but he remained calm. What surprised him the most was his own mana power. It seems he underestimated his abilities. The sacred spear that was rumored to have killed Jesus turned out to be a legendary weapon with incredible functionality. The problem is that, to begin with, you need to learn all the nuances about this weapon because Kim only knows the publicly available legend. He guessed that the Holy Spear has the ability to ignore the mana shield, and this is already expensive. Suddenly he was distracted from these thoughts. The boy turned around and saw that an unknown student was singing songs and dancing. Then he recognized this guy. This is the same student who wanted to pass faster than everyone before the exam. So this is the same guy who was then taken by the hand and dragged to the very end of the line. This guy also recognized Kim and ran over to meet the practice exam superstar in person. This guy was very polite. He said he was glad to meet Kim and gave his name. As it turned out, this guy's name is Minor. He was the one who took second place in all disciplines all this time. Kim realized that this guy has a strange personality and is not really going to fight or show his claims. 5 minutes later, the judge told the students that a raid on the dungeon would soon begin and that everyone should prepare. The judge also said that the dungeon will be created with the help of augmented reality. The fourth discipline of the 100 mil training exam is a dungeon raid, and the main evaluation criterion is the time spent in the raid. It also became known that the opponent that will have to be destroyed in the raid is 10 nursels. Kim met these demons, so he immediately began to cut them like slices of pizza. He destroyed most of the demons quite quickly and wondered why Nursel had to be defeated in this exam. Even if the monsters are created in augmented reality 1 star below the real ones, it's still too hard level. Not all demons were destroyed, so there was no time to think about philosophy. This time, everything is completely different. Of course, there is a big difference between a real Nartsil and an augmented reality Nartsil. Even after realizing this, the boy felt that he was on a completely different level at the moment. 3 months ago, he was a nobody. He worked every day to survive and was an ordinary person fighting for his life. But after becoming a student of the Cultivator Academy, meeting Kyr, he felt how his life began to change. Kim did not want to show off because he understood that the path to becoming a professional cultivator was long and difficult. But maybe in the future, he will become the best professional hunter in the world. He completed the dungeon raid discipline with the best score. Everyone around looked at him as a real superhero. That's how quickly an ordinary guy's life can change. Not everyone was delighted with his success. There were students who envied his talent. Now, he is the favorite for the first place. If he is not disqualified, no one will want to participate in competitions in which there is already a winner. Minor again took second place and was upset that even this time he could not win. Hanchol was also very confident at the beginning of the competition, but now all his confidence has disappeared. Minor was quite a strange guy. Despite the competition in the exam, he was very friendly towards Kim. After getting to know each other better, Kim decided to ask why Minor took so many weapons with him. The guy explained that no one taught him how to master the art of fighting, so he learned everything himself. Kim was surprised. Does one of the favorites of the competition not have a coach and trains on his own? A self-taught person is someone who studies independently and does not belong to any professional academy. There are many such cases, and almost all of them concern students who have no money. Kim said that any academy would like to have such a guy. Minor replied that he would rather be independent. In fact, he has one teacher, but he does not know that Minor is his student. The guy did not have time to tell this story because the judge intervened and said that there was an unexpected problem. All students who came to the practice exam immediately tensed up. For some reason, Nanchol looked the calmest. Maybe he knows what the problem is. The judge explained that the people appointed as a jury could not come due to unforeseen circumstances. As soon as Professor Huntermill was on his way to the academy, a rupture occurred in the dungeon. As it turned out, it was a 10th level dungeon, so the academy professors had no choice but to personally intervene. The judge said that an urgent meeting was being held and asked the students to wait for the results. It is obvious that this is done by the order of truth, and the problem is that it threatens to stop the training exam. Hansel decided to appeal to the judge and said that the method of conducting the exam should be changed. The last discipline is a test of combat power. You can save the goal and conduct this stage in the format of a tournament between students. The judge said that there is meaning in these words, but it will be difficult to put into practice. Many people participate in the Hunter Mill practice exam, so it takes a lot of time to run the tournament. Hanchol proposed to hire Class A professional hunters instead of judges. This can be done immediately. He explained that this is the best opportunity to continue the practice exam and not sit and wait for the unknown. The guy also offered the option of holding a tournament where only those who apply will participate. The exam is now broadcast nationwide, and if not continued, it could deal a major blow to the academy's reputation. The judge listened to all these proposals of the young student and thought, of course, this was a cunning plan by Hanchol. He didn't particularly care about the prestige of his academy. He just wanted to defeat Kim. He dreamed that all the achievements of this young talent would pass to him after the victory. Let even the victory in the training exam remain with Kim. But in the eyes of people, it will be Hanchol who will be the new hero. Other titled disciples of various influential academies began to support the proposal. Even Minor began to smile and said that this was a really interesting offer, at least better than nothing. He turned to Kim and asked if he would participate in this. At that moment, absolute silence reigned in the room. Everyone was wondering what the favorite of the exam would answer to this proposal. The guy said that one way or another, it will not be a scheduled exam, so an additional reward should be charged for the victory. Soon, the competition of strength began. 15 students were entered, including all the main stars. The audience was satisfied. They are waiting for a real battle of titans live. The winner of the first battle was a student of the Gaon Hunter Academy named Dawn. Soon, Lisa also won her personal battle. She used fire magic and burned her opponent alive. Hanchol understood that this was his chance and also started a contest of strength to defeat a student from an unknown academy. All of them thought about only one thing: how to reach the finals and destroy the main favorite of the competition, Kim. But the guy was absolutely not worried about this. He was happy that the reward for the victory was increased and now you can earn a lot of money. He understood that in part he had already won the first place, and if he won the contest of strength, he would earn even more money. Even if he buys himself a free pass to the Cultivator Academy, he'll still have plenty left. To be honest, the trio of students from the main academies didn't really bother him. He was sure that he would defeat them. But Kim understood that there is one person at these competitions with whom it will be very difficult to fight. Oddly enough, he had Minor in mind. He also started the contest with a sure win thanks to his weapon combo. Kim knew that usually professional hunters use only one type of weapon, but Minor always had at least 8 different types of weapons on his back. Could he really use them all? Despite his strange character, he was a true professional and performed very confidently in various disciplines. When he wasn't going to kill other students, he was winning because of his unpredictability in the moment of battle. At first, he picked up a sword, and if it did not help him, he immediately switched to another type of weapon. Just yesterday, this guy was completely unknown to the audience, and today he has become one of their favorites. His virtuoso mastery of various weapons made one fall in love with him. Even the main favorite of the tournament watched his performances and analyzed his fighting method. The fight with him cannot be easy because it is not known what to expect from him. He does not fight according to a pattern. This is the style that develops in those who have not received the standard training of a hunter, just like Kim. The boy wondered if it was possible that Minor was also studying at the Academy of Professional Cultivators. Kim remembered his mentor's words that there were 4 people of Earth among the students of the Cultivator Academy. He also mentioned that Minor talked about the teacher who does not know that he has a student. Maybe he meant the video lecture? Professors don't know who is watching their lectures, so anything can happen. Of course, Kim understood that he was probably wrong, but he had enough reasons for doubt. The announcer said that the last match was really fierce and spectacular, and after Minor's victory, it was time for the next battle between very skilled students. The announcer said that it was time for the fight that the audience wanted to see so much. He asked to congratulate the best student of the Ale Hunter Academy, the aggressive and uncompromising Lisa. After that, the announcer made a short pause and said that her opponent will be a student who has become a new star among students. This is the first student in the history of the Hunter Meal Training Exam to consistently score 100 points in every competition, Kim. Lisa is a real genius. This is not an exaggeration because she has abilities that go beyond the definition of genius. She is among the 5 strongest students of Eiley Academy, and her talent was recognized by the successor of the Devil, Mrs. Jimin, a genius warrior and professor of magic. The girl believed that Hunter Mill's practice exam deliberately lowered her rating. In her opinion, if the competition had been held at Eiley Academy, the results would have been completely different. But no matter what, she was now up against the favorite of the training exam and was going to destroy him with her magic. But what happened next was hard to believe. Kim remained very calm and destroyed the attack of her magic fire. Magical power is the strongest side of the girl. With its help, she always defeated her rivals. The moment when Kim stopped this attack with one swing of his spear, he himself could not believe that he succeeded. But real surprise was visible on Liza's face. She started shouting that it was impossible and thought that someone had helped the boy. She had never seen any of the other students manage to match her magic. Lisa thought that there were 2 different ways Kim could destroy the magic: by pushing mana or by learning the law of the mage and using a spell. In fact, Kim only thought about what would happen if he waved the spear and saw that it did indeed stop Liz's magic. Only now did he begin to guess that his spear had some special effect, so he had to figure it out. With the money he will receive for winning the training exam, Kim decided to buy an additional weapon and compare it to a spear. But it is still too early to dream about future achievements because his opponent was very angry and prepared a new attack. She used her mana again to create a magical attack called a fire arrow. Kim concentrated and tried to focus his attention on breathing and remembering everything he knew about protection against magic. Soon he raised his spear and masterfully began to deflect Lisa's fiery arrows with it. The girl was not going to give up and continued to attack. She increased her pressure in the hope that she would be able to win due to the number of fire arrows. But all this had no effect. Kim dodged all her attacks like a Neo from the Matrix. She did not understand what to do. She had never had to fight against such a strong and powerful opponent. Realizing that it made no sense, she threw her spear to the ground and fell to her knees before the mighty warrior. She couldn't defeat him and didn't know why she even came out to fight against him. It was a shame for Liz. Kim walked up to her, placed his spear on her shoulder and said he had won, then smiled. Lisa thought that he was a real monster, and the announcer loudly announced that the winner of this fight was Kim from the Dream Academy. Then the announcer said that the next fight will be a confrontation between two real warriors, Dawn versus Minor. Unexpectedly for everyone, this fight was very equal, a fierce battle of young students. Of course, the fighters thought otherwise. Dawn said that he was much stronger, and the victory should go to him. Minor did not answer anything and focused exclusively on the fight. It was obvious that he was having a hard time, but he did not give up. Dawn was surprised that yesterday's unknown student is performing so powerfully in the practice exam today. His self-confidence did not always help. Suddenly, Minor seized the initiative and began to attack dangerously. He used many types of weapons, thereby preventing his opponent from concentrating. In this match, he even used additional blades that come out of his hand as if he were a wolverine. Not focusing on one thing, he constantly changed the style of his attacks and weapons. He was already using nunchucks. Dawn could not help but pay attention to this. He understood that if this continued, the advantage would be on the side of his opponent. It was a very close fight, and the spectators were happy. It is always more interesting to watch a fight of equal fighters than a total beating. Feeling his strength, Minor began to attack even more actively and delivered a powerful blow to Dawn's stomach. It was difficult to withstand such a blow. Dawn immediately fell to the ground and threw away his weapon. He could not breathe and lowered his head. The announcer loudly announced that another sensation happened at the training exam. Minor was the winner of this fight. Dawn was not happy with this result of the fight. He started shouting that it was against the rules and no one fights like that. He shouted that he was not going to accept this result and considered the fight invalid. The audience immediately began to discuss this. The majority believed that the strategy is not very important, and the main thing is that the winner really speaks. Kim watched the fight silently on TV and was sure that Dawn would have lost even if Minor had fought without a weapon. In his opinion, strategy and the choice of weapons are not important. The main thing is intelligence and the level of martial arts. Hanchul also watched this match. He was disappointed and thought that now it is clear why the Order of Truth did this. They weren't just watching one student, Kim and Minor. The Truth Order was interested in both of them. When Kos said that there was no need to do anything but watch Kim, there was no second context. The real purpose of the Order of Truth was to organize a fight between Kim and Minor. Is Minor really a member of the Order of Truth? Hanchul was sure of this. Otherwise, no matter how talented and self-taught you are, you will not be able to destroy the best fighters of the best academies. The announcer began to announce the next match, in which the owner of strength as strong as iron will take part, who wants to protect the honor of Hunter Mill. Meanwhile, Hanchul thought that he was only asked to observe and did not know how best to start the battle. His opponent will be the main character of today's competition who destroys everyone who stands in his way. Hanchul was dissatisfied and believed that the Order of Truth had planned all this and was trying to make living meat out of him. He decided that he would not obediently follow the plans of the Order of Truth and would do what he wanted himself. The referee told both students that they could begin the duel. Hanchul immediately took out his sword and activated his mana power. Kim also did not wait for the second invitation, so he raised his spear and prepared for battle. He knew that before him was the best student of Hunter Mill Academy. This is not an opponent to be relaxed and smile with. At this level, one mistake can cost you a life. As soon as the match began, the audience immediately understood that this could be one of the most interesting battles at the competition. The strength of the students was so great that the energy wave pushed them both several meters back. Kim remembered how important it was for him to win and get the money, so he couldn't lose this fight. Hanchul realized that Kim's weapon does not have the power of an aura sword, but for some reason it easily blocks his aura sword. She doesn't just block blows, she doesn't let power through at all, as if ignoring it. Most likely, the reason for such a high score on the Hunter Mill training exam is in Kim's special weapon. So Hanchul realized that his main task is to avoid weapons, and the difference in abilities will almost completely disappear. After analyzing this whole situation, he immediately began to look more confident and thought that now he could win. Hanchul continued to attack without giving Kim a single second to rest, which is to be expected because Hanchul is a real talent. Kim was focused because I understand that his opponent is stronger than all the other students with whom he had to fight. Right now, Kim's strategy was to defend and deflect the sword aura's dangerous blows. For now, it was too early to think about attacking because Hanchul attacked relentlessly. It is not for nothing that he is called one of the 3 most promising students of Huntermill. It is impossible to believe that a two-handed sword, which is inferior in effectiveness in high-speed combat, can deliver such a swift attack. The announcer asked the audience to support the fighters because history is being made before their eyes. Kim decided to give 100% to win, even if it would take all his energy. He began to recall the lectures of the magic masters at the Cultivator Professional Academy. Hanchul had not seen such tricks before. He did not understand what the matter was and what his opponent planned to do. It's Kim's turn to start his attack. You can no longer think only about defense. To win, you have to give everything you have. The strength of the aura of both fighters was incredible. It was difficult to determine a favorite. You will not envy the judges. Kim kept calm and showed with all his appearance that he was confident of his victory. On the contrary, Hanchul began to worry because his best attacks did not help to win, and now he felt that Kim's aura had changed. Until recently, his aura was like a calm wave, helping him keep his balance and change his strategy easily. But now she seemed to be completely permeated with heat, similar to the eruption of a volcano. A few minutes ago, Hanchul was constantly attacking and not letting Kim breathe, but now the situation has changed. Hanchul went into deep defense, and Kim now plays the role of a predator chasing his prey. The guy thought that Hanchul was rude, clumsy, and strong, in a word. Simple. Compared to Huntermill's high-level swordsmanship and mana accumulation technique, his movements are more like a normal sword swing. Kim was going to seize the moment and show his opponent what true strength and fighting power was. There was a very loud explosion. For several seconds, the audience could not understand who won and whether the battle continues. It was a powerful blow from Kim that made Hanchul fly back several meters. Hanchul didn't understand why it was so difficult for him to cope with the simple swings of the spear that Kim used. It's not just the weapon that's the issue, as Kim didn't even use the sword's aura power to begin with. Hanchul wondered what would happen if his opponent decided to use this ancient technique. For a moment, life stopped for Hanchul. He looked at Kim and realized that this situation is very similar to what happened to him in the past. It is exactly the same as when he met her, this unusual girl, several years ago, when he fell to his knees in front of her after she broke his sword and felt incredibly weak. She didn't understand how such a fool could be considered one of the most talented students at Huntermill Academy. The same first meeting with Patricia has been haunting him in night terrors for several years now. It was difficult for him to remember it. He immediately felt that terrible despair that he would never forget. Hanchul was very angry and couldn't believe how these two people could look at him so condescendingly. He believed that no one has the right to look at him like that because he is Hanchul, one of the most talented fighters of Huntermill Academy and a future professional hunter. So gathering all his anger, all his will, and all his strength, he ran forward no matter what. All he wanted now was for Kim to die and for people watching this fight to recognize him as the best warrior. But all these screams and emotions did not affect Kim in any way. He remained as calm as a boa constrictor. Then the real action began. The audience was amazed to see that the huge sword of Hanchul was completely broken. A few seconds later, Hanchul was on his knees in front of Kim. It seems that all his aggression and emotional charge did not help him win this fight. The announcer officially announced that Kim from Manga Academy is entering the finals of Huntermill Academy's training exam. Minor watched these events in the waiting room. The time had come when these two young and yesterday unknown students would fight in the finals. Judging by Minor's face, he was happy and satisfied, as if he dreamed of fighting Kim. Spectators, meanwhile, actively discussed the past match. They called Kim a legend and did not expect that he could destroy the best student Huntermill. No one could understand who would win in the final of the practice exam. The chances were about equal. Very soon, the battle of two new stars will begin, which burst forward like rockets, leaving behind Huntermill, Gaon, and Ile. Minor was happy. He said that he dreamed of fighting in the final against Kim. It looks like we are in for an amazing battle. Approaching his opponent, Kim said that he did not expect that Minor had a teacher. Minor replied that in fact his teacher did not know that he had a student. Kim asked to tell about it in more detail. These words angered Minor. He asked Kim why this information and immediately began to look aggressive. Kim replied that maybe he knew someone who taught Minor. Maybe they even studied with the same professor. Kim was not in a hurry, but he was already thinking about telling about the Cultivator Academy right away so that Minor would understand. But he decided not to say this because if Minor is not a student of the Cultivator Academy, then everything will end in a misunderstanding. The guy understood that even if they both study at the same academy, they are not friends at all, but rivals. Now he cannot understand how Minor will react, so there is no need to lay the cards on the table first. Kim said that teacher Minor could turn out to be a true professional cultivator. Minor was surprised. He did not understand how Kim knew all this, and who is he anyway? Kim said that the best option would be for the loser to answer the winner's question. Minor did not really trust this proposal. He wanted to hear guarantees that the answer would turn out to be true. As soon as Kim answered that there are no guarantees in this case, the judge immediately ordered the boys to start the final match. What everyone had been waiting for so long. It started. The audience held their breath and anxiously waited for the special effects. And then everyone began to wonder instead of starting a super fight with a lot of blood and broken bones, but the fighters did not move. Kim immediately understood that his opponent was strong in confusion and was in no hurry to take active actions. Minor tried to analyze his opponent, but he could not see any weaknesses. Realizing that Kim was a really strong opponent, he took out his sword and ran forward. Seeing that Minor was holding a sword in his hands, Kim realized that given the opponent's fighting method, he would constantly change weapons. So the boy decided to give 100% from the very beginning and try to break Minor's defense. Yes, it was nice to watch. Like a real ancient Roman gladiator duel in the Colosseum. The power of the spear was much stronger than the power of the sword, so Minor's first weapon was destroyed, and the boy barely managed to dodge. The match did not start in the best way for him. In past matches, everything was much easier. Seeing this, Kim realized that if his opponent had thought a little slower, he would have died by now. Minor wasn't going to give up and wanted revenge for the broken sword. He started firing dozens of arrows at Kim. There was very little time to react. The boy did not have a shield, so it was necessary to invent another way for protection. This turned out not to be a problem for him. Kim began to swing his spear and deflect the arrows. One got the impression that Minor enjoys this fair and equal battle and respects his opponent. He realized that Kim's weapon is really very interesting. Thanks to it, he is still alive. Minor decided to ask if he won the fight. Would Kim be able to tell him about his spear? Being sure of his victory, Kim replied that it was not a problem, but the victory would go to him. In response, Minor just started laughing. That's how it is, a battle in the final without hating each other. The two students sluggishly started the battle, and now the real mortal combat began. Not only the audience was happy, Minor said that his opponent is really very cool. They continued to fight, and absolutely no one in the stadium could guess who would win. Kim was surprised. His opponent does not hesitate to use techniques that can be considered as breaking the rules. Also, Minor does not act like he is not trying to win at all. One gets the impression that he is completely unconcerned by the jokes about him from the fans from the stands, nor the fact that all his magic tricks don't work. It seems that this guy is really as strange as he seems. Does he really have no teacher with his talent? Kim decided to take a break during the fight and asked if Minor wanted to beat him. Minor said he really did. Kim said that he absolutely does not feel the desire to win from his opponent. Minor did not understand anything. He replied that he incredibly wanted to win and win this training exam, otherwise he would not have fought. And then this strange guy explained that he won't be upset even if he loses. The fans didn't really like the fact that instead of a real fight, they were watching the students' dialogue. They didn't pay for the tickets at all. Minor smiled and said that his significance will not decrease because others will condemn him. After listening to this most brilliant phrase in the history of mankind, Kim fell silent for a while. As if understanding what his opponent meant, Kim looked into his eyes and smiled. If you look more closely at this world, you can understand that it is not as beautiful as it seems to us. The struggle for existence, the strong eats the weak. Even the laws of nature force you to disappear if you have no strength. That is why we always have to adjust ourselves if we do not want to disappear. If we don't want to fall behind others, we must become better today than yesterday, and tomorrow become better than today. Minor's philosophical words made Kim remember the Buddha's lecture he once heard. This monk asked the boy if he gave his mind a chance to free itself from thoughts at least once in his life. Did he leave all thoughts behind, looking at the world from a completely different angle? This monk will tell you a story that happened during the introduction of hard service in the dimension called Earth. This story happened in ancient times when the Buddha still bore the human name of Gautama. When he had not received the title of Buddha, he served as an ordinary monk and lived a simple life. One sunny spring day, young Gautama saw children who had a running competition. These little kids, for some unknown reason, kept competing, and all the time one kid came in last place. But to Gotham's great surprise, this kid who was constantly losing was always smiling. A young novice monk was interested in this and decided to approach this little boy. He asked the child why he runs. The boy replied that he likes it. After thinking for a few minutes, Gautama asked if it was difficult to keep running. The little boy answered that running is difficult, but for a short time you can switch to normal steps. He said he doesn't care if others can overtake him. His finish is different from others. Gautama pointed to a tree and asked the boy what he thought about finishing near that tree. The boy replied that it is possible for someone this is the finish line, but for him it is just a passing point. The conversation ended, and the little boy ran on to play with his friends and went on to finish last in the competition. But many years after that, news reached the monk that this boy had won the biggest running competition in the country. At that time, the monk thought that life is a tower built with difficulty. He thought that accumulating efforts step by step, you build your own life for yourself. That is why the monk went through hard service again and again, trying his best to build the perfect tower. But after silently listening to the words of this child, he thought that in reality, it is not necessary for the tower to be perfect. And sometimes you can even let it fall. Few people think about it at least once in their life. Our world is full of competition. If you don't get better every day, you will be destroyed. If you fall behind, you will disappear. Natural selection. The strong destroys the weak. That is why Kim worked hard every day, and it seemed to him that in his rapid progress he was not inferior to others. This applied to both his work and his studies, and continued for many years. But the further he went, the more anxious he felt, and he began to understand that he had become fixated on the Cultivator Academy. He was under pressure and felt he had to try harder, in order not to be destroyed, to keep up with others, not to be overtaken, and to survive in the competition. This constant monotonous process seemed to never end. At that moment, looking at Minor, the boy realized how similar he was to the little boy whom the Buddha met. His significance will not fall from what others think of him. For him, it is only a passing point. Only now can Kim partially understand the meaning of that Buddha's lecture. It's surprising that he never thought about it before. It seems that really important things always take time to understand. Kim decided to use his magic pouch and hid his main weapon in it. Soon he got an ordinary wooden spear with which he began his training. Minor looked at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Maybe it was some kind of prank. Kim smiled and said that he hoped Minor wouldn't see these actions as Kim looking down on him. Minor replied that he doesn't think so at all, but he wants to understand why Kim did it. In his opinion, with this magical spear, Kim would definitely win and take first place. It's true, with the holy spear, Kim would easily win if he just had to defend himself against the counterattacks. He still wants to win just as much. And he also knows that winning with weapons is also a necessary skill. Kim recalled Minor's words that what other people think of you doesn't matter. And it will also be correct to say that the significance will not rise if others praise you. Only you yourself determine your worth. The rest of the world is completely unimportant. Minor was delighted. The behavior of his opponent really deserved respect. The guy said that Kim turned out to be much better than he could have thought. Without thinking long, Minor began to throw almost all his weapons on the floor. He looked at Kim and said that he respected his behavior and wanted to show his respect in return. That was why he discarded almost all of his weapons and left only one long knife. Minor began to say that the only thing his master had taught him was that winning was the most important thing. Kim smiled back at him, his master teaching him the same. Now the battle changed a bit. Kim fought with a normal wooden spear, and Minor no longer used many types of weapons. Soon they must decide who is the best among them after all, and who should win the Hunter Mill training exam. As it turned out, Minor learned very well how to use a knife. He smiled and thereby showed his confidence in his own abilities. It was very difficult for Kim. He suffered a few minor cuts, but tried desperately to defend himself. If he had a holy spear, he would easily repel these attacks, but now Minor is a real threat to him. As if feeling that now the chances are equal, Minor tried to attack more and more and not take steps back. The peculiarity of his rapid attacks is his extreme mobility and flexibility, which are difficult to adapt to. Kim tried his best to stop these dangerous attacks, sometimes at the cost of his own health. Now he defended and retreated more often. Without the power of the holy spear, his level became much lower. Kim noticed an interesting thing. As soon as he accepted the possibility of defeat, his body immediately felt lighter. He understood that he does not have to win. Nothing terrible will happen if he loses. But for the sake of victory, He will sincerely give 100%. He noticed that the process of battle had never brought him so much pleasure. Without worrying about the result, he began to enjoy the moment. This is exactly what Buddha taught. As soon as you stop clinging to material things, you immediately become free. Minor understood this principle a long time ago, which is probably why he was able to get so far in the practice exam. The guys fought so actively that the dust rose from the ground into the air and almost nothing was visible. Taking a few steps back, Kim immediately tried to cover his face with his hand so that the dirt would not get into his eyes. He almost completely lost sight of his opponent. This can add to the difficulties. Soon, Minor completely dissolved into the air. Like a member of the League of Shadows, he became invisible. Does he really know how to use a technique as high as the cloaking technique? Although it is unlikely that he would have time to bring the mastery of this technique to the ideal it should be used. Without concentration, he keeps disappearing from view. Kim thought that this was Minor's last winning move. But Kim also had his tricks. He decided to use the mana he had been accumulating all this time. But suddenly he remembered all those moments of Minor's fight that he watched in the waiting room. Before his eyes, there were many moments from which it was possible to analyze the technique of his opponent. It was his weapon change technique, large-scale arrow attack, and concealment technique. Remembering all these moments, Kim thought, is he going to do the right thing now? It's not that he's confident, it's just that watching Minor's free fighting style made him realize something. He realized how limited his own fighting style had been all this time. Learning is always great, but if learning becomes a habit, it can become an obstacle to self-expression. Because, be that as it may, learning remains knowledge received from another person. How long will you be able to claim that you are doing great, using the knowledge obtained by other people? Sooner or later, every soldier will have a moment when training alone will not be enough. Learned knowledge should become only a way for self-expression, not the other way around. Kim understood that he was releasing his own mana, not the mana of the professors, and that it was necessary to use his own method. So instead of using someone else's, the guy decided to create his own. But the basis for something of your own should be the knowledge of the professors, the experience of Merlin, the awareness of Chiron, the enormous power of the Bulgs, and the spiritual understanding of the Buddha. Kim concentrated on all this knowledge and for a second forgot that he was holding an ordinary wooden spear in his hands. He channeled his inner strength and experience into creating a truly majestic force. As soon as he created an aura blade, all the spectators in the stadium immediately took out their phones to capture it on camera. Even hunters who have devoted tens of years to training are not capable of such a thing. Everyone who watched this match at this moment wondered one question. How could an ordinary student summon an aura blade? It looked truly amazing. The aura blade was golden in color and it added to the beauty of the moment. The boy's eyes also turned golden. It seemed as if he had become a god. Minor held his breath and couldn't say anything. It was the first time he had seen such comprehensive power and magical superiority. The aura blade was a few millimeters away from him, so the boy could not do anything. Kim was inescapable. Kim decided not to strike the final blow and stopped the aura strike at the last moment. His face showed confidence and understanding of what he had just done. But it was also interesting to look at Minor. The boy showed sincere respect for his opponent with all his looks. After a short pause, Minor loudly declared himself defeated, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Soon, Koss entered Master Kali's office and reported that Kim was the winner of the training exam. "It's not too bad, Kalia," he asked his assistant if he saw any distortion. Koss replied that he saw the distortion, but did not think that it was really something dangerous. He also reported that Kim unexpectedly changed his weapon and used an aura blade during the battle. Kalia replied that this was not expected and asked him to keep a close eye on the boy. Koss did not understand anything and decided to ask why they should do this. Due to the destruction of the dungeon, the association began a full investigation, and now it became an obstacle to the plan planned by the Order of Truth. That is why Koss does not understand why to do everything for one person. Soon seeing that Master Kalia was unhappy, Koss immediately apologized for his behavior. In this simple way, without saying a word, Kalia made people apologize. Later, he went down to the dungeons to see the Apostle to talk about the recent dungeon distortions. Kalia reported that this situation was successfully resolved and a guy named Kim helped to do it. Kalia understood that the Apostle already knows about this situation, but why does he ask who exactly solved this problem? The Apostle ordered Kalia to carefully follow everything that Kim does because it could be very important. Kalia looked at the Apostle and asked him if he could know the reason why he was following Kim. It seems that the Supreme Master did not like this question very much, so he immediately let Kali feel the force of his pressure. He knows that Kalia has one of the strongest positions among all the successors of the Apostle of Chastity. But he forgets that this does not make him the next apostle at all. Feeling incredible pressure on his body thanks to the aura of the apostle, Kalia immediately apologized for his inappropriate questions. Kalia did not want to spoil relations with his master and tried not to anger him. It is no accident that the apostle of abstinence occupies the most important place in the order of truth. For the whole world, he is one of the 7 apostles whom no one can contradict. The apostle knew that Kalia had to solve all the problems on his own all this time without the support of other masters. That is why the apostle said that it was his mercy, taking into account all the merits of Kali. After the competition, the spectators were satisfied. They believed that after this day one could even die. Kira was the first to congratulate Kim on the victory. She said that it seems to her that now he looks more like a monster. In her opinion, any human would think so now, especially after Kim learned how to use the aura blade. She began to ask where he learned this, and the boy, as usual, answered that he was just lucky. He said that he would go home soon, but first he would meet someone. Then Kira realized who Kim wanted to meet. It was Minor. He was telling the judges at that moment that he would not go to his academy for any money. It was expected that such a talented boy would begin to be invited to various academies. Even despite the loss in the final, he attracted enough attention. Kim didn't know what he would do if this whole line of suitors followed Minor and wouldn't let them talk. A little later, Minor ran up to Kim and said that now he will study at the Dream Academy. It was quite unexpected. Kim immediately turned and looked at Minor with a puzzled expression. Kira did the same. There was no time to talk about it, so all 3 decided to run away to get away from annoying offers from other academies. Kim turned to Minor and asked what it was. Why did he decide to say he wanted to join their academy? Minor replied that although he did not say that he was not going to study at other academies, he did not say that he was not going to study at the Dream Academy. Of course, Kim absolutely did not understand what this meant and did not know how to react to it, especially since he should not decide whether to take a new student to the academy or not. He understands that if he refuses, then Kira will listen to his words and also refuse to teach Minor, so he decided to return to this matter later. Then Kim looked seriously at the boy and asked him if he remembered his promise he made during the fight. He wondered who was Minor's teacher. Were they both studying at the Cultivator Academy? Minor replied that of course he remembered his promise and was not going to break his own word. He is an honest and educated person who values promises, but the problem is that he himself does not know his master. You expect such incomprehensible answers from such strange boys as Minor. After hearing this, Kim began to get angry. His face darkened like a devil's. He asked the boy how long he was going to joke and deceive him. He remembered that Minor had talked about learning how to wield a dagger from a master. In addition, Minor said that his master is very strong and his mind cannot be embodied in any book. Minor said that he is not joking and really does not know his master. He did not teach him personally. Minor only observed. According to him, no one actually ever taught him martial arts, and he is 100% self-taught. This usually means that a person wants to become a professional hunter and has neither money nor talent. But strangely enough, Minor's case was completely different. He had money, and he was certainly talented. He just did not want to associate himself with anyone, and personally chose the path of self-education, which is why he trained alone in the mountains. The boy said that no one had ever taught him, but he still liked it because he didn't have to adapt to the academy's uninteresting program. And so one day he was going to train as usual, but he unexpectedly felt someone's presence. It was a man lying on the ground. He was wearing a black cloak and hardly moved. Minor was scared at first, and then realized that maybe this person needed help, and went to meet him. It was his first meeting with the teacher. The boy did not understand it at that moment. Running up to the man, he began to ask if everything is fine and if he has any injuries. The man did not answer, so Minor turned him onto his back and saw blood on his body. The boy immediately understood that this wound was quite deep and he could not be left on the ground, so Minor decided to take the man to the hospital. But to his great surprise, the man began to speak and said that it is impossible to go down from the mountains. Minor started shouting at him and explained that if he is not taken to the hospital immediately, he may die due to blood loss. But he continued to say that it was impossible to go down. Minor felt obsession in these words, and then he had to abandon the idea of the hospital. The guy had no options for treatment, so he decided to treat the man in an abandoned house in the forest. He bandaged his wound to stop the bleeding and prepared a delicious broth himself. At the very beginning, this man was in a very difficult condition and could die at any moment, but later, He began to gain strength step by step. It had been a month since Minor treated this old man. The boy hoped that today he would open his eyes. Minor did not expect that the man would be able to survive at all. At the very beginning, it seemed that he already had one foot in the sky. When the boy was returning to the abandoned house in the forest, he noticed many unknown warriors in black cloaks. They talked to this man and asked him who helped him. This man replied that it was none of their business and he would not say anything. It seemed that they were not friends with these people at all. These unknown people began a search for the person who helped this man survive. They had to pay dearly for this because this man got angry and started slicing them like bacon. He fought with his sword like a warrior from another galaxy. It was incredible strength along with lightning speed. His opponents were much more numerous, so they were also able to inflict some new wounds on him. But he still stood up and continued to fight, defending the unknown boy who saved his life. As Minor told this story, Kim saw how badly his hands were shaking and his voice was trembling. After a short pause, Minor said that on that day, for the first time in his life, he met a person who fought so skillfully. That unknown old man single-handedly destroyed no less than 6 young warriors. Smiling, he reminded them that they were too weak to see his attacks and stop his sword. Then, before the battle was over, he told Minor to flee immediately and never come back here again. As soon as he said these words, there was an explosion of purple fire that blinded Minor. After a few seconds, the boy opened his eyes again and saw that the mysterious old man had disappeared. The guy absolutely could not understand what happened, but his intuition told him that this man should be lionized. That is why he gathered all his belongings and trophies and was going to go to the city immediately. He also noticed that there was a book left on the table by this man. Minor decided to take it with him as well. He thought about returning the book if this man found him later, but to this day they had never met. Kim decided to ask why Minor calls him his teacher if the man didn't teach him anything. Minor replied that this mysterious book turned out to be a secret teaching. It is related to the art of fighting with daggers and the technique of concealment. The guy understands that it is hard to believe in this amazing story, but he convinced that it is true. Kim believed his words and realized that he was not really a student of the Cultivator Professional Academy. Meanwhile, Minor continued to convince him and Cyrus that it was true and began to swear by the heavens. Minor also said that he decided to take part in the practice exam only in order to find his teacher. Kira intervened in the conversation and said that Minor's teacher might be a rather famous person, Master Darkstar. Darkstar, along with Starsword, is one of the 5 heroes who saved humanity. He also has the most hidden personality of all. Kira also said that when she was little, Master Darkstar sometimes visited her grandfather. Kim asked the girl to talk to her grandfather and ask him to understand this difficult story. When Kira said that she would definitely do it and even try to arrange a meeting, Minor felt real ecstasy. After discussing this issue a little more, the young people decided to go home to rest after a busy day. After the hard fighting, Kim was exhausted, so he slept for more than 12 hours. As soon as he woke up, he immediately picked up his phone and started looking at prices for various weapons and equipment. He was angry because despite the fact that he constantly trains and works, all his money is taken by this damn academy. Minor was the happiest person in the world yesterday and thanked God for meeting Kira and Kim. At first, he wasn't sure if it was necessary to show someone else's hidden teachings to another person, but then he agreed to personally demonstrate his technique to the Star Sword. He must come to the academy today. Until that happened, Kim decided to buy a free pass to the academy and saw progress grow again. Maybe the percentage of passing the course accumulates even in the absence of a free pass. Then he saw a message that after completing the course, he would have the skill of rearranging bones. This is already something completely new and unknown. It sounds as if Kim will become half god. Overjoyed by this news, the boy began to dance and strain his biceps as if he were a bodybuilder. Only after a few minutes of his unrestrained joys did he realize that nothing had actually changed. After finishing the last course, the boy immediately felt a force circulating through his body that could destroy mountains, but this time, there was no such feeling. Judging by combat novels, the rearrangement of bones corrects skeletal problems and removes toxins from the body, forcing it to be born again. While Kim was thinking about what the new technique could give him, a huge snake appeared behind him. It was not clear whether it was a real beast or an illusion, but the boy immediately turned around 180 degrees. He did not understand what it was and immediately felt goosebumps running down his spine. It felt like someone had put a sword blade to your throat. It was the first time Kim had felt anything like that. He heard a voice. The man said that he was even watching for Kim. He could not believe that the boy was able to feel his presence. He asked not to perceive him as a problem because he did not come to kill. This man said that Kim is very talented and proved to be quite a strong opponent for the boy. After analyzing all these words, Kim realized that he was being secretly watched by the legendary Master Nightstar. He is a true legend, a genius of secret assassination, and a master of stealth techniques. Even talking to him adds to the progress of training. Kim immediately began to examine this warrior and noticed a large scar on his face, near the left eye. The Dark Star did not understand how the boy was able to feel his presence. It seems that it is due to the rearrangement of the bones obtained from Chiron's corpse. To be more precise, this is not a rearrangement of bones, but more like extrasensory perception. Kim told about the meeting with Minor and the fact that the boy knew absolutely nothing about his teacher. The Dark Star thought that his student was a fool. He also said that Minor will come soon. He has long dreamed of thanking the teacher for everything. Darkstar said that if he wanted to meet with Minor, he would have done it earlier. Now it is better for them not to meet. In fact, he came to Kim and immediately asked if the guy was connected to the Order of Truth. The guy explained that he was not related to them in any way. He only met Kalia once. The Darkstar told that the latter was following the Order of Truth. Kim immediately wondered why he should do this. The answer was very simple. The legendary master looked into Kim's eyes and said that he did not trust the Order of Truth. Most people in the world know the Order of Truth as heroes of humanity and an organization that stopped a great catastrophe. But that's not all the information. Master Darkstar asked the boy if he knew about the giant berserker monster that was defeated by the Order of Truth. According to the legendary master, this huge, ferocious beast was not destroyed. Berserk is a powerful monster that was called the Second Catastrophe. At that time, it was destroyed by a great voice and 7 apostles. But as it turned out, this monster could not be destroyed, and few people know about it. If he had been defeated, the corpse of the monster would have remained, but no photo evidence or video evidence was found. Even looking at the chaos that was at that time, it is too strange. The berserker did not disappear unexpectedly. It was obvious to the Dark Star Master that the great voice had done something to the berserker, but he was not destroyed. At first, the master was not sure of this, but the events that happened a few years ago made him believe in his amazing theory. The master asked Kim if he ever thought about why the place of the Apostle of Chastity is empty now. The Order of Truth declared that the apostle died, but this is too strange because he disappeared without a trace, just like the berserker. The 7 apostles were together before the first great catastrophe, and only the Apostle of Chastity died of old age. The master began to collect information about the Order of Truth and found out why these bastards decided to kill him. He also learned that the distortion of the dungeon of the 10th level was provoked by the Order, and surprisingly, the reason for this is Kim. The Dark Star does not know why this happened, but he is sure that the Order of Truth is following Kim. He came to ask something, namely that Kim take care of Minor. If the master could do it, he would teach the boy by himself, but this is impossible because he is being followed by the Order of Truth. They have their own unique way of observation. They can see the consequences of the actions of the object of observation. This is called vision. The Dark Star has also come under their surveillance and leaves its mark on everyone it approaches, which is why Kim must play the role of mediator. The guy thought that there was also a mark on him, but the master said that Kim was an exception to the rules. They do not see the boy in the same way as everyone else. Even after this meeting, they will not feel anything special. Kim asked why they could not see him. The master replied that there was no answer. The Dark Star was able to slip from their watchful eye, being one step away from oblivion. But how Kim did it is a mystery. The guy wondered if it could be related to the fact that the Academy of Cultivators does not have his data. Master Darkstar approached him and asked him to give something to Minor. He explained that he used to write in a hurry last time, and this time there is much more information in this book for his student. He explained that he trusts Kim because people who cannot be seen by the Order of Truth are trustworthy. Then he leaned over to the boy and said he wanted to give him something as payment for his help. This is another hidden teaching that he wrote, and it can be useful for Kim. The boy calmly replied that he did not need it, and asked if the master had any other gift for him. The master thought that this fool did not understand that even professional hunters would cut each other's throats for this Dark Star technique. He asked the boy what he wanted. Kim thought for a few seconds and answered that he was interested in money. The master was impressed by the impudence of this young student, but Kim confidently said that he would not do anything without money. The guy explained that the fees for training and new weapons cost a lot in this difficult time. He said that for $50,000, he would be happy to help an experienced craftsman do a good job. Kim explained that only he can do this thing because the Order of Truth cannot see him. He also reminded that Minor should help, and taking into account all these nuances and dangers that await him, this is an adequate price. In addition, he reminded that Minor will only trust him, and if he is watched by someone else, then he can return to the mountains again. And most importantly, Kim said that mortal danger would await him, and it should cost dearly. After analyzing this information, he believes that he deserves to receive this money, maybe even more. The master already had smoke coming out of his ears, so he immediately agreed not to continue listening to it. Kim also reminded the master of the Dark Star that it is advisable to bring cash to avoid paying taxes. The master said that the boy has no conscience, promised to transfer the money to him in a few days, and left. Finally, he asked to warn Minor that he should tell unknown people less about the identity of the Dark Star. While Kim was analyzing this situation and thinking about the fact that he was being watched by the Order of Truth, Minor came to the academy. Kim immediately decided to tell Minor about everything that happened because it would be fair. As expected, the personality of his teacher shocked the boy. Of course, Kim did not talk about money. He said that the master of the Dark Star urgently needed to go about his business. Instead, he asked to hand over this book. Kim was pleased with himself. He did everything the master asked and also earned a lot of money. Now he wanted to quietly listen to the lectures of professional cultivators and buy himself a new weapon. Minor was surprised that Kim honestly gave him the book, although he could have hidden it and kept it for himself. Kim didn't know what to answer. If he said that he didn't need the book, he would offend the master, but he didn't want to talk about the Cultivator Academy either. It was necessary to invent something more believable, and the boy began to actively think, at least pretend to think. Nothing more intelligent came into his head than to say that it would be wrong to steal this book. Minor said that he decided after these words to finally become a member of the Dream Academy. It would be an honor for him to train with Kim. He was touched by his kindness and honesty. He thinks that Kim is a good friend and a good person. Minor was so happy that he radiated universal trust, which is rare to see. Minor continued to be happy that he would become a new student of the academy. He considered it the right move. Kira came to them and was also happy with this news. She said that she would not mind accepting a talented student in her academy. Kim was not surprised that the girl would be happy to receive a new person in her academy. To be honest, at first it seemed like a bad idea to him, but he realized that he could benefit from it. Minor will train on his own with the help of the book given to him by the master, so this will not cause any unnecessary problems. But then he realized that if Minor was always around, it would be possible to ask the Dark Star for more money. Realizing that his head was born with a brilliant plan, Kim was happy. He found a golden goose. While the boy was thinking about how to increase profits with the help of Minor, Kira realized that now they can participate in team competitions, because she explained that there are various competitions in which several students from the same academy participate. Of course, due to this, the reward for winning the competition increases. Kim paid special attention to this. If these two talented guys combine their efforts, they will be able to win all the competitions where they will participate. Kim looked at this golden goose and thought that this guy is the best thing that happened to him recently. He said that he is very happy that they will now study together in the same academy. 3 days later, Kim began to watch the new professor's lectures at the Cultivator School. The lecture began with the fact that he was working out in the gym and asked to wait until he finished doing the exercise. In the 3 days since Minor entered the academy, they were able to win several competitions and earn a lot of money. Kim has never made such easy money in such a short period of time. Now he was watching the first lecture of the legendary Professor Hercules. He had long dreamed of saving money to get access to these lectures. Hercules is the strongest hero of Greco-Roman mythology. He is a disciple of Chiron. For cultivators, the physical body is the most important factor. Strength and flexibility and other indicators are the foundation for successfully passing the exam. Hercules promised to teach the students true strength and create killer muscles on his body. Strength, speed, and reflexes, all this becomes possible thanks to significant musculature. The bigger your size, the heavier you are, and because of that, the greater your strength. The boy carefully watched the professor and wondered how Hercules doubled his muscles by straining. The professor asked to look even more carefully so that he could demonstrate his incredible speed. He explained that this is possible only thanks to very powerful and strong leg muscles. Then he broke a huge stone and explained that this is possible thanks to the strong muscles in his arms. Conditioned reflexes instantly respond to thoughts along with intuition. This is also important in physical discipline. Hercules explained that his endurance is impeccable. He does not know what fatigue is, And all this is thanks to the wonderful muscles that completely cover his body. He constantly strained the muscles of his body and demonstrated his strength as if he was in a competition. Kim was literally and figuratively dazzled by this flawlessness and self-confidence. The main message of Hercules: if you want to improve reflexes and flexibility, pump your muscles. Kim thought that this is what happens when veteran bodybuilders become cultivators. Next, Hercules showed a training program for his students to increase their strength and endurance. It wasn't like a training program for young students. It seemed like only 10th level demons could do it. Kim thought that his professor had completely lost his mind because of this training. So the title of the lecture, in which we were talking about 500 tons, was not a joke at all. It was our turn to watch the lectures of Professor Zhang, the founder of the Wudan and Daos clans. The master explained that real cultivators should not only learn the movement of the legs, but also combine the movement of the whole body into one. This is called the technique of practicing movements. The master said that he will now show the students a small example. Zhang said that in this lecture he wants to teach students a technique called airwalking. Relying on Negong with the help of Yunswan acupuncture point, you will be able to walk even in the air. He promised that they would learn the principles of this legendary technique a little later and asked them to listen carefully. Kim was amazed that if he could walk freely in the sky, all the restrictions in the air would disappear for him. The message that the daily individual task is now being formed and calculated in relation to the student's karma. He will need to run at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, fall from a height of 30 meters, and do all this more than 20 times a day. The boy was surprised. With each day of study, his daily tasks became more and more difficult. Suddenly, he heard the door open, and an unknown person who came in said that he was looking for Kim. It was a girl, and judging by the expression on Kim's face, he recognized her. They probably already knew each other. He immediately invited the girl inside and made her coffee. He wondered why she was here, and how did she know that he was studying here? It was Park's daughter. Her name was Lara. She explained that after Kim worked with her father the last time, she found out where the boy studied. She asked if he had called Kim and her father recently. The boy replied that the last time they spoke was at a competition in the dungeon. The girl looked very upset and was barely holding back tears. Kim asked her what happened. Lara replied that her father stopped answering calls for unknown reasons. She thought that maybe Kim knows what happened. She very quickly understood that the boy also did not know anything. He was very surprised and visibly worried. He asked her how long her father has not been in touch. Lara answered that it started yesterday when he went to work. Kim began to calm down and said that only one day had passed. Maybe he drank and fell asleep somewhere nearby. It had already happened several times. That girl was still very upset, and therefore something else must have happened that worried her. Her hands were shaking, but she began to speak and told that yesterday they had a fight with her father. She told him that she wanted to become a professional hunter. Kim was surprised that Lara was not awake. The girl explained that she is not going to wake up artificially because she woke up about a month ago. That is why she said that she does not want to go to a regular university, because her desire is a professional hunting academy. Nowadays, a hunter's salary is better than a regular job, so Kim completely understood Lara's desire to help his father financially. But he was completely against this idea. No parent in the world would want their child to do dangerous things. Kim and Lara decided to wait a little longer in the hope that her father would appear. He asked her to be careful and call in case of danger. After talking with the boy, the girl calmed down a little and went home with relief. On the contrary, after this meeting, Kim became more worried. Maybe something really happened to her father. As soon as he said goodbye to the girl and waited for her to leave, Kim decided to call her father on his own. But the subscriber did not answer the calls. What could have happened to this ordinary man? The guy tried to calm himself down and remembered that this is not the first time he does not get in touch. It has happened before. Meanwhile, in the Order of Truth, Kas approached Kalia and said that the evil rock had noticed something. Kalia was unhappy with this news and immediately decided to change the subject and asked if there were any changes in the situation with Kim. His assistant replied that the boy was still not visible and asked how they should proceed. Kalia turned to him and said that the truth about the distortion of the 10th level dungeon should not be revealed to humanity. Under no circumstances should it trickle down to politicians and ordinary people. The next day, from early in the morning, Kim performed his daily tasks at the Cultivator Academy. His new task was to lift 1 ton to increase his muscles and physical strength. He was happy that he bought a kibisis. It had many corpses of monsters, and this bag could be lifted to train. The training was very difficult. Sometimes it seemed to the boy that his body was exfoliating. Even with the help of the power that destroys mountains, it was difficult. The boy realized that he needed the help of mana. For the sake of these daily tasks, it was necessary to sacrifice a lot and feel constant pain in the muscles. But Kim's dream of becoming a professional hunter and cultivator was stronger than the physical pain. He never stopped training until he had completed his daily task, and only then could he rest. After Kim fell to the ground feeling incredibly tired, Kira approached him and asked what he was doing here. The boy asked him to save him and take this small but very heavy bag off his back. She tried to help him and asked in surprise what he had put in this little cabyses. Realizing that she could not lift him with one movement of her hand, the girl began to use all her strength. With the help of magic and mana, she still saved the boy from the little bag. Immediately her hand started to hurt. She thought that Kim had completely lost his mind with his training. The guy immediately began to breathe heavily and thanked the girl for saving him. He said that he was already thinking about death. Then Kim asked how tall this building was. Kira replied that it was about 15 meters. She asked him why he needed this information. Kim replied that he wanted to jump from the building. Maybe it was suicide. He wondered if he would complete the daily task if he jumped from 15 meters. Kira did not understand anything at all and asked the boy to take his time, but after 2 seconds he went somewhere. After a few more seconds, she heard the boy's voice shouting that everything worked out for him. Kira thought that he was obsessed and began to worry that when the new students of the academy saw him, they would immediately refuse to study. Soon, Minor came to Maria Academy. He was in a good mood as usual and said hello to Kira. Then he asked in surprise what was happening with Kim. The girl answered that she wanted to find out about it herself. Minor asked whether he constantly behaves like this in ordinary life. Maybe he was poisoned or hit his head. In fact, Kim was worried that for the 4th day Park has not been in touch. They have known each other for more than 10 years, and this has never happened. Lara also said that she could not call him and had already contacted the police. Kim realized that something had to be done immediately. He explained that he did not want to fall from the house anymore, but was only going to look for a missing friend. Kira and Minor immediately became interested in this problem and began to ask what happened. The boy replied that he was not yet sure of his guesses and would tell everything when he returned. He immediately went to his previous job. The employees immediately recognized the new superstar in the world of hunters. Everyone already knew how well he performed in the training exam and wished him further success in his studies. Some even said that soon he will become a professional hunter, after 9 years of hard work at the company to save up for his studies. They asked why he came. Did he want to entrust them with the task of transporting the corpses of demons? The guy replied that everything is fine and he just stopped by to say hello to his old friends. He then asked if anyone had talked to Pa lately. The men replied that they had not seen him for a long time and said that he must have drunk whiskey again and was sleeping somewhere. Although then, one of the men said that Pa disappeared from the moment he left alone. It was about 4 days ago. A strange man came and said he was looking for helpers to transport monsters, and Puck went with him. Another employee recalled that this strange man promised to pay twice as much as usual. The employees immediately noticed that this man was strange. He did not order through their company, but directly through them, which is always strange. The workers also mentioned that Park agreed to this lucrative offer because he needed money for his daughter's education. Kim immediately asked them which dungeon Park went to with that man, but the workers did not know anything. They said that you can find out about it in the association. They constantly report there about raids and transportation in dungeons. The guy thanked the men for their help, said goodbye, and said that he had urgent business. He immediately ran to the association and began to demand all available information, and he was told that providing information to outsiders is prohibited. The employee of the association said that the person's disappearance has not been confirmed, so he cannot help. Kim was incredibly angry at these words because it was a matter of life and death for his friend. He went outside to get some fresh air and think about what to do next. Pack has stopped communicating since he left with the suspicious man 4 days ago. There is no doubt that something happened there, but the problem is that there are no confirmed facts in this case. Kim had not felt such an anxious feeling for a long time. His intuition told him that everything was bad. He remembered his old friend and all the good times with him. He remembered how he offered him money when the boy needed it. At that time, he collected all the money he had and brought it to Kim in the hospital. Kim wanted to refuse because Park had to pay for his daughter's education, but the man replied that when an adult gives money, one should take it and thank him. It was a good example of honest and sincere help from a friend at a difficult moment in life. Uncle Puck believed that money is just dust that is worthless. It can always be earned again. When Kim, after 9 years of work, lost all his money due to an accident, Park was the first to come to his aid. He himself lived quite poorly, but without hesitation he gave the boy all his money, which became the basis for entering the Cultivator Academy. This is what helped Kim become who he is today. and he has never forgotten it. The boy couldn't sit back and do nothing when his friend disappeared. He decided to act immediately and took out his phone to make an important call. He called Kira and said that he had a very important request to arrange a meeting with the Star Sword. Of course, the girl could not refuse him this request and immediately called her grandfather and asked him for help. A few hours after Kim and the Star Sword met, Bond said that he was familiar with this situation thanks to his granddaughter's stories. Star Sword immediately asked the boy what he needed for him to help him. Kim replied that he was not really interested in it and offered something unexpected, one day to fight against each other. At first it seemed that the guy had problems with his head. Maybe he forgot to take his pills. But after a few seconds, everyone present at this meeting began to understand that Kim is absolutely serious and really wants it. Star Sword became even more serious than usual and asked if he heard. Kim said that if he wins this battle, the Star Sword will not only help, but also take an active part in this case. And in response, if he loses this fight, he will leave the Dream Academy. These words made Kerr incredibly angry. The boy immediately said that he understood that he would not be able to completely defeat such a legendary warrior. That is why, if he is able to injure the Star Sword at least once, it will be considered a victory. Kim understood that Park followed an unknown person, but the association does not give information about this situation. But if one of the 5 heroes of the country comes to them, the conversation will be completely different. Although this is a game of roulette, the boy has no other choice to save his friend. Star Sword said that this was a very presumptuous offer, but agreed to it and asked the boy to follow him. They went to a nearby house, to one of the rooms in which the legendary warrior lived. Star Sword looked very angry, as if he was insulted by the offer to fight the young student. In this room were the weapons of the legendary warrior. Of course, the sword is his favorite weapon. That is why it is called the Star Sword. He took out one of the most beautiful swords. His assistant Simon immediately opened his eyes wide when he saw what kind of sword it was. He was incredibly surprised because it was a legendary azure dragon sword, and there were many legends about it. According to the legend, the military leader of the powerful state Yosin went to a nearby city and met Nan on his way, receiving from him command methods and a sword. Despite the fact that it is only an imitation of the real azure demon sword, even so the sword is considered the pinnacle of creation made by the country's best blacksmith. Simon was surprised not by chance. He knew that Bond gets the sword of the azure dragon only in one case. This happens when he is sure that he must kill the opponent. He has not taken this sword since the last disaster. Frightened, Simon asked his boss what he wanted to do with Kim. Simon understood that if the situation got out of control, Kira would be very aggressive towards her grandfather. Bond replied that he did not care, and reminded that Kim was only a student who should be ready for anything if he decided to challenge in the Star Sword. The legendary warrior decided to have some real fun during this fight with the student. At the same time, Kira shouted at her student and persuaded him to abandon his offer. She said that grandfather will help them if she asks him, and for this, it is not necessary to fight with him. Kim did not want to hear anything and replied that this was his final decision, so there was no need to persuade him to refuse. He thanked the girl for her concern and said that this was a necessary act for the future. At the moment, he cannot understand why Puck disappeared. Maybe he is the reason. If that's the case, it might happen again in the future, and he still doesn't have the strength and power to protect the people around him. And for this, he needs to involve the Star Sword in this case, so that people understand that if someone offends Kim, then the Star Sword will personally intervene. It was a very risky and interesting decision. The boy promised Kira to return with victory. It was clear how much she cares about her student. He was the first to join her academy and immediately became a close person for her. Soon, Kim took out his spear and went to battle against the Star Sword. Wanting to watch it was a lot. Star Sword said that he would not give in to the boy for the sake of Kira and offered to give up the fight one last time. Kim replied that he will not take back his words and also hopes that the Star Sword will fight at 100% of its power. Bond replied that this decision was very reckless and stupid, but praised the boy for his courage. He took out his legendary azure dragon sword and prepared to give Kim a martial arts lesson. Star Sword said that it gives Kim the right to strike first. Entering the image, he looked incredibly convincing. From the very beginning of his journey as a hunter, Kim disregarded authority figures and was not afraid to be the underdog. Even if his opponent is a Star Sword, with his current strength, he will be able to withstand several attacks. The boy got ready and tried to show Bond all the strength and power he had learned at the Cultivator Academy. He understood that there is no time to look closely at the opponent. From the very beginning, you have to show all your skills. At the moment, it all looked quite epic. The audience was definitely excited. As it turned out, the legendary warrior is not for nothing considered one of the 5 heroes of the state. Even years after his last disaster, he is still an incredible warrior and a dangerous opponent. Star Sword stopped the boy's attack with one hand and asked him if this was all he was capable of. Then, without waiting for an answer, he pushed Kim away from him, again with one hand. Probably at this point, the boy began to regret that he decided to fight with Bond. It is not like fighting against other students. But there is no choice. One must do everything possible to win and inflict at least minimal injury on the opponent. Kim understood that first he had to think about defense, only then to counterattack well. This is how it happens in life. You want to beat up an old grandfather, but he turns out to be an incredible swordsman. After a few seconds of the fight, Kim realized that his opponent was serious and was not going to lose. The eyes from the Star Sword burned with a blue flame. He had not looked so focused and aggressive in a long time. Every attack he makes, every move he makes, carries a touch of lethality. Now the boy felt on his body why Bond was nicknamed the Star Sword. Probably no one else in the world is as good at this weapon as he is. Despite his old age, he was still very flexible and strong. Probably his wife is happy about that. The wave of energy that came from his blows almost made Kira fall to the floor. Simon saved her. Only now did she begin to really worry about her student, realizing that the Star Sword wanted to kill him. In front of the boy is a real hero of a great disaster, a professional C-rank hunter. His level is heaven above heaven. No professional hunter wants to meet such an opponent. But strangely enough, with all his strength and experience, Bond still couldn't overcome this young student. At that moment, he understood the boy is really incredibly talented and has high potential. A few months ago when they first met, Kim looked like a normal juvenile fool with no prospects. Bond understood that he had a little potential, but his talent did not go beyond the level of an apprentice. Yet the boy in front of him continues to progress and improve even now. He didn't care that a legendary warrior was fighting against him. He wanted to show everyone and himself that he was in no way inferior to the Star Sword. Kim beautifully combined defense with dangerous attacks when he had a chance. But the Star Sword was still much stronger. One of its blows was enough to throw the boy 10 meters back. But strangely enough, the blows that could destroy rank 10 demons couldn't break through the young man's defenses. Bond was surprised. Even the appearance showed the extraordinary nature of the boy, but how was it that he could stop his sword energy? If it wasn't for that, the fight would have been over long ago, but somehow the boy is still alive, magically. Star Sword wasn't going to fight at full strength, but decided it was time to add some seriousness. Kim wasn't scared at all and looked ready for anything that might happen, but a Star Sword is a Star Sword. His powerful new attack caused the boy significant problems. The blue flame energy filled the room. It was not clear if the boy survived this attack. It was an attack that was almost impossible to stop. Blood appeared on Kim's face. Having retreated a few meters back, the boy was still not going to give up, although it was very difficult for him. Faced with the same students as him and some stars of the academies, Kim hoped that there was no one better than him. Nevertheless, it must be recognized that a student is a student, and his past opponents were only young guys who had not yet reached the level of professionals. Now Kim realized that he could not see this huge difference between him and the Star Sword. The boy was even upset when he realized that now his opponent was not fighting him at full strength. But despite everything, even in the most difficult moments of his life, Kim was not used to giving up. He decided to strike a few more blows and still try to at least minimally injure the Star Sword. Bond looked at the boy and said that with his beginner level, it was a mistake to challenge the Star Sword. But Kim didn't care. He had achieved the same confidence in his powers as Bond. Such strength that upon hearing only his name, others began to fear and did not dare to touch his friends. Kim respects the power and skill of the Star Sword and wants to become just like him in the future. He is deeply fascinated by the path the Star Sword took to reach this level. He was too arrogant to believe the cultivator's false reputation and unknowingly disrespected the Star Sword. Only after a long and difficult battle against a legendary master did he begin to understand this. The boy began to understand that he was weaker than the Star Sword, much weaker. This is probably the first time in his life that Kim was able to look at and evaluate his abilities objectively. And thanks to this, someday in the future, he wants to cross the line of this adoration of the legendary hero, crossing the line of adoration only to become better and write your name in history in golden letters. But the future is unknown, and right now there is a battle on which a lot depends. His hand tightly grips the spear, but surprisingly, the boy feels nothing. Unfamiliar sensations. Every step he takes at this moment feels unnatural, as if something is wrong. It seems that the Starmish took advantage of this moment and seriously injured the boy. There was a lot of blood. Kim immediately felt excruciating pain, not comparable to the pain of hard training or the blows of opponents in competitions. Kira immediately began to scream when she saw that her favorite student was seriously injured. While the girl ran to save Kim, the assistants of the Star Sword said that the boy showed a very strong fight, but this was to be expected. Master Bond did not show too much emotion on his face and stood directly in front of his wounded opponent. The only thing he said as Kim fell to the floor was that he hoped the boy would keep his word. A young talented student challenged the legendary master and lost in a fair duel. Kira looked at her grandfather with great anger in her eyes, as if she hated him with all her heart. Kim was lying face down on the floor and didn't answer anything. It was unclear if he was alive or not. Far from this place in absolute darkness, interesting events took place. These events were closely intertwined with the history of the confrontation between Kim and the Star Sword. Puck ran with an unknown man on his back and said that he would never have come here if he had known what would happen. The man replied that he could not expect the distortion of the dungeon. He would have gone alone if he had known about it in advance. Park said that there was no point in discussing it and asked the man not to worry because their disappearance had been noticed and the search had probably already begun. But this man replied that this is unlikely to happen because he asked the association not to discuss this matter. In his opinion, it will be very difficult for them to get out of this hell alive. Pack still did not lose hope for rescue and was sure that a little scoundrel named Kim would find a way to save him. The man did not understand what he was talking about, but Pa replied that it was not important. The main thing was to believe that they would be saved. After some time, it became clear that Kim would remain alive if he was treated in time. Soon he woke up and saw that Kira was sitting next to him all this time. He asked how long he lay unconscious. The girl answered that it did not last long and suggested that he rest. Kim said that he has no time to lie down and rest and that the Star Sword is much more important now. Oddly enough, as soon as he uttered this phrase, the door to his room immediately opened and the legendary master entered. Kim immediately tried to understand what will happen now, maybe the second round. But after a second, the Star Sword took out its legendary weapon and threw it into the boy's hands. It was the same azure dragon sword that he used to win the battle and severely injure Kim. His assistant Simon immediately began to worry and ask what was happening. Kira also did not understand anything. Kim asked why Bond was doing this. The master replied that he just wanted to keep his word. He told the boy to bring the sword as evidence to the association, and they would immediately understand what it meant. According to him, it will be much better if Kim solves this problem without his help and will do as he wants. Star Sword said that once this problem was solved, the sword would return to him. The Association of Professional Hunters is an organization that controls the activities of hunters. It is also a commercial organization created by professional hunters to protect their own rights. Master Tukan is its president. Soon, Kim personally walked over to him and brought the azure dragon sword with him. The guy said that they did not know each other yet and gave his name. He apologized for the unexpected meeting and said that he had several questions. Tukan remembered that not long ago Master Dark Star came to him and forced Kim to transfer a large sum of money. Kim reported that 4 days ago his friend Pak disappeared in one of the dungeons and he needed information about it. The president said that before answering the question, he should check whether the sword of the Azure Dragon is real in front of him. Kim was not against this initiative, but he was worried that everything would go as quickly as possible. Tukan began the inspection process, immediately blinded by the light coming from the sword. Soon he realized that it was really a real Star Sword and he had to help the boy. Kim asked Tukan if it was true that Pot went to the dungeon with Evil Rock. Tukan confirmed this guess and said that the Evil Rock was investigating the recent distortion of the dungeon. Before he went there, he said that he had found a clue and asked to keep the investigation secret. Kim mentioned that the Dark Star thinks the problem with the dungeons is because of the Order of Truth. It's a really confusing thing. The boy thanked the president for and asked one last question. Could he leave the Azure Dragon sword to the association to borrow instead? A little later, Lara called Kim and asked if he had found her father during this time. The guy replied that he hasn't found it yet, but he's close to it because he knows where it is. He said that he was sure that Pa was in the dungeon, he was carrying out an errand, and some problem arose. Lara was very scared. Her mother died 11 years ago due to the distortion of the dungeon. That is why she is having such a hard time now. Moreover, her mother gave her own life to save her daughter. No one knows. Maybe that's why Lara wants to become a hunter so that she will never lose her loved ones to monsters again. The girl began to cry and did not understand how to live on, but Kim calmed her down and promised to return her father home. According to the words of the president, Puck and the Evil Rock entered the dungeon where the monster of the 6th level Dryad lives. Although the evil rock is already old and injured, he is still one of the 5 heroes, so there must be a reason why he cannot get out of the dungeon. Perhaps the Order of Truth set up an ambush there to kill him. If someone intervenes in this matter, the Order of Truth will immediately know about it through the vision and will start to act. That is why no one can interfere in this matter except Kim. The guy received money from the Association for the Azure Dragon Sword. The guy did it in order to buy a new weapon at the cultivator's shop. If the evil rock cannot get out of the dungeon, then the guy needs a decent preparation. He immediately went to the online store and began to buy what he had dreamed of for a long time. First of all, it was Gungnir. It is still unclear what it is. It looks like Harry Potter's Elder Wand. He was now fully prepared to travel to the dungeon and open the portal. When he got inside this dungeon, he saw that there were a lot of trees around. It was unusual. He knew that in this dungeon there was a monster of the 6th level dryad. It was almost impossible to distinguish it from an ordinary tree. Kim understood that he had to be very careful. It would be bad if the dryad didn't attack him unexpectedly. The boy thought about how he should look for his friend and decided to try to use the power of tactile feelings. Everything around immediately opened up in a completely different way, not like in a dream. He also felt different feelings, discomfort that is difficult to describe in ordinary words. Wandering through the dungeon, he looked at trees that are very similar to each other and have almost no differences. Soon he decided to get his new toy from Kabesis and test it in real life. On the surface, it was quite an interesting weapon. As soon as the boy activated it, it immediately became clear that it was something very dangerous. He activated the weapon and threw it at a tree that seemed very suspicious to him. Perhaps it will turn out to be an ordinary tree and the guy will destroy it now. Environmentalists will immediately sue him. Still, the strength of his tactile senses did not fail the boy. This tree really turned out to be a monster of the 6th level. The dryad got angry when he saw that a deadly weapon was flying at him, but managed to dodge in time. Seeing that his blow missed the target, Kim began to worry the demon might strike back. He began to fight the demon, weapons flying around them as if enchanted. After a few seconds of battle, the Gungnir still hit the target and made a huge hole in the 6th level monster. Kim watched this beauty as if bewitched. It looks like he bought a real radio-controlled rocket. Gungnir is the spear used by Odin when he tore Ymir's body apart and created 9 worlds from it. Kim expected this spear to have incredible power, but believed that the fake would not be as powerful. The fact is that despite the fact that it is a fake, it was created by a real professional cultivator. According to the myth, in addition to the option to hit any target, Gungnir's spear also has the ability to call back. The guy read about this feature of the weapon and decided to pretend he was Thor, calling his hammer to him. Despite the fact that this is not the super universe of Marvel, the guy still got this trick. For starters, the summon feature is indeed there, but it consumes a lot of mana, so it can only be used a few times during a fight. In ancient myths and legends, it always returned to its owner, but counterfeiting has its limitations. Kim's current level will only allow him to do this a few times, but one day he will be able to do it all the time. If in the future the Star Sword gets angry and tries to kill him, Kim will throw Gungnir at him and run away. This weapon is really powerful, a level 6 monster. The legendary dryad was destroyed in a few seconds. Not far from the boy, Puck was still alive and carrying an evil rock on his back. He was in a great hurry because the living trees were running after them at full speed. That's right. The dryad is not alone in the world. There were many of these monsters in this dungeon, and they came very close to tearing the 2 old men into many pieces. One of the monsters managed to hook the men with his arm, if you can call it that, and knock them off their feet. Puck fell to the ground and thought that now his life path would end. He was driven into a dead end. But suddenly he saw that the evil rock is not old enough to lose all its strength and power. This legendary old warrior activated the power of his mana and said that Pa was running away while he would hold back the demons. Evil Rock said that he did not have long left to live in this world, so this will be the right choice. He understood that it was because of him that Pa got into this dungeon and is now risking his own life. Evil Rock continued to yell at Puck and told him to run as fast as he could while he still had the chance. But Puck did not know what it means to leave a person in trouble. As soon as the Evil Rock lost strength and fell to the floor, he immediately rushed to help him. He mentally apologized to his daughter, whom he would leave as an orphan in this cruel world, but he could not do otherwise. At the most difficult moment in his life, salvation came unexpectedly. This salvation turned out to be the one he was waiting for so much. It was Kim. He said hello to Park and said that he can't go out for so long because his own daughter is worried about him at home. Puck had never been so happy to see this little bastard in his life. Tears welled up in his eyes. The boy said that the conversation should be left for later and ordered Pa to take the evil rock with him and run away immediately. As soon as the boy appeared, the evil demons immediately turned their attention to him, which is exactly what he wanted to do. He decided to urgently start his attack with the strongest dryad, and after killing him, he would switch his attention to the others. In front of him was a bright light. It seems that the monsters decided to blind him. Of course, it didn't help them. Now, thanks to his new weapon, he has become even more dangerous and powerful. The problem was that no matter how much he tried to chop off their limbs, they still regenerated quickly. In the current situation, it will be difficult for him to get close to the demons. It is better to deliver a powerful Gungnir blow to the trunk of the main demon. But it would be nice to find Gungnir for a start, because with these dangerous battles, he had completely forgotten about him. Soon he saw his new toy, this spear lying on the ground not far from him. In parallel with this dangerous fight, Pa tried to escape as quickly as possible with the evil rock. But their speed was not enough. For all this time, they walked only a few tens of meters like old invalids. Kim realized that he had to act immediately to protect his friends and launched a dangerous attack. Then, making sure that they had already moved far enough away, the boy realized that it was possible to strike a decisive blow. To do this, you had to distract the demons and take your new weapon. Kim quickly ran to Gungnir, hoping that the evil trees were too slow to catch up with him. Fortunately for the young student, everything worked out. He took this spear in his right hand and threw it at the main dryad. Before his eyes, this legendary Odin spear cut the demon in two. Now you can light a fire if you wish. There was a very loud explosion. Probably at that moment, Kim realized that this was now his favorite weapon. Although he defeated the main monster, all his other assistants remained alive and dangerous. That is why Kim hastily started looking for Gungnir to use him one more time. He raised his hand and commanded the spear to return to him. Kim thought the magic should work again. As if feeling some strong calling, the spear immediately flew into the air and flew to the boy's hands. It looked very epic. Kim even thought that he should go to the filming of superhero movies in Hollywood. Now holding in his hands the spear of the great Odin and the holy spear with which Jesus was killed, he felt himself immortal. The guy was so into the role of a dangerous guy that he felt like he was playing the role of a Terminator. At first, the demons thought that he was mentally retarded, but when they saw this topic, the weapon of the Titans, they realized that they were going to have a bad night. After Kim got the weapon, they didn't try to attack so aggressively. The boy started to laugh, thinking that it only took a few attacks for them to understand how dangerous it was. The Hell Trees told the boy that he was talking too much and would regret it now. One of the dryads was the most talkative and constantly threatened Kim with death. That is why the boy decided to kill him first, so that everyone else would understand how to deal with the future cultivator. Although this angered all the other Hell Trees, they began to fear the boy even more. Just when it seemed to Kim that today's battle was even easier than his training, something interesting happened. He saw that these monsters were doing everything possible to prevent him from using Gungnir anymore, but they did not know that the trunk of the tree brought him the most problems. And now, he will only be grateful if they themselves will approach him. The monsters must have forgotten that in addition to Gungnir, the boy has another legendary spear in his hands. He gathered all his power that can destroy mountains and magic mana and prepared for the second round. Soon everything was over. The boy went deep into the forest and found his friend along with the evil rock. Puck was glad to see him, though he said that the boy was too slow and should have saved him earlier. Kim asked why Park quarreled with his daughter. The man replied that it was his business. He also said that the master of Evil Rock is not feeling well and has lost a lot of strength to protect him. The condition of this old man is very serious, and it is not clear whether it is possible to save him now. Kim said that first he would have to use the elixir he always carries with him for emergencies. It is almost the same as the help of qualified doctors. The elixir should greatly improve the man's condition. He took some of this magical liquid from his pouch and helped the Evil Rock to drink it. When this old man regained consciousness, Pa told him that he was the same guy they were waiting for. Evil Rock looked at Kim and asked if he was a student at the Professional Hunter Academy. The man did not understand how the boy guessed exactly where to look for them and how he was able to destroy the dangerous monsters. Kim replied that it was his intuition and active training at the academy that worked. Then he asked why they came here. The Evil Rock explained that he needed an assistant to study monsters because he is already old and cannot do everything by himself. He did not use the help of a transportation company because he was afraid of attracting too much unnecessary attention to himself. Kim asked him if he acted alone because he was afraid of being seen by the Order of Truth. The man wondered how this young fellow could know all this until suddenly they all heard a loud noise. Kim thought it might be an earthquake because it was hardly the sound of a demon, it was too loud. But the experienced master replied that it was the same monster that took all his strength from him. Kim could not understand why such a majestic master as Evil Rock was locked in a dungeon. It seems that in this strange dungeon there is something that even the legendary Evil Rock cannot cope with. At first, it seemed to the boy that a huge mountain was approaching them. But a little later it became clear that this is not a mountain, but a huge dryad. This monster is bigger than all its predecessors. Although it is not a fact that he can be called a monster at all, the Evil Rock said that this is the first time he has encountered such a type of demon. Perhaps this is some kind of anomaly or mutation. There is no difference between other demons except for the difference in size. The guy offered to try to escape as soon as possible and return to their world, and Pa replied that they had already tried to do it. It didn't work. As soon as they tried to get out of the dungeon, this demon immediately attacked. It is because of him that the Evil Rock is now so traumatized. This is not just a mutation. His bark is so strong that it cannot be penetrated even by strong magic, and if it succeeds, it is immediately restored. Magic in this case is not enough. Perhaps this monster has evolved and got rid of the weaknesses of other dryads. Evil Rock explained that he can pierce his bark with magic and slow down the regeneration. But the problem is that at this moment he becomes completely vulnerable. The master is already too old for this. In order to break through the bark and destroy the core, it is necessary to deliver one powerful blow. As soon as Kim heard that one powerful blow would be enough for victory, he immediately smiled. The boy proposed a plan so that the Evil Rock could weaken the monster while he destroyed its core in the meantime. Of course, he meant by his new weapon, but the men still didn't quite understand him. The master said that a simple blow cannot destroy the core. He will try to do everything to weaken the monster, but it will be difficult. And the most important thing is that they will hardly have a second chance if nothing works out. Kim understood that this old master is too weak. If nothing happens the first time, he may die. The boy came closer to the master and assured him that this plan could still work. He showed him his weapon and said that this spear would deal a very powerful blow to the monster. And his similar convictions worked because the Evil Rock opened his eyes and mouth wide as if he saw a Big Mac. He did not understand how such heavy magic chains could not conflict but coexist with each other in a military weapon. He was incredibly surprised that there was a magic chain that he could not decipher. That Evil Rock was so excited to see this weapon that Puck had never heard him talk so much. Now the master realized that it is really possible, thanks to the power of this spear. It is not even necessary to weaken the monster. He looked at Kim in surprise, then asked where he was able to buy such a fantastic weapon. Kim smiled and replied that the Star Sword Master had bought him this spear. The boy believed that selling the Azure Dragon Sword and buying Gungnir with the money was one and the same. So it was decided that the plan devised by Kim should be implemented. The boy was happy that now they would start hunting for the real demon boss. Kim decided to go over all the details of the plan one more time so that everything would be perfect. Although the plan was incredibly simple, the Evil Rock weakens the monster and Kim destroys its core with his spear. The boy asked the Evil Rock if he could immediately activate the weakening magic. Kim assured that he would immediately divert the monster's attention to himself so that the master could properly prepare the magic. First, he will distract the monster, run in front of him, and try to get all his attention. During this time, the Evil Rock will collect all its life forces to prepare for the activation of mana magic. Once the weakening magic kicks in, Kim will fire Gungnir into the monster and destroy its core. Although in reality not everything is so simple, several nuances may arise in this regard. First, Kim can die during the distraction phase, and second, the monster can sense the magic and start attacking Evil Rock instead of Kim. If Kim is attentive, the distraction phase will go well, so you need to focus on the Evil Rock and its functions. So if an emergency situation arises, Puck must intervene and save the whole plan. Puck replied that he was not going to die early and asked the old master to stay by his side if he wanted to live. He reminded that he had been carrying an Evil Rock on his back all this time, so the master should trust him. So it was decided to start implementing this brilliant plan without haste. As expected, it was not difficult to find the monster. It is so big that even a blind person can see it. The boy asked the men to stay away because the monster might sense the magic and start attacking. The Evil Rock asked Kim to be more careful, and the boy replied that today is the time to take risks for the sake of victory. He said that it is necessary to start acting because they are probably tired of walking in this place for several days. Puck laughed and said that he has been wanting to go home to his daughter for a long time and wished the boy luck. Kim ran forward to carry out his part of the plan. His job was to get the monster to pay attention to him. Running closer to the monster, he thought that even from a distance the demon seemed big, but up close it looked gigantic. But the most important thing is that he feels a very powerful energy around the monster. Now Kim understood why this battle against the Dryad was so difficult for the evil rock. Fortunately for him, the monster destroys everything around him, so there are no helpers nearby. Kim tried to concentrate his attention as much as possible because he understood that just one mistake could lead to death. Having driven even closer to the demon, he began to shout and try to make the monster pay attention to him. Of course it did, and after a few seconds the Dryad turned towards Kim. The boy was standing right in front of him and with his whole appearance invited the monster to start an attack. The vision of the world in the eyes of the demon was not quite the same as that of ordinary people. It was like a predator looking through a thermal imager at a potential victim. The enraged demon was not used to such audacity of his opponents, so he immediately began to attack the boy with his tentacles. Kim immediately felt the insane power and strength of a level 6 demon. He didn't understand why the demon was so long and tall. When the boy planned his strategy, he didn't think about it. The Dryad didn't give Kim even a second to rest. It was as hard as fighting against a green sword. His attacks turned out to be much faster than the boy expected, judging from the original plan. While Kim was running away, he was simultaneously thinking about whether the spell of weakening from evil luck was ready. But at this moment it was better not to think, but to concentrate on staying alive. Because the boy had not yet fought with such a great opponent. The problem was that the tentacles of this huge tree were almost everywhere. The tentacles not only attacked the boy from the sky, but also grew from the ground, which added to the danger. Kim understood that if it wasn't difficult for him now, he should hold on to survive and destroy the monster. He needed to use his holy spear for defense and continue to hold the monster's attention. Kim used all his mountain-destroying power and magic to defend himself. But even this was barely enough. The monster was too strong and attacked from all fronts. The pressure on the young student was incredible. Even the air around the demon was completely different. If things continue at the same pace, problems may arise. Although Kim tried as much as possible to run away and defend himself, he will still have to strike back in order to survive. Then, at the last moment, he saw behind him a flash of red light, and men who said that the preparation for the spell was complete. So the evil rock appeared on time, and now it is necessary to move on to the second phase of their strategy. Kim began to call the monster to him and call him a wooden stuffed animal and a wooden doll. Well, of course, the 6th level monster couldn't like it. He wasn't used to such conversations with himself. The Dryad was enraged and wanted to take the boy's scalp and keep it as a memory of his talkative rival. As soon as the wooden monster began to approach, Kim immediately began to run and lure him behind him. Now everything was ready for the final phase of the plan, but it was still necessary to remain as focused as possible. The demon tried with all its might to reach the boy with its wooden tentacles. Kim dodged and showed incredible flexibility at this point. Maybe he was a gymnast as a child? Pulling forward a little, he stopped to look at the demon. The enraged Dryad continued to pursue him, almost keeping up with him. There was one last dash left to run to the planned place where the magical attack of the evil rock should begin. The main task at the moment is to do everything possible for the monster to come to this place. Kim continued to break world records for the speed of running a short distance like Usain Bolt. He constantly checked to see if the demon was chasing him. The boy played the role of an excellent decoy. Suddenly, when the demon entered the planned territory, real magic began to happen. Fiery chains appeared that bound the monster and prevented it from moving freely. His movements became heavier and his strength decreased noticeably. The evil rock magic worked exactly as it should. So, now that the second part of the plan worked, the final blow remained, the destruction of the demon's core. The Dryad screamed and let out some incredible screams. Maybe he was scared that he was captured to make 1,000,000 pencils out of him. The monster wasn't going to give up easily and started aiming for the exact spot where the evil rock had activated its weakening magic. The evil rock has spent a lot of magic power, and Uncle Puck is not even an awakened ordinary man. They will only be able to dodge a few times. So realizing that he only had one chance, Kim took out his new spear and prepared to deliver the decisive blow. He decided to channel all his strength and power into Gungnir to destroy the demon's core. The main thing is to be calm and not nervous now. It is similar to the work of a sniper. While the Dryad was limited in its movements with the help of evil rock magic, Kim tried to find out where his core was. Kim hasn't looked this focused in a long time. Now, instead of strength and speed, he needs filigree precision. Waiting for the right moment, the boy made a swing with his hand and directed this decisive blow directly at the demon. The Dryad, who was held by magical chains, saw that death was approaching him, which would send him to hell. There was a very powerful release of blue energy after Gungnir hit the demon. There was a loud crunch of wood and screams of the monster, which, realizing that it was dying, panicked. Kim froze in an epic pose. His martial arts professors from the Professional Cultivator Academy could be proud of him at this moment. The boy fell to the ground and watched as this titan in the demon world screamed in agony and fear of death. Kim put so much strength into this punch that his head began to spin, and the strength left his body. It's a good thing that he managed to land a good hit, but in this state, he can't even call Gungnir back to him. As soon as the boy regained his strength, he immediately ran to find his friends to check if everything was okay with them. Angry Rock replied that everything was fine with him, but Pa said that he suffered minor scratches. As expected, even if the monster is weakened, it is difficult for an ordinary person to dodge its attacks. The injury was not serious. After a little treatment, Pak will be as good as new. Pak said that if he was 5 years younger, he would be able to run away from the monster for 3 days with the evil Rock and Kim on his back. The monster's core looked completely destroyed, so there should be no problem returning to its world. As the evil Rock helped his new friend up, Kim said he would go get his spear back. But what he saw in front of him changed absolutely all his plans for the near future. He did not understand how this was possible. The dryad with a hole in its body stood up again and prepared for a new attack. He still did not understand how it happened, because all other such monsters died as soon as Gungnir pierced their body. Maybe the whole problem is that the core of the monster was not destroyed when the spear hit, although it seemed absolutely impossible, so Kim had the idea that the monster could have 2 cores in its body. When Pak and the legendary master saw that their plans had worked, the smiles immediately disappeared from their faces. And this is when the real party will begin, because now they don't have a prepared plan and will be forced to improvise. Kim raised his holy spear and prepared to defend his friends with absolutely no plan, just to fight as if for the last time. But he did not have time to use his power because Evil Rock intervened and used his legendary magic. It cost him his health. Spending a lot of energy on magic, the man began to cough up blood. Kim saw that the Evil Rock had spent a lot of mana and would not be able to hold out for long, so in order to win, it is necessary to destroy the remaining core. But for this, you need to immediately look for Gungnir, who is nowhere to be seen nearby. There were many wooden branches around, which made it almost impossible to find your weapon. Maybe the demon hit it on purpose. But Kim has a holy spear left. If he can make a direct hit with it, there is a chance to destroy the core. Evil Rock immediately understood the boy's intentions and said that he could use containment and weakening magic and distract the monster. Now, there was no time to calculate many steps forward. You just need to act and do what is possible. So the Evil Rock tried to restrain and distract the monster while Kim ran forward to deliver the decisive blow a second time. It was at this moment that he showed his flexibility, speed, and unpredictability to get close to the demon. He understood that just one teaching of the monster and he will die. So he has no right to make a mistake. The Evil Rock is now giving all his life forces to give Kim the opportunity to finish off the wounded beast. So the boy has only to act and believe in his luck, which has always helped him before. Evil Rock, meanwhile, continued to hold the monster back with mana power. Kim used this magical aid to get close to the demon. He was already close enough for the dryad to see him with his own eyes and understand that he was in trouble. It was difficult for the boy. He understood that in order to destroy the core, he had to be as close as possible, but he could not do it. This task is very different from getting the monster's attention. It's another level. But this was just the beginning of the boy's problems. The demon's wooden tentacles began to attack his legs and arms. Fortunately, the Evil Rock still activated the weakening magic, so it helped restrain the opponent. Seeing that the dryad was bound by various mana chains, Kim chose the perfect moment to attack. He ran to get up close and strike with his holy spear. The main thing was that the Evil Rock did not shut down the magic prematurely. Kim saw that the number of chains restraining the monster this time is less than last time, and they are not as strong. As expected, reactivation with insufficient magic powers has limitations. But now there was no time to think over the ideal options of the plan. It was necessary to do the work as soon as possible. Kim came closer to the demon and saw its weak point. That is where the second blow should be struck. The boy continued to dodge the wooden tentacles on his way to his goal. After that day, he can confidently open a course of personal lectures and teach the destruction of dryads. But he was still not a professional in this field, a hell tree to free himself from the chains and strike back. Now the boy felt the real power of the tree. He missed a blow to the stomach and started coughing up blood. The boy fell to the ground and was once again too far away to strike with the spear. He understood that the holy spear was a powerful enough weapon to destroy the second core. He thought that everything would work out if he got close to the monster, but his body did not obey when he had to dodge the attacks. The monster realized that now was his chance for final victory and went forward to kill Kim. Fortunately, the rescue came again. The evil rock was still alive and once again used his mana to protect the boy. The legendary master has never seen students who have achieved such incredible strength at such a young age. He thought that in much less than 5 years, the name of this young warrior will be known to everyone in this country. Someday, this boy will be able to become better than the heroes of the disaster and will become a great hero of all mankind. But now he still does not have enough strength, so he must be saved, even if he has to give his own life for it. The angry rock began to shout at the boy and order him to run away, but Kim replied that he did not want to do this. He still did not give up, and despite the serious damage, he got back to his feet. The evil rock got angry and said that now is not the time to show his character. He explained that he would soon die of old age, so Kim should stay alive. He asked the boy to look at reality and be objective. Now it's time to take adult actions. Kim, whose lips were bleeding, looked at the legendary master and asked why he didn't leave them and run away. Why didn't he leave Pak? If he wanted to, he would have done it much earlier. Why even now, when the situation is critical, he still tries to give his own life for the sake of saving others? Kim didn't understand the answers to all these questions, but the evil rock silently continued to direct the last remnants of his mana at the monster. As the evil rock said, the best option is to run away and let him sacrifice his own life for the sake of others. It's quite simple. You just need to take Uncle Puck with you and quickly return to the real world. The worst choice in this situation is to engage in battle with the monster. The answer is already there, but for some reason, the guy doesn't want to run away. Maybe it's the wrong decision, but he doesn't care about it now. Despite the fact that blood is flowing from his mouth, and despite the fact that he has almost no strength left, he still does not want to run. Unexpectedly for him, the boy remembered the lecture with Professor Hercules. Hercules is the strongest hero of Greco-Roman mythology, a true legend and role model. In his last lecture, he emphasized the importance of muscle power, but this was not the power he wanted to teach his students. Strength is nothing more than physical strength. One day someone will ask, what is strength in the opinion of Hercules? At this point, the lecture video stopped, and Kim began to think, what could this mean? Then the lecture continued, and Hercules said that he had passed the path of redemption. He could not overcome the madness that Hera had sent upon him and killed his wife and children. The feeling of guilt destroyed him from the inside, and he wanted to end his life, but his friend Theseus directed him to the path of 12 tests. It was necessary to destroy the Nemean lion, the Lernaean hydra, catch the Carinaean doe, and the Arymanian boar. Also, clean the stables, kill the birds, tame the Cretan bull, and catch the wild horses of Diomedes. And finally steal Hippolyta's belt, find Gerion's cows, pick Hesperides' apples, and catch Cerberus. With each new test carried out, his fame grew more and more. But over time, people began to ridicule him. In their opinion, the killer of his wife and children cannot be called a real hero. But Hercules continued to move on. He decided to continue living for the sake of others. If he continues to do this, then in the distant future, thanks to this strategy, he will be able to forgive himself for his past sins. This is how Hercules performed 12 legendary feats and earned the title of a true hero. And then he performed a miracle and saved the gods of Olympus during the Gigantomachy, which was called the end of the gods in Greco-Roman mythology. Hercules, who killed his wife and children due to a curse, at the end of his journey of repentance became the greatest hero. The power thanks to which he was able to reach all the peaks is remorse. He explained that when you are going to do something or become someone, people will start to answer that it is impossible. They think of hundreds of reasons and explanations for your potential failure. Hercules also listened to a lot of criticism during the trials, but now he wants to say that it doesn't matter. There are thousands of reasons why you will not succeed in becoming someone. Thousands of reasons that others will find to dissuade you from it. Hercules does not force you to go against the grain, but when you decide to achieve something, this is your only reason. The only reason that makes an ordinary person a real hero. The evil rock continued to shout at the boy and said that it would be a very stupid thing if he did not run away. Evil Rock said that the boy should understand that he will not be able to compete with such a strong monster. The boy did not deny that he would not be able to win, but he could not force himself to run away. He immediately remembered the words of Hercules when people all over the world will say that nothing will work. When everyone will try to dissuade you from taking action, you must still take a step forward. You have to keep going no matter what, and despite the shadow of doubt and the voice of fear. This is the real power that comes not only from the muscles, but also from the human soul. It is a divine power that is stronger than the power that breaks mountains. It can completely change your life. The guy believed in his own strength so much after remembering the lecture of Hercules that we even suspected something incomprehensible. Kim felt this incredible power as if a flame began to burn in his lungs. It was a force that could destroy everything in its path and turn everyone into a great hero. Dryad didn't care about all this mythological stuff. He started attacking the boy to end this show. It was not easy for Kim. Even despite the help of Evil Rock, the monster was still too powerful. A legendary battle began when an ordinary student of an unknown academy challenged a level 6 monster. The fire lit up the entire forest around, as if the sun had risen in the middle of the night. Even the legendary master was already powerless. His mana was almost completely exhausted, and he could no longer restrain the demon. The only thing left for him is to hope and believe that this little warrior will save his ass. Despite the bright rays of light, he looked up and saw that Kim was already very close to the demon. The boy seemed to be walking on the sky. Had he already mastered Zhang's technique? There was a powerful explosion. At first it seemed that an atomic bomb had exploded. It was so large scale. The Evil Rock noticed the boy in time and used the remnants of his magic to catch him as he fell. At that moment, the sun rose, the clouds disappeared, and the injured Puck rose to his feet out of concern for his friend. He immediately ran to Kim. The boy was lying on the ground, and an Evil Rock was next to him. His injury is not superficial, and it does not appear that his life is in serious danger. Probably losing consciousness is the price for the fact that he used a force greater than his abilities. With an upset look, the Evil Rock said that he was very scared for the first time in many years. He is not afraid of the thought of death. To be more precise, he is afraid of what will happen to the world after his death. People have always believed that the world they live in is very safe. So as death approached, the Evil Rock began to worry, because he understood that the world still needed his help. That is why he decided to find a disciple who could replace him after death and take care of the universe. Jimin was the best of them all, even better than the master expected, but he still couldn't let go of the darkness that lived in his heart. But looking into the past, the Evil Rock realized how unnecessary all these experiences were. Because there is a person in this world who can protect the universe and people, even without him. In this young hero who did not want to give up, he saw the hero of a new generation. A hero who can find the strength to lead all of humanity. Realizing what treasure he had found, the Evil Rock was relieved and no longer worried about the future fate of mankind. Now he looked at this world knowing that now there is no need to worry about him because there is a hero who will save him in case of danger. After some time, Kim opened his eyes in fear because he thought that the battle with the monster was not over yet. As it turned out, everything is fine. He is in the best hospital in his city, and Puck explained to him that they managed to return to the real world. First of all, the boy began to ask his friends how they feel. Pack said that his wounds are not deep, and with proper treatment there should be no problems. The Evil Rock replied that everything is fine with him too. Maybe thanks to Kim's help, he will be able to feel great soon. When Kim found out that he had been in the hospital for half a day, he immediately began to worry if his friends had called Lara. Park replied that he had already talked to his daughter and also told him that Kira had called him. Kim did not understand why his teacher called Park. The man explained that the girl was very worried about her student and was already on her way here. Of course, Kira was worried because the boy had gone to find his missing friend and disappeared with him, taking her grandfather's sword with him. Puck reminded his new friend that his daughter wants to become a professional hunter, and for this she will need the help of the Evil Rock. Park hoped that the Evil Rock would keep his promise and give him money for his help, but the master replied that he could also teach his daughter on his own. It was an incredible, unexpected offer that one can only dream of. Maybe this old warrior has Alzheimer's disease and doesn't understand what he's saying at all. Park did not understand why the master decided to offer such a generous offer. The Evil Rock replied that he had not much time left to live, and until then he had nothing to do, so why not do a good deed? Of course, if she doesn't want to become a cool wizard, he won't be able to help. Then Evil Rock looked at Kim and said that he is also his hero, and he can start training the boy as well. Kim started laughing and said that if he wanted to thank him, he should pay with money instead of lessons. As soon as the legendary master agreed to this proposal, the boy immediately began to calculate what price to name. While this conversation was going on, someone very angry entered the room and kicked the door. As soon as Kim realized that the Star Sword came with his granddaughter, he guessed that he would die soon. Starsword was very angry and said that he was going to tear this little bastard to pieces now. Kira ordered Kim to run. The boy did not know what to do. Maybe jump out the window, but the Star Sword can still sit on the sword and catch up with him. Fortunately, salvation came from nowhere. The evil rock smiled and asked if it was not the legendary Master Bond. As it turned out, these two old men are old friends who have not seen each other for many years. They immediately calmed down and began talking about the glory years of the past, which kept Kim alive for now. Evil Rock did not expect that they would meet in the hospital because of such an interesting story, as if only yesterday they were young and constantly spent time together. Starsword also remembered this glorious time and asked his old friend how he was doing and why he was in the hospital. The Evil Rock began to tell what happened and how he got to this ward. Everyone else was not very interested in listening to the elders. Starsword said that it was all fiction and nothing terrible could happen. But the Evil Rock replied that he really almost died. He pointed his fingers at Kim and said that if it was for this young guy, he would already be in the ground. For some reason, once again paying attention to the boy, the Starsword began to get angry, and the eyes began to glow like a predator. Kim explained that he did it unintentionally, and he had no choice. Master Bond told him to shut up and reminded him that he didn't give him the Azure Dragon Sword so he could sell it. The Evil Rock began to defend the guy. He said that, in fact, Kim is a very talented and honest person and deserves forgiveness. Starsword said that he had turned a blind eye to the boy's actions for too long and said that Kim knows no boundaries for normal behavior. The Evil Rock did not understand why the boy made the master of the Starsword so angry. Master Bond began to shout and said that this little rascal was so stupid that he sold his Azure Dragon Sword. Evil Rock said that the boy told him that Master Bond bought him a weapon called Gangnir. Hearing that his lies were coming out, the boy thought that now his life would end. He started yelling at the Starsword that he didn't actually sell his Azure Dragon Sword, but only pawned it. Kim emphasized that he could easily buy the sword back for a small amount of money. The Starsword had already managed to activate its mana in order to kill the boy. Then the old master was still persuaded to keep the boy alive, but instead he must strike one blow at Kim. It seems that with this blow he wants not to solve the problem, but to put a bold point. The Starsword warned the boy that he could dodge or parry the blow or, of course, die. Kim tried to stop the legendary warrior and shouted that he would definitely return the Azure Dragon Sword. Master Bond replied that, of course, the sword must be returned, but that does not cancel the punishment. He activated all his power and prepared to strike like lightning. But at the last moment, when it seemed that Kim's face would turn into puree, the unexpected happened. The boy decided not to wait for a dignified death, but to repel the blow of the legendary hero of the past. Of course, Kim was still too weak to withstand such a load, so he immediately fell to the floor. He instantly felt his arm in incredible pain and began to scream and moan. But surprisingly, his hand was like new, although it should have broken or even crumbled into several pieces. This angered the master, and he prepared for another attack. Kim began to shout that the agreement was only for one strike and he was allowed to defend himself. Taking advantage of the pause, he immediately said that he urgently needed to go outside to breathe fresh air and ran away. Starsword thought that this boy cannot be fixed. He must either accept or kill him. The Evil Rock started to laugh and said that his friend was already too old. He thought that the Starsword would kill the boy, but he restrained his aggression. Bond explained that if he really killed the boy, it would only cause him extra trouble. Evil Rock said that it's all just a show and that Bond can't really hate Kim that much. Maybe all this ostentatious hatred is just because the guy likes Kira? Starsword asked for less chatter and sat next to his distant friend. He changed the subject and asked what the hell happened in that dungeon. First, in the 10th level dungeon where the distortion took place, traces of the Apostle of Abstinence were found. Secondly, during the investigation of the Order of Truth, a mutant appeared in the dungeon. Well, of course, at the same time, this whole situation was saved by an ordinary student of the Hunter Academy. Starsword was surprised by the boy's progress. Just a few days ago when they fought, Kim was too weak. The Evil Rock looked into the eyes of his friend and said that he could see that he still could not recognize this guy. Bond explained that this was true and that he could not trust the current professional hunters and it would be difficult to convince him. Also, among the C rank, he did not meet any really strong hunter. They were all like garbage. Evil fate agreed with him. When remembering the heroes of a great disaster, everyone thinks of heroes similar to a golden sword or an evil rock. But now, everything has changed. Now they become professional hunters only in order to make good money from this work. The warriors of the past dreamed of peace more than anyone and waited for it to come. The world is not as safe as ordinary people think. One day all the heroes will disappear, and if the world is threatened, will he have the strength to stop it? Perhaps all this is a cunning plan of people who are called the Order of Truth. The evil rock told his friend that sometimes it seemed that the one who seems weak can do what others are unable to do. Their century is already coming to an end. Maybe their time has already passed and they didn't even realize it. There are completely new young talents who must take responsibility for the safety of the entire universe. Even if these young talents seem weak, it does not mean that they are not worthy to take on the role of heroes. Too much time has passed. Now everything is different, and instead of yelling at them, it is better to help. Meanwhile, a rather sentimental situation occurred on the street where Kim, Kira, and Park were. His daughter ran to Puck. She started hugging him and crying like a little child. Watching this, Kim was happy. He personally saw what he risked his life for. Puck looked at his friend with tears in his eyes and sincerely thanked him for saving him. The guy replied that it was just a manifestation of true and sincere friendship. At that moment, even Kira cried. They say that the best result is the one when everything returns to its place. After a few weeks, all the heroes of the dungeon story were discharged from the hospital and were able to return to where they needed to be. Some continued to work with monster corpses, some returned to teaching young students, and some continued to train. But still, some moments of their lives have changed. First, the legendary Evil Rock personally accepted Lar as his student. What previously seemed impossible happened. Secondly, fulfilling his promise, the Evil Rock paid Kim for his saved life and gave him a lot of money. The master explained that he was not sorry to spend money on young talents, however. He was going to give his money to the needs of the country after his death. Of course, Kim immediately provided a large sum of money to return the Azure Dragon Sword to Master Bond, apparently nearly dying in the process. In any case, this story ended beautifully. Thanks to these adventures, the progress of the Hercules course increased by almost 50%. Now, Kim cannot think about money problems and enjoy progress and new weapons. As soon as Kim returned to the academy, he was immediately happy to see Minor. Kim asked him why he did not worry about his friend and never came to the hospital. Minor assured that he was worried, but Kira asked not to interfere with Kim's recovery from her injuries. The girl was also very happy that now their whole little team is together again. As soon as the training continued, Minor approached Kira and asked her to find one interesting thing. At the same time, Kim was already completing daily tasks from the Cultivator Academy. In this time of change, only the Dream Academy remained unchanged, continuing to guard its place. Now, the house of the Maria Academy is associated in the boy with his own house. He feels very comfortable here. At the last lecture, Hercules drew attention to what the power of God is. Sometimes there are students who can immediately understand the meaning of these words. This student may now be surprised by the fact that his progress is so fast. There is no reason to be surprised. This course is made to teach the power of God. In short, the percentage of progress increased because you understood and mastered this power. But this does not mean that now it is not necessary to listen to Professor Hercules. The power of a god is close to the basics, and in order to fully utilize the near-infinite power, a vessel that can withstand it is needed. Only a trained body will be able to withstand the power of a god, which is why Hercules talks about the importance of strong muscles. In conclusion, Kim can now use divine power, but his body can't handle it. Still possible due to 50% progress, but the daily tasks are almost done. The guy thought about what to do: buy a new course at the Cultivator Academy or buy a new weapon. If the boy had enough mana power to constantly summon Gungnir, he would already be nearly invincible. In addition, in the shop of cultivators, there are a lot of different interesting things that add mana power. Therefore, you need to think very carefully before making a decision so that you don't regret it later. After a few minutes of active thinking, Kim decided that it would be better to buy a new course of lectures at the academy. Now he is not ready to absorb all the energy of the elixir. For that, he needs to learn mana cultivation. The boy turned to his mentor and said that he had accumulated karma and he needed a mana training course. He wrote a letter to the mentor and mentioned that he usually responds in about a week. Soon came the answer, in which the mentor advised the boy some courses. The guy saw the prices and realized that he didn't have enough money, and that's why he went to Kerr. She was surprised that he again spent everything he had and now asks to tell when the next competition will be. Kira started screaming and asking why the hell he spends all his money and makes the same mistake every time. Did she think that maybe someone would eat all his money, or would it all mysteriously disappear at the same time? Kim apologized and said that all the courses at his academy are very expensive. He is also tired of earning money. Having calmed down a little, the girl looked in her diary and said that the competition would take place soon. She made the guy happy by saying that you can get $50,000 for the victory, but there is one problem. Only teams can participate in this competition. It is not an individual competition. The girl explained that only a team of 3 students from the same academy can participate in the competition. The boy thought that this was a big problem and immediately remembered the new student of the academy. Now, there are only 2 students in the Dream Academy. United, they can achieve great success. But according to the rules, a 3rd student is needed. Kim hoped that maybe there would be some new student who would want to start studying at their academy. Although, on the other hand, even if they open for recruitment, there are no guarantees that the newcomer can be trusted. Is there no one you can connect with and really trust at the competition? This must be a future hunter who has not yet entered the academy. Kim knew many young men and women, and for some reason he could not make an obvious choice. It wasn't until a while later that he started thinking about Lar. Maybe this would be a really good option. He immediately proposed this candidacy to Cyrus and waited for her to answer him. At first, the girl began to doubt that it would be right to lure Lar to their academy to participate in team competitions. She perfectly remembered that Lara is now studying in an evil rock, so it looks quite wrong. It was unclear how they could interest the girl. She was trained by a legendary warrior, so she should be happy. Kim replied that it was not only necessary for the competition, although what he meant was unclear. So soon it was decided to go immediately to the house where the evil rock lives. The boy went into the living room, and one of the master's assistants asked him to wait until the evil rock came. That's how quickly life changed. One phone call, and the young student is already sitting in the living room of the legendary warrior. The master entered the room and said that only a few days had passed since their last meeting, and now they met again. Angry Rock said he was always happy to see guests like Kim and sat down across from him. The boy noticed that the master walks with the help of a stick, so he is probably not in the best shape. He also asked how Lar's studies are going. The master replied that she is currently studying elemental magic. It's unbelievable. It's only been 2 days since she became his student, and she already knows how to use mana. Even Jimin took more time to master this technique. Such talents are sometimes hidden from view. Since the master did not have long to live, he decided to give all his free time to the students, and it turned out to be quite fun. Kim chose a rather interesting strategy to lure Lara into the Dream Academy. He began the story by telling about the Dark Star and his student who studies with them, and explained that this is done through following the order of truth. The master was shocked by these stories. He did not know that the Dark Star was afraid of following the order of truth, and he did not know that he had a student. He explained that the order of truth may start to take an interest in Evil Rock again, and because of this, they may turn their attention to Lar. According to the boy, if he is involved in this case, the order of truth will not be able to see those who train with him. That is why he offers the legendary master to abandon Lara's training and allow her to transfer to the Dream Academy. Of course it was a lie, but on the other hand, the guy was partially right. It would really help the girl's safety. He explained that Lara is like a younger sister to him. He would like her to study with him even without a competition. The Evil Rock thought. He realized that he should not have made ill-considered decisions just because he had little time left. Kim saw that his plan almost worked and immediately rejoiced. Sometimes it seems that there are no limits to his cunning. After thinking for a while, the Evil Rock replied that he agreed with this proposal because it would be right. He agreed that he should not restrain the girl for the sake of her own safety. She would be really dangerous with him. If you think about it, gaining experience in practice is also one of the best ways to train. Kim brought the lucky girl to his academy. Kira and Minor were happy to see her. Minor was the first to get to know the Evil Rock student. He had already heard a lot about her. The happy and cheerful boy said his name and started talking about the fact that his teacher is also a legendary figure. Lara was interested, but Kim intervened and covered Minor's mouth with his hand, reminding him that it was a secret after all. Oddly enough, after 2 seconds, he himself told the girl that this boy's name is Minor and his teacher is a Dark Star. There is no need to look for logic here. He told his friends about the girl and asked them to be kind to her. He also said that she is still studying at school, so you can't cling to her. The girl replied that she is already finishing school and there is no need to talk to her like a child. Then the boy approached Minor and Lar and informed them that the 3 of them were participating in the team competition. Of course, as soon as Minor heard this, he started to rejoice, as always. Sometimes it seems that he will rejoice even if he finds out that he has cancer. The guy said that they will definitely win because they have Kim in their team. According to him, he and Lara may not even need to do anything. Kim's efforts will be enough for all 3. Hearing that they still decided to participate in the competition, Kira said that it was necessary to come up with a name for the team. Everyone immediately began to think and come up with various interesting options. I didn't come up with anything interesting, except for the name Disabled People. Everyone started looking at Kim. Minor smiled and said that Kim is the captain of the team, so he should come up with the name. Kira said that this should not be a problem because the most important thing has already been done. The team has already been formed. At that moment, Kim was only thinking about how to win the competition, and he had no options for the title. He began to look at the building of their academy, hoping that it would help come up with something. Soon he proposed a rather original name to call the team Dreams. Minor and Lara were satisfied and said that it is a rather original name that suits them. So the team of the Dream Academy was called the Dream Team. I have never heard anything stupider in my life. After the name decision was made, Kim looked like he'd won the Math Olympiad. After that, their team decided to start hard training in order to perfectly prepare for the upcoming competitions. This is how this legendary team was formed, the name of which behind the bar will become known throughout the world. This team consists of real freaks, a mage girl who has only recently become awakened, a self-taught boy, and an inadequate cultivator. Raid competitions are organized by a private company. To be more precise, they are held thanks to the support of large guilds. Of course, there is a reason why the big guilds give money to these competitions. All this is done in order to recruit the best students who have the greatest talent. Although there are professional hunters who work alone, most gather in guilds and conduct their activities in teams. That is why not only personal talents are evaluated, but also the ability to work in a team. The hidden task of the competition was the analysis and study of the hunter's potential. All this, of course, is done in order to lure him to your side in advance while he is studying at the academy. As a result, large guilds began to lobby the state and the association under the pretext of sponsorship. Different channels and organizations, sensing the smell of money, united, and these competitions appeared in the world. Only first and second grade academies can participate in these team competitions. In other words, competitions between academies are held for the elite whose curiosity is focused on money. So people who come to see these inter-academy raids can see some real young stars. The best students of the best academies take part in these competitions. Gaon Academy presented this year a top-class team of 3 students who are in the top 5 of the academy. Seeing these predators, the other participants were interested who then will represent Hunter Mill and Ale. Can Hunter Mill send to these competitions the same girl who is considered the most talented in the history of professional hunters? There were even rumors that this girl is a student of one of the 5 legendary heroes. Minor said that the captain of their team is also very famous, but for some reason, no one recognizes him. The first round of the raid competition is the destruction of the Arachne monster, the 7th level. The evaluation criterion is the speed of execution. It seems that the dungeon has a high rank this time because a lot of teams failed the first round. There were also rumors that various mutations were discovered in the dungeons, and therefore students may have problems overcoming monsters. Guild President Aries ordered Dohar to recruit as many talented rookies as possible. A little later, the first team to advance to the second round appeared. This is the Gaon Academy. Dohar watched the competition with interest and wondered who would be second, Hunter Mill or Ale. A little later, all the fans were a little surprised because the announcer of the competition announced that the second team that completed the task was the Dream Academy. Of course, no one has ever heard of this academy. Maybe they are some students from the village. The Ares Guild couldn't even believe that this academy completed the task in 9 minutes. They told the judge that their equipment broke. The scoreboard showed 9 minutes. It seemed impossible because Gaon managed in 30 minutes. A little later, the judge apologized to the fans and explained that the results were indeed incorrect. In fact, Maria Academy managed this task in 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Whether the fans like it or not, a new star, a dream team, will shine at this competition. The first round was quite easy for them if you look at the final result. But in reality, it was not just to destroy level 7 monsters either. These spiders are really dangerous. Kim thought that if Professor Arak found out that this huge spider was called Arachna, he would go crazy. Kim had not yet used Gungnir and was waiting for a more dangerous task. He was sure that he could easily deal with spiders, although their webs are legendary for their strength and flexibility. But this did not scare the boy, because this web is nothing compared to his spear. This legendary net will become only a ball of threads that will be torn in a few seconds. Kim had made great progress in martial arts and was now enjoying fighting monsters. He quickly changed his positions and attacked the monsters from different flanks. Lara did not interfere much yet. She watched something incredible, as if mesmerized. Her attention was captivated by these two incredible guys who destroy a huge number of monsters without effort. A little later, she realized that she couldn't just stand and watch, so she had to act. During this time, the young sorceress already managed to learn several interesting spells thanks to the evil rock, but her huge potential immediately showed itself in all its glory. Probably she would easily destroy Voldemort. Now it's time for the boys to watch her skills and enjoy her talents. This is how this young team, which was only recently formed, finished the first round with an incredible result. Minor said that the captain constantly surprises him with his incredibly fast progress. Kim replied that it was just luck and asked Minor where all his weapons had gone. The boy calmly replied that he threw away all his weapons because his teacher does not like to use them all in a row. He only left the dual daggers and a bow with arrows, which should be enough to destroy the spiders. This time he only used his daggers to stay close to Lara and protect her. At that moment, they noticed that everyone around them was looking at them. A similar story about 9 minutes spread very quickly. The fans immediately recognized Kim. They already knew the guy and remembered that he won the competition in Hunter Mill. Of course, most did not forget that Minor was standing next to him with whom he fought in the finals of those competitions. At that moment, the Gown Academy team entered this room, and the tension immediately increased. Kim noticed it immediately, but Minor didn't care because he was happy that they were being recognized. Minor started shouting that Kim is their captain and they will beat everyone. Lara intervened and ordered the boys to shut up. It was very hot in the room. All they were doing was discussing the results of the Manhwa Academy. Hunter Mill Academy's Divine team completed the task in 30 minutes. When they entered the room, they thought that everyone would immediately run to get their autograph. But it didn't matter to everyone. It seems that no one is interested in these fools because a new star called Muria appeared on the stage. In the second round, you had to find a magic crystal in a dungeon under a time limit, and Kim and company did it again in record time. In the third round, it was necessary to destroy an artificial monster. The evaluation criteria was time. This task was accomplished with the help of Gungnir. The Dream Academy once again took first place in just 19 seconds. In the fourth round, the teams had to protect the magic crystal and hold out as long as possible. During this test, Minor reported to the captain that he had run out of arrows. That is why the boy took out 2 daggers and went to defend the left flank. Kim worked with his spear and behaved like a real team captain. During this test, there was really fierce fighting. It was interesting to watch. Due to the fact that new monsters appeared all the time, it was difficult. It was almost impossible to get rid of them. Then the Dream Team saw that there was something in the air. There was a huge concentration of mana. It was almost impossible to see this object with the eyes, but Chiron's sense helped the boy. Is it the core that forms the dungeon or some kind of medium that generates monsters? Kim could not relax because new demons were constantly attacking him from all sides. The legendary Gungnir decided to check what would happen if he launched this unknown core. At first there was a rather loud explosion. A blue glow blinded everyone in the dungeon. But then, looking closely, Kim realized that Gungnir just cut through the air. Maybe the guy thought that there was something there, or could it be hallucinations caused by the air in the dungeon? All these options are possible, but Chiron's senses have rarely deceived Kim. The situation is quite confusing. During all this time, unlike Gungnir, the boy had still not been able to learn all the effects of the Holy Spear. He was sure that the spear had options that were as good as Gungnir, and maybe even better. Kim wondered if this was the perfect time to test what the Holy Spear was really capable of. Despite being attacked by monsters from the dungeon, he ran to the blue core to test this theory. One day you can risk it, although it will be a shame if the Holy Spear breaks now. The Gown Academy team also passed this test in parallel. They had many problems in coordinating team movements. They began to quarrel because some team members did not protect the right areas in time. Still, they are one of the best in their academy, so that should be enough to successfully complete this challenge. They completed the task in 44 minutes and were confident that this was enough to take first place for the round. The team believed that they had chosen the right strategy and were almost not wrong. It was the maximum they were capable of. Along the corridor, they passed by the Dream Team, their main competitors in these competitions. They entered the dungeon at the same time, but as it turned out, the Dream Team finished this test earlier. Suddenly, one of the members of the Gown Academy saw the results and said that there must have been a glitch. They couldn't believe that it was really possible. Could it be all a prank? In the arena, the announcer was also surprised and said that something had happened that was considered impossible before. Everyone knew that the magic core in the dungeon exists as aimless matter. The announcer said that the Dream Academy successfully passed a new test and their results cannot be measured. It's only been a month since the Hunter Mill exam. Are they really progressing that fast? If everything goes at the same pace, then at the next exam they will enter the world of professional hunters. Now there was no time to clarify the information. Dohar was ready to do everything to recruit the Dream Team. While the guilds dreamed of recruiting at least one member of the Dream Team, Kim was enjoying success. He shared his holy spear and thanked himself in the past when he bought this weapon. From the very beginning, he had guessed that the holy spear might have the effect of ignoring the mana shield. Gungnir can do the same, so it's just big sticks, just different levels. The boy guessed that the holy spear might not be capable of this, but he decided to take a chance. When you are young, the risk is accepted much easier, and the consequences are not particularly worrying. He applied a holy spear to the magic core, and as it turned out, it worked. Ironically, Gungnir was unable to help at this point, and the holy spear was at its best. Maybe it's all about the holy spear's ability to damage the item itself? The guy thought that in the future it is necessary to test this theory and find out the answer. The boy was focused on his own thoughts and did not hear how his team celebrated their success. A member of the Gaon Academy approached them and asked what tricks they used to destroy the core. It was Young Shu, one of the team leaders of his academy. The other Gaon team members were upset, so it's Young Shu's personal desire to find out the truth. This impudent boy from another academy ordered to answer quickly, but under no circumstances lie to him. Of course, such conversations made Minor very angry. He already imagined how, with the help of an arrow, he would make several holes in his head. Young Shu didn't think the Dream Team was cheating. He admitted that Kim really has incredible abilities. He was already told what happened at the Hunter Emil training exam. But it is impossible that in the 4th round it was not possible to record the result, although Kayun may have succeeded. Without waiting for an answer from Kim, Jong silently walked back to his team. Minor didn't like that he made his captain angry and left. That's not how it's done. Young Shu thought that he acted too emotionally. There is no need to compare Kim with a true genius. He believed that Hyun was a bird of a completely different flight than all the others. Even Lara was angered by these words, but she asked Minor to calm down as the 5th round would begin soon. She decided to ask if their victory wasn't official yet. Kim replied that he did not know this, although everything really happened much easier than they expected. As it turned out, they were being watched, and soon this unknown person called the Dream Team. They turned to face him and asked what the matter was. Maybe they would already be given money for the victory. This person replied that their team received an interesting offer. If they accept this offer, they will immediately receive $100,000, the same money as for winning the competition. But instead, there is one condition. Do they know that a 9th level monster will appear in the 5th round? Of course, a monster created by magic technology is inferior to a real monster of the 9th level. Nevertheless, the strength of the students will not be enough to catch him, so the goal of the 5th round is not to catch the boss. The real purpose of the test is to test how the students attack a strong monster and find its weaknesses. On the basis of the overall indicators, the rating for the round will be formed. Of course, the highest score will be given to the team that destroys the monster, but the raid battle is held only once a year, and throughout history, more than one team has not been able to defeat it. Therefore, the condition of the agreement is the destruction of the monster. If this is not possible, the Dream Team must refuse the award. If the team refuses, then nothing terrible will happen. This is just an offer. They can go through the 5th round on their own and get the prize for the first place. This offer is not from the organizers. Considering Youngshu's recent words, the other academies believe that the Dream Team is not playing fair. So with this proposal, they plan to destroy the Dream Team and restore the honor of the best hunter academies. Minor and Lara said they didn't care and asked the captain to make a decision for the whole team. The judge said that the organizers want the Dream Team to accept this offer. Kim immediately understood that the organizers of the competition were under pressure from channels and sponsors. In case of success, an easy $100,000. In case of failure, a loss almost guaranteed, $50,000. Kim did not know what to do and offered to make a counter-proposal. If the total prize fund is $100,000, then let the organizers add money from themselves and the fund will become $150,000. If that happens, the Dream Team will be ready to accept the offer. Kim explained that it makes no sense for them to take big risks and accept small offers. This little scoundrel was only thinking about money. Even now, he had to go to a business academy. He mentally imagined money in his hands and the purchase of new lectures at the Cultivator Academy. And if his new plan works, there will be enough money even for a mana power course and an elixir. The judge was shocked by the impudence of this young guy. Is he not ashamed? Dohar could not even imagine that a counteroffer would come from the Dream Team. They understood the intentions of the organizers and showed their intuition, which speaks of their confidence in their own abilities. Everyone was wondering if these impudent young men would really succeed. The guild boss had not seen Dohar so confident in someone for a long time. This time, the Revenant will be spawned, a level 9 monster that does not feel pain and only dies after being killed twice. Dohar assured that even this will not be enough to stop the Dream Team. As it turned out, Kim and company have already entered the dungeon. Everything will soon become clear. Inside the dungeon with the 9th level monster, Lara asked the captain if he had a money spirit. Minor explained to the girl that their captain had always been like this, although now he became even more greedy. Kim asked these little slugs to shut up and reminded them that this is the last round, so you have to try to make big money. At first, the team was very happy when they remembered the money, but then they realized that they were facing difficult obstacles. It was very dark around, and you could feel how heavy the air was in this place. Soon they heard strange voices. It seems that this 9th level demon is somewhere nearby and is preparing to meet them. Seeing the broadcast from the dungeon, people were shocked. Would Draugr really be the rival of these young students? This is not a 9th level monster at all. It pulls at least 10 stars and is famous for its killer level of difficulty. It seems that the organizers decided to kill the entire team. The creation of a mental-type monster is strictly prohibited. Dohar did not understand what this monster was doing in the list of opponents for students, and decided to immediately intervene in this situation. In fact, creating a level 10 monster is such a big problem that students are not in danger of dying from a monster created with magic. But in one case, this monster can actually kill when it uses the mental attack of a mental-type monster. This will happen because the human brain takes all the mental damage. It may be fiction, but only mental damage is perceived as real, which is why Dohar was so scared. In the past, when students died in competitions, a level 6 monster was created. But now a monster of at least the 10th level is fighting against them, which is not the level that a student can compete with. He attacks the brains of his victims and makes them imagine various scary scenarios, such as the death of their parents or the death of Iron Man in the Avengers. If this is not stopped, the Dream Team will soon meet a horrible death due to the mental monster. Dohar ran into the organizer's room and started shouting that they should immediately force the students to return from the dungeon. He was told that a person had already been sent to help, but due to overloading, it was impossible to get into the dungeon. Dohar was very angry and said that it is necessary to urgently destroy the magic core or turn off the energy supply. He called the organizers devilish psychos who left people to die after several million. Besides, these are children who have a wonderful future. It seemed that this affected the organizers, and they began to try to think of a way out of this situation. But then strange things began to happen on the TV screens that broadcast events from the dungeon. Everyone who was watching the Dream Team fell silent at that moment, as if they saw their own death. Even the Gaon Academy team was excitedly watching and waiting for the outcome. An unknown mythical black figure with huge red eyes appeared on the screens. It was like a ghost approaching Kim. All his friends were already lying on the ground unconscious. Kim was smiling for some reason. He probably didn't understand what was happening. "It looks like this is the same Draugr we heard about recently." Minor and Lara rose to their feet, but they, like their captain, were as if enchanted by the monster's hypnosis. They saw strange visions. Minor shouted that he didn't do it and it wasn't him. Lara cried and asked her father not to die. If Kim also saw terrible behavior, he would probably imagine that he lost all his money. But the boy was not fascinated. He watched as his friends fell to the ground and did not understand what was happening. The demon said that maybe the guy is still winning now, but how long will that last? The demon called the boy trash, who wouldn't be able to behave the same when he becomes a professional hunter. Kim did not lose his mind, but this whole situation was very unexpected for him. He did not know how to react to it. Before him stood a real 10th level demon, but how exactly to defeat him? The progress of the Buddha's courses immediately began to increase rapidly. The boy smiled and asked the monster what he needed. All he heard in response was a growl, so the boy decided to take out his holy spear. Maybe it would be possible to make the demon believe in God? Without thinking long, in principle as usual, Kim decided to run forward and attack the opponent. Looking at the boy, the demon said that without the Academy of Cultivators, he is nothing of himself. Kim guessed that it was not the voice of a real Draugr. It was a thought in his subconscious that was worried about the monster. These are the seeds of his anxieties and doubts, all that he carried inside himself all the time. Buddha spoke in his head. He said that he hopes that the boy does not limit himself in his mind. Coincidence is transformed into connection, and connection in the final path flows into fate. Your randomness in the end will turn into fate. In parallel with these words, the boy's progress grew. Doubtful thoughts lingered in the boy's head. It was difficult for him not to pay attention to them. The demon said that neither before nor in the future the boy would be able to achieve anything on his own. If the depressed person talks about the past and the anxious person talks about the future, then the calm person will talk about the present. If the artist is attacked by stupidity and he chaotically applies too many colors to the canvas, then in the end, he will only paint everything black. Sometimes you have to learn to free your soul from the burden. If your soul feels heaviness and doubts, try to accept the existing reality. Climb a mountain, lie down on the grass, and listen to the water. See how the mountains, water, and earth surround you. You are the same child of the universe and deserve to stand in this place, even if you don't feel it yourself. At such moments, Professor Bud's help was worth all the money in the world. The boy immediately felt incredible motivation and began to feel confident that he would be able to overcome this monster. The demon replied that the freedom of the present moment and rest for the soul are just the words of a fool who deserves nothing. It was like an internal struggle in Kim's head. On one side of the demon's mind, on the other side of the Buddha's mind. Buddha continued to tell various motivational things. It seems that he likes to take forbidden substances since childhood. He said that, in fact, he was not created only from those moments of greatness that the world remembers. In fact, every lived moment of life gives us something and also teaches us something. A great image that is remembered by the world is really just a tribute to what you have gained by living your life. If a person does not accept the moments of his life, then he will give nothing. If you're empty inside, then there will be nothing to share. These are ancient Eastern truths that have been forgotten in modern times. All the moments that fill life while you inhale and exhale air create the real us. It is these precious moments that give you the strength you need at the right time. Hearing the voice of the legendary professor in his head, the boy seemed to become a saint. This gave him the strength to attack the demon voice in his head and destroy it. Dismissing his doubts and insecurities, Kim now clearly saw the goal in front of him and ran towards it at full speed. This target was a mental monster that made his close friends suffer and tried to conquer his own consciousness. In just a few seconds, the real battle of infinity will begin. The boy has no choice. He must win. Every nerve cell in Kim's body responds with a loud ringing sound, as if an electric current has passed through it. But the seeds of worries and doubts, which were firmly planted in the soul, have already withered and do not carry any danger. Now, Kim was sure that no amount of thinking could shake him. Without a doubt, it could be called ataraxia. The progress of the Buddha's lecture course continued to grow, and in the boy's hands a true divine power could be felt. This incredible power was channeled into his holy spear and prepared to attack the demon. It seems that now this dark monster is no longer so cheerful and confident in his abilities. His tricks with scary stories did not work. Kim felt that he had seized the initiative on the battlefield, smiled, and said that it was too late to run away. The boy told the demon that he turned out to be one of the best teachers and then pierced his body with a holy spear. The energy that broke out was truly terrible. The glow illuminated the entire dark dungeon. This strike of the holy spear was so strong and powerful that the connection to the dungeon was destroyed after that. The directors of the broadcast did not know what to do. This situation happened for the first time in the history of team competitions. Also, everyone wondered how an ordinary young student that few had heard of was able to kill a draugr. Draughor is a level 10 mental type monster. It has no flesh and is unaffected by physical attacks. Honestly, none of the recruiters present would have survived a draugr mental attack. That is why all the 8 draugr dungeons that appeared in the country in the past could only be cleared by the Soul Star. But it was incredible to see that even a young student who used only one blow was able to do it. Dohar thought that his guild would not be able to meet the needs of such a talented student. The student waiting room was also watching this incredible duel against the 10th level monster. No one understood how Kim was able to do this. A 10th level monster, even though he was artificially created, an incredibly strong personality. Youngshu remembered that he had said that only Ha-hyun could do this, but it seemed that he had never been so wrong before. Perhaps we must admit that even this legendary student is not up to Kim's level. Meanwhile, the boy was happy that he didn't lose consciousness like last time after the battle with the Dryads. Over the past 90 days of the free pass, his progress has gone up by 17%, and in the past hour by 15%. Looks like Draugr turned out to be a great professor. He should be invited to the Cultivator Academy. At the same time, Miner and Lara woke up and did not understand what had happened to them. They saw their captain and asked what had happened, and was he not wounded? They also couldn't believe that Kim was able to defeat a 10th-level monster by himself. The boy replied that it was too early to celebrate, and it was better to return to the real world for a start. He was weakened and a little injured, so they helped him through the portal. As soon as Kim returned to the arena, he immediately heard that he has now become a legend that everyone wants to invite to their guild. All these people offered him incredible money and privileges. Someone even offered him the position of director. The Lion Guild offered to fully cover all expenses for the next raids and begged the boy to join them. All the guild representatives surrounded Kim and gave him their business cards. The referees began to stop this arbitrariness and said that the Dream Team had just experienced a mental attack, so they needed to be examined. The Dream Team was saved from these invaders. One of the representatives of the organization took them with him. Kira also watched these competitions on TV, and when she saw what happened, she immediately ran to Kim. She was worried that the boy was badly injured, but he replied that he was not seriously injured. He reported that Miner and Lara had experienced mental attacks, so they needed to rest for a while, but everything would be fine. The boy reassured the teacher and explained that, in fact, everything ended well and there was no cause for concern. While she was driving here, Kira was very worried and thought that this time something bad must happen to Kim. It also understood that he could no longer be regarded as an ordinary student, although sometimes he seemed like an ordinary fool. The girl began to remember how they met for the first time a few months ago. Since then, he has changed incredibly and has shown crazy progress, but Kira feels heavy feelings in her heart. Seeing that the girl was upset, Kim asked what happened. Kira answered that everything was fine. It seemed that there was an element of gentle romance and spontaneity in the air, and it was at this moment that a knock was heard at the door. An unknown man in a nice suit came in and apologized for his unexpected arrival. It was the chairman of the association, Mr. Toucan, a well-known figure in the world of professional hunters. He said that he had received news about the incident in the dungeon, and that is why he personally came here. Kim was pleased that the head of the association was worried about him and decided to personally check if everything was okay. Toucan remembered how this young lad had come to him with an azure demon sword that the Star Sword didn't trust anyone. When the head of the association heard about the appearance of the 10th level monster, he was already mentally preparing for Kim's death. But the boy single-handedly destroyed the demon, and now it becomes clear why the Star Sword values this student. Moreover, together with him is a granddaughter, whom the Star Sword guards as the most valuable treasure. And this says a lot. Mr. Toucan was very glad that he personally came to check the boy's health. He asked how Kim was feeling, and the boy replied that he was actually fine and only had a few bruises. Realizing that there might not be a better moment, Kim asked Toucan what happened. Why did a monster of the 10th level get into the dungeon? At first it was said that the Dream Team, like other participants, will have to fight against the Revenants. The boy was very surprised when he heard that it happened due to overloading of the magic core of the dungeon. The head of the association explained that they were conducting research on mutations, and the results of this were applied for the first time at these competitions. If the reason for the overload of the magical core is the researched mutations, then it turns out that the distortion can be created artificially. Kim began to think, perhaps the distortion that caused the great disaster happened in the same way. The head of the association apologized to the boy and said that they would be careful to never repeat their mistakes. This was not expected. Knowing the reputation of Toucan, one could think that this case would be forgotten. The head of the association said that an apology alone will not end the matter and asked Kim what he wanted. Of course, we all know what this greedy boy replied. He asked for $100,000 to resolve this conflict. Toucan expected this. He already knew from the last meeting that the boy loves money very much. Kim immediately explained that there are 3 people in their team, as well as a teacher, and all of them should receive $100,000. This was no longer funny. The head of the association was used to only stealing such sums from the budget and not giving them to other students. But realizing that the situation turned out to be very dangerous and could cause reputational problems, he agreed. The raid battle between the teams, which was very difficult, finally ended. The team of the Dream Academy easily defeated the entire elite of the country's best academies. Due to the battle with the monster, due to the problems with the magic core, the whole country was discussing these competitions. Guilds were developing strategies to attract members of the Dream Team. They were ready to give all their money for this. Ordinary people also only talked about this, Everyone believed that after these competitions, Kim should immediately receive a professional hunter's license. Meanwhile, the members of the Dream Team were dealing with a very important issue. They were deciding how to divide the money. Lara and Minor said they only wanted to take half and the other half should go to the captain. The guy was shocked. He replied that the victory was won only with their help, and he only intervened at the very end. During this time, they became very close and became not just an academy team, but a real family. They received prizes for competitions, money from the head of the association, and also donations from sponsors and large guilds. Considering that Minor and Lara took only half of this money, Kim got a lot of wealth. He only has to save a little more, and he will be able to buy a course of lectures by a sage whose power is equal to the sky. When he entered Kyr's office, the boy learned that their academy had now been promoted to the First League. After hearing this information, he asked if raids on level 6 dungeons were now available to them. Kira replied that for this it is necessary that each hunter has a minimum rating of A. The problem is that Kira is a B-rank hunter, so they won't be allowed to raid. The girl started apologizing, but Kim immediately calmed her down and said that without her help, they would not have been able to even participate in the past competitions. After leaving her office, he thought that it was in vain to go in and ask. Now he began to think about how to get to the raid in the dungeon of the 6th level. Only there, you can earn crazy money. Also, the guy thought about whether to continue earning money or buy a course of lectures on the power of mana. He decided that the best solution would be to consult with his mentor and began to write him messages. Unexpectedly, the mentor appeared immediately. Usually, he only responds to messages. Kim said that the mentor needs to choose another way to appear or he will soon have a stroke. The meter replied that this is how he amuses himself and asked why Kim called him. The guy explained that he was completely confused and did not know which lecture to start studying with. The mentor began to think and answered, maybe Kim's current level is already enough? Then he said that the boy can get a discount on karma and then enroll in both courses at the same time. Kim was immediately interested in this offer, but he did not understand what a discount on karma meant. The mentor said that an incredible event is happening right now which will allow you to get a discount on the karma calculated for each person. Kim didn't know that the Academy of Professional Cultivators had discount periods, let alone a 50% discount. The mentor explained that the boy misunderstood everything. With great luck, you can get a discount of up to 100%. That is, Kim had a chance to enroll for free in the course of a great sage whose power is equal to the power of heaven. The mentor stopped the boy's joy and explained that it would not be easy to get a discount. He began to tell that an event to support excellent students is currently taking place at the Cultivator Academy. This event will help those with the highest score on the practice exam. Of course, Kim was upset. He immediately remembered that he completely failed the training exam at the Cultivator Academy last month. However, unlike last time, he now possesses a transfer technique and divine power. Also, the progress in psychology is increased. Kim would be able to score much more points now if he tried again. The mentor said that he expressed himself incorrectly. It is not about excellent students, but about those who show a trend of progress. That is, the main criterion is an increase in the assessment compared to last time. The discount will depend on this. Therefore, it is not necessary to get the best score. The main thing is to show progress and finish the practice exam better than last time. The mentor said that with Kim's current level, it is possible to do it, and asked if he would try. The guy understood that he had no right to miss such a great opportunity and immediately agreed. He and his mentor went to the Central Park to try to pass the training exam again. He had fake gold in his hands. He is already experienced in this business and remembers how Fafnir lost his head over gold. The boy hoped that all the tasks from the last practice exam would remain unchanged. The mentor said that you can take the exam for free only once, and now you have to pay. Kim began calculating various mathematical formulas to calculate how much money he would have left and what discount he could get. So, to get a 60% discount, he needs to score 3 points for each of the 7 tests. So he immediately took out his phone and confirmed his participation in the new practice exam. The boy was informed that the first task of the combat force was being formed and asked to wait. Kim began to prepare for a new meeting with the dragon Fafnir. Last time their relationship was strained. As soon as the message that the task was created came to the phone, everything started right away. Kim almost broke his head. The mentor also did not expect such a rapid start, and already regretted that he stayed with the boy. Kim realized that it was necessary to act immediately, took a fake gold bar in his hands and threw it at the monster. He then quickly took out a holy spear from his magic pouch so that he could defend himself. He decided to act quickly while the dragon was distracted by the gold. This was his chance to end the ordeal quickly. But as it turned out, the tasks of the training exam changed this time, and it was not the dragon Fafnir who stood before him. It was some kind of multi-headed monster, like a hydra, and this monster absolutely did not understand why the gold was thrown at it. Seeing Hydra, the boy immediately panicked. No one informed him about these changes in the rules. He began to calm himself down and said that the dragon Fafnir must have mutated, and because of this, he grew 9 heads. The mentor said that the task has really changed. You have to kill the Hydra in 30 minutes. He looked at the boy, said that everything would work out for him, and wished him luck. Probably Kim already regretted that he decided to try. He asked the mentor to stop and not run away and began to shout that he had not been warned about the changes in the rules. The mentor explained that the tasks on the exam cannot be repeated because it will be easy to pass the exam a second time. Now the mentor understood why the boy was preparing gold. Probably he should have been warned in advance. But there is no more time for doubts and despair. It is necessary to immediately gather strength and defeat the monster. Hydra is not at all a gift for any hunter. This monster simultaneously attacks with its heads and leaves no chance for its victims. Kim immediately felt the power of his attacks, but his only concern was the need to score 3 points for this challenge. With the help of his holy spear, he was willing to go through all the real hell for his goal. He activated his new skill, sky climbing, in order to climb up to the Hydra's head. Meanwhile, the mentor watched this interesting fight. He was pleasantly surprised by the boy's progress. Did Kim manage to learn the technique so quickly, at least by air? It usually takes at least several years. With the help of this technique, the boy climbed into the shelter of one of the monster's heads, although it was a really dangerous journey. This demon emitted from its mouth something like fire, some kind of purple magic that can turn a person into ashes. Kim did not manage to dodge in time, and because of this, he suffered a wound on his left arm. Not fatal, but dangerous. The mentor expected that this would calm the boy down a bit, but Kim, on the contrary, got angry and immediately went on the attack. Hydra looked at the boy as a fool. This monster is not used to students attacking him. Usually everyone just defends himself. Kim very quickly decided to stop his attack because his wound was starting to hurt incredibly badly. Very quickly, the first stage was failed due to unbearable pain. It was much easier with the dragon Fafnir. He did not understand why he felt such incredible pain. Tears began to flow from his eyes. The mentor explained that the poison of the Hydra is very dangerous. Because of this, the monster is classified as a demonic beast of the highest rank. In ancient mythology, a Hydra poisoned Chiron. He could not bear the pain and begged to be killed and refused immortality. Now Kim felt somewhat similar emotions. It was impossible to bear. Professor Zhang's course progress only increased by a few %. Probably because this is the initial phase of the exam. If everything continues in the same way, the guy will be able to get a discount and increase his progress. The program offered him to repeat the test. Kim asked the mentor if it was possible to end there. The mentor replied that of course it is possible to finish and go to rest, but it is unlikely that the boy will be able to score the required number of points in this way. That is why it was decided to repeat the test and again challenge the dangerous monster. One way or another, this is a task of combat power. In other words, points can be scored only if you damage the Hydra. But it is much easier said than done. It is not so easy to injure this huge, 9-headed beast. That's why Kim decided to use his secret weapon, his joker called Gungnir. This weapon almost always saved his life, and now it should help again. Kim saw that Gungnir hit the target and smiled, one less Hydra head. Now the task is simple. Attack other heads and finish off the wounded beast, or so it seems. What happened next was obvious, but somehow Kim didn't know that a Hydra could regenerate. 2 new demon heads grew in place of the severed head, which did not make the boy happy at all. He did not know what to do and how to defeat this demon. It seems that now he will fail the first task again. He began to think about a new strategy, but no interesting thoughts came to his head. A few seconds later, the first stage of the practice exam was failed again, with absolutely no chance. Kim screamed because he did not understand what he should do, and how he could defeat the 9-headed monster. Last time he got 4 points for once driving a holy spear into Fafnir's body. He did not know exactly how the points are calculated. If the criterion is the effectiveness of the shot, then it is too strange. Seeing that Kim has great difficulties in this task, the mentor suggested watching a lecture with explanations. This lecture will lower the final score a bit, but the guy can still get a high grade because of the knowledge in this lecture. So Kim has to choose on his own, watch the lecture and get a reduced grade, or do everything without further guidance from the professors. Kim decided to take his time and try again to defeat this legendary monster on his own. Hydra scared him so much that tears appeared in his eyes again. Never before had it been so difficult for him to fight a demon. Unlike the boy, the mentor was in a great mood and danced to support his student. Seeing this, Kim said that he hated his mentor. His dream team cheered better than him. Soon there was a huge explosion, leaving only dust from the boy, so the mission was failed again. The Combat Force Discipline exam is over. The next exam will be held in 3 days. After counting, Kim saw that he scored almost 9 points in the first exam. The mentor said that the boy shows incredible progress with each meeting. He was really impressed with the rate of progress. It was much faster than any student the mentor had ever seen. Although, of course, the level is one of the worst, Kim replied that it would be better not to say the last phrase. In any case, the boy is happy that he achieved an increase in his points in the first discipline. He thought that he should continue at the same pace and then he would get a great discount. But suddenly something strange began to happen. His mood immediately changed and everything around him became as if black. He fell to his knees and said that it was over. What that could mean is unknown. Next, we see what happened 9 days ago during the basic endurance discipline. The boy's task was to hold the sky for 1 hour. It seemed not a very easy task. 6 days ago, the third discipline was the talent of adaptation. It was necessary to beat the Argus Watchers. It was difficult because this monster had dozens of eyes, and while one eye was opening, the other eye was closing. To be more precise, Argus has 100 eyes. You will not envy Kim in this test. The next day, the power of mana was tested. It was necessary to withstand the attack of mana from Arkalich for 10 minutes. This bony monster was ordered to kneel before him and beg for mercy. Kim smiled and replied that he had not yet completed the mana power course, which is why he only received 1 point for this task. And now came the very day when he fell to his knees and began to scream that it was an absolute failure. He scored 11 points less than planned and asked the mentor to lower his expectations and give him a 50% discount. The mentor replied that only those who have already earned a 50% discount can get privileges. So Kim really hit his ass and began to regret spending extra money. The fifth discipline is mental strength. One must listen again to Archilich for 30 minutes. Seeing the boy, the demon asked not to disappoint him this time and laughed. Kim was serious and hoped he could score a lot of points or he wouldn't get the discount. After a few minutes, in some incredible way, the boy was able to successfully pass the 5th stage of the exam. Remembering how the last training exam was held, the boy realized that hell would begin now. At the 2nd level, he needs 60 minutes to expel a 9th level demon from his mind. This is already a familiar test for the boy. He immediately heard the demon say that they are one, and Kim will not be able to get rid of him. Experienced in these processes, the guy said that he had never heard such a stupid thing and immediately expelled the demon from his head. That's how quickly he passed this test and passed to the 3rd stage. Here everything became much more interesting. He needs to escape from the spell of the goddess Aphrodite. I would also like to pass such a test. Seeing this legendary goddess, the boy greeted her and asked her if she was cold. Almost immediately, the 3rd stage was successfully completed. The mentor did not understand what was happening at all. A few days ago, this boy could not pass the initial tasks and was crying from his wounds, but now everything has changed so much. At the 4th level, it is necessary to listen to the screams of the martyrs in the Avicii hell for 30 minutes. All of them were constantly screaming. Someone asked to be saved, someone asked to be killed, and someone said that they got into hell precisely because of Kim. They blamed all their problems on him and also forced the boy to save them. Looking at his face, it became clear that he doesn't care at all. Probably to see his emotions, you need to talk only about money. Kim replied that he was sorry, but he was seeing them for the first time and did not know what they wanted from him. The martyrs continued to sing their song and say that Kim was to blame for everything. Maybe they meant the Korean dictator? 30 minutes soon passed, and the 4th stage was successfully completed. The mentor continued to be surprised. The 5th stage began. It was necessary to withstand 60 minutes against the pleasure given by the incarnation of the demon king Mephistopheles. Even Faust could not resist the temptation. The 7 deadly sins are paradise embodied in 7 mortal desires. Fornication is a paradise that will allow you to realize all your secret desires and fantasies. Greed, where you can get everything you want, is a paradise where there is no lack of abundance. The hell of gluttony is a place where food never runs out. No matter how much you eat, abundance flourishes there. The hell of laziness is a place where even angels cannot restrain their happy smiles. They constantly rest in this place. The hell of wrath is a place where you can taunt your enemies. a paradise for those who dream of revenge. The hell of envy will allow you to get what you couldn't get before. It's a hell in which you can be happy. Even Kim was surprised how he managed to survive in the past disciplines. Only a little bit remained. The turn of the last test has come, the last of the 7 worst human sins, pride. But at this stage, something went wrong. The guy failed this stage, although he was in pretty good shape before that. He returned to the real world and thought that this stage was much tougher than the previous ones. Kim tried to repeat the pass of this stage, but all 10 attempts were unsuccessful, and the test of mental strength was completed. The exam for the next discipline will take place in 3 days. The boy was upset because he could not resist the hell of pride. The mentor tried to understand the reasons for the failure. He asked what percentage of progress the boy was able to achieve in the ataraxia lectures. Kim replied that at the moment his progress on this lecture is 31%, which seemed to him not much. But the mentor replied that this is a fantastic result in such a short period of time because in their last meeting the progress was half as much. The mentor was so surprised that he said he would not believe these numbers until he saw it with his own eyes and took the phone from Kim. As it turned out to be true, he saw that the boy's progress in all the main courses of the academy was growing rapidly. Kim replied that he was just lucky, but it must be incredible luck to raise his progress to this level. The mentor said that it was impossible. He was especially surprised by the progress in the field of psychology. Even the best students of the academy would find it difficult to repeat this result. Kim did not want to listen to anything and replied that he was only lucky. These words angered the mentor even more. A little later, the results of the mental strength discipline came in. Kim scored 22 points, 13 points more than last time. A few days later, the final results of the training exam were announced on the Cultivator Academy website. Kim's total score almost doubled. Now, instead of the planned 70%, he will receive an 80% discount. Now his dream will come true, and he will finally be able to buy a course of lectures from a great sage whose power is equal to the power of heaven. And he will be able to do all this after receiving a discount of 80%. Meanwhile, the mentor still could not believe in such anomalous results of the student. Kim became interested in how many points should be scored in order to receive praise from the professors. The mentor replied that it is necessary to score more than 60 points in each discipline. Even if the total number of points is greater, as long as there is at least one discipline that does not score 60 points, the exam is considered failed. Ideal scores depend on the exam, but usually a minimum score of 90 is required to become a cultivator. So taking into account all the subjects on the exam, the total score should be 630 points at least. The number is, of course, incredibly large, especially if you consider that Kim has now scored only 52 points. The guy was upset. At first he thought that he coped with the tasks perfectly, but only now he realized how weak he was. Kim understood that he needed to continue his studies and immediately decided to buy the course of the Great Sage. He did not yet know which course to buy according to the power of mana. He began to inquire about the price of this course, hoping that his 80% discount would be enough to make his money last. He was again upset by the information on the website because in order to buy the course of the Great Sage, it is necessary to learn the method of the Great Sage: block, puncture, and capture. But fortunately, there were other courses of this professor. For example, the basics of mastering a staff and a spear. Even with the huge discount, the price was quite high, but the guy didn't care. He immediately began entering his bank card details to immediately pay for the Great Sage's course. He soon got access to the course and immediately clicked on the video. He couldn't wait any longer. Suddenly, the video stopped and did not continue. He began to worry that he had lost his money for nothing. But then, the video continued, and a great sage appeared who apologized several times for the delay. An excited Kim could not take his eyes off his phone. He had long dreamed of hearing the truth from this master. The great sage said that he was very late because the monk Tripitaka had called him on important business. Kim was happy to hear his voice and ignored the fact that the great master was helping ordinary monks. The master once again apologized for the delay and said that he would certainly now hold a very interesting and instructive lecture. He promised to teach the boy how to use a staff and a spear. At the last free lecture, he had already explained what interception, block, and piercing are. That's 3 racks for the spear and staff, so now you can move on to the art of wielding the staff and spear. Although it is possible that one of the students forgot, that is why the great sage said that he is ready to show the truth once more. Kim listened carefully and tried to remember everything. For such a lot of money, this course should make him a god. The great sage said that first he will tell about the block, while Noadui it is a lunge from the middle to the outside. Then he started showing it in real time. To be honest, it wasn't clear how the students were supposed to understand anything. But Kim seemed to fall in love with the professor and could not stop idolizing his knowledge and talents. Next came the turn of the explanation about the interception. After lunging with the staff forward, it is necessary to twist it inward. The great sage, whose power is equal to the power of heaven, once again showed a real fantasy and promised that students would also be able to master this technique. The turn of the last nuance has come. Piercing is one of the main elements of this legendary technique. In order to use this power, you need to pierce the target through, and for this you need to aim at one point. These are the legendary basics of wielding a staff and a spear: blocking, grappling, and piercing. If students are going to learn the star staff of sky and moon later, they need to get a foundation first. This applies not only to the star staff. These three stands are an integral part of other martial arts in which there is a spear and a staff. That is why it is necessary to remember what the great sage showed and learn the blocking technique before the next lecture. Kim again received some incredible daily tasks. It was necessary to repeat the blocking technique 1,000 times. The mentor explained that the initial lecture included the basic courses, but starting with the middle courses, Kim moves on to study cultivation lessons. The main difference between what was and what is now is a change in level. Quite an obvious truth. The mentor said that the boy will be able to understand it faster by starting his studies than by talking about it. Kim listened to the mentor's advice and thought that he should practice the blocking technique at least a few times to begin with. He slowly began to make various movements with the spear, just as the great sage had told. It began to shine with a blue flame. Probably this is a good sign that shows that everything is going well. Very quickly, Kim learned to make real magic with his spear. His rapid progress is truly impressive. He didn't even know that his holy spear was capable of such miracles. Maybe he still knows how to print money. After making a few more swings with the spear, Kim realized that he had almost destroyed all the surrounding houses. The mentor was happy to see the progress of his student and told him that this is a completely different level. For now, let's go somewhere else entirely and distract ourselves from this interesting guy. In a rather wealthy house, which was renovated in an ancient style, 3 people were sitting at the table. It was a representative of Isle Academy named Haewon and a representative of Gaon Academy, Jin Seon, young people in appearance. Across from them sat a more elegantly dressed, bespectacled man from Hunter Mill Academy, So. As soon as they finished lunch, they immediately began to say that recently the prestige of their 3 academies had fallen below the allowed level. Now everyone around only says that there is 1 strong man and 3 weaklings, but what to do with it? Really kill Kim? Seo offered to break all the boys' bones, but Jin soon replied that it would be suicide, because the boys protected by the Star Sword. He explained that just one mistake in this difficult matter, and not only will So be left without a head, but the whole of Hunter Mill will be razed to the ground. He got up from the table and said he would pretend he didn't hear this stupid offer. Haewon also said she had to go. But the representative of Hunter Mill Academy said a rather interesting phrase that immediately made his friends stop. He started talking about a friendly meeting. Isn't the time for it approaching? Haewon was the most surprised of all. She looked at the boy in fear and asked if he was really going to call Haeun. Seo smirked, like he was a supervillain who wanted to destroy the world, and asked what they thought about it. Back to Kim. He only swung his spear a few times and already made a lot of noise, as if he released some of the power of a god. Of course, a lot of energy went into it after all. The course of a great sage, whose power is equal to the power of heaven, has an average level. Considering that Kim started his training after completing the God Power course, it is no wonder that he is having such a hard time now. The past courses were elementary. Therefore, it was not such a cool idea to sign up for a high-level lecture. You had to look at the Academy's program. Kim was upset. It will be impossible to do 1,000 blocks in a day. The most he can do is to repeat this technique 10 times. The mentor asked him not to be upset if it was really impossible. Then he would immediately ask the boy not to choose this lecture. He proposed one interesting idea to make everything work out, to start a mana power course at the same time. Given the high percentage of divine power progression, along with the mana power lectures, this would be a fairly easy task. Kim immediately rejoiced and understood that there really is a meaning in these words. Maybe everything will work out. Kim reminded that if stability is chosen, it is Nigan's training, and if efficiency is needed, then mana and aura power. The mentor advised to choose what you like best, and to begin with, it is better to listen to a trial lecture. So the choice was made. The boy turned on Master Louis's lecture about meeting his true self and the heavenly breathing technique. The accumulation of Negen is the same as the expansion of the contents of a vessel, and by this vessel is meant Dan-tan, as if we know what it is. Therefore, Dan-tan reflects the most key zones in the human body. It is customary to distinguish three main Dan-tan. Top, middle, and bottom. The boy continued to listen intently to all this unknown delusion. The upper Dan-tan reflects the spiritual life of the adept, allowing one to learn the teachings of Taoism and Buddhism through contemplation. Simply put, it is the final vessel that goes to the world of cultivation. That is, the process of returning the spirit of Shen to the void. That is, the upper Dan-tan can be called the most important, but surprisingly, this course will not talk about it. Kim didn't understand anything yet, but intuitively, with the help of Merlin's course, he had a sense of what was being said. The boy understood that the upper Dan-tan is responsible for the brain, so it is the area of the mind. The upper one is the brain, the middle one is the heart, and the lower one is the stomach. So summarizing the conclusions, the effectiveness of Negen is lower on average than Dan-tan, but it is easier to accumulate. So if you need to choose stability, it's breathing techniques, and if you need efficiency, it's mana power management techniques. Kim tried to make a choice and analyze everything he had learned today. After thinking for a few minutes, he said that he had a question for his mentor. He asked if it is not possible to study several lectures at the same time. The mentor thought that the boy had completely lost his mind. Based on the explanations of the lecturer Louis, the upper Negong is the area of the mind. It turns out that the Buddha's ataraxia is responsible for the upper dantan. Ataraxia is a mandatory subject to study in the process of learning cultivation. We can say that all cultivators are professionals in this. So, choosing a course on mana power, we use two dantan at the same time, upper and middle, or upper and lower. So the boy was interested in whether it is possible to use all three dantan at the same time, or is this some kind of fantasy? The mentor could not help, he thought, for a long time, and then said that he did not know and did not understand all the intricacies of the lectures. Seeing that the progress of Merlin's course increased, the boy became confident in his theory. He asked if the other students did not tell about it. The mentor replied that they did not think about it because they chose what they liked more. He had never heard of such a thing. KCHM thought that it would be great to ask the professors he would write in the community of the academy, but he cannot leave posts on the site. Besides, would it be more correct to ask qualified masters, or is it impossible because the lectures are uploaded online? Is it possible that this matter is again about money? Students can still ask questions about the lectures. The mentor could not answer all these questions, although the boy dreamed of studying two subjects at the same time. Is it all about money again? This academy of professional cultivators is masterfully extracting the last money from the poor students. Kim decided to wait for the mentor to return, and in the meantime return to the Dream Academy. There he immediately met Kira. The girl was glad of his arrival and said that he came on time. Kim was very surprised to see that 3 unknown young people visited them, and they were the same representatives of the best academies in the country. Kira kindly introduced him to them and said that they were students of Hunter Mill Academy, Isle and Gaon. These young talents smilingly greeted the boy and said that they were very pleased to meet the new star. Kim couldn't understand anything. What could bring representatives of the best academies here? So explained that this is a friendly meeting, an unofficial competition in which 3 academies, Hunter Mill, Gaon, and Ailey, participate. But under the current circumstances, the Dream Academy also has the right to join them. They hope that Kim will make them happy with his presence. Kim did not expect such a turn of events and did not know what to answer, although he instinctively understood that this could turn out to be a cunning trap. The boy began to think. Meanwhile, Kira said that there is nothing against this proposal, so Kim should decide. Of course, he immediately thought about money, as usual, and asked if there would be any awards. He was immediately told that there would be no awards in these competitions. The boy's heart was broken. The representatives of the academy explained that this is just a friendly meeting. Its sole purpose is to improve the skills of geniuses through a duel. Kim asked his teacher if this would be of any benefit to their academy. Kira said no. These are ordinary, unofficial competitions. If he wants, he can take part. If he doesn't like something, he can refuse. The boy's answer was quite predictable. Hearing that he would not be given money and also that his academy does not receive any bonuses, he refused. The students of the best academies were amazed. Would he refuse the opportunity to exchange experiences with geniuses like him and lose his chance? Kim said that he does not care about all these beautiful words and replied that he is not interested in competitions that will not give him anything. The students of the best academies continued to persuade him, clearly showing that they were interested in his participation. Kim met Minor, greeted him, and offered to take part in a friendly meeting. At first, Minor was interested, then asked why Kim refused to compete. Kim replied that he didn't have much time, so Minor thought he might as well accept the offer to test his new technique. So, a happy Kim said goodbye to the representatives of the best academies and said that Minor would take part in the competition instead of him. Later, the representatives of the academy got together to decide what they should do next. A little earlier, they continued to persuade Kim to participate in the competition, but he replied that he would agree only if the prize was $200,000. They did not know what to do. No one expected that this young talent was so inclined and in love with money. Kim said that without money, they might not even call him, and if he refused, the meeting would lose its meaning for them. All because the primary goal of the friendly meeting is to clip Kim's wings, but to assign an award at a friendly meeting is a shame. Minor asked his captain what he needed the money for again. Kim replied that he had not yet come up with a purpose for them. Soon, representatives of the best academies came to talk to the captain of the Dream Team again. It seems that they had different opinions during the discussion, but now they have reached a consensus. CO said that, frankly speaking, they wanted to hold a meeting with Kim because they hoped that their students would learn a lot by competing with him. But because the captain of the Dream Team refuses to participate without an award, they had to think about this issue. That is why they nevertheless came to the decision to appoint the people to the legendary friendly meeting. But as it turned out, not everything is too simple because they want to get something in return and have several conditions. Soon Lara extended her training. The girl had a clear talent for everything related to magic. She very quickly mastered new knowledge and controlled magic as if she was born in Hogwarts. In difficult moments, memories of her teacher, who constantly reminded her to use mana more actively, immediately appeared in her head. Not only was Lara actively training at the Dream Academy, meanwhile, Minor was also learning the legendary Dark Star technique. He also worked quickly because the knowledge his teacher imparted to him was incredible. Sometimes he was even watched by Kim. The boy also noted the very fast progress of his friend, maybe even envied him sometimes. Aside from his lectures at the Cultivator Professional Academy, Kim rarely trained. He relaxed after his success in the past competitions. As a reward for the victory in the friendly meeting, a financial payment of $100,000 was still assigned. Large sums of money were also awarded for the second and third place. The competition will not be a team competition, but an individual one. But in return, Kim received several conditions because in any case, the costs of the competition will be borne by Hunter Mill, Guyon, and Ile. That is why they will personally establish the rules and methods of conducting this friendly meeting between the academies. So they said that they want all members of the Dream Academy to participate in these competitions. It is logical, because they take the main responsibility. Minor said that he didn't care. Lara also agreed because she had been training a lot all this time and wanted to test her abilities. Kim was satisfied that all his friends would participate in social gatherings and asked if there were any other conditions. So replied that there were no more conditions, but one more person did not give his consent to participate in the competition. Kim wondered what he meant. There was no one else in the academy besides the three of them. Kira began to worry and asked if they really meant her. It seems that it happened. And soon the granddaughter of the Star Sword began active training to get in the best shape. Looking at her, Kim still didn't understand why she was being forced to participate in social events if it was an individual competition. The guy watched how hard she trained and felt guilty in front of her. He approached Kira and said that this all happened because of him, and he didn't want her to take too many risks. The girl started laughing and replied that she is only doing what she will get help from Kim without giving anything in return, so she wants to help at least once. She began to push him out into the street and said that everything would be fine with her and there was no need to disturb her. She asked not to worry about her health and to focus on preparing for practice exams. Kim thought that it would really be good for him to start training. At this moment, Kira became very upset for some reason. Going outside, the boy remembered his mentor. Why is he still not in touch? Suddenly, his phone received a new message. It was a mentor. He said that for now, there is no need to come to the Mana Power course. It was quite difficult to explain everything in the messages, so the mentor addressed this question to the director, and as soon as he receives an answer, he will come to Kim. The boy decided not to pay much attention to it, and to start the process of pumping basic courses. A few days later, the training of the Dream Team ended, and the morning of the friendly meeting began. It was said that this meeting will be unofficial, but judging by the scale, it does not differ at all from a raid battle. However, it must be admitted that the 3 best academies of hunters in the country are considered elite for a reason. While Minor thought about how much corn he could eat, Kim watched the other contestants. Also, the captain of the dream team saw a crowd of people. Is this what he thinks, and are they really journalists? Apparently the organizers really want to allow journalists to the friendly meeting. Kira began to look at her notes and saw that the first test would be a tournament between participants. As soon as Minor and Lara heard these words, they immediately went aside and began to pray. They asked that the captain be the last one they have to fight. Minor asked that Kira be his opponent. They saw how Kim had been training hard lately, and no one wanted to get in his way. They must have seen him practice the technique of a great sage who is stronger than the power of heaven. On this day, Kim was very attentive and focused. He immediately heard that the reporters saw the famous student Hyun. This is what the title of superstar means. She came with her bodyguards and immediately caught the attention of journalists and other contestants. In appearance, she was a pretty short and young girl. It was immediately clear how confident she was in her abilities. Journalists immediately surrounded her and started asking for an interview. Someone also asked if she knew why the friendly meeting was made public. They also asked if she would participate in a friendly meeting, or did she come to participate as an ordinary spectator? One of the journalists said that there are rumors that Ha-hyun does not participate in other competitions because of Kim, and this is already interesting. One of her guards did not like these words. This man approached the journalist to punish him for these insolent rumors. The journalist immediately began apologizing and said that he meant something completely different. At that moment, Hyun said the words that would make the future front pages of newspapers. She smiled and asked, "Who is Kim?" This was enough for one of the journalists to even fall to the ground, and all the others simply fell silent in surprise. The dream team was also watching this situation. Minor finally found out what this famous student Hunter Mill looked like. Minor said that she was very pretty, which made Lar very angry, so he had to say that he was joking. She got angry that he never called her beautiful. The guy replied that she was still a high school student. Lara said that it has nothing to do with her beauty and continued to yell at him. Is it jealousy? During this argument, they overheard someone talking about Kim and the Dream Academy. Now it became clear to the entire team of their academy why this meeting was partially open to the public. Journalists ran up to them and started asking different questions. Everyone was wondering if Kim was ready to fight against Hyun. In response, the boy just laughed and said that they urgently need to run away from these annoying cockroaches. As previously reported, the use of personal weapons and clothing is strictly prohibited at a friendly meeting. That is why the team of the Dream Academy received weapons from the organizers. Everything was not bad, but the problem was that they were not used to this weapon. Lara smiled and said that a true master would never blame his weapon. Minor said that real craftsmen never use such rubbish because they have good tools. Probably he did not understand that Lara was joking. Meanwhile, their captain looked at his new spear, not quite what he was used to. Minor believed that the captain did not like this list. Lara replied that a real captain would not blame the weapon. Kim wanted to intervene in this conversation, and it was already too late. The battle of King Kong against Godzilla began. Students from other academies were watching them, wondering if the Dream Team was so strong that they weren't allowed to have their own weapons. Soon the judge came and asked if all the students had time to familiarize themselves with the rules. Our old friend Jung Shu said that he is not going to participate in this meeting. His friend asked if it's because of the rumors about Hyun's involvement that even the great Jung Shi is afraid of her. Jung replied that this is not the case. The problem is that Kim is also participating in the competition. This young talent has already become very famous. Soon he can match Hyun in terms of followers on Instagram. Patron did not believe that his friend was really so afraid of Kim. But now, he has a chance to show who is a real star among newcomers. The referee announced that the fight could begin, and Kim immediately disappeared. Patron did not understand what happened. Did he miss his opponent's move? It is not known where Kim appeared and started attacking. He was motivated to show all his power. Patron immediately understood that it would be very difficult. It seems that he is not at all a real star among newcomers. He did not understand where Kim had so much strength, especially since he was fighting without his own weapon. Although the battle looked quite epic and spectacular, almost always only one fighter attacked. Despite the fact that his weapon was an ordinary wooden list, Kim showed miracles of skill and strength. He constantly pressed and did not give his opponent a chance to rest. Like a real boa constrictor, he increased the pressure and approached a certain victory. Patron did not have time to constantly defend himself and was already within millimeters of his own death. He had no choice, so he immediately surrendered and the judge officially announced that Kim from Dream Academy had won. After the battle, Kim saw that his spear could not withstand the tension. He knew that this would happen. He felt discomfort all the time. If the battle had dragged on for a few more minutes, only ashes would have been left from his spear. So he immediately started calling someone from the organizers of the competition and asking for a change of weapons. He said that due to the poor quality of the spear, he could not show his maximum. He was immediately given a new weapon. To be honest, he was worried as soon as he received the spear, but he had no idea that it would start to crack after the first blows. You may have to change weapons after each battle, but that's not a problem. Minor, together with Lara, looked at Kim as a god. He was a real standard of professionalism and talent for them. They told him that they only saw a small part of his technique and training, and now everyone is just talking about him. Kira started laughing and said that they had already written an article about Kim. The main focus of the article was a potential meeting between student Kim and student Hyun. Everyone was expecting this super fight. Probably this article was written by one of the journalists standing at the entrance to the building. Kim thought Hyun was incredible, but Minor said that the real incredible is Kim. Minor said that only low-grade journalists can compare a girl with a real monster in the world of hunters. Everyone around had the impression that Hyun was an invincible wall. But now, everyone is beginning to doubt this because Kim appeared. Kim began to laugh and said that it is too early to draw such conclusions. The battle will show everything. Meanwhile, news of the article and gossip also reached the star of the Kayun Academy. She asked Seo what he thought of this talented guy. Seo replied that Kim was really worth watching. The representative of the academy immediately told the girl not to worry. They had already prepared a plan in case of her defeat. Hyun tried to assure her that she should win, because the boy's singularity is not higher than her mana level. So said that he believes in her talents and believes that she will win and show everyone the power of their academy. He then continued to observe this interesting and talented boy from Dream Academy. Meanwhile, Kim did not know that he was being followed and told the judge that his spear broke. Seo felt excited before there were no such students who could challenge the best academies, but now times have changed. The tournament continued with a series of lightning victories of the Dream Team. Minor, as expected, rose to the top with a significant margin. His teammate Lara was not far behind him. Even though it was difficult for her, she still beat everyone. And of course, Kim also continued to confidently defeat his opponents and win the hearts of the public. His only problem at the moment in this friendly was the poor quality of his weapons, which constantly had to be changed. Although he promised to control his power, it is not as easy as it seems because all his rivals are outstanding hunters. He had already managed to change his weapon 9 times, considering that one spear costs $5,000. The organizers of the tournament began to worry. They had already spent too much money because of his power, but they couldn't refuse to give him weapons either. The organizers approached him again, and the boy thought that he would finally be allowed to use his own weapon. The guy explained that this is not help at all, but only a necessity, and asked the representatives to change the rules. People from the organization replied that they would analyze the matter. Kim would be happy if he was given the opportunity to use the Gungnir or Holy Spear. Very soon it will be Lara's turn to perform, but at this moment the girl was trembling for some reason, as if she was sick. Seeing this, Kim immediately ran to her to make sure she was healthy. Her face turned completely white. She explained that in fact everything is fine with her and she is healthy, but she is worried because her next opponent is Kayun. The guy now understood why she was so worried. The reason for this was really quite strong. Lara only recently started training in Evil Rock, so for her such a strong opponent in the competition is a great stress. Kim realized that he urgently needed to try to calm her down and say the right words, although knowing him, he could only make the situation worse now. The guy said that it's not a dungeon raid. Losing doesn't mean anything, just like winning. Wanting to win is good, but don't focus on it. But these words did not help much. Lara believed that she was superfluous during the raid battle, and they became even more upset. She remembered those feelings when you overcome obstacles together with everyone, hear the recognition of other people, and feel the results of hard work and training. All of this really gave her pleasure, and that is why she has such a hard time accepting the difference in levels between team members. From the very beginning of training at the Dream Academy, she understood that Kim, together with Minor, was on a completely different level of skills and talent. That is why now, it is so important for her to show everything she is capable of and to prove to herself that she also has great potential. She wants everyone to see that she has the right to stand with real geniuses. After a few seconds, it was announced that Lara from Dream Academy should enter the arena next. Kim wished her luck. She thanked him for his support and walked forward, her head held high so everyone could see that she deserved that right. Arriving at the place of the upcoming battle, the girl was still worried, but tried to concentrate and focus on her skills. Her rival came almost close to her, the smell of confidence and the scent of Chanel wafting from Hyun. As soon as the referee realized that both sides were ready for the fight, he gave the go-ahead, and Hyun immediately delivered a titanic first blow. The blow sent Lara back a few meters, but she weathered it and prepared to respond. At first, she thought that Hyun was continuing to press and would try to end this fight as quickly as possible. But this superstar stood still and did nothing, and then said that he wanted to see what Lara was capable of. Lara asked what it meant. Hyun told her that only in this way she would be able to understand her own insignificance. So that's why she should try her best and do everything she can. These words took away Lara's confidence. Hyun's body language showed that she didn't think her opponent was really strong. She pulled out her weapon, but didn't even get into a fighting stance. Of course, this arrogance made Lara incredibly angry. She gathered all her magical power and said that now she will make Hyun regret these words. Hyun only smiled in response and said that everyone is telling her the same thing and then they will be defeated. Lara activated fear. Fear is magic that releases killing energy to crush the opponent. Then she decided to hide it with a concealment technique, probably all these tricks, and taught how to do evil rock. Spectators who watched this match were excited and excited. Now a real war will begin. Not only the spectators were interested, even the competition organizers and representatives of various academies watched closely. Many people were surprised that the sorcerer uses a melee technique. Usually this is rare. This is especially a big risk when you're fighting someone like Hyun. It could turn out to be a fatal mistake. Lara ran up to her opponent and delivered a powerful blow to her, but Hyun calmly dodged and defended herself against this attack. It seems that she is really very talented, because even without special aggression and desire, she shows incredible skill. However, this did not bother Lara, and she continued to attack, trying to achieve her goal point by point. Although she is still learning, and at the initial levels, she already knows how to quickly change the direction of movement and use magic at the same time. Now it became clear to the representatives of other academies why the Dream Team is so dangerous during the competition. The mage's only role in the team is to stay safe and cast powerful spells while helping his partners. But in real combat, not everything is so simple. Distortion of mana may occur, or limitations will be imposed on sorcery and mana. Real combat is very unpredictable. Every moment can change everything. So a sorcerer who is ready to fight at close range is an extra class. Everyone knows that almost no one uses this method after the bad year. Now it is clear why he taught her. The evil rock used a similar method in his battles. He was the hero of a great disaster and a real god for all other sorcerers. In the midst of a great disaster, evil rock became famous for being like a natural hurricane. Everyone found out about it, and abroad they began to call him a martial magician. If you watch how Lara fights now, you can recognize in her technique the elements of an evil rock fight. This is not a coincidence at all. But even such a talented girl who has such a legendary teacher cannot always immediately become invincible. There are other students who woke up from birth and all these years of their lives honed their filigree technique. Hyun was the perfect example of such a student. She easily defended herself against the young sorceress's attacks and counterattacked. And the attacks were as sharp as the blade of a star sword, and her speed was at the level of Saint Patricia. Soon she inflicted very severe wounds on Lara. The young sorceress started coughing up blood and now realized what a big difference in their levels. But she didn't want to give up so early. It wasn't her master's style, so she approached and hugged her rival. No, it wasn't a display of romantic infatuation. It was a sneaky plan to activate a mana blast. But unfortunately, Hyun was so strong that this attack could not even hurt her. It seems that she really is one of the best students in the world. Kira couldn't believe that her powerful mana blast from close range did not cause any damage to her opponent, not even a single scratch on her body. Is there such a big difference in levels between them? It seems that it is, and now it has become clearly visible. Continuing to show a minimum of emotions, Hyun delivered a blow with her left hand which was enough to knock her opponent down. Even without making much effort, these blows caused a lot of damage to Lara. Of course, the other members of the Dream Academy were watching this. In parallel, it was very difficult for them to watch their younger sister being destroyed during the battle. If Minor and Kira were upset, Kim was incredibly angry and aggressive. Lara was now almost completely unconscious. She fell face down on the floor. Kayun came up to her, picked her up by her jacket, and was preparing to deliver the last fatal blow. At that moment, Kira was incredibly frightened. Minor immediately reacted and ran to save her friend. This enraged Kim so much that he gripped his spear tightly and was close to destroying another $5,000 weapon. This situation became incredibly heated. Everyone was so emotional that it could have ended very badly. Lara looked at him and asked him not to interfere. She said that everything is fine and it's just a defeat. These were the same words that the boy said to her before the battle, but now they played with completely different colors. The judge immediately intervened in this fight. He ran up to Hayun, started shouting at her, and asked what she was allowing herself. Looking at the judge's eyes, the girl did not answer and immediately threw her opponent to the floor like a piece of shit. Then she calmly walked away while Kim immediately ran to give her friend first aid. She was in a very bad state. Hayun said that there was no point in taking care of this poor girl. These words made Kim even more angry. He wanted to turn around and break all the bones of this ill-mannered girl, but Lara grabbed his arms at the last moment and stopped him. She cried, but begged him not to do this because all this happened precisely because of her weakness. Meanwhile, Kira and Minor ran to her. Other representatives of these competitions also rushed to help the injured girl. Very powerful doctors were immediately brought to her, and fortunately everything turned out not so bad and she was not seriously injured. For the use of excessive violence, which was more like a massacre, Hayun was given only a warning, a clear example of dishonest organizers. Soon, Minor fought with Hayun. He really wanted to take revenge for Lar, but he also lost. He asked the captain to be careful because Hayun is really one of the best. Kira was panicking. 2 of her students were severely beaten. She already wanted to go and protest against this competition organization. Kim calmly said that there is no need to do this. The girl asked him what it meant. He replied that it doesn't matter what it means. The main thing is not to interfere in this friendly meeting. After that, the tournament continued but was not remembered at all. Kim remembered only Kir's sad face and broken copies of weapons. And of course, the moment when the announcer announced that the Dream Academy student Kim should take his position in the arena. Soon the announcer announced that his rival would be the legendary student of Hunter Mill Academy, Hayun. Right now, before our eyes, the match that everyone has been waiting for should begin. Expectations for this fight could be compared to expectations for Avengers Infinity, the finals of the World Cup, or the American presidential election. The greatest tension was felt just a few seconds before the start. The representatives of the Hunter Mill Academy could not find a place because of excitement. It was necessary to admit that the organizers of the competition, Kira, and all the other spectators were also worried. Before the very beginning, Kim approached his rival and asked to answer one of his questions. He asked if this was necessary since Hayun is the strongest student in the history of professional hunters. And this means that it has never felt upset by the reality that forces you to stand still no matter how hard you try. But it must be admitted that these efforts are the embodiment of efforts. But Kayun killed another person's efforts with her own hands. Kim believed that the insignificant abilities of this superior girl did not give her the right to look down on everyone else. As always, Hayun remained as calm as possible and then asked if he had finished his lecture. The upset boy replied that the lecture was over, but it is unlikely that the student would understand anything, thanks to words alone. When the referee announced the start of the fight, Kim did not move and told her that he wanted to see everything she was capable of. That's right, exactly these annoying words for every self-respecting student, Hayun said when she fought with Lar. And now she's in the same place that young witch was, and now Kim is telling her to at least put up minimal resistance. The guy continued to stand still and told her that now she will feel that her abilities are dog shit. Hayun replied that Kim is too confident in his abilities. She said that his place is together with the loser students from his team. The guy replied that instead of a brain, she has jelly, and now he will show everyone that her talent is nothing more than an exaggeration. The judge said that it is necessary to finish these lectures with each other's insults and start a real match. Hayun immediately got into a fighting stance and grabbed her sword, probably really offended by the boy's words. Kim continued to do nothing and stand still, one of his hands holding his spear and the other in his pocket. She asked what he was doing. The boy replied that she should show him everything she was capable of. The girl said that her talent was incredible and her strength was more powerful than that of a 10th level dragon, but Kim wasn't going to listen to this delusion. Oh yes, finally this cheeky and ill-mannered student of Hunter Mill Academy showed her emotions. She was very angry. No longer able to listen to Kim's words, she ran forward with the aim of cutting off his head. Kim continued to stand still. Maybe he had popped 10 tranquilizer pills before the fight. In addition to her super speed and strength, the girl also tried to activate the energy of the flame. Finally, all the spectators of these competitions saw that she began to turn on high speeds and demonstrate all her power. But now, with all due respect to her past rivals, she faces a completely different beast, one that considers her its prey. While the girl was swinging her sword and trying to intimidate him, Kim started yawning as if he wanted to sleep. He did not use his weapon at all, and his whole appearance showed that her attacks were nothing more than a warm-up before training. He then asked her to stop, moved closer, and asked if that was really all she could do. He pushed her with his hand without even making an effort, and the girl flew back 5 meters. She said that even though Kim was learning from a star sword, she also knows how to practice with sharp weapons. She began to show the power of mana, and a blue glow appeared around her. Maybe this will help her at least hurt her opponent. Kim immediately saw that she was using an aura blade. If he continued to stand with his hands in his pockets, he might have problems. That's why he finally started using his list and defended himself against Hyun's first attack. It must also be admitted that her attacks were really powerful. Watching this, you could understand why she is called the most talented student in the country. The blue glow that her aura blade showed blinded many around. That's how you can be blinded. Only the members of the Hunter Mill Academy watched calmly. They must have seen what she was capable of many times during training. The girl continued to attack with all her powers, but did not understand how Kim could push her away. He did not show that it was difficult for him. It seemed that he was protecting himself from the aura blade without any extra effort. Soon he got tired of it, and he forcefully pushed the girl away from him. Now she understood that he is also a real young genius. It must have been hard to admit. Hyun was used to being considered the best of the best, and now that someone equal in strength appeared, it was hard to believe. Kim began to activate his power in response and said that he should not be expected to hold back his power. Hyun tried to raise her fighting spirit and constantly thought that she was special. It always was and always will be. Unlike others, she did not have to work hard to rise to the top. Outstanding talent is about her. True talent is stronger than any efforts. Everyone around began to say that she is the most talented in the history of professional hunters. But it did not cause her a drop of pride or happiness because they were saying obvious things. And now that Kim said that he should not be expected to restrain his power, something changed in her mind. Has this young guy, who has been talked about so much lately, not been fighting at full strength until now? Kim dreamed of revenge for his friends and realized that the perfect moment had come to show a new technique in his arsenal. Blocking. Hyun immediately felt on herself what kind of ancient technique it was. Blood came from her mouth after the boy's first attack. She didn't understand what happened. Kim just made a normal movement with the spear and she almost lost consciousness. Now it's time to show her what the seduction technique is. Who felt that this was his prime time? The powerful force turned the girl upside down. The audience must be surprised. They have never seen Hyun look like this during a fight. Kim continued to press an attack. He felt that he should confidently end the match with his victory. That's why it was time to use the third technique he had recently mastered, piercing. This is already a full-fledged combo of ancient techniques that he learned thanks to lectures at the Academy of Cultivators. The blast was so powerful that even his 10th spear could not withstand the strain, but Hyun was much heavier than the boy's weapon. She fell to the ground, and for the first time in her life felt that she was no longer special. It was a strong blow to her pride. From understanding the strength of her opponent, the girl began to panic. It was even more like hysteria. She did not believe that this was happening in reality. In her opinion, he could not be stronger than her. It is absurd, abnormal, and impossible. Hyun thought that he had no right to be so powerful. How could there be something stronger than her in this world? She was sure that she also had talent for the entire history of professional hunters, and she could not believe that it turned out to be untrue. Kim said that the fight is not over yet, but Han replied that she will never accept that she is not the best. She grabbed her aura blade and ran forward to finally cut off the head of this annoying student. It was a telling moment for all who watched the fight. Kim showed why he is considered incredibly fast during the fight. Hyun did not have time to strike with the blade. The boy overtook her and knocked her out with a right-hand blow. He probably wasn't taught that you shouldn't hit girls, but this made Hyun even more angry, and she called him the son of a stupid dog. The referees already wanted to intervene and stop the fight. If you look at it as a whole, Hyun has a weapon in his hands, and Kim is now fighting with his bare hands. Hyun is not going to stop. Although the most interesting thing is that Kim wins even without a weapon. He beat her with his hands and feet like she was a punching bag. Kim said that she probably does not know that there are people in the world whose life is a constant blow to the head. There are those for whom life is very difficult. Unlike Hyun, They were not gifted with incredible talent. That is why they only have to live an ordinary life and constantly feel the blows of fate. Ha-yoon considered all these words delusional and continued to try to kill the boy, but she was unsuccessful. Kim continued his lecture and said that the most interesting thing about these people is that they don't care at all how to hit back. This young student's philosophy is really impressive. He seems to have watched too many Buddha lectures. Even when living a life that brings only blows every day, these people still value this life. That is why no matter how hard a blow they miss, they never break under this pressure. Step by step, they move forward, they miss a beat, and then they get back up. They may stumble, but they still keep moving forward. That is why the only way to win a battle that is already lost is to not let the battle end. Coming close to his opponent, Kim looked at her and said, "This is what true talent means." Ha-yoon replied that it is a delusion. It cannot be a real talent, because the real talent is her. Kim said that Ha-yoon can't be the most talented student in the history of professional hunters because she is completely weak. In his opinion, people like Ha-yoon have no right to mock and make fun of people without talent. After finishing his explanatory philosophical lecture, Kim decided to use the last weapon, the power of God. It seemed that it was at this moment that Ha-yoon realized that she could not win this battle and resigned herself to defeat. A girl who never trained hard and was able to reach incredible heights only thanks to pure talent. She was always sure that she was special, but the moment came when all her brilliant dreams were shattered like glass. Surprisingly, these dreams were shattered by an ordinary, poor guy. He did not have incredible talent and acquired all his skills through hard work. At first, he worked for many years at an ordinary enterprise to save money for the academy, and then eagerly studied new information. And now he can end her life with one blow. Hard work is stronger than talent. Discipline will always beat class. Thus, the superstar of the hunting academies lost his title of the most talented and fell to his knees before a new hero. It was a real shock for everyone who watched this match. Even the judges did not expect such a turn of events. Kira, watching her first student, was happy. There were barely visible tears in her eyes. All of Ha-yoon's dreams were completely shattered. Probably her heart was also shattered at that moment. Kim looked into her eyes and calmly asked, did she now understand all the words he told her? The first stage of the friendly meeting was completed by Kim's victory. The representatives of the academy decided what to do next. This was a very painful blow to their reputation. No one knew what to do. Academy Representative Gaon Jinsung said that even if he were to fight Kim, he would not be able to win. Although too much time has passed since his resignation, a C-rank hunter now speaks these words. The CO didn't want to admit it, but he completely agrees with his friend. Especially Kim's use of the piercing technique is dangerous. It's not at all a student's level. Even during the raid battle, he wasn't that strong. Apparently something happened after that competition. Although the friendly meeting is not over yet, there is no point in it anymore. No one will be able to beat Kim. We have to admit the obvious facts. No one can stop this talented guy. But the representative of the academy said that they can turn this situation to their advantage. Meanwhile, reporters began attacking the new superstar, asking if he was really a Star Sword apprentice. Also, everyone was wondering what Kim would do after successfully passing the exam to become a professional hunter. The guy didn't like extra attention from outsiders. He didn't like all these photographers and journalists. Meanwhile, Song said that even though they lost the Kim battle, they didn't lose the Dream Academy. For now, let's go back to the waiting room where Kira was waiting for her team captain. Kim opened the door and said he was back. He looked quite relaxed and pleased with his latest performance. He said that he barely managed to get through the crowd of journalists everywhere. Now this is part of his life. Kira showed him that articles about his victory had already been published, and the whole country was doing just that, talking about the new superstar. In the comments under these articles, they even began to talk about Kira and other members of the team. The girl said that she doesn't care what people say about her. It doesn't bother her at all. The girl approached Kim and said that she should start thinking about what to do in the second stage of the competition. Rumor has it that this could be a team raid to clear the dungeons, but the problem is that Lara and Minor are in the hospital right now. Kira said that it is necessary to contact the organizers of the friendly meeting to discuss this issue. She promised to return soon and left Kim alone. He sat down to rest and thought that it was not necessary to use the power of a god at the end. It took too much strength. At that moment, he was completely overwhelmed by emotions. But now he understands that it was not necessary. Suddenly something happened that Kim did not expect. A mentor appeared again from his phone. He really scared the boy with his appearance. He should be warned in advance about his arrival. Although now the mentor looks guilty for his unexpected appearance, he will do the same next time. The mentor said that he asked questions to various professors, and to find out the answer, he even left a question to the director. To begin with, all lecturers simultaneously said that it is impossible to study several topics in parallel. But the principal said something else. Maybe a really talented student can do it. According to the director, this is only a theoretical possibility, because from the very beginning, the director also said that it was impossible. Kim did not understand anything and asked why exactly he could do this. The mentor explained that now he will only say the director's position, not his opinion. First, each creature, depending on the species, will help absorb and use a limited amount of mana. Mana is a source that forms the true essence of a creature. That is, it is impossible to go beyond the established volume. The limit of the source that the creature can withstand is the limit of karma, usually measured by either the middle or lower dantan. So it is the one who has gone above his limit of karma will either break or die. The mentor explained that even though Kim uses the upper and lower dantan at the same time, there is not a high chance of breaking and dying. This happens, oddly enough, because Kim's karma cannot be calculated. The mentor explained that absolutely no one now knows why they cannot calculate the boy's karma. He recalled that the last time he spoke with the director, however, Kim did not have a profile on the website. If it is not possible to calculate karma, then a person has no set limit. So there is a chance that Kim will not break and die even if he uses 2 dantan at the same time. The director also said that when using 2 dantan, one should pay attention to several points. First, you have to release 2 dantan at the same time, and secondly, you have to bear the burden of huge karma. When 2 dantan are released, the amount of mana with which they must be filled also increases. Not just increasing, but increasing exponentially, which is why Kim will be able to use incredible power. But it cannot be covered by regular training, so the guy will have to pay a lot of money again. The mentor said that in his opinion, the risk is worth it, and you can try. The director said that it is possible, but she does not throw words to the wind. If she said, then it is so. A cultivator who uses 3 dantan at the same time, if it is really possible, something unimaginable will happen. The mentor explained that even the director is interested in this. If it happens, maybe Kim will become the new director of the Cultivator Academy. The boy asked, who is the director of the Cultivator Academy now? What kind of person is he? The mentor replied that he could not reveal her personality, but only tell a little about her level. To be honest, she can safely be called the second cultivator. Kim did not understand anything, so the mentor decided to tell him a story about the formation of the Academy of Professional Cultivators. As soon as he began to tell this interesting story, Kira immediately returned to the room. The guy immediately asked her if she had discussed the terms of the second round with the representatives of the Academy, so said that the interview had just ended and he would tell everything now. The friendly meeting of the Academy is a really great chance for students to exchange experiences and see real talents. That is why the organizers and representatives of the Academy held an interview and decided to hold a second round after all. Knowing that the Dream Academy has problems with the number of active students, they slightly adjusted the rules and methods of conducting the round. Teams will be created not only from students, but from one student and one teacher of this academy. Kim immediately understood that this way he and Kerr would raid the dungeon together. But the problem is that Kira is a B-rank hunter, and all the other representatives of the best academies are at least A-rank hunters. The girl decided to ask what would be the additional reward for these competitions. In her opinion, if the organization and representatives of the competition do not change the rules as expected, then there should be compensation for the academies. Looks like Kira got the money disease from Kim. He tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen to him. She smiled and made a cute face, saying that there was no need to worry about her and that she would be happy to help. The girl also explained that the opinion of other people means nothing to her. Then Kim began to speak. He said that before they name the desired amount of compensation, he wants to make a counteroffer. He said that the representatives should replace the teachers in the teams. Kira is the director of the academy is a dream, so let the other teams also have directors instead of teachers. The guy also added that if he receives $100,000 immediately, he will accept any conditions offered by the organization. And if the organization of the friendly meeting refuses this, then he will not participate in the second round. So according to the rules of the second round, the students from the best academies will team up with the headmasters to clear the materialized dungeon. Dungeons will be divided into 3 options. The first dungeon will be cleared by students. The second dungeon will be cleared by representatives. As soon as each of them clears his dungeon, a magic crystal will appear that must be inserted into the altar, and this will summon the boss in the third dungeon. The Academy representatives must kill the boss together. The Academy that does all this the fastest will win. Kim received his desired money and immediately bought Professor Louis' Celestial Breathing Technique course. While he was buying another Dragon Aura course, a judge entered the room and asked him to get ready for the start of the second round. Kira was also next to him and was preparing for the test. It was obvious that she was worried. The Dream Team's second-round training room was fully equipped and ready to go. There was also a ready place where the crystals would have to be inserted to make the third dungeon appear. You can't do anything about the fact that Kira is inferior in talent to representatives of other elite hunter academies. In fact, it does not really matter. The terms of the second round are not personal bests, but a combination of team achievements. Kim understood that the key to winning the second round was to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. He had prepared 3 Danton to begin with, but he wasn't sure that he could be faster than the past C-rank hunters. The judge said the test could begin, and before entering the portal, Kim wished Kerr luck. As soon as he entered his dungeon, he immediately saw that there was a very dark forest. After taking a few steps, he also saw that his new friends were already waiting for him. They were real werewolves, and the problem was that there were too many of them. Seeing that a delicious dinner had come to them, the werewolves immediately prepared to attack and tear Kim to pieces. Kim immediately prepared to show them what real fighting techniques were and told them to attack. He started swinging his spear and prepared an attack that could destroy mountains. He hadn't used it in a long time. After activating the power of his mana and making the right movements with his hands, he delivered a powerful blow. This scared the werewolves very much, but they quickly realized that Kim had missed. It seems that he had not practiced this technique in a long time. Realizing that in front of them is a real talent in the world of hunters, the werewolves turned and began to run away. Of course, he caught up with and killed all those dogs, but he would have spent much less time if they hadn't been running away. Having completed all his affairs in the dungeon, Kim returned to the real world. He immediately became confused when he saw that Kira still hadn't completed the raid in the dungeon. He remembered that it was necessary to quickly insert the magic crystal in order to record the time of clearing the dungeon. But when he got closer, he saw that the cleaning time was being broadcast online. The guy immediately understood that they have problems because other academies do it quickly as well. He started shouting and getting angry. Was victory going to slip from their hands now? The problem was that there was too much of a gap between the first and second dungeons. If he inserts the magic crystal now, victory is assured, but Kira, due to her slow speed, is sure to receive a lot of criticism. But if he slips the crystal in, adjusting to Cyrus's pace, then they may lose the win. In addition, the difficulty level of the second dungeon is 8 stars. There is a possibility that Kira may lose during the raid. The boy began to worry and did not know what choice to make. The opinion of other people did not bother him at all. He only thought about the academy of his dreams. Meanwhile, Kira continued her raid in the second dungeon. It was like a trip to hell. Instead of werewolves, she had to fight fire lizards. They were a symbiosis of a dragon and a lizard. It was very hot around, and fires were burning everywhere. The girl spent a lot of strength to protect herself and survive. She continued to kill these miserable creatures, but there were too many of them. She was using a sword as a weapon. It was obvious that she was trained by a star sword because she showed a very high-quality technique. She chopped these demons into pieces like bacon, but she got no real pleasure from it. When the lizards died, they exploded like atomic bombs. It was very dangerous. Kira was able to survive the last explosion, but her arms and legs were almost torn off. These miserable lizards continued to attack her from all sides, trying to cut off her head. The girl had to demonstrate not only her speed, but also all her talents to dodge fire and counterattack. Kira constantly thought about the need to hurry and clear the dungeon in time. She understood that Kim was already waiting for her outside, and therefore even if she could not save time, she should at least go through the dungeon. But she had one problem. It was the number of lizards that were in her dungeon. There were abnormally many of them. It was impossible to relax even for a few seconds. The girl felt something slippery on her leg. Maybe it was a slug. But it turned out not to be the slug we are all used to. The lizard set a trap and attacked it from different sides. The girl was ready for this and instantly dodged. She could not be defeated by such cheap tricks. To be honest, forget about emotions. Kira never had special talents. She was the granddaughter of one of the heroes of the Great Disaster, and she studied with the Star Sword from childhood. Although she respected her grandfather, the hero of the Great Disaster, but at the same time hated the fact that she was constantly compared to him. In addition, she considered herself a worthless hunter and hated herself as well. In this difficult moment in the hot dungeon, she remembered how Kim had wished her luck before the start of the second stage. From childhood, the girl told her grandfather that she did not want to be a hunter at all. Her dream has always been to teach others, but when you are the granddaughter of a star sword, everything always goes your way. She finished clearing the dungeon and killed all the lizards, while also finding a magic crystal. Kira then remembered the first time she met Kim when she thought they could use each other. She thought about the fact that he is a really talented guy and will be able to raise the level of the Dream Academy and make it famous. But after going through many difficult trials together with her boyfriend, she began to think that she wanted to be with Kim longer. There's not much time left before the exam for a professional hunter. Probably after this friendly meeting, their paths will diverge. It must be admitted that it was an ordinary connection that continued for some time. And this connection reached its final station. Kira thought that it would be great to at least finally help her student. If she stopped dragging him down and could do him even a little good, that would be enough. The girl came out of the dungeon and immediately saw Kim in front of her. He immediately greeted her. Looking at him, she dropped a magic crystal on the ground. What could this mean? She said that she did it unintentionally. Kim carefully looked into her eyes and decided to come closer. The guy said that he really needs a lot of money, but money is not the most important thing in life for him. He is probably lying. Then he said that you can always earn and spend at any time, but unlike money, a soul once broken into many pieces can never be put back together. He picked up her crystal and thanked the girl for all she had done. He wanted to walk the path of a professional hunter and professional cultivator, not alone, but with such people. He activated both magic crystals and the Dream Academy indicators appeared on the screen. A green light immediately lit up the room, but it hardly means an early victory. The total time for passing the 100 Mil Academy task is 58 minutes and 53 seconds, so to win, you need to destroy the boss in 48 seconds. Kim told Kira that if he had been alone all this time, he would never have been able to get this far in his life. He also added that it is for this reason that he is counting on Kira this time. And then he smiled and added that it would be better if she took care of him in the future. It was too emotional and pleasant. Kira couldn't stand it and started crying after these words. Kim said that it was true and added that she was the only one he could truly trust. That is why, if problems arise now and he loses consciousness, then she must save him. And now it's time to show an incredibly fast result and destroy the boss in the third dungeon. Kira did not understand why he was talking about this. What could his words about losing consciousness mean? In the remaining time, it is impossible to find and destroy Basilisk, which is why Kim is going to deliver such a blow that the dungeon cannot withstand. So his plan is simple. Activate the Aura Blade along with the divine power and destroy the dungeon. When he started trying to implement his plan, he realized that even this incredible power would not be enough. That is why he quickly went to his smartphone, found the website of the Cultivator Academy, and bought an elixir of pure energy. Now his plan must be carried out. Now it will be really fun. Everything around turned blue, and Kira felt that even the air began to vibrate. She did not understand where he had such strength, but all this energy was taken from the resources of his body. First he activated the lower danton, then it was the middle danton's turn. He remembered the professor's lecture and the information that when using a spreading block, it is important to ensure that the movement of the spear does not go beyond the body zone. You need to do this from the middle to the outside, and then swing the weapon as if you are slowly pressing. This is how you can activate the blocking technique. After this technique is out, it's time to capture the inner type. It is necessary to throw a blow forward and pull it back inside. Kim was doing great so far. Kira watched in amazement at these unknown to her techniques. It is the turn of the last technique, piercing. For this, the spear blade must be an old extension of the body. You have to imagine that you are trying to ram one specific point. Kim listened to his professor's voice coming from the middle and activated the piercing technique. Probably, if he could look at himself from the other side, he would think that he looks like a professional cultivator. At the same time, students and representatives of the country's best academies watched him. No one has seen or even heard of all these strange and ancient techniques. It seemed like something from the realm of fiction. It seemed that Kim had played a game called life. After a few seconds, the results were updated on all monitors. The first place in the second round was won by the team of the Dream Academy. Some time passed and Kim finally regained consciousness. Frightened, he immediately got up and saw that he was in the hospital again. Seeing that Kira was sitting next to him, he began to ask her how everything ended. The girl asked him to calm down and not shout because everything is fine and they won the friendly match. She asked him if he was feeling normal and if he didn't have a headache. Kim replied that he was strong in body and mind. According to him, he is especially strong mentally. Several losses of consciousness are not a problem for him. Kira looked at him with a sincere smile and said that she thanked him from the bottom of her heart. The guy looked at her. He felt an incredible closeness with this girl. He replied that it was he who owed her, and at that moment unknown people began to enter the door of the room. It was journalists again. Fortunately, there was a guard in the ward and said that at the moment Kim needs to rest. Everyone wanted to interview the new superstar and photograph the guy for the magazine cover. Everyone was also wondering how he was able to destroy the dungeon. Did he really destroy it with the Force, or was there some other way? One of the journalists also said that the best academies of the country refused to recognize the victory of the Dream Academy. They said that they lost only to one student, but not to the whole academy. Kim replied that he is also a student of the Dream Academy and has not really done anything special. He replied that all this happened only because he did everything according to the director's plan. Now the reporter started asking Kira how she feels after her Hunter Academy became the best in the country. Kim was satisfied with his work and communication with journalists. The reporters continued to attack the academy director, but Kira asked them to back off. A video about the shocking truth about the Dream Academy began to spread on the internet. Anonymous began to say that today he will tell everyone the truth about Kim, who has made a lot of noise lately. The friendly meeting attracted a lot of attention from various people due to the participation of the Dream Academy team and its captain, Kim. He not only defeated the most talented girl in the history of professional hunters, but also destroyed the dungeon. And because of this, the internet exploded with articles about his superpower. According to rumors, the strength of this young student has reached the strength of a god. He is no longer just a student of hero rank, but can already fight with heroes himself. And now we need to talk about the most important thing. The main mystery is hidden in the dream of the director of the academy. This is not just an ordinary young girl. As it turned out, she is the granddaughter of the legendary hero of the great disaster, the Star Sword. In the second round of the friendly, Kim destroyed the dungeon with the help of this girl, which says a lot. This is how the video of the unknown guy in the hood ended. He asked to like and subscribe to his channel. Kim watched this video and immediately started laughing. He did not think that it could damage his reputation. At the end of the friendly meeting between the academies, Kim received almost the entire prize because Kira gave him her share. As soon as these tough competitions were over, he decided to return to the academy to absorb the recently drunk elixir. Walking through the evening city, he saw a strange girl in front of him. She did not seem to hide her face. Coming closer, he realized that before him was his opponent from the first round, the legendary and inimitable Hyun. She greeted him and asked him to give her a few minutes of attention, but the guy apologized and said he was busy. She had not heard such impudence for a long time. The girl was very angry because of the behavior of this boaster. She said again that it was very important, and Kim decided to stop and give her a chance to say what she wanted. After a short silence, Kim said that he was not going to wait until morning because he had to go home. Han finally began to speak, saying that she knew that Kim was a student of the Star Sword. Such a conversation immediately interested the boy. Kim replied that this was a lie. If he was really a student of the Star Sword, he would have used the sword, not the spear. He said that it should be obvious, and you should not believe in rumors from the internet. Without waiting for her answer, he replied that the conversation was over, turned, and went to his academy. However, Hyun wasn't going to let him go so easily. The girl caught up with him and asked if he had been training with the Star Sword. She also wondered why he was being taught at the Dream Academy. Did they have special training, and who were the other students? Kim smiled and thought that she was too annoying. Probably in addition to studying at the academy, she works as a journalist. The boy remembered his new skywalking technique and used it to escape from Hyun. But he was not the only one who mastered this ancient technique. The girl also knew how to do it and very quickly caught up with him. Kim was surprised. He was using the speed step technique, but she could do it too. Realizing that she would not let go of him, he began to shout and asked what she needed from him. Maybe she wants to find the reason for her defeat. Maybe she hopes that she lost because of the Star Sword? Hyun replied that she was just curious. It seems that before she was much colder and less emotional. She also asked the boy about the director of the Dream Academy. She saw how Kim and Kira left together after the competition. Kim replied that he had a great relationship with the director and explained that Kira had other things to do, so she left early. After that, he asked not to pursue him and not to distract him from important matters. Kim began to think about Kira. She quickly ran somewhere after the end of the competition. Maybe she has some urgent meeting. In any case, they will meet soon at the academy. But as it turned out, Kira really had important things to do tonight. She went to her grandfather's house. Star Sword met her with his assistant and was ready to start an important conversation. He understood that Kira wanted to tell him something and asked why she came. In response, he heard what he did not expect to hear from his granddaughter. She said that she wanted to pick up the sword again. Even the Star Sword assistant had never heard Kira ever talk about wanting to take up fencing. The legendary warrior asked her what was the reason for such a desire. The girl answered that she wanted to be on the same level as Kim. Star Sword was furious to hear about this fool. Does she really want to give up her own dream and also take the path of a professional hunter? Kira replied that she is not going to give up her dream. Everything is much simpler. She remembered the conversation with Kim when he said that he did not dream of becoming a professional hunter. Yes, he's training and saving up for it, but it's not his dream. Kim explained that according to one legendary master, dream is a verb and profession is a noun. That is why he believes that the profession cannot become a dream, and that is why he does not dream of becoming a professional hunter. The girl explained to her grandfather that she wants to follow her own path using other methods. That is why she confidently declared that she wanted to pick up the sword again. Star Sword made a stern expression and looked straight into his granddaughter's eyes. At such moments, he was the most terrifying person in the world. Meanwhile, Kim was thinking about money again, as if it were always there, but on the other hand, it was always gone. When buying an elixir of pure energy, Karma valued it at $50,000, probably better to buy a car. But the main problem was that from that moment, the Karma increased and the price became 3 times higher. That is, you could buy a Lamborghini. Now he has to find money again. He heard strange noises and asked if it is necessary to always appear like this. The boy's feelings and intuition were already at the highest level. Master Darkstar came to him personally. The master said that Kim surprises him every time he meets him. Even the bastards from the Order of Truth couldn't reveal him, but Kim manages to do it. The guy explained that he does it only because of his feelings, and maybe the Darkstar is not as skilled as before. Kim asked the master how he was doing and why he came to him. Darkstar said he came to talk about the Order of Truth, but first he wants to hear how Minor is doing. Kim replied that the boy was injured in the competition, but everything is fine, so the Darkstar handed him some more books with training. Master Darkstar also reminded about the money he had to give to Kim, and promised that it would all be done soon. Kim also told the master that now an Evil Rock student is studying in their academy. He explained that Master Evil Rock took another student. Before that, he only trained Jimin. The guy also said that the Evil Rock asked to watch over his student and paid 3 times more than the Dark Star. The boy continued to invent all these beautiful stories and hinted that there was not enough money for him to take care of Minor. Evil Rock asked what he was up to. Kim replied that he was just telling this story, a cunning scoundrel. Suddenly, the door to the academy opened and a man came in who asked how to understand it. It seems that this is no longer an academy of professional hunters, but a club of pensioners. Because another old man, a Star Sword, came here. He had a stern expression on his face again. In principle, he is always stern, and asked what the Dark Star was doing here. Are these two enemies? Maybe you and I will really see the battle of the Titans with our own eyes. The Star Sword activated its surrounding mana and once again asked the question, what is the Dark Star doing here? The Dark Star also began to get angry and loudly replied that he can appear wherever he wants and do whatever he wants. Kim felt like he was between two fires. He asked them to calm down and stop this conflict. It didn't really help. The Star Sword said that the Dark Star hadn't changed at all since betraying them. Master Darkstar replied that he never betrayed his friends but only warned of danger. That the Star Sword said that this could not be an excuse because he was still involved in the plans of the Order of Truth. Kim did not know what to do. Realizing that it was necessary to intervene immediately, he activated his mana and showed what he was capable of. Experienced masters definitely did not expect this. They had never seen someone activate an aura in this way. If only a little more, and the building would have been destroyed. Could this young man have made such progress in such a short period of time? Kim began to scream and asked if the Dark Star knew what would have happened to Minor if the academy had been destroyed. He would have fled to the mountains again. He also started yelling at the Star Sword if the building was destroyed, then Kira would never look her grandfather in the eyes. He didn't know what happened between these two legendary heroes. If they want to fight, they should do it somewhere else. The guy said that it was necessary to return to the initial conversation and asked what the Dark Star wanted to tell him. The master replied that there was no time for idle chatter and said that the Order of Truth had planned something related to berserks. It is not yet known what they want to do with the giant monster, but the apostles have already begun to act. He believes that the apostles are influential enough and you can expect anything from them. Darkstar said that in any case, He wanted to conduct a full investigation and asked Kim to help him with this. He explained that he cannot do everything by himself, so he needs help. According to information, bastards from the Order of Truth are constantly conducting some experiments, the goal of which is a special dungeon. That's why the Dark Star wants Kim to explore this place, but the boy replied that he is still a student, and some dungeons are not available to him. The exam for a professional hunter will begin soon, and after it, there should be no problems with it. After listening to this conversation, the Star Sword asked the Dark Star why he was asking the boy for this. The legendary Master of Concealment replied that no one but the boy could do it. He said that even if he told all the details, the Star Sword still wouldn't believe him, so there was no point in talking about it. These words made the Swordmaster quite angry. It even seemed that he turned red with anger like tomato juice. The battle between them began again, and Kim again began to say that they should fight in the street. Now these experienced and legendary heroes seemed like ordinary children to him. He stopped them and decided to ask the Star Sword why he came to the academy. If he wants to find his granddaughter, then she left earlier and said that she had important business. Star Sword remembered yesterday's conversation with his granddaughter and began to get angry. Kim did not understand what was the matter. Even the building felt the wrath of the Star Sword. It seemed that an earthquake had begun. It seems the real reason he came to the Dream Academy is to destroy Kim. The guy felt the danger and immediately got ready. He was sure that he would be attacked now. But as it turned out, the Star Sword activated its aura not because of this stupid boy, but because of a potential enemy. But this potential enemy turned out to be a young and very talented student of Hunter Mill Academy. So this cheeky girl still continued to pursue Kim and observe his personal life. She said that she was walking down the street and accidentally ended up near the building of the Dream Academy. Feeling an incredible accumulation of energy inside her, she decided just a little, with one eye, to see what was happening inside the academy. That's how she got here, but now she could end her existence if Hyun doesn't explain who she is to the Star Sword. Seeing this legendary hero with her own eyes, all her arrogance immediately went somewhere. Dark Star asked the boy if he knew this girl. Kim replied that he was seeing her for the first time, so she should be beaten. Then the Dark Star asked the boy if he would help him in the matter of the Order of Truth. Kim replied that he had no choice. Therefore, they decided to return to this question after the professional hunter exam. Kim asked the master not to forget to bring more money with him. Meanwhile, Hyun did not understand anything and sat on her knees and remained silent. She didn't understand how this young student could extort money from such a legendary warrior as Dark Star. The girl was even more surprised when she heard that the Dark Star was ready to triple her monetary reward to Kim. The guy replied that in addition to helping him, he also had to look after Minor, so the price should be 4 times more. Star Sword started to laugh and called the Dark Star a fool for being forced to pay money. Kim began to calm them down again. He said that he would be very happy if they killed each other, but not in this place. Master Dark Star said goodbye to the boy and said that he would meet with him after the exam. After these words, he disappeared. Kim managed to remind him about the obligation of timely payment. As soon as the master disappeared, the Star Sword immediately asked the boy what connected him to the Dark Star. Kim replied that it is actually difficult to say that he has anything to do with the master. They only have business relations. Then he saw that Hyun was still sitting on his lap next to him and asked what she was doing here. The girl replied that she was not trying to follow anyone, and it was just a coincidence. The boy told her to tell everything, and if Hyun starts lying, he will ask the Star Sword to cut off both of her hands. Hyun decided to tell the truth and asked to be admitted to the Dream Academy. Kim decided that she had a concussion after the competition. He did not understand why she should go to their academy, especially since there was not much time left before the exam for a professional hunter. Then Kim thought about it and said, "Is she really a spy for Hunter Mill Academy?" The girl denied everything and said that she was telling the truth and there was no point in lying. She really wanted to become a member of the Dream Academy. Star Sword said that there was no reason why he should stay and listen to this nonsense. Kim asked him what to do with this girl. The Star Sword replied that the best option was to chop her up and roast her on a barbecue. Hearing this, Hyun began to beg her to be kept alive and not to be left alone with Kim. Kim told her not to be afraid because everything will pass very quickly. She won't even have time to understand anything. He did not understand whether it was telling the truth or not, but in any case, the director of the academy should decide this matter. Realizing that Kira is currently absent, Hyun decided to say that she would come another time and immediately run away. Kim asked her to take her time, gave her to hold the cabesus, and ordered her to wait for Kira. Inside this magic bag was a pile of corpses of huge monsters. Even the strongest people in the world had a hard time holding it. The girl had to awaken her mana to withstand this load. In response, Kim said that he needed to go to training and asked not to disturb her. Meanwhile, the legendary Star Sword returned to his country house. Opening the door of his office, he saw that Kira was kneeling in front of his assistant, a rather strange situation. He asked his granddaughter if she still had changed her mind. Kira did not answer anything to her grandfather and continued to look glumly at the floor. Star Sword went to the cabinet and took out a very beautiful golden sword. As soon as he took out this sword, a very strong aura immediately began to be felt in the air. This sword adds speed. It is famous for its speed attacks that easily turn monsters into steaks. The impressive sword is aimed at piercing opponents through and through. When using it, it is important to keep a distance, but penetrating the opponent is the fastest of the methods of attack in fencing. The flexible sword will reveal the opponent's weaknesses with the help of an incredibly powerful technique, which is why speed is important, but the most important thing is the flexibility of the attack. A slow sword does not mean that it is not needed. Taking your time, approaching the opponent, you enter his territory. A strong sword adds weight to the weapon. Putting power into each blow can quickly destroy a group of enemies. The heavy sword, the next step up from the strong sword, adds even more weight to the weapon. This technique imparts the most devastating power of any sword. The illusory sword, unlike the flexible sword, has the effect of hypnotizing your opponent's eyes. The jet sword gently deflects the attack, concentrating the force on the counter-strike. It reduces the pressure of the weight and dissipates the opponent's power. The ruining sword is both fast and powerful, heavy and flexible, so your opponent will feel incredible pressure when using it. That's how the Star Sword held a small fencing lesson for his granddaughter. He explained that these are the main elements of a divine sword that can destroy the sky. Star Sword promised to give his granddaughter the necessary time during which she should learn the techniques he told about. He said that she had until the end of the professional hunter exam, and if she did not have time to learn these techniques, then he would never allow her to pick up a sword again. Kira did not answer, and his assistant said that it would be impossible. Star Sword said that if Kira thinks it's impossible, then she can give up immediately. At first the girl replied that she would try, and then added that she would definitely do it. The legendary hero ordered her to pick up a sword and master all these important techniques. Meanwhile, in the training room of the Dream Academy, it was quite fun. Hyun watched as the energy that permeated everything in this room hardened around Kim. The girl did not understand how this was possible. Although the boy continued his meditation, he told the girl to keep her hands up. Meanwhile, Minor and Lara were discharged from the hospital and met outside the academy building. Kim felt that the vessel was too big. He couldn't fill it if he didn't try. While Hyun was barely holding the cabesis, he was thinking about how many more bottles of elixir he had to drink. Her hands are falling now, and the boy has completely forgotten that she is here. Kim understood that the girl was still inadequate and asked her to continue this training. Then he quickly turned around, walked up to her, and asked if she really liked him, and that's why she came. The girl started screaming and said that if she could do anything she wanted, she would have killed him a long time ago. These words are similar to the events of the young talent, and he allowed her to give cabesis. Hyun hadn't been this happy in a long time. This relief seemed like Zen knowledge. But soon Kim called her again and asked her to take the cabesis in her hands once more. As soon as she did, he began to wonder why the tag wasn't activating. The tag worked last time when Jimin picked up the bag. Can anyone but Kim touch it? The boy also remembered that last time when the bag crushed his back, Kira was able to lift him up. It was the same when he lost consciousness after using divine power in the battle with the big tree. Then the pouch was able to be moved by Puck and Evil Rock. Does the tag only activate when it senses the intent to steal or use it? He asked Hyun to put the pouch in his pocket, and it worked immediately. At that moment, Minor entered the room with Lara. Kim wondered why they came together. Lara was displeased and asked what Hyun was doing here. Kim replied that this girl wanted to join their team. Minor said he hoped Kim would turn her down, but the captain said it would be up to the director to decide. Then he approached Minor and said that his teacher was coming and asked to give him something. Hyun continued to hold the kibisis. It was so hard for her that tears appeared in their eyes. At first, she followed Kim to find out how to gain the same power. This is her unique chance to see him train, and she has promised herself to find out the truth. Then she heard Lara asking Kim not to jump from the house at night. Because of this, they are constantly threatened with fines. It was hard for her to understand how this bunch of idiots could be so strong and talented. Soon Kim approached her and asked her to return the cibisis because he needed to complete the task of Hercules. Kim then started calling Lara and told her to help Hyun train. He asked her not to disturb Minor and to train better with Hyun. Lara did not understand whether it was possible to do so. The captain replied that Hyun wanted to enter their academy, so it is normal. Lara mentioned that this girl is really very talented and strong, and she can help make progress in training. So she agreed and immediately invited Hyun to train together. Hyun tried to refuse and was told that she was waiting for a conversation with the director, but no one listened to her. Now let's move to the headquarters of the Association of Professional Hunters. It was a large building with many offices. Each department had its own separate tasks. This time the interview was too long. I had to listen to the management almost all day. Everyone was discussing what had happened for the first time in the history of professional hunters, and everyone was also talking about Kim. Now, the whole country is talking about the upcoming exam for a professional hunter. The reason for this is an exception to all the rules, Kim. The entire community of the country began to discuss all the pros and cons of the upcoming exam for Kim. The director of the association entered the hall and apologized for being waited for too long. Everyone immediately began to ask what the format of the exam is waiting for this year. And will Kim be exempted from taking the exam? The president said he understood the concerns of others. The committee discussed the issue of exempting this student from the exam, but it broke the rules and angered the community. There were also those who proposed to conduct a separate exam for the boy, but this is also discrimination and an additional responsibility for an ordinary student. So, after long discussions, the Association of Professional Hunters decided that the exam should be changed somewhat this year. First, the exam for a professional hunter will be conducted according to the system of absolute evaluation. Second, the difficulty level of the exam will be increased. The introduction of absolute grading may result in several students receiving a higher score. That is why the association decided to raise the difficulty level to solve this issue. The level of difficulty of the exam will be increased in such a way that none of the students will be able to achieve the highest score. Of course, the director of the association said that this applies even to such a talented guy as Kim. Journalists began to shout and say that these changes in the rules will lead to a lot of problems. The director also said that if no one gets a higher score, then this year the hunters will remain without an A rank. Previously, a score of 100 on the exam necessarily meant first place, but under the new rules, first place does not guarantee the highest score. The association wanted to change this rule, but it turned out to be impossible due to the huge influence of the guilds. Only professional hunters of A rank and above have the right to establish their own guild. Therefore, the major guilds decided to prevent Kim from obtaining an A rank license in order to recruit him into their guild. Instead, a hunter who earns an A rank this year will receive 5 years of dungeon raiding privileges. The exam will be public this year, and the moment Kim becomes a professional hunter, the whole world will enter a new era. What Kira saw in her academy after returning did not fit into her head. She saw Hyun telling Lara how to use magic to add pressure and unpredictability. Kira immediately asked what happened here while she was gone. Was it a parallel reality? She went to talk to Kim and told her that she was unlikely to be able to show up at the academy often before the exam. She explained that she will have important things to do, but this will not prevent her students from preparing well for the exam. Kim realized that they might not see Kira again, so we asked if he would be able to come here even when he became a professional hunter. Even after the exam, he needs to continue training and he doesn't have a suitable place to do it. He also said that he is very used to the academy and clearly made it clear that he wants to continue to be a part of it. Kira was pleasantly surprised and smiled. She said that she also wanted to talk about it. She asked the boy if he thought it would be a great idea if she turned the Dream Academy into a guild. Due to the fact that there are few of them, it can be called a team for raids. Remembering Kim's words, Kira asked him who thinks that work cannot become a dream? But everything is not so simple. The girl has her own condition. She said that Kim will be the head of the guild. He was not happy about this, but the girl explained that the guild can be formed by A-rank hunters and above, but its level is B. So at this exam, the guy must get an A-rank hunter's license. After hearing this conversation, Minor started shouting that he supports this idea. Kim asked him to shut up. Minor explained that he also wanted to talk about this idea, but Kira beat him to it. Of course, Lara intervened in the conversation and said that she also fully supports this idea. Minor and her immediately started talking about who would be the vice president and arguing about who would make more money. Kim began to get angry because of their behavior. Kira told him that he must pass this exam. The girl assured that if they act as a real team, they will definitely succeed. Their brief but fateful meeting finally reached its final destination. And at the same time, the end of this meeting helped to find connections and opened a new page of history. The end station of acquaintance was not the end. It only touched another life and turned into a new beginning. All of them continued to go together to common goals and fell asleep dreaming of success. Time passed very quickly, and now the long-awaited day of the professional hunter exam has arrived. There were a lot of people around. Because the exam was public, Lara was upset that Kira was not present with them. Kira was absent. She apologized and said she hadn't done what she needed to do yet, but the team was trying to focus on the upcoming exam. Kim tried to give a motivational speech before the exam, but he saw that Haun came with them and asked, "What is she doing here?" A few months ago, Kira told her that the Dream Academy was no longer accepting new students. Lara began to defend her new friend and said that Hayun helped her a lot. Minor also said that if Lara is okay with it, then he also supports Hayun. Kim replied that he did not want to argue with anyone and was ready to agree to the team's terms. A lot of people around have already seen that the local superstar is preparing to take the exam. Kim understood that soon there will be many journalists around him, so he said goodbye and said that they would meet soon. He used his technique of disappearance to escape in a second, and not to answer the questions of journalists. In the meantime, we are transferred to the VIP room where the exam for a professional hunter is held. The head of the Legend Guild, the second place in the country, Leeson, said that there are many talents this year. The head of the Karam Guild, which is in third place, Yumi, replied that this year the Legend Guild won't be able to win because they don't have enough funding. The head of the Hibiscus Guild, ranked fourth in the country, Minsok, replied that now is the time to fight. The head of the Warrior Fathers Guild, Han, replied that despite the small funding, their guild is looking for students who know the concept of honor. They began to discuss a student named Kim and argued whether he could get the maximum score. The fifth man at the table asked if they all used their connections and carried out part of their plan. It was the head of the Black Dragon Guild, number 1 in the country, Luther. He said that no one can be allowed to get an A rank. Yumi replied that this will never happen and we should immediately think about how exactly to recruit Kim after the exam. She asked Luther how exactly he wanted to recruit the boy. The man replied that everyone was familiar with his methods. He said that the focus should be on preventing the boy from getting an A rank. It was much more important than his refusal to join the guild. That is why you should not pay attention to small things and focus on the most important. Leeson said that everyone understands that the first place will go to Kim. But today, even the very first discipline, the written test, is near all records of difficulty. Even professional hunters would have to struggle with this task. This is not the level of students. Kim immediately turned pale when he saw this task. It is much easier to destroy monsters than to do a written test. Although everyone knew that he would win and take the first place, he definitely would not be able to get the maximum score. It was very funny to watch these guild owners when they saw that Kim scored 100 points on the written test. The exam consisted of 6 disciplines: the written part, endurance, mana efficiency, rating, and combat ability against monsters and opponents. The exam continued for 3 days, and today, on the first day of the exam, such disciplines as a written test and endurance are given. Minor did not understand how his captain scored 100 points. He was sure that he could beat him this time, but scored only 50 points. Even Lara scored only 87 points. She approached the captain and asked what he was. Kim replied that there was nothing special about it. He just looked at the question and immediately realized that he knew the answers. It's that simple. His teammates did not think it was funny. They had the impression that he really was the son of God. Realizing that there was no point competing with him, Lara decided to ask Hayun how many points she scored. The girl answered that she scored only 32 points. Everyone immediately fell silent and did not know what to say. This is how the abilities of professional hunters throughout the history turned into a loser. Meanwhile, the owners of the big guilds didn't understand how it was that Kim got the highest score. The most interesting thing is that he scored 100 points, not only in the test task, but also in the basic endurance test. You could close your eyes to the written test, but the difficulty of the endurance test was simply incredible. Yumi began to calm everyone down and said that the situation was not critical. After all, the exam had just begun. Luther said that as soon as the exam is completed, the Dream Academy will be reclassified as a guild. He feels that Kim will become the director. The granddaughter of the Star Sword will also join this guild. So no matter how stupid the people at this table are, they all understand what this means. The guild in which the Star Sword will help is a real danger. Thanks to the new rules, they get the right to early entry into the dungeon for 5 years. In other words, because of the newcomer guild, the position of the other guilds, which they have protected for many years, will be threatened. Yumi said that everything will change on the second day of the exam. She created tasks of the required type and level based on Kim's analysis. This time, he definitely won't be able to get the maximum score unless, of course, something incredible happens in one day. The third discipline is the efficiency of mana. The next day, the students began to pass this task, and Kim again scored the maximum score. In the fourth discipline, it was necessary to go to the dungeon and arrange a raid. Everything remained unchanged. Kim scored 100 points. It was really funny to watch the big guild owners. Their plan completely failed. Luther started yelling at them and said he was sure there was a spy working for Kim among them. He was very upset, but still asked, how was the preparation for the disciplines that were left? There were only 2 disciplines left, the fight with the monster and the fight with the opponent. If they lost tomorrow, who would become the A-rank hunter? Yumi tried to calm Luther and said that everything would be fine, but he replied that the plan should be completely changed. The girl tried to say that it was too unexpected, but he looked at her so aggressively that she immediately fell silent. An active A-rank hunter of warlike parents was appointed for fighting ability during the battle. Everyone said that this hunter is honest and will soon improve his qualifications, but Luther replied that the examiner should be replaced. On the same evening, a rather interesting conversation took place which had an impact on the professional hunter's exam. The assistant asked the star how it is possible to behave like this. It is clear to everyone that it was done due to the influence of the largest guilds in order to interfere with Kim. It is impossible to allow something to happen to the boy, but the Star Sword replied that a real warrior cannot be broken by such trifles. Moreover, if he was so weak, he could not go so far. Most importantly, not only the top 5 guilds are involved here, these people will not allow them to reach the absurd. The Star Sword then looked at his assistant and told him not to interfere in this situation. Not to mention the Star Sword, but Simon couldn't stay away. He personally went to the Dream Academy training complex that night to meet with Kim. Seeing him, the boy greeted him and asked what brought him here at such a late hour. The boy immediately approached him because he thought that something bad had happened to Cyrus. Simon didn't understand where this energy came from. His power, since the last meeting, was in no way comparable to his current power. In just a few months, this young student increased his strength several times. Did the Star Sword know everything from the beginning? Simon said that they need to have a serious talk. The next day, the 3rd stage of the exam for a professional hunter began. On this day, everything will end. In the combat ability discipline against monsters, Kim once again took first place and scored 100 points. None of his team was even surprised. For some reason, the captain looked a bit worried and upset. No one could understand what had happened. A man entered the room and reported that the examiner had been changed in the last discipline for fighting ability against the opponent. No one particularly paid attention to this. Everyone believed that the exam was expected to be very difficult, so nothing would change. Then everyone heard that the director of the top 5 guilds will personally become an examiner in this discipline. Kim looked incredibly upset and depressed. It seems that the news did not surprise him at all. He was as serious and focused as possible. I hope he and Simone came up with a plan. Kayun was the first to pass the test in a state of discipline. She gave a serious fight to her opponent but still lost, having scored 64 points. Everyone was shocked that even such a legendary person as Hayun could not score more points, although she still performed quite powerfully. Han is still a master of the Sword of Absolute Truth. Even the Star Sword recognizes his power. The master told his assistants that the students are very weak this year. He said that he hates to cut down small trees, but this is part of the absolute truth. Next, the next student was invited to the arena. It was Kim, and now everything will be decided. Everyone around was only talking about this, that the directors of the best guilds were acting as judges at the exam, and soon it would be Kim's turn to fight Han. Everyone wondered if the boy could defeat an experienced master. Something like this had never happened in the history of professional hunters. The video and photo quickly spread on the internet. Everyone, from an ordinary driver to a nurse, was interested in this event. Of course, Kim had her own army of fans from her past work. All the members of his team had already passed this test and hoped that at least their captain would be able to defeat the master. So the moment everyone has been waiting for has arrived, the master of the sword against the young student, David against Goliath. Khan greeted the boy and said that in this exam he showed incredible results, which is very good. But there is a limit to this, and according to the master, Kim will not be able to score the highest score in this discipline. Kim calmly replied that he already knew about it. He remained focused and serious. The day before, he was not so serious. The boy was angry because the guilds were bothering him. He also learned that Kira would leave the academy if she did not master swordsmanship by the end of the exam, and all this worried him very much. Simon explained that the boy will not be able to score 100 points tomorrow. They will tell him that he was incredible, but they will give him only 99 points. Of course, you can protest, but it is unlikely to help. Kim said that he was very upset. He respected the masters for their respect for the absolute truth, but they sold their souls to the devil. The only way out in this situation is to appeal to the Star Sword. If you offer him the right conditions again, he will agree to help. The boy asked Simone if Kira's training in swordsmanship was going well. The man replied that, to be honest, her task seems impossible. He warned the boy not to interfere in this matter, even if she could not continue this way. She would like Kim to get the highest score. Kim asked Simon to tell Kira about this exam situation. The man did not understand why to do this. Kira and Kim face the impossible, and there is nothing terrible in being defeated. Kim replied that, on the contrary, if he could pass the test, it would inspire Kira to do the same. Kim said that he would not go to the Star Sword and said goodbye to Mr. Simon. Simon returned to the house of the Star Sword and asked his master not to be cruel to the girl. She hasn't been eating or sleeping for several days. She's only engaged in fencing, which can cause great harm to her health. Moreover, one must be honest and admit that it is impossible to learn such a difficult technique in a few days. But the problem is that she herself chose this path, and that is why it should be respected. Looking at her, Simon began to understand something and smiled. He understood why she decided to take up fencing again with such a burning desire. Meanwhile, Kim told Master Han that he must get the highest score because there is a person waiting for him. The master replied that the world of professional hunters is very cruel, so that Kim does not get the highest score. The boy asked what would happen if the professor taking the exam couldn't give the grade, then who would? If such a situation arises that the boy cannot be given anything but the highest score, what will happen then? Khan smiled and said that there was only one way to make the examiner pass out. Kim replied that he hoped that Han would not die and would only be in the hospital for a month. The master had not heard such impudence for a long time. His desire to beat this boy only increased. He said that Kim is too self-confident, and his sharp tongue can cause him a lot of trouble. Kim smiled and said that he must get the highest score and give the master the opportunity to strike first. Legendary Master Khan prepared to send this boy to intensive care. From the beginning of the day, he wasn't going to fight particularly actively against the students, but this was a special case. Activating the power of his mana, he began to attack and said that he would make Kim regret his words. A truly fateful battle began, on which too much depended. Master Han wanted to destroy this guy quickly and show everyone that Kim is a mere mortal. But the student was very strong and confident in his abilities. He asked the master not to die and said that this time he was fighting with the help of his own holy spear. 9 years ago, Kim told Uncle Park that his last name was the same as the director of the Warrior Parents Guild. Park replied that in the past, Han's father saved his father, and that is why he changed his surname in honor of this. He asked young Kim if he had heard of the period of great disaster. There was a case when one vault was completely destroyed by monsters. At that time, the government and the army did not have enough strength, and there were too few awakened ones. The people in the vault could only sit humbly in the ruined vault and wait for death. All 5 legendary heroes at that moment were defending themselves from the attack of other monsters and could not intervene. It was a very difficult situation, and people were already mentally saying goodbye to life. And just at the moment when everyone decided that it was the end, he appeared. The father of Master Khan and the creator of the Sword of Absolute Truth. He looked at the monsters and said that, having decided to embark on the path of absolute truth, one must ask oneself questions. Did you do everything in your power? Did you fight not for life but for death? And did you throw everything you had at your opponent? His technique was actually legendary. He was the one who pioneered this method of sword fighting. Everyone thought that nothing would work, but with one sword he chopped the bodies of a whole pack of monsters and saved 50,000 people without a single victim. Unfortunately, in that glorious battle, this hero died protecting others. Among those saved people was a man who had a son named Pak, the same Pak we all know. Kim replied that he has long dreamed of becoming a hunter and is trying to save money for his studies. Uncle Puck wished him luck and said that the boy will definitely succeed. While he was giving a motivational speech, their boss started yelling at them and ordered them to keep working. Later that day, Kim saw the breaking news that the distortion of the 10th level dungeon had been stopped thanks to Hunter Han. The boy understood that this hunter was the son of the same legendary man who gave his life to save others. The most important thing in the Sword of Absolute Truth is not strength at all. The most important thing is absolute truth. These were the words of the same hero 9 years ago on television. Courage and courage are the key foundations of the absolute truth sword technique. At that moment, this young, unknown boy thought that one day he too would be able to reach this level. Many years have passed, and here he is fighting with that hero from TV and making him bleed. It seemed that this was Kim's prime time. He fought skillfully and used his entire combat arsenal. The guy first used a blocking technique, then he did a grab. A few seconds later, it was the turn of the classic piercing technique. It was very powerful. The legendary master was covered in blood. He screamed in pain and could not stop the boy's attacks. Kim was demonstrating why he is called one of the greatest students of the Professional Hunter Academy. Everyone watched this fight online. It's not every day you see Principal Khan losing a fight to a student. This fight was generally non-competitive. It seemed that a master was fighting against an ordinary person. Khan thought that if this boy had put all his strength into the blow, he would have died a long time ago. With all his appearance, Kim showed that he was only interested in the maximum score for the last discipline on the exam. One-sided defeat of the examiner was approaching. It seemed that no one could stop Kim. But Khan did not give up. He said that the judge is obliged to continue the fight until the student can continue the fight. Khan understood that if he surrendered and admitted his defeat, he would betray the path of absolute truth. He began to shout and said that when you stand on the path of absolute truth, you should ask yourself the question, have you done everything in your power? Did you fight not for life but for death? And did you show your opponent everything you had in store? He activated the sword of absolute truth and promised the boy not to lose consciousness under any circumstances. According to him, he will lose consciousness only if he dies. At that moment, Kim approached him and asked, why did he obey the Black Dragon? He also asked if it was for this reason that he agreed to such meanness against an ordinary student. Maybe because he was afraid to lose everything in his hands and thought only about money? Is this the same absolute truth that Hunter Khan spoke about? The basis of the sword of absolute truth can be called courage and courage. These were the words of his legendary father. His bravery and courage were truly admired. Kim said that Han would be ashamed to meet his father. These words made the master very angry. He ordered the boy to shut up and said that he had no right to mention his father. The master at the very beginning asked the boy to kill him, and if Kim really wanted it, he would have done it. Kim said that he keeps his word and will make Khan stay in the hospital for at least a month. The master did not want to put up with these defiant words of the student. He could not allow himself to lose in front of everyone else. He began to attack as if his life depended on this fight and said that one cannot talk to the spirit of absolute truth like that. Kim said that such a greedy man as Khan only disgraces the name of the spirit of absolute truth. The boy activated all his incredible strength and delivered a hellish blow to his opponent. It seems that nothing will help the master. His path leads to resuscitation and not to the absolute truth. He did not understand what kind of killing blow the boy used. Was it some kind of forbidden technique? The master still did not give up and tried his best to answer. But Kim was much more agile, faster, and more powerful, easily dodging and counterattacking. At this moment, probably all the students who failed this exam were enjoying watching Kim beat the examiner. Missing new blows again and again, Khan realized that now he could not even fully fight. He knew that Kim was really strong, but he didn't expect that this young guy would be several levels higher than him. Now it became clear that Kim is unattainable, and Master Khan is not even next to him in talent. It was a truly incredible difference in levels. It was felt on every millimeter of the arena. At the very end of their confrontation, Khan asked the boy to kill him to end the abuse. Probably Kim took these words too literally. He charged his fist with the power of mana and prepared for the final blow. After a few seconds, all those thousands of viewers who watched this match online saw what true divine power means. After a loud explosion and a flash of fiery inferno, the examiner fell to the floor and was unable to get up. When Kim got to him, he started begging to be kept alive. It was a total disgrace. Kim believed that Han was not only disgraced, he turned out to be pathetic garbage. This behavior is not worthy of someone who takes the path of absolute truth. Probably Luther conquered him in the same way. Although he has now promised the highest score, if he completes the battle, he can change his mind at any time. If Kim can't get a higher score even after defeating Han and has to kill him for the score, then he'll be disqualified. Luther thought things through. There was no way for the boy to get an A-rank license from the start. But if there is no other way, the cultivators whose path Kim has chosen will create it themselves. That is why the boy forgot all the restrictions and activated the power of 3 Dantan at the same time. It was a very powerful blow. The surgeons will have to work hard to put all the bones of Khan's face together. The explosion that occurred after all of Kim's resources were activated was reminiscent of the Hiroshima explosion. A strong spirit will not break before anything and will not bend before anything. Absolute truth is an uninterrupted and permanent path that must be followed to the end. If you decided to take the path of absolute truth, then ask yourself the question, did you do everything in your power, or did you fight not for life but for death? This is the true spirit of absolute truth, although no, it is something much more. Having physically and mentally destroyed his opponent, Kim began to call for Luther. This devil of the world of professional hunters watched the fight in his office all this time. Looking into the camera, the boy pointed at him and said that he was next. Although Luther did not answer, his face showed contempt for this talented boy. All the secret and open fans of the boy at this moment were sincerely happy for his victory. They were his friends, work colleagues, or just acquaintances. All of them were united by joy for this talented warrior. The grandmother who spoke to Kim at the hospital several months ago was also among them, but her grandson did not believe her story. Of course, after the match, he was immediately greeted warmly by his favorite team, the team he always led behind him. The forces of darkness hoped that the victory would still remain with them. They mobilized all the internal forces of the guild, but again everything went awry. The principal personally intervened. He ordered everyone to tell everyone about Kim's situation as soon as the exam was over. He even called the reporters. Master Khan exaggerated the permissible rate of magical power that the body can withstand. His life is not in danger, but recovery will take 2 months. Looking at his assistants in this case, Luther admitted that this was a fiasco, both in terms of abilities and in terms of general opinion and in terms of reputation. Moreover, this fiasco happened at the hands of some stupid snob who only recently graduated. This guy showed incredible disdain for the biggest guilds and caused absolute hatred for himself. Luther will remember this situation and will definitely return to take revenge. Lara called Kim a real devil of luck. For her, he became something like a real god in the world of people. Minor could not believe what he saw. It seemed to him that it was possible to defeat legendary masters so confidently only in video games. Having seen with her own eyes what Kim is capable of, Hyun realized that the boy did not even strain during their duel. They all kept calling him incredible and saying how proud they were of him, but Kim remained calm. Kim asked them to shut up and stop talking nonsense. Minor noted that now the Dream Academy no longer exists. Although only the name will change, the people will remain the same. It was still unclear whether their captain would receive an A-rank license. The association should officially announce this soon. They returned to the house of their academy and felt at home. Lara noticed that Kira still hadn't returned. They were all hoping to see her after the exam. The girl turned to Kim and decided to ask him if he knew where Kira was now. Realizing that he did not answer, she began to look around and realized that he had disappeared. The similar reason why the boy was very serious and did not look happy was now clear. Even now, after his greatest victory in life, he wondered if Kira would be able to pass his personal Star Sword test. Arriving at the residence of the Star Sword, he tried to get inside, but the guards did not let him. Master Bond ordered that no one be allowed in, but the boy said that he really needed it. It seems that the Star Sword deliberately gave such instructions to the security, knowing that Kim would definitely come. Although he wasn't going to back down, breaking down the door and beating the guard would definitely be too much. Fortunately, at that moment, Simon intervened and told the guard to let him through urgently. Although the Star Sword gave instructions not to let anyone in, Simon decided to take responsibility. He greeted the boy and told him to follow him and not to do anything stupid. He led him inside the house where Kira was currently kneeling before the Star Sword. She looked very bad, all beaten and tired, as if she had survived some cataclysm. The Star Match was immediately enraged. He ordered that no one be allowed in and that his orders must be obeyed. Realizing that Simon ignored his words, the master decided to show what true rage means. Simon could not stand this black magic and immediately fell to his knees, but Kim remained calm and steadfast. The boy apologized to the Star Sword. He came uninvited because he wanted to say something. Looking at him, Master Bond thought that this scoundrel had become even stronger during this time. Kim is no longer the stupid guy he was at the very beginning. Now this fool should be taken seriously. Star Sword thought that he could not give in to the boy and told him that he had nothing to talk about with him and ordered him to get away. The Star Sword offered the granddaughter a basic qualification. Without even a base, she would disappear into this maelstrom, start blaming herself and suffer even more. He thought that it would be better if Kim and Kira could not continue their journey together. But the boy said that it is too early to draw conclusions. Kira should learn sword techniques before the end of the professional hunter exam, but the exam is not over yet. Star Sword began to scream. He said that this is not true and the exam for a professional hunter has already been completed. Kim replied that Master Bond now has direct proof that the exam has not been completed. According to him, the Association of Professional Hunters has not yet rated him, so the exam is still ongoing. It is considered that the exam is officially over only when all students receive their grades. But the association has not yet released the scores for the last discipline, a one-on-one match against an examiner. This means that Kira's battle is not over yet, and she has time to change everything. The boy was proud that he masterfully defeated the Star Sword, but it is better not to offend this legendary warrior. Star Sword understood that the boy was absolutely right, and agreed to give his granddaughter extra time. It was a small but a victory. Kim smiled at Kira and held out a helping hand to her. At that moment, the girl realized that he was actually very close and human. She took his hand and got up from her knees. It seemed to her that it was impossible. She had already resigned herself to defeat and shame. But now, this little scoundrel has turned the situation upside down again. He said that it is not a serious problem, and they will overcome everything together. He put a sword in her hands and said that this time she would be successful. Kira finally believed in her strength. She approached her grandfather and asked to address him again, this time with a very determined look on her face. Kim and Simone were watching this. Everyone in the room was focused and excited. As always, Star Sword didn't show his emotions. He was either emotionless or looked like a real devil. That's the kind of person he is. Kira immediately started her attack. She increased her speed to the maximum and used the flexible sword technique. Her speed was like that of Sonic, and she began to combine the various sword techniques that the Star Sword had forced her to learn. Kira very quickly mastered the flexible technique with sudden changes in the angles of attacks. It looked quite masterful. Step by step, she limited the territory of the enemy and used a slow sword. Having gotten close to the enemy, she added weight to her blow by using a strong ball. And finally, adding more weight, increasing the destructive power to the maximum, she used a heavy sword. But Master Bond was a very skilled warrior. Behind him, battles against demons and great disasters, his experience beyond imagination. He said that everything was over and began to take the initiative, step by step, making stunning attacks. From the very beginning, Kira should have continued to attack with the flexible sword. Now she could not stand against the grandfather's technique. Kim was very tense and serious. He understood how important this fight was for Kira. The girl tried to activate all the resources of her body in order to win the long-awaited victory. This was enough to tear any demon into 1,000 pieces, but opposite her was fighting a real devil. Changing her tactics, she began to softly mask the attack, concentrating on striking back, and used a flexible sword. But the Star Sword was once again able to dodge. Understanding is inferior to the speed of intuition. The feeling in the hand that grips the sword seems unfamiliar. Kira grew up surrounded by great heroes. She saw a huge number of warriors that others could only dream of meeting. Being ordinary among prominent people is a curse. I always wondered if she lived surrounded by ordinary people. Would her life be different? With such thoughts, she continued to run away from reality until one day she met Kim. She no longer wants to give up, no longer wants to give up. Now she wants only one thing, to stand with him, this young guy who has completely changed her life. A similar experience seems to be called a child of reflection. There is no certainty in this, but the grandfather always moves in the same way. These are really vivid sensations. Kira can hear her every step well. She moves without realizing it at the level of the subconscious. There is a real fire in her chest which she is no longer able to contain. You can't put out this fire. You can only let this power and emotions come out. This is how the legendary technique works. A fast and heavy, pinning opponent, devastating sword. At this point, Kira said that she was officially done, that the Star Sword was surprised. This was her limit. Her current skills could not be enough to reach this level, but she tried nonetheless. Looking into her grandfather's eyes, she asked if she would now be able to continue the journey with Kim. Whether the legendary Star Sword will allow this to happen, we will now find out. Not hearing an answer, the girl began to rejoice and ran to Kim to tell her that everything worked out for her. The guy was very happy and said that he did not doubt her for a second. There are people in the world, when you look at them, you understand that their goal will certainly lead them to poverty and problems. But sometimes, very rarely, someone like him appears whose limit cannot be seen. People like Kim, on the contrary, destroy the boundaries for other people and force them to move forward with them. Sometimes, the one who seemed to have nothing of himself can do what seems impossible to others. These are the same words Evil Rock said to the Star Sword. Master Bond didn't understand what he meant at the time. Today, the Star Sword especially misses the past, but this is history that cannot be returned. This is how they both won their matches on the same day. What seemed impossible happened. On the way to the academy, Kira asked what Kim would do if she didn't succeed. The boy replied that he would go to the director of the association, and before acting, he would try to delay the announcement of the completion of the professional hunter exam. A message came to the boy's phone. Lara wrote that the director of the association had come to the academy and was waiting for Kim and Kira to return. After reading this message, the boy immediately told Kira that he should quickly return to the academy of his dreams. He explained that a very large number of important people are waiting for her arrival. Kira immediately smiled, realizing that there are people who worry and miss her. As soon as she entered the door of the academy, she immediately felt what true friendship is. Lara and Minor said that they were very worried and thought that something bad had happened to Kira. They are very happy that she came back to them. But there were not only students at the academy, the director of the association was also present. He greeted Kim, but said that now it is necessary to address the boy as a professional hunter. He congratulated the boy on officially passing the exam for a professional hunter. Now everything is decided. In the last discipline, Kim got the highest score, which is why he gets an A rank. All the other Dream Academy students got a B rank. Actually, the director wanted the boy to get C rank right away, but it was difficult to arrange. All the other students of the Dream Academy said that Kim will definitely raise his level soon. The director also said that A-rank hunters receive special treatment from the association, such as the right to enter dungeons early. Today, the director came not only to congratulate the boy, but also to ask if he was planning to start his own guild. Kim saw that everyone around would be in this council and immediately replied that they were founding a guild. The director said that he would personally settle all issues related to the foundation of the guild. To establish a guild, you need to go through many instances, various documents and formalities, and it will take a long time to obtain a license. Well, if the director personally intervenes in this process, then everything will go much faster. He gave a piece of paper and asked to write the names of those who will enter the guild. But there is one problem. To start a guild requires at least 5 hunters of B rank and above, so they need one more hunter. The director said that if he can't find this person, he can help using his power, but if other guilds intervene, there may be problems. Kim understands that other guilds dream to destroy him, but he did not want to take a person from the street into his organization. It seemed that this fool did not see Hyun at all, although he may have considered her candidacy but doubted her honesty. Soon, he still decided to name Hyun and say that she will be the 5th hunter. The director asked what the name of the guild would be. Kim replied that they had already come up with a name. The new guild will be called the Dream Team. Everyone around was happy at that moment. News that Kim and his team had created a guild spread immediately. Other guilds wanted to prevent him, but understood that they did not have enough power to do so. The problem was that if the Dream Team would get dungeon raiding privileges, it could cost other guilds big financial losses. Everyone tried to come up with a solution to this problem. The option of bribing people in the association was also considered. But suddenly a Star Sword came into their office and said that they had become too bold since their last meeting. He looked very angry and said that it was clear from their faces what they were up to. Of course, the appearance of such a legendary figure as a Star Sword immediately frightened everyone. But the master did not stop there and used the power of his soul. He said that there was no particular reason why he kept turning a blind eye to their actions. He probably didn't want to kill them and become a thief. That's why he kept his distance all the time. Starsword said that they stopped a great disaster in order to rule over others. But listening to the stories of these pitiful people, it seems that they stopped a big disaster. Having made them suffer, the Starsword personally approached Luther. He said that Luther had strengthened a lot since their last meeting, and Luther replied that the Starsword had become too old in that time. But a third person intervened in this conversation. This person said that even a Star Sword is not allowed to fight in someone else's house. Judging by the Star Sword's face, he was waiting for this person to appear. It was Kalia. He understood that the Star Sword was not surprised at all, probably because he understood that the Order of Truth was always involved in this. Starsword said that he was amused at the thought that some pack of disgruntled dogs had decided to interfere with the boy who had the Azure Dragon Sword. If they had such intentions, they would have come to kill Master Bond, but they didn't, so they have support behind them who didn't give the order. Kalia understood that Bond was looking for a meeting with him, but he did not understand why he wanted it. Bond replied that he decided to fulfill his grandfather's obligations. He knows that the Order of Truth wants to continue creating problems for Kim and his granddaughter. They found out that the Dream Guild was founded and gathered here to create a counterplan. But the Star Sword came and sternly warned them that they had better do nothing and not interfere. Kalia asked the Star Sword if they had the option to refuse. Starmatch activated his killing aura and said that they could take the risk if they could withstand the consequences. Realizing that there was nothing more to talk about, Master Bond turned and left. Kalia said that he expected the Star Sword to destroy everything around him. It seems he has really aged. The legendary hero of the Great Disaster said that there was no reason for this and disappeared. Kalia calmly told the top guild directors to forget whatever they were planning. Does the successor of the Apostle of Chastity fear and hide his tail before the Star Sword? Kalia replied that Mr. Luther was too self-righteous and stupid to think he could say such a thing. He quickly approached Luther and told him that only a fool could look down on the Star Sword. Kalia is well aware of Luther's abilities. He is close to the heroes of a great disaster, but this does not mean that he can behave like this. Luther is only close to the heroes, but he will not be able to match them. After threatening the director of the guild, Kalia said that it is not necessary to take revenge on Kim personally. There are a million other options. He said that fate cannot be changed. These were his last words, which almost no one understood. Meanwhile, it was fun as always in the Dream Academy, that is, the Dream Guild. The day of the Dream Team's first raid arrived and everyone gathered together. Kira, a B-rank professional hunter, the vice president of the Dream Team Guild, called everyone to get ready. Minor, B-rank professional hunter guild, Dream Team, said that he is always ready. Lara, a B-rank professional hunter, guild Dream Team, was nervous about her first dungeon raid. Hayun, a B-rank professional hunter, guild Dream Team, reassured Lar and said that the worst thing that can happen in the dungeon is death. While these conversations were going on, their director and real captain approached the team. Kim, an A-rank professional hunter, guild Dream Team, said that the real dungeon is a chance to earn a lot of money. Everyone immediately started talking about the behavior of the captain. He had been strange before when it came to money, but this time he had completely lost his mind. They didn't understand that yesterday he ran out of money after buying energy elixirs. Now he needs money for his studies again. The guy heard other members of the team gossiping about him and said that he was not really interested in money. No one believed him. They were all looking forward to their first dungeon as a professional guild team. But Kim asked them to take their time because not everyone had come yet. No one understood what the captain meant. In general, all 5 professional hunters were already in place. But another specialist came, Lara's father and at the same time the captain's friend, Puck. Now that the whole team was fully assembled, Kim said they could go on the first raid. They went to the central area of the city to open a portal to the dungeon. While the Dream Team raided, Puck was waiting for them in the real world, in an area that was monopolized by the Black Dragon Guild. Other hunters approached him and said that he is not allowed to walk here. This area, as well as all the dungeons in it, belong to them. Park calmly replied that their guild director Kim said they could raid even here. These words worked immediately. The hunters from the Black Dragon Guild knew who Kim was and began to worry. They asked the man the name of the guild that conducts the raid in this dungeon. Park answered, "The Dream Team." This was enough even for the members of the Black Dragon Guild to no longer be against this raid. Meanwhile, interesting events were taking place in the dungeon. The sweep was in full swing. Kim constantly reminded his team to leave monster corpses so that he could make money from it. The girls asked to trust them and continued to destroy the huge monster dogs. No one would want to personally meet such a dog on the street. Even a delicious bun will not help here. But for the Dream Team, this was not a big problem. They acted as a single mechanism. All those hundreds of hours of training gave them incredible strength and strengthened their bodies and minds. Soon the raid was completed, the dungeon was completely cleared, and the monster dog pipes were raised to the real world. Puck was amazed. He said that not even a few minutes had passed, and they had already done everything. Puck prepared to do his part of the job. He should be busy cutting monsters as usual. Kim said he would help him, and they started the process. The members of the Black Dragon Guild almost died of fear when they saw so much blood. Seeing that they were being watched, Kim said that he didn't really like the Black Dragon Guild. This pack of little rats immediately started apologizing and quickly running away. Kira began to laugh and said that now it is clear why they came to the raid in this part of the city. So the dungeon clearing and loading of dead monsters was complete. The whole team did a great job and everyone was happy. Kim said that after selling the 8th level monster, each of the team members cannot get a good amount of money. Everyone began to celebrate and imagine how they will spend their easy money, but Kim told them not to rejoice because this is only the beginning. The boy understood that he needed a lot of money to study at the Academy of Professional Cultivators and that he needed to conduct many raids. That is why they continued to drive around the city and clear various dungeons, killing various monsters. It was really hard work that the team members were not exactly happy with such a load. Minor asked the captain how long the raid would continue. Kim began to scream and said that they would work until they passed out. Lara fell to the floor and said that this is real slavery. Minor suggested that Kim continue the raid alone. Kim was very angry. He said that her rating will rise if all the hunters reach A rank. And for this, you need to raid dungeons. He continued to shout and said that taxes and commissions depend on the level of the guild, and this is all a lot of money. Therefore, everyone should improve their level. This will help raise the prestige of the guild and earn a lot of money. Lara said that their captain is the devil and promised to quit if nothing changed. She asked Hyun to help her, but Hyun immediately disappeared. Then, as it turned out, she moved to another place and became with Kim. Minor and Lara called her a traitor. The girl apologized and explained that she did not want to feel the anger of the captain. That is why everyone realized that it was time to ask the vice president of the guild for help. Kira replied that even Grandpa couldn't stop this scoundrel. So there was nothing she could do either, so Kim won and ordered the raids to continue. The director couldn't believe what he was seeing the results of the newly formed guild. They managed to clear many level 8 dungeons, and all this in one day. Oddly enough, all the raids take place on the territory of the Black Dragon Guild, but Luther cannot stop them because the Dream Team has privileges from the association. But even if the Black Dragon has no way to stop it, it is still dangerous. Suddenly, an assistant ran into the office of the president of the association and said that a dungeon with draugrs had appeared. The association immediately sent a message to the Star Soul, but it is not known when the master will respond. The director understood that this was a failure. There is only one person in the country who can defeat the draugr, one of the 5 heroes, the Star of the Soul. It remains only to pray that the hero will appear soon, but the director has an idea. He remembered how Kim had beaten a dragugor in a competition. Yes, it was only a prototype monster, but still. But will the guy agree? Of course, the profession of a hunter is risky, but for the sake of money, you can take this risk. The association director was asked if the Dream Team was still in the dungeon. It was already evening on the street. Kim was walking on the street and heard that everyone around recognized him. He was angry because his team members refused to clear a few more dungeons and ran away. He thought that making money was great and didn't understand why others didn't like it. He wanted to pay for continuing his studies at the Professional Cultivator Academy, but there was not enough money. Every 3 months, the same thing. Money is always needed to continue education and buy new lectures. He thought about how he could raise the progress of the Buddha course or earn a few tens of thousands more. Suddenly, he heard someone greet him and say that he was glad to see him again. In front of him stood the director of the Association of Professional Hunters, Mr. Toucan. The president apologized for his late visit and explained that he had to show up for an important conversation. He said that he received information about the emergence of the dungeon from the draugr. It is the same mental-type monster that Kim fought in the competition. The president remembered well that the boy was able to defeat this monster. That's why he offered him to do it again. Kim was very surprised by this offer. He understood that this monster would be real, and this is a completely different level. Mr. Toucan was a very smart man. He knew how to talk to Kim, so he offered him money. As soon as the boy heard about the financial support, he immediately understood that this was his chance. He was offered $500,000, which is definitely enough for many lectures and continuing education. Over the past 10 years, the dragugor has appeared in the country only 8 times. This is a unique chance to increase the progress of the Buddha course. The guy thought that he was ready to pay for such a chance on his own, but it turned out that he would be paid for it. Kim said that it was a small amount of money and he needed to think about it, although he himself was incredibly happy. The director thought that right now they spent all the money on organizing the exam, but now there is no other choice but to ask him for help. A draugr is a ghost without a physical shell. If a crack opens in its dungeon and a draugr bursts out, humans will not be able to stop it. So because of this, it is absolutely necessary to destroy him while he is in the dungeon. The director said that if the boy can destroy the monster in the dungeon, then he gets a C-rank hunter's license. After that, the Dream Team Guild will have a C-rank hunter, which will increase their power. After that, the Dream Team's earnings will be increased and taxes and commissions will be reduced. Honestly, Kim was going to do it even for free and was even ready to beg for it, but now he is the happiest man in the world. Getting $500,000, raising your hunter rank to C rank, and gaining extra power and strength for the guild is incredible. Kim tried not to show his joy and asked the director if the Soul Star had done this before. The director explained that they could not get in touch with the legendary hero. Realizing that soon this incredible chance may be lost, the boy replied that he agrees to all these conditions. He said that he was ready to start the raid tomorrow and then pretended that he needed to prepare for it. Kim is too cunning and clever. He professionally hid his desire and pretended that he did not care. The director of the association began to bow and thank him and said that the Hunters Association will never forget what Kim did for the safety of the country and its people. The guy said that all these words are unnecessary and it is not a problem for him. The director understood that no matter how talented and strong a hunter is, he always risks his own life. This young guy is really talented. His potential is higher than some heroes. The director believed that Kim always fearlessly rushes to meet dangers and is a real hunter, that is, a hero. Kim confidently stated that he would go to the dungeon without help to kill the Draugr. He explained to his team that only he was immune to mental-type monsters, so it might be too dangerous for others. Everyone was shocked. Letting your captain fight against a very strong demon is always dangerous. But then the whole team realized that they can take a break from raids and have a great time. They wished him luck and told him that everything would work out for him. Kira promised to keep everything under control in his absence. This upset the boy. He asked if they were worried. Kira replied that they were worried about the Draugr. According to Minor, there is nothing in this world that can make the captain worry. Maybe only the end of the world. Then Kira said that there is something that definitely worries him. It's money. Kim smiled as he listened to their conversation. Whatever they were his family. Kira offered to help Kim prepare for the raid. The guy replied that he would prepare himself. The girl did not understand how he could treat such a difficult task so easily. After all, a Draugr is a real monster. Kim replied that he had to hurry before the Soul Star contacted the director. In parallel with this, it became known throughout the country that Kim will fight against the Draugrs, not the Star of the Soul. While the director of the association was thinking about where to get additional money to finance this situation, his assistant came to him. He reported that a message came from the Soul Star. It was not expected. The director said that now the Soul Star will personally call to discuss this whole situation. But the assistant said that the Soul Star is not far from the dungeon and he will personally come there. Meanwhile, Kim was already inside the dungeon and was actively searching for a mental-type demon. But instead of a demon, he saw an underground star soul, so I'm also shocked. It's a woman. When he first appeared in the dungeon, he saw that it looked like a destroyed city after an attack by monsters. He felt a dead energy around him, but it wasn't enough to increase his progress. Then he saw a person in front of him. He didn't understand where this strange feeling came from. Dead energy can't get close to this person. Only a little later, he realized that this is the Star of the Soul, the heroine of a great disaster, and one of the 5 heroes. The Soul Star greeted the boy and said that it is too dangerous here, so it is better for Kim to return to the real world. He got scared and asked the heroine if she was going to clear the dungeons and destroy the Draugr. Kim said that this cannot be allowed because there is a serious reason why he should do the raid. He approached the Star of the Soul and asked to listen to him. The heroine was surprised. She did not feel his movements and traces of presence. It seems that he is really talented. The Soul Star ordered the boy to move out of the way and not interfere with the destruction of the monster. This spirit of death cannot be allowed to break out into the real world. Kim asked to listen to him and said that he should take care of this matter, but the Soul Star ordered him not to interfere. Hearing strange sounds, the Soul Star told the boy to hide behind her. Looks like the death demon they were just talking about is here. Drauhor is a mental monster of the 8th level. It is a real test for any hunter. The Soul Star once again told the boy that he would deal with the monster on his own and asked Kim to quickly go to a safe place. But Kim never listened to authorities. He always had his own opinion and did what he thought was necessary. He immediately felt that the progress of the Buddha's lectures had gone up, which was exactly what he needed. He approached the demon and asked him to give more bad thoughts. Drauhor thought that this boy was sick in the head, but he liked the idea. He began to attack Kim's mind and caused him many nightmares, but the boy only enjoyed it. Kim asked for more bad thoughts and nightmares for his mind, such a monster he had definitely never seen before. Realizing that this guy's unusual, the monster decided to approach him in the shelter. He smiled and entered Kim's mind completely. This really scared the Soul Star. She thought that this is a real problem, and now Kim is in danger of death. Kim is so strong that bad thoughts cannot break the defenses of his mind. But unlike thoughts, obsessions break through the defenses and attack the mind directly. If it doesn't stop, this kid's mind will be destroyed in seconds, the Soul Star asked Kim to hang on. She ran to save the boy, but he was smiling and looking happy because he saw that the progress of the Buddha course was increasing. The Soul Star had heard stories about Kim before, but she didn't know he had problems with his head. He felt incredible pleasure realizing that his progress was increasing. The Soul Star, looking at his face, finally understood that he had Down syndrome. Meanwhile, the 8th level Draugr monster was in the boy's spiritual world. There he met not Kim at all, but his professor, Shakyamuni Buddha. After a few seconds, Kim forced the mental demon out of his head through his ear, just like in the competition. The boy felt that the monster was left without dead energy. Probably the Buddha's lecture helped him a lot to learn Zen. The guy was satisfied with himself. Then the progress in the dungeon was 33%. Now it is increased by another 5%. He began to calculate what percentage of progress he would get if there were 10 more monsters left in the dungeon. Only a little later he realized that he was being watched by the Star of the Soul. She probably already understood that he was sick. The Soul Star said that Kim can relax because there is no point in pretending to be a normal person. He explained that his strength is enough to destroy monsters, so the Soul Star can rest. It takes a spirit ability of a strong level to completely destroy a dragon, but Kim made the monster ascend. In all the time of the great disaster, the Soul Star had never heard of such an incident. Kim said that this is his dungeon, and even if you are a Soul Star, you should know the rules and wait your turn. Soul Star tried to see his soul, but nothing came out. She couldn't even calculate his power. This can only mean one thing. His spiritual level is similar to the Soul Star spiritual level. But is that possible? Soul Star said that after talking to Dark Star, she had to check something in this dungeon, and until she did, she wouldn't leave here. Kim replied that the Dark Star knows, and said that they are connected by business relations. Dark Star suspects that the Order of Truth formed the Draugr, but is it possible to artificially form dungeons? The Soul Star believes that this is impossible, and even if it is possible, there is no way to confirm it. Kim remembered that only the Soul Star could enter the dungeons of the Dragon Mountains. There was no other way for the Dark Star. Although there may be a chance to get a lot of money from the Dark Star, Kim is as always in his repertoire. He smiled and told the woman that he would be able to help her in this difficult task. Inside this peaceful and tranquil dungeon, they were lucky enough to come across a pack of wild Draugrs. These monsters are dangerous creatures. If you encounter a monster of the 10th level, you can quickly lose your mind. But strangely enough, these mental-type monsters are now the source of Kim's course progress. He told the Soul Star that if everything works out, she must tell the Dark Star that Kim helped her a lot. While the boy was demonstrating his mental retardation, interesting events were taking place in the shelter of the Dark Star. In this, at first glance, calm and cozy area, there were sudden bursts of energy. An old acquaintance came to the Dark Star and greeted him. This was not an ordinary childhood friend or neighbor, but an apostle of abstinence. The Dark Star did not expect that one of the 7 apostles would come to him on this God-forsaken land. The apostle replied that the Dark Star brought many problems. The Dark Star realized that it was not necessary to talk to the Star of the Soul and thought that he would not be able to defeat the apostle on his own. The apostle said that the Draugr dungeon that arose in the country is now on everyone's lips. He said that he knows that the Dark Star has started an investigation into this situation, and he knows who he turned to in the first place. The Dark Star realized that from the very beginning, the Order of Truth had not targeted anyone, but rather him. He lost his vigilance and missed the attack of the Apostle of Abstinence. Dark Star asked why they are trying so hard to destroy all the heroes of humanity. The Apostle of Abstinence calmly answered that, in fact, they are not interested in the destruction of heroes. They are only fulfilling the will of God. The Apostle began to inflict great pain on the hero and asked if the Dark Star chooses life, but by erasing this moment from memory. He said that the Dark Star spent many years in agony, trying to delay the inevitable, but the truth is that he will not survive this war. The Apostle of Abstinence also said that no matter how hard they try, they will not be able to stop the Order of Truth. Dark Star replied that he was right, and the Order of Truth cannot seek him. The legendary warrior who saved many lives during the great disaster was not going to give up without a fight. He pulled out a spare knife from his suit and began to attack the Apostle of Abstinence. The apostle managed to defend himself and said that the Dark Star has the same techniques all his life, which are already outdated. The apostle activated his heavenly mana powers and launched a titanic attack. But no matter how old the Dark Star is, he has not yet lost the ability to suddenly disappear. The apostle said that he had been worried for a long time about the fact that they could not see the Dark Star. He proved the technique of concealment almost to a natman. The apostle's assistant said that he was ready to catch up with him, but the apostle said that no matter how much the Dark Star tried, fate could not be changed. It seems that the Dark Star was trying to get to the dungeon faster and meet the Soul Star. The last words of the Apostle of Abstinence were that today the Star of the Soul will die. Kim continued to enjoy his stay in the dungeon. He calmly and effortlessly destroyed monsters. Suddenly he saw that the progress of the Buddha course had stopped increasing even after the destruction of the new demon. The boy began to panic. Did the progress reach the limit, although his progress is only 50%? If you think about it, after every 10% gained in other courses, some kind of drastic change took place. Kim thought that something strange might happen soon as well. Meanwhile, the Soul Star asked him if he was done with his stupid business. Kim was scared because he did not expect that she was still around and replied that he was not busy with anything. By the way, it seemed strange to him he did not see any hint of obstacles during all this time while they are here. He asked the Soul Stars, maybe there are no deviations in this dungeon. Since neither he nor the Soul Star felt any anomalies in the dungeon, maybe it's all just a distortion. Soul Star replied that she had thought about the idea, but had not felt any signs of distortion, and had she checked for distortion of another nature. Kim said that they had once been stuck in a similar dungeon related to the Order of Truth because of an evil fate. Then a distortion of a different nature, or rather a mutation, arose. The Soul Star said that there is some truth in these words, but she personally needs to check all this. Her energy immediately felt a completely different power than the Dark Star and Star Sword. It was something quite strange. She seemed to be enveloping, embracing everything around. Kim had never seen anything like this. Her divine spirit appeared near her body. It is the purest and noblest soul of all souls in the world. It looked very convincing. A huge deer with big horns approached the boy. Soon this deer started cuddling with Kim, the first time the Soul Star had seen such a reaction from her divine spirit, which had only happened to Santa Claus before. The divine spirit is the purest and noblest soul in the world. If the boy had foolish thoughts, the spirit would not even look at him. The most interesting thing is that this divine spirit did not show much interest in the other heroes of the great disaster, but began to embrace this fool. But suddenly, Kim and the Soul Star felt stupid thoughts around them. They felt an energy around them that was several levels higher than a Draugr. Until this moment, the Soul Star had not felt any traces of someone else's presence. Is the target of these unknown beings a divine spirit? Huge, too huge and scary. The Soul Star had already faced such evil targets during the disaster. She said that their opponent was possibly on the same level as a giant berserk monster and ordered Kim to hide behind her. But realizing that their opponent was very strong, the boy realized that he would get a lot of progress for this, so he went ahead and promised to destroy the demon. It seems that no one can change this young guy. He is ready for anything for the sake of progress in the Cultivator Academy. This situation reminded him of the moment when they were in the dungeon with the evil rock. But he was troubled by one moment, why his goal is not the star of the soul, but the divine spirit. In any case, the main thing is to destroy this demon before it reaches the divine spirit and get many percentages of progress. A little later, the boy found the demon from which this dark and otherworldly energy emanated. It was an absolute being, according to legends, with power equal to a god, who lived on the sixth circle and the top of the world of desires. So a real legend, the king of the demon kingdom, rose before Kim's eyes. His Majesty the Devil, in comparison with him, a monster of the mental type, is a child's toy. But like I said, this fool Kim never accepts authority. He only cares why progress isn't increasing. Because of this, the boy became very angry and ordered the devil to remove his ugly face from him. Kim did not understand how it was possible to create such an ugly monster. He must have huge problems with girls. The devil had never felt such abuse. He immediately remembered his school years and the bullying of high school students. Kim asked him why he wasn't dead yet. The devil didn't even know how to answer that. After a few moments, the battle started. Of course, the demon wasn't going to listen to those insulting words all the time. Kim asked him to forget about these physical attacks and attack his mind. Probably this cunning fox again decided to increase the progress of the Buddha's lectures. The devil was very angry with every tax phrase of Kim. He wanted to tear out the tongue of this scoundrel. Seeing that the devil wanted to hit him again, the boy said that the matter could not go on like this. Realizing that he would not get any progress from the psychology lecture, Kim decided to beat the demon for good. This is how it happens. 6 months ago, you work at an enterprise and break your back for pennies, and then you become a super warrior and beat the devil. Soulstar watched this fight. Now she no longer considered this boy as a child. Terrible dark forces have completely swallowed this land. It is necessary to urgently free the boy from there. The devil was enjoying this process. It seemed that he would now completely destroy Kim. But suddenly, there was a blinding flash of light. Usually dark forces do not like anything bright. As it turned out, the demon immediately removed the smile from his face. It was this pesky young talent again, who just yesterday graduated from the academy and became a professional hunter. Seeing this flash of energy, the devil began to run away to save himself. But he was far from hell. And in this dungeon, he would have a hard time escaping from the annoying guy who uses the air-running technique. Kim caught up with the devil and began to attack him with his light power. Kim looked like a dog that broke off the chain. It was a real unbridled spirit. The devil couldn't do anything and screamed in terrible pain. Probably he would rather burn in hell than be in this place now. It appeared to be an official victory, Kim standing over the devil's body with his holy spear. The Soul Star immediately ran up to him. The woman was very scared and did not understand how the boy was able to defeat this monster. This A-level milk child asked the heroine of the great disaster to stay away because of the danger, unprecedented audacity. Kim approached the devil and asked if he was dead, and the demon immediately woke up. He activated all the reserves of his power and began to put pressure on the boy's consciousness. The voice of the Buddha spoke again in his head. He said that there is only one question in life that everyone really wants to know the answer to. A radical choice. Whether there was meaning in the life lived, this will be the last question on your way. Everything else is nothing more than details, and then you have to ask yourself, why don't you end your life? This was true wisdom from the wisest of all time. Each of us should ponder these words. I'm just kidding. Of course we won't think about it. Kim was in no rush to fight the devil. He decided to see his progress percentage first. Seeing that the percentage of progress remained unchanged, he realized that it was impossible to continue like this. But still, why he does not end his life, this question did not give him peace. Perhaps it is necessary to answer the question to increase progress. He asked the devil to wait until he solves all his problems. While Kim was wondering why he wasn't dying, the devil was looking at him like the most arrogant person in the history of the galaxy. Even the Star of the Soul was shocked by this behavior. Now, she definitely understood that there was no way to help this guy. The devil was already losing his patience and was preparing to tear off both of the boy's hands for this insolence. Due to the fact that Kim was distracted for a few seconds, the devil immediately began to attack the Soul Star's consciousness. Kim was about to take revenge for this, but the demon instantly disappeared without saying goodbye. Very rude behavior. It's not every day you see a real devil running away from an ordinary guy. But in any case, they are inside the dungeon, so it will only be a matter of time before they find it. The Soul Star said that it was impossible to allow the divine spirit to experience these terrible thoughts. Before she could finish, Kim immediately started running in the other direction. He was in a great hurry because I understand that the devil was aiming at the divine spirit from the very beginning. It is possible that the devil learned the location of the divine spirit when he plunged into the subconscious of the Soul Star. They saw a divine spirit before them, but it was no longer the same being as before. The divine spirit turned dark red. It seems that the devil has completely taken possession of it. It was hard to believe it. Even the Soul Star did not understand what happened to the divine spirit. After a few seconds, dark forces entered her head again, and the Soul Star began to scream in pain. Until this moment, the boy was very curious why the devil targeted the divine spirit. Only a little later, the boy realized that the devil had created a real scam of the century. The reason the devil attacked the divine spirit was to distract everyone and attack the Soul Star. This happened because the divine spirit is inextricably linked with the Star of the Soul. The devil planned to use the divine spirit to directly attack the Soul Star's mind. If everything is left as it is, the Star of the Soul can suffer a lot. The boy did not care about his progress, and he understood that the devil must be destroyed. But it's not that simple. Now the divine spirit and the devil have reunited. Is it possible to strike only at the devil? The boy realized that there was no time to think about it. He had to act immediately. It is necessary to destroy this infernal monster so that the mind of the Soul Star becomes free again. But then, quite strange things began to happen which Kim could not predict. It seems that the Soul Star is also now completely under the control of the infernal monster. That's the plot twist. Soul Star began to activate the power of his mana to attack the boy. Kim tried to tell her that he was not an enemy and that he was her friend, but his consciousness was completely obscured by dark forces. She said that in any case, Kim is the same as everyone else. A real mega fight began. It was like a battle between Zeus and Hades. Kim tried to show all his power, but he understood that he could not kill the Soul Star. Well, of course, first of all, she is one of the 5 eternal heroes of mankind, and secondly, they will not give progress for this. All attempts so far ended in failure. Kim could not get close to the evil spirit. In order to destroy it, you will first have to defeat the Soul Star, but is that even possible? The Soul Star is the heroine of a great disaster, even if you fight at full strength. Kim cannot be sure of victory. Even if he wins, the Soul Star will suffer, so it's a very difficult decision and it's not entirely clear what to do. so that the guy does not choose someone will have to sacrifice in any case. There is no other way out. Kim made one last attempt to bring the Soul Star back to consciousness. He asked her if she wasn't the hero of the great disaster that saved the whole world. The legendary heroine asked him not to believe in stupid thoughts. She said that once she was the same, for many years she dreamed of creating a new world, in which no one will suffer, but the times of the great disaster were too cruel. She asked the boy if he had ever seen people trade children for food. Had he seen streets completely littered with dead bodies? Did he live in those times when it was necessary to sacrifice others, and the thought that today death did not come for you gave comfort? The era of great catastrophe was called the end of the world, and people went crazy due to extinction. Their rules and laws were destroyed. Instead, morals and principles, which remained somewhere in the subconscious, were torn to pieces. She always tried to save the world, but nothing worked. Now only suffering brings existence. Monsters cannot speak, unlike humans. Speechless demons and beasts in today's world. This is the only thing that distinguishes a person from a monster. She created this world, so she decided to change it again, but her friends stopped her. They said that if everything is done with the help of force, then they will be no different from demons. Although they saw perfectly well how people suffer and decay, so her friends, like everyone else, turned their backs on her. So after all this, the Soul Star left them and shut herself up in an unknown place, saying that she would conduct spiritual training. But the longer she stayed there, the more she was broken by images of the world and lost souls. There's too much pain in this cruel and unfair world. There are many strangled cries. They ask why only we can be happy. They ask why all this was done to them. Those who suffer in the world created by the Soul Star are those whom she could not save, those whom she could not hide in her arms. And feeling their pain and hearing their screams, she hates herself for it. She will no longer turn a blind eye to the insults of those she is supposed to protect. The death of one is always a tragedy, but the death of 100 is a statistic, which is why she will destroy the majority to restore balance again, similar to her idol Thanos. In the fall of the Star of the Soul, not only stupid thoughts, an evil spirit are to blame, he only allowed the seeds of doubts and torments of the heroine of a great disaster to grow. The guy again remembered the question, why does he continue to live? Only now he understood, finally understood. The Soul Star, or what was left of it, began to attack and try to destroy whoever stood in its way. Kim remained calm. Probably at that moment he understood why the Buddha asked him this question. The Star of the Soul changed beyond recognition. Her eyes became large and black. But Kim still remained on the side of the light and asked her why she was only looking at them. He recalled her words, "The world is not as good as it seems. Many people die, and justice always wins. But there are not only strong thieves in the world who cannot be defeated, and not only weak people who need her help. Everyone lives with their own problems. It is difficult and tiring to survive today. They say that the true face of a person is revealed when he is driven into a dead end. But it is completely unreasonable to judge people from this point of view, because they just froze, and they don't have the ability to suffer for others, because if the day didn't make you suffer, then you can assume that it didn't exist." Soul Star said that they were the heroes of a great disaster, and her friends should not have turned away from the world. Kim asked her if the heroes of the great disaster were not people. Of course, many people died unjustly in the world. There are those who committed suicide due to difficulties. There are many of them, and it is sad. But why does the Star of the Soul not miss them? Does she really think that she will be able to carry this sadness on her shoulders for the rest of her life? Does she really think that she can hold out until all the sorrows of the world disappear? Even if this is true, isn't it difficult for her to bear this burden? This speech made an impression on the Star of the Soul. Kim listened a lot to philosophers during lectures and clearly took some psychological techniques from them. All people must live today. In the constant flow of days that follow one after the other, life is built. We live with fear in our hearts that tomorrow will never come, but this is her life, life for the sake of survival. Among all this, there are small moments of joy. These are small moments of happiness for which you have to live. These moments of happiness are not created by someone else, but by you. The ordinariness that the Soul Star brought back to people by stopping the disaster, she gave a normal life to people who wanted to survive. Is she going to continue to look only at those who are suffering? All these words must have been very convincing to her, and the evil spirit immediately felt it. He began to show his displeasure through the divine spirit body. But despite all this surrounding darkness, Kim continued to bring light into this world. He blinded her with this light and told her not to look away from happiness. Don't turn your back on happiness by denying life. That's how goodness loses its way. Good loses its way because of the contradiction that good cannot protect the same good. Life is like a flower path in the reverse direction. Only after you have passed it, you will be able to understand how wonderful it was. Now the star of the soul has passed this path, and she must not forget that this path has turned into a road strewn with flowers. The progress of the Buddha course has increased by another 13%, a little more, and the boy will feel zen. The evil spirit began to understand that this was the beginning of the end for him. Kim jumped on him and said that he too should know that once the mind breaks, the physical body becomes no stronger than a sheet of paper. Now he must do everything in his power to free the divine spirit from this demon. After a few minutes, the soul star came to her senses and realized that everything was over. When she regained consciousness, she saw that Kim and the divine spirit were sitting next to her. The guy said that she can still lie down because the devil is destroyed, so there is nothing to worry about. He also explained that the divine spirit is now in perfect order and nothing is in danger. The boy was afraid that with the death of the devil, the divine spirit would also perish. But a Taraksha Buddha destroyed only the soul of the devil. Now he can affect the environment with peace of mind. The effectiveness of the 3 dantan has additionally increased. The star of the soul understood that this child is not inferior in strength to the heroes of the great disaster. Moreover, not even a year will pass when he will become stronger than them. If in the future this force goes down a bad path and turns its spear against the world, will anyone be able to stop it? The soul star said that she hopes that Kim's soul will never be broken by evil. The world is absurd, and nothing can be done about it. The guy replied that everything is not so bad. People have already started to appreciate the good in each other. The world is gradually getting better. The soul star said that she is worried that the boy may be disappointed in this world. Kim replied that the principle of equality, caring for the weak, and a world without discrimination is definitely not hypocrisy. The guy replied that he believes in this world and will always be on his side. The star of the soul only smiled in response. It seems that the heroes of a great disaster have someone to leave this world to. Then she had a fit of laughter. Probably the old grandmother forgot to take her schizophrenia pills. She said that the tree grows straight, but she worries about the crooked shadow. Probably her brain still hasn't recovered from the devil's attack. Too much time passed in sadness and sorrow, while the star of the soul sank into impotence. Why do you continue to live? This question is probably addressed not only to Kim, but also to everyone who lives this life. Even now, it is difficult to give a complete answer, but one day, the day will come when Kim will complete the Buddha course. And maybe on this day he will be able to answer this question. And now he is given strength and a reason to live for the star of the soul. Not even a few hours had passed when the Order of Truth in the office already knew about what had happened in the dungeon. Kalia reported to the apostle that the devil had been destroyed, although it was very difficult for all of them to believe it. The apostle answered that the devil cannot be called dead, only his physical body disappears, but his soul is immortal. The apostle could not believe that this young man was able to destroy the real devil. It seemed incredible. He said that this is a very serious issue to which you cannot close your eyes because even the master told her about it. The apostle knew that Kalia had already met with Kim and asked him to use the strongest guilds in the country to limit the boy's activities. He also said that Kalia should personally intervene because this situation has already gotten out of control. Then he turned to Kalia and said that it is necessary to correct the deviated line of fate. Sounds quite creepy. Meanwhile, the soul star regained her vitality and felt much better. All this time, she lived isolated from the world, but now it is clear that it was a mistake, and she wants to return to the world again. Kim was happy to hear this. He offered her to live in their guild until the soul star found a permanent home. He said that they were recently formed but will be able to find a place for such a respectable heroine. It was also his cunning plan because he wanted to find someone who could convince the Dark Star. The Soul Star said that he did not want to cause discomfort to the young hunters, but the boy replied that on the contrary, it would be an honor for the Dream Guild. The heroine replied that it would be fair if, in return for this help, she would teach Kim her spiritual skills. She believed that the boy would be incredibly happy and would thank her for it for the rest of his life. The Soul Star wanted to start from the very basics, but Kim replied that he didn't need it. She couldn't believe that he really said that, but the boy repeated that he didn't need it, and said that it would be enough just to live in their guild. Transferring spiritual mastery is a $1 million proposition. Even a C-rank hunter will change his qualification to a spirit master without a second thought. Although surely this young and talented guy can already teach others himself. The Soul Star offered him money as a sign of gratitude. Kim immediately began to rejoice in his mind, but again did not show it. He said that money is not the most important thing in his life, but he will be grateful if she pays him. Thoughts about money made the boy salivate, which means that a few more Buddha lectures will be bought. He said that the Soul Star will not be bored in their guild because her old friends always come to them. They returned to the real world, and Kim brought the legendary heroine to the Dream Guild. He said that this legend will live in them for some time, and asked not to pay special attention to it. All team members were very surprised. They didn't know how to react yet. But then, as it turned out, they did not think about the Soul Star at all, but only worried that Kim would not force them to go on a raid again. As soon as he answered that today was a hard day and he was already tired, everyone immediately started to rejoice. After that, he ordered everyone to go about their business and not to interfere with the Soul Star getting to know the house. Each of the guild team members continued their training. While Kira improved her swordsmanship, Lara and Minor engaged in magical battles. Hayun behaved quite calmly, even strangely at times, but she seemed to be training with a sword. Kim was doing the hardest training of all the team members. He was sitting and looking at his phone. Watching this new generation, the Star of the Soul thought that the end of the world would soon happen. Then she saw how Minor was training and realized that it was a mysterious dark star technique. A little later, she was even more surprised when she realized that Lara was using evil rock magic. When she realized that the vice president of the guild was the grandson of the Star Sword, she almost lost consciousness. So the Dark Star's successor, Evil Rock's apprentice, and Star Sword's granddaughter gathered here, along with the most talented boy in the galaxy. The only one she hadn't noticed until now was Hayun. Looking at this calm girl, she thought that she also had an incredible teacher. But Hayun replied that she does not have a teacher, and she does not represent anything of herself. The girl looked very upset and stood away from the entire guild team. Kim didn't pay attention to it at all. He was already counting the future profits from the Dark Star and planning shopping at the cultivator store. Due to the fact that the lectures cost a lot, he thought that they could be forgotten, but now his affairs have gone much better. Having increased his karma, he thought about whether to buy 2 courses at once, but for this, he would need to ask for even more money from the Soul Star. As it turned out, he said it out loud, and the legendary heroine did not like these public thoughts. He approached the Soul Star and said that they had to go to talk. They went behind the office of the Dream Guild. The Soul Star did not understand where he was taking her. Soon she saw an unknown figure appear from the shadows. It was a Dark Star. Judging by the Soul Star's reaction, the concealment technique still works. Dark Star couldn't understand how Kim kept seeing his tracks. Not even the Order of Truth could do that. The Soul Star saw her old friend injured and began to panic like a loving mother. Dark Star replied that they should talk about it later and asked to tell all the details of the dungeon raid. The Soul Star said that this child saved her life. As soon as she began to tell the whole story, Kim immediately stopped her. He looked quite worried and said that he wanted to talk about the raid on his own. Judging by his sly face and strange smile, he was up to something again. He began to tell about the fact that the director of the association personally entrusted him with the destruction of the monster. After his arrival in the dungeon, he met the Soul Star. The guy put some lies in his story to make it seem even more legendary. He told how they cleaned the dungeon and how he smelled the Order of Truth in the dungeon. Kim asked the Soul Star if he was telling the truth. The woman replied that she was not sure about it. Kim explained that Star Soul had a devil in her subconscious, so her memory could have deteriorated. He also said that it is possible that the Soul Star's memory could have deteriorated due to her age. She is probably more than 3,000 years old, judging by her appearance. Well, of course, he devoted the largest part of his story to the story of saving the Soul Star. This is how the dungeon raid ended. Kim also did not forget to remind that he saved millions of lives. He said that all this was a very difficult test, and he hopes that the Dark Star will increase the price of the reward. Dark Star finally asked him to shut up and promised to give him as much money as he needed. He also said that the Order of Truth wanted to kill not only the Star of the Soul, but also all the heroes of the Great Disaster. He also explained that this dungeon was created for this, and the devil was summoned. He still did not know the reason for these evil plans of the Order of Truth, and told that he was almost killed by the Apostle of Abstinence. Kim understood that if the Apostle joined this case, it means that the Order of Truth is really serious. But it was not clear why they want to do this. Maybe it has something to do with monster berserk. This is just a guess. Kim said it's too early to consider it a mainstream version, but he has some thoughts on it. Berserk disappeared, but nothing was said about his death, and the great eye with the 7 apostles could have had a hand in it. The legends of the great disaster told that the berserker was not just strong, he was invincible. He was so terrible that even if all the heroes of the world fought against him, no one would be guaranteed victory. This means that no one knew whether the end of the world would come or whether the berserker would be defeated. Kim's main idea is that the Order of Truth could know about every step in this battle. All this, thanks to the vision of the future. If the Order of Truth sees the future, then it may be an inferior picture. But if they rule over the future, even if not completely, then that's another conversation. Perhaps the pursuit of the Order of Truth takes place with the help of the same force. The Order of Truth saw how the heroes, although with huge losses, would defeat the berserker. That is why the Big Eye and the 7 apostles could deliberately make the monster disappear. And that is why the Order of Truth wanted to destroy the heroes, because only they can defeat the berserker. That is, instead of releasing the monster now, the Order decided to wait and destroy the heroes one by one so that their plan would work. As soon as there is no one left to stop the monster, the berserker will reappear and the world will end. The Star of the Soul did not understand the motives of the Order of Truth, because the heroes of the great catastrophe will die of old age sooner or later anyway. Kim believes that the Order of Truth cannot contain berserk forever, and they have no time left. That is why distortions could occur in dungeons. It was caused by a surge of berserk power. 3 options come to mind. Either the berserk seal has weakened and its power has spread across the world, causing distortion. Either the Order of Truth has only recently learned how to use the monster's power, or it's a combination of the two. But all these are just guesses. They may turn out to be correct if the goal of the Order of Truth is the destruction of the earth. Although the actual actions of the Order do not look like this, everything is quite confusing. If the Order really conceived such a plan, they would not need to save people along with the heroes by sacrificing their own lives during a great disaster. Too little is known about the Order of Truth. There are too many inconsistencies in their behavior. Darkstar said it was an absurd thought, but if Kim was really right and the monster did return, would the world have enough strength to defeat it? Kim asked the Darkstar what he was planning to do now. The master replied that he spent a lot of time studying berserk, and now he understood that it is more important to start studying the Order of Truth. For this, he will need to go abroad. The Apostle of Abstinence wants him dead, so now it is necessary to conduct his activities outside the country. It is also necessary to find out whether the Order of Truth could do its evil deeds in other countries, perhaps even other continents. Darkstar asked his old friend what she thought about this. Soulstar replied that she was not sure about anything. She has lived far too long from the world and does not understand what is happening, so first, with the help of Kim, she wants to get used to the environment. Darkstar said that he understands why she lived so long far from here. Being a part of this world is sometimes unbearable. But he advised to announce loudly to the world that the Star of the Soul has returned. An interesting thought crossed his mind. Maybe this is why the Star Sword does not feel the attacks of the Order of Truth. The same can be said about Kim. He advised the boy to be very careful. All this time, the Order of Truth was following him but did nothing. Probably they did not consider him very important. But there is a high probability that soon they will understand how important Kim is. That was all the Darkstar wanted to say. He promised to return when he found more information. At the last moment, the boy asked him for a few more words. It was a very important few words. He said that before the Darkstar left the country, he had to pay him money. On this day, an important meeting of the Association of Professional Hunters took place. It was difficult for the president. Many people believed that he spent excessive budget funds and appointed Kim S-Rang, although he is not yet worth it. Other hunters trained for years for this, but this brash guy gets it all by doing next to nothing. Someone thought that he was very young and had recently become a professional hunter. C rank was too much for him. The president was expected to be fair and treat everyone equally. Special attention should not be allowed to anyone. The director of the association believed that usually they were only interested in money, but today, for some reason, they decided to condemn Kim. Looking at them, it is not very difficult to guess why they behave the way they do. Luther is 100% involved in this. Toucan began to shout at the meeting place of fools and said that he did not come to joke. He agreed that there is a special attitude towards Kim in the association, but there is nothing wrong with that. If he says he will give the Star Sword a C-rank license, will anyone want to stop him? He continued to shout and ordered to answer this question. Would anyone want to stop him? Yes, the Star Sword is a legend that saved millions of lives during a great disaster, but it never participated in raids. The Star Sword doesn't have the combat experience others say, but no one would stop the director, so everyone understands the Star Sword's abilities and sacrifices. The same applies to the professional hunter Kim. In this situation, they are very similar. The director explained that he was behaving fairly in relation to a hunter of heroic level. If someone thinks this is special treatment, so be it. Regarding the money from the budget, the director asked the others how they should be used so as not to spend it in vain. Money from the budget should be used for the benefit of citizens, and that is exactly what he did. The distortion in the Draugr dungeon could have cost the country 1,000 times more, and it is not known how many people would have died. So the money spent was invested in the safety of citizens, taxes are paid for this purpose, so the decision was correct. Mr. Toucan couldn't even understand what equality everyone else was talking about. Doesn't the fact that their salary is much higher than others contradict this same equality? Yes, they solve important issues, but so does Kim. So the director thinks the guy is worth the cost and the C rank. Toucan understands why and who is trying to destroy Kim. It is not difficult to guess that Luther is behind it. He does not think that the money on the guy was spent in vain. He thinks that some other politicians are not worth their salaries. He said that if they receive money at the expense of citizens, then they should learn what shame is. So from now on, Kim is officially considered a C-rank hunter, and everyone should remember that. Despite the stormy emotions and disgruntled shouts, the director remained calm. He believed that those who do not respect Kim's merits are hypocrites and fools. At that moment, Kalia approached him and said that it seems that this is their first meeting with each other. Kim was also approached by one of the important people in the association. It was John, the head of the Dungeon Control Department of the Professional Hunters Association. He showed his business card and said that he came to the boy for an important conversation. Kim replied that the director of the association was planning to visit him. John replied that he was here for another reason. He said that the director is very busy right now and won't be able to come, but at that moment Kim started to activate his mana power. He started yelling at John and said he didn't even want to hear that they didn't have enough funds and he wasn't getting his money. But John calmly replied that he did not come because of this. In fact, the transfer of funds will definitely take place soon. John also said that the idea of giving Kim a C-rank license met with considerable resistance, but the director is actively promoting it. There should be no problems. Due to the fact that such situations have not yet occurred, the director is completely focused on resolving this issue, which is why he could not come. That's why John came. He said that the money will be transferred to Kim's account tomorrow. The young employee of the associations immediately noticed that the guy didn't care about the C-rank license because he only thought about money. If you grab any person on the street and ask them what they would choose, a license or money, 100% of the people will choose the license. A C-rank hunter is the pinnacle of the world of professional hunters. The fame and respect that this license gives cannot be valued with money. But John didn't feel an iota of greed from Kim. It seems that he is focused only on money, but his behavior shows that he perceives money only as a means to an end. And at the same time, this young hunter does not pay attention to what is really important. John noticed that Kim is different from the heroes of the great disaster, but they also have common features. John said goodbye to the boy and returned to the office of the director of the Hunter Association. He told Toucan that he constantly solves Kim's personal and general problems. There were no problems with the Hunter exam and the establishment of the Dream Guild, but the C-rank review will not be easy. John admitted that Kim is really an outstanding person and there is something heroic about him. But at this rate, the director may start to have problems. If the professional hunter who only chases money is considered the trend of this era, then the rest can only accept. The director agreed that the current world of professional hunters is very different from the past. The big cartels, also called the 5 big guilds, ruled this country for decades. They made to rot not only the world of professional hunters, but also the whole country in general. Director Toucan explained that he always tried to fix it, but he couldn't. All this time he pleased himself with the fact that he could not single-handedly change the trend of this era. But strangely enough, it seems to him that it is Kim who will be able to do the impossible and solve this problem. This guy is exactly the one who can ignite hope for humanity when the soul is full of sadness and anxiety. Isn't that what a C-rank hunter should be like? John replied as he finally understood the headmaster's point. Soon, John went to see Kim again. and thanked him from the bottom of his heart for saving the country. It seems that the hope appeared in his soul that this boy is capable of protecting the world. The next day, the whole internet was talking about Kim and his conquest of the Dragor dungeon. The guy didn't care at all about it. He was happy only when he saw that money came to his account. He planned to buy 2 additional courses, also the elixir has completely evaporated, so he has to buy a new one. After calculating how much money he needed, Kim realized that he needed to earn twice as much. This path seemed endless. He didn't understand the point of increasing the guild rank and personal rank. He still loses all the money. He started watching the chat of the Cultivator Academy students to find out if everyone had karma problems or just him. As it turned out, this was a general problem. Everyone was looking for this cursed karma. Despite its accumulation, it always disappears quickly. There were even people who said that they would teach others to copy karma with their mouths taped shut. Realizing that he is not the only one with such a problem, the boy felt a little better. Soon the director of the Hunters Association came to visit him. He apologized for such an early visit. He asked where the Star of the Soul was. Kim answered that she lives on the 2nd floor. She has a separate room there. The director explained that he was only asking out of curiosity, but he came specifically to see Kim. He said that it was necessary to have a serious talk. Kalia came to see him yesterday. Kalia asked for help. After these words, Kim was nervous. The director did not pay attention to this and asked the boy if he knows what is happening in Europe now. Kim immediately opened his phone and began to search the internet for news about Europe. What he saw there was unheard of. Huge, wild monsters attacking ordinary people. There were many destroyed houses around, and according to official data, thousands of people had already died. It was hard for Kim to watch. It was a wonder he hadn't even heard of it. His mind must have been preoccupied with thoughts of money. He asked the director how such chaos was allowed. How could there be a shortage of hunters in the century of development of artificial awakening? The director replied that Europe was attacked due to abnormal dungeon distortions. Italy mobilized all professional hunters in an effort to control the situation, but their forces were not enough. The Star of the Soul appeared and asked, "Are there so many distortions that Luca can't even handle them?" The Star of the Soul meant the Italian hero of the Great Disaster, a true legend for Italians. The director, with sadness in his eyes, told the Soul Star that Luca had recently died. There are few details, but they say that there was an accident in the dungeon. According to rumors, a distortion occurred during the cleaning. This is happening not only in Italy, a similar situation is now happening all over Europe. A large number of heroes of the Great Disaster are fighting an unequal battle. In connection with this situation, the European Union had to turn to the Order of Truth for help. Kim does not understand what he is here for. Tukan explained that Kalia asked them to help Italy. Is everything so serious that even the Order of Truth can't handle this situation? The director replied that in the case of Italy, there is another reason, all because of Luke's death. Luca was not only the hero of a great disaster, but also the godfather of the Mafia. Sicilian Mafia, he was the first to unite the world criminal organization. Luca was a real psycho and claimed that sooner or later he would revive the Sicilian Mafia. Of course, the revival of a global criminal organization sounded like the absurdity of an abnormal person, but he really succeeded. Of course, there were conflicts within the Mafia, but no one could go against the hero of the Great Disaster. It is not difficult to guess how rabid dogs who have lost their unifying power will react. Anarchy will begin in Italy. As far as we know now, the country's leadership turned to the Order of Truth secretly, and the Order realized that this was a serious problem. Of course, the director refused. The child should not do what the hero of the Great Disaster could not do, but Kalia asked to convey his words to the boy. Tukan looked at Kim and said he didn't have to get involved. He should not waste power on other countries and expose himself to mortal danger. The director of the Hunter Association and the Soul Star looked at the boy and waited for his answer. Soon Kalia came to the Apostle of Abstinence and said that this guy is asking for money again. Realizing that Kim did not know about their goal, the Apostle asked Kaylee, "What does the boy need money for?" Kalia replied that this young talent is addicted to money and games in his phone. But if you pay him generously, he will not go alone, but will take the guild team with him. The Apostle of Abstinence calmly answered that his request should be granted. Kalia did not expect this. The Apostle explained that the monster that destroyed Luke is still in Italy, and if Kim wants to go there, there is no point in stopping him. He explained to Kali that the ceremony of initiation into apostleship will take place soon, so he will understand everything himself when he becomes an apostle. Kalia replied that there was something else important. Kim asked for an advance payment. After how many days, Kim told his team that now they are going to Italy. For the most part, everyone was very happy with this news. Everyone wanted to eat delicious pizza and pasta. Kim said that they are not going to rest and enjoy the sun, but to work. The Soul Star went to the kitchen to drink delicious coffee. She poured herself again and thought that today she was shaking more than usual. The Dream Team received permission to travel to Italy. Kim took 60% of the profit and distributed the rest to other team members. It was decided that the Dream Team would go to Italy in 2 weeks. Soulstar woke up in the morning and went to see how the guild team was training and preparing for the upcoming raids. She didn't quite understand what was happening here. She looked at Kim and saw that he was squatting down with kibisis as usual. This is probably one of his daily tasks at the Professional Cultivator Academy again. This team was truly legendary. Only later people will understand what talents were in the Dream Team. In addition to the Star Sword student, there was also a Dark Star student. Of course, one cannot forget about the second student in the history of Evil Rock, the talented girl Lara. All of them have incredible talent and have come together because of the desire of the most talented hunter in history. The Soul Star watched their training with pleasure, but realized that there was one exception among them. This exception was Kayun. It was clear that this girl, although talented, stands out from the general harmony. Usually, the color of a person's soul energy depends on their character, so the legendary heroine decided to check Hayun's soul. Such a deep, dark color of the soul only means that the soul of this person is evil. The experienced Soul Star asked the girl how she ended up here, but Hayun could not find an answer to this question. From the very beginning, the soul had to be completely blackened, and it was then that it would become an evil even worse than Luther. But now the color of her soul began to lighten. Maybe this child named Kim destroyed her limited world, in which there was no one but her. She doubts herself, tries to change, but does not know how to do it. She is a confused child. They say that a person is a mystery, even to the sky. The Star of the Soul advised Hayun to start working on himself. She invited the girl to follow her, but for some reason Hayun did not react to it. That is why the Star of the Soul understood that the girl should be pushed a little towards development and the side of goodness. The Soul Star said that there were only 2 weeks left before the trip to Italy, but Kayun did not understand what that meant. The Soul Star smiled and explained that this means that you need to get rid of the rotten soul inside you. Soul Star also said that now she will train hard and engage in the purification of Hayun's soul. Even Kim overheard this conversation. He usually rarely looks away from his phone. We're all a little Kim sometimes. He looked at potential courses for purchase. There were many interesting lectures that gave interesting opportunities. 2 weeks later, the news about the Dream Team's trip to Italy quickly spread throughout the country. There were many voices filled with concern along with hope, but still most believed that Kim and the team could save the day. Already a day after departure, the Dream Team landed at the airport in Italy. Everyone looked happy. Lara and Minor immediately said that you should eat first before the raid, especially if there will be pizza for dinner. Kim repeated again that they did not come to rest and they should behave more seriously. He heard some strange conversations behind him and turned around to see people similar to the Mafia. He felt an atmosphere of concern, but at that moment Kira approached him and asked what was required of them. The guy replied that a man from the Italian side should meet them and they should wait for him. But as it turned out, it was a woman. Her name was Linda. She was in charge of the Hunter Management Department in the Eastern region. Kim greeted her and said that he was very pleased to meet her. He introduced his entire team to her. She immediately noticed that there was 1 A-rank person and 4 B-rank people in front of her, although the Order of Truth had promised to send a C-rank hunter. She said that she hoped for excellent cooperation and promised to take the whole team to the hotel. But at that moment, 2 stout men approached them. They started saying something in Italian, but nothing was clear. Kim asked Linda what they were saying, but the girl replied that it should not be paid attention to. He saw that Hayun has a spiritual communication transmitter. Its level is not enough to establish communication, but it is enough to understand other languages. That's pretty powerful progress in 2 weeks of Soul Star training. Thanks to these skills, they heard what the Italians were saying. They considered them weaklings and said that this was their territory. Kim tried not to pay much attention to them and believed that they were ordinary bandits. The Italians also said that without their help, the Dream Team would soon die in this country. They also started discussing the girls from the Dream Team and said that it would be nice to meet them. Kim wasn't going to listen to this talk about his close friends and decided to intervene. Linda understood that things were bad. She knew that these were real mafiosi and it was better not to joke with them. These are not ordinary hooligans. This is a mafia in which almost all of them are experienced A-rank fighters. Even the leadership of the country is turning a blind eye to them because it cannot contain them. Linda knew this and wanted to reassure Kim. But at the last moment, Kira stopped her. She said that everything is fine and there is no need to interfere. Linda looked at the other team members and was surprised that they reacted so calmly to this moment. When Kim approached these men, they began to laugh and say that this fool will now go to the intensive care unit if he says even one bad word to them. Kim told them that everything is very bad in their country if such trash like them are walking around the airport. It was quite daring behavior of a tourist, but Kim did not stop there and broke the asphalt with the head of one of these men. Seeing this, all members of the Mafia who were nearby immediately began to attack the boys. But these pizza lovers didn't know who Kim was and what he was capable of. His team didn't even pay much attention to it. Only Linda was surprised how a young guy who had recently graduated from the academy was able to defeat a pack of A-rank fighters so easily. Kim said that in his country the fighters are much stronger, smiled, and said that they should go. Soon they reached the hotel and ended this hard day with a wonderful rest and a delicious dinner. Linda came to them in the morning and said that they needed to go to Naples urgently. She said that actually yesterday Kim was not fighting with the Mafia. They can be called a gang that broke away from the main group. The girl explained that after the unexpected death of Mistress Luca, the Mafia split into 3 groups. These are Agnes's neutral group, Francesco's powerful group, and Antonio's gang, Luca's official successor. They are only in word strong and powerful, but in reality, with the exception of Antonio, the other 2 gangs are ordinary and not very dangerous. Now there are underground fractures all over the country, but the hunters do not have time to react because they are trying to curb the Mafia. Linda said that they are ashamed to admit it, but they want the dream team to solve the dungeon problem. Kim said they could not worry and assured that the matter would be resolved immediately. Suddenly, the car began to shake and Hyun hit her head hard. It was not clear what happened. Everyone went outside and saw ordinary people running away from someone. Linda was the first to see what had happened. This was what she was so afraid of, the rupture of another dungeon in the center of the city. Kim also went outside and saw what was happening. Realizing that the situation was very acute, he immediately got Gang near. After a few seconds, the monster saw a flash of incredible light. At first, it seemed that it was some kind of laser. Linda was impressed by this boy's confidence. Not even a few seconds have passed since he is already attacking the monsters. It became clear that the trip to Naples should be postponed until later. Now it's time to deal with monsters. It was a star moment for the dream team. All of them had been actively preparing for such a situation for a long time. I think it goes without saying that this incredible team completely destroyed the monsters and cleared the dungeon. In the Italian parliament, there was a conversation about the fact that a Mafia group was currently occupying Katenzaro. The director of the Italian Association of Professional Hunters, Mr. Marcello, said that they had tried to negotiate, but the Mafia had flatly refused. He also said that at the moment, Katenzaro was occupied by Francesco's group. The Prime Minister of Italy, Mr. Samuele, said that if Francesco was not given the presidency within a week, he would kill all the inhabitants of Katenzaro. Mr. Antonio's affairs are also not the best. Inglorious bastards have surrounded him and the hunters and do not allow them to leave Sicily. If the legendary Luca were alive, they would not have dared to do such a thing. No one could have thought that the absence of a hero of a great disaster would shake the country so much. It was urgently reported that it became known about the distortion of the dungeon in Latina. At the moment, the authorities can summon 500 D-rank hunters, 150 B-rank hunters, and approximately 20 A-rank hunters. Marcello was asked if there was any news regarding professional hunters from abroad. Will the country's government have to sacrifice innocent citizens again? The Prime Minister ordered to call everyone possible and tell them that the most important thing is the salvation of the people. An assistant approached the director of the Association of Professional Hunters and reported something. The Prime Minister looked excitedly at Francesco and asked, "What happened?" The president of the association reported that the impossible happened. No one died during the distortion of the dungeon in Latina. It looks like the dream team has done a great job. Usually, dungeon distortion takes a lot of normal people's lives, but for today, a real masterclass in destroying high-ranking monsters was taking place in Latina. While Lara activated the infernal flame emission, Miner used a secret method to chase the ghost. After that, he began to destroy the huge demon wolves with the 2 chaos blades. Kira also did not rest and used the divine sword that destroyed the sky. This is the thunder explosion sword technique. Hyun also remembered the mysterious spiritual techniques of the elements. She used a tsunami of spiritual energy. People were amazed at this help from the unknown hunters. Linda helped them get to the hideout. Everyone asked who these amazing people were. Linda answered that they were professional hunters who came to help them. For the first time in her life, she saw huge wooden monsters of the 8th level in front of her. But Kim did not give her a chance to see them. Well, the boy used the power of his Gungnir spear. He, as a real guild captain, had to set the pace of the battle and set an example for everyone else. Just 5 people destroyed a whole bunch of monsters in a few minutes. For this, it would have been necessary to call dozens of hunters. Linda heard her phone ring. It was the director of the Hunters Association, Marcello. She said hello and said that the head of hunter management in the eastern region, Linda, was listening. The whole team was surprised at how technically Hyun uses spiritual techniques. Lara was amazed at how quickly Hyun had mastered some of the Soul Star techniques. It was real progress. Minor did not want to say that his victory was due to a dark star. He laughed and said that he always trained alone. Kira said that she is surrounded by real superstars against whom she is an ordinary person. Linda, the Prime Minister of Italy, and the director of the Hunters Association were impressed by the confidence and strength of these young people. At that moment, Kim said that we should cut our monsters into pieces and sell them. Lara replied that she was already sick of talking about money. The boy did not have time to start slaughtering the monsters when he saw that they were being watched by serious people. He greeted and said that he wanted to sell the corpses of monsters, and they hope that it is not prohibited in Italy. He was not yet familiar with these 2 very important people for the country. When Linda told him what kind of people these were, he wondered why these men should be in this dangerous place. The Prime Minister of Italy greeted the boy and asked to shake his hand as a sign of gratitude for the saved lives. The men said that the Dream Team proved to be the best regiment and saved the city from disaster. They communicated with the help of Hyun, who activated her magic. The girl was not very happy to act as a translator. Kim asked Francesco why they met. The man replied that their country needed help from the Dream Academy. The director of associations and the Prime Minister said that they were ready to pay any money for it. Kim understood that this was his prime time. The Prime Minister thought that the money would not be enough because such a talented hunter was probably tired of money. In this difficult situation for the country, money is the only thing he can promise, but he also said that Kim can take the bodies of the killed monsters with him. Kim tried his best not to show that he was incredibly happy about this offer. His team immediately understood that their captain would definitely agree to this proposal. The Prime Minister said that he wants to entrust the Dream Team to the city of Lazio, which is an administrative region of Italy in which the capital is Rome. The Prime Minister said that he understands that the region is very large and they are asking for the impossible. But the guy, meanwhile, wanted to clean the whole country in order to earn more. He continued to play the role of a brooding hunter, and to be honest, he was quite good at it. Kim saw a rotorcraft on the mountain. He understood that Samuele and Francesco had arrived on it. That is why he asked these influential men to give his team this rotorcraft for work. This brash boy was never afraid of authority figures. Kira was already used to it, and she liked it. So at that moment, their interesting adventures across the country began. Kim agreed that they would clean up not only Lazio, he assured that their forces would be enough for the whole of Italy. Every few hours, they cleared dungeons in different cities, Campobasso, Basilicata, Taranto. They were already cleared. While Lara was sick of the constant flights, the captain asked the chief pilot to speed up and fly to the next city. The Prime Minister was told that many dungeons in his country have already been cleared of monsters. It seems that he has never felt such a thrill of soul since the moment he became Prime Minister. Although after thinking a little, he remembered that it had already happened once. A long time ago, the hero of the great catastrophe, Luca, came to him and said that he wanted to revive the Mafia. It was an absurd idea, but he succeeded, and it seemed that with his death the country would come to an end. Samuelu understood that he could not lose the chance presented to him by these foreign professional hunters. He ordered Marcello to entrust the safety of the people to the Dream Team from now on and to remove all professional hunters. Marcello immediately understood the idea of the Prime Minister. He wants to destroy the Mafia bastards. Newspapers have already started writing that foreign hunters are saving Italy. Everyone was wondering who the Dream Team is. In the office of one of the influential Mafia families, they also learned about the Dream Team. Albano was entrusted to meet with the killer of Agnes. He said that he would do everything as necessary. As for Katenzaro, the gang boss, Francesco ordered everyone killed. The Dream Team was greeted everywhere as real national heroes, and everything was done for their comfort. Linda said they booked the entire hotel and the Dream Team can enjoy their vacation. As the rest of the team cheered, Kim asked how much money had they made so far. When he heard that more than $200,000 had already been earned, he realized that everything was going in the right direction. He began to mentally divide this money by 5 and think about which lecture to buy himself. Linda thought that he had a mental disorder. Miner was already enjoying his pizza and asked Linda not to pay attention to the captain because he often behaves when the conversation is about money. Meanwhile, Kim was in complete ecstasy. He had already managed to buy 1 lecture at the Cultivator Academy. He continued to dream and thought only about the money he would earn on this trip to Italy. Losing the line between reality and dreams, he asked Lind, how much is the annual budget of Italy? When he heard that it was about billions, he understood that he had to stay in this country for a long time. Linda did not understand what was happening at all, although Miner and Lara said that this was normal behavior of their captain. Atlantis is a strong titan from Greco-Roman mythology who held the world on his shoulders. In a battle of pure strength, he can defeat even Hercules. He asked what is more important in holding the world on his shoulders. Is it pumped-up muscles or incredible strength? Then Atlantean replied that this is not true. In fact, the most important thing is endurance. Of course, strength is also important, but this strength is nothing without the endurance of the body that can withstand it. He asked to imagine that Kim is holding the world and someone punches him in the stomach. Or maybe a poisonous snake snuck up on you and unexpectedly bit you on the leg. Is it possible that there is an incredible cold around that makes you shiver? Or will you say that you can no longer hold the sky because of these problems? While Kim was listening to this lecture, he thought that a snake bite is a good enough reason to throw the world off his shoulders. After maybe a few seconds, Atlant started yelling at him and said it was nonsense. He explained that these are just excuses, and Kim, in any situation, must hold the world on his shoulders so that nothing happens. He cannot be let go. Atlant said that on this course he would teach the boy 3 basics of endurance. The body is as hard as titanium. You will be able to withstand any physical attack. Immunity to poison. No poison in the world will kill you. But immunity to cold and heat. You will be able to withstand even severe frost and endure real hell. Atlant explained that this is true strength, and its name is endurance. The boy saw his daily tasks after this lecture and was amazed he has to take 1 lethal dose of venom from a huge snake every day. But what surprised him the most was that this deadly poison also costs a lot of money. That is, every day he will have to spend a lot of money to drink the poison of a huge snake. He calmed down by remembering that he would be able to earn even more money for his success in Italy. He decided to listen to the second lecture he bought. It was Professor Tilva. But he saw that the house began to shake, so somewhere nearby there was a distortion of the dungeon. But so far no distortions were visible, as it turned out. Unknown people entered the hotel looking for Kim. They told the boy to come out to them or they would make him suffer. Linda was the first to see them. She said that they shouldn't be here and they better leave. These men asked her to shut up and stay out of other people's business if she didn't want to get hurt as well. But as it turned out, Linda is not quite an ordinary girl. She has long mastered various martial arts. After the men did not heed her warning, she broke the neck of one of them. That's what a woman is like. This angered the other thugs, and they all ran to beat her at the same time. They had different weapons as if they had stolen her from a museum. But even these medieval weapons did not help them much, because Linda began to beat them as if she were the hero of a great disaster. She expertly destroyed her enemies and did not lose her femininity and beauty. No matter how the men tried to catch her, she was always 1 step ahead and showed incredible speed. She decided to fight and bide her time until help came to her. But there were problems with this plan, because one of the bandits hit the girl's head on the floor, a real gentleman. It was quite a serious blow that could cause a concussion. Now, she needs help. It seems that this bandit recognized the girl. It was the same Albano from the Francesco Mafia family. She also knew him and asked how he was able to get to Rome, all of Sicily now surrounded. He said it was none of her business and ordered Kim to answer if she wanted to keep her small life. At that moment, he was being watched by the Dream Team, all of whom had gone out to dinner at that time and decided to watch the fight online. As soon as they started living in this hotel, they spent almost all the time in the buffet. They did not move and watched for nothing because they saw that the captain approached the bandit and now the real blockbuster will begin. Albano immediately received a powerful blow to the stomach and Linda was saved. The bandit did not understand how this guy managed to appear and attack him so quickly and was about to start the second round. Meanwhile, the Dream Team saw that their captain had become even faster. They continued to observe and not interfere. Meanwhile, the boss of the Mafia family, Agnes, was negotiating a temporary truce. Francesco said that this is exactly what he wants to offer to temporarily join their forces. He said that instead of her, he killed the rat that was passing the information to Antonio, so he deserves trust. He also said that Albano recently went to meet Kim, the same professional hunter abroad. Agnes, the boss of the family, said that Kim is a fool who does not know his place, and if Albano took up the case, then the boy will not live. Francesco already imagined how this young hero would unexpectedly die, and then all of Italy would begin to panic and beg for salvation. If you add to this the death of 90,000 citizens of Katenzaro, real chaos will begin. It seems that Francesco has always been mentally unstable. She called him a psycho. He explained that any methods can be used to win, and he always does everything to win. He said that they are predators, and they don't need extra morals and rules because they just want to follow their instincts. And everyone's instincts are different, and they are quite ambiguous. If you want to fight, fight. If you want to kill, kill. This is how Francesco sees the Italy of the new century. He dreams of starting a full-scale war and creating real chaos where he will feel like a fish in water. Albano, meanwhile, was surprised by the boy's technique, although he was inattentive but did not notice his movements at all. Linda told Kim that Albano is one of the main ones in Francesco's family and his people came with him. According to the director of the association, they should be in Sicily, but somehow they ended up here. Kim asked why they came to him. Albano replied that they were very interested to see a foreigner trying to be cool in their country. The guy replied that now they saw him so they can turn around and go to hell. Kim told them all to pack their things and leave the hotel and warned them that if he saw them again, they would be beheaded. Albano said that this is very caring of Kim, and they will definitely do it. But then he said that this will happen only in the next life and now Kim must die. Kim saw the beginning of his attack a week ago. He took out his spear and prepared to give a free master class. Of course, he was not happy that he would have to do it for free, but sometimes he is in the mood to break someone's nose. Albano ordered his men to attack this young Jackie Chan immediately. But Kim had his team, which, even regardless of dinner, would always come to the captain's aid. They all prepared to quickly destroy the Mafia and return to the table. Hayun was upset that they could not kill these people. Of course, members of the Mafia are also to some extent monsters, but the Prime Minister will be displeased if he finds out about it. Albano saw the Dream Team destroy his people. He used to think it was just a bunch of kids, but now his opinion has changed. He, who is called the Butcher in Italy, began to call out to his men and beg them to protect him from Kim. His men did not help him to defend himself from the blow of the force because they were all already unconscious. Having chosen the best moment for escape, Albano immediately left his men to their own devices and fled. Miner said he's never seen their opponents run away so fast it looks like he's using Duracell batteries. Linda began to shout that it is impossible to let this scoundrel go. They must all be detained. Kim said that he would try to do it. He calmly bent down as if he wanted to tie the shoelaces. And at the moment when everyone thought that he would not be able to catch up with the bandit, the boy took off like a SpaceX rocket. Albano was angry because they had the wrong information about the power of the Dream Team, as it turned out that the Mafia was not an authority for them at all. He believed that the most important thing for him now was to run away and tell the boss the truth. But his plan was not destined to come true. After a few hours, he woke up and saw that all the members of the Dream Team were around him. Linda asked him how they managed to get out of Sicily. Marcello and Antonio had to cut her off completely. She warned that if he did not tell anything, he would begin to suffer. In response, Albano started laughing like a fool. It must have been a Joker cosplay. Then he only said one word, Katenzaro, but that was enough for Lind. Then he added that it was already too late and they would not have time to do anything to help the future disaster. Linda got angry and punched him in the face. She seems to be well aware of what she is talking about. She continued to beat him, saying that they are worse than animals and no longer have the right to be called people. Kim asked her what it meant. Linda replied that the situation was very bad and many people may have died. The Mafia demands to give them a place due to the fact that they took 90,000 peaceful inhabitants of Katenzaro hostage. The bandit said that from the very beginning they wanted to give the parliament a week to think, but the parliament used a strange trap. That is why Albano activated a magic bomb before leaving here. It should explode soon, so a disaster will happen very soon. Linda did not understand how the members of this criminal group differ from animals and monsters. The bandit said that they offered terms, but the government did not listen to them and called foreigners for help, so now 90,000 people will die. Kim looked very focused and angry, probably thinking about what to do in this difficult situation. He hit the bandit, but did not kill him, so that in the future he could be questioned again. After that, he ordered all his guild members to get ready, because they were going to go to Katenzaro right now. Having collected everything necessary with them, the dream team got on a helicopter and flew to Katenzaro. The captain asked Kira if she was sure she could do it. The girl replied that she would understand when she saw the bomb. Minor and Lara must find the location of the bomb, and if Kira succeeds, she will attempt to defuse it. Kim asked to use his cloaking technique. It could help a lot. Minor replied that everything will be fine and the captain cannot worry. Together, Hyun and Kira must find the hostages and evacuate them to safety. Linda told Kim that his plan is very risky. They have little time left, and if the Mafia suspects something, then a real disaster will happen. The guy said that their team has already been through many difficulties and will not allow bandits to kill innocent people. After that, the boy jumped out of the rotorcraft and activated his new ability, the speed of a god. His progress in Professor Tilva's course increased, and the daily task was to use the speed of a god for 5 minutes. This ability was very serious. It felt like the whole body could be torn into 1,000,000 pieces. While this isn't the best time to be defensive, Atlanta's non-punching body made things a little better. The dream team doesn't know when the bomb will explode, but if it hasn't happened yet, the Mafia is probably still in Katenzaro. If the Mafia is really still in the city, then until the dream team arrives there. Until Minor finds the bomb and Kira deactivates it. And until Kira and Hyun evacuate the population, Kim must bide his time. So the boy continued to show the maximum speed of running through the air and hoped that their risky plan would work after all. Meanwhile, one of the most powerful fighters of the Francesco Mafia family was holding the button to activate the bomb. His name is Cesare. He was told by his fighters that the residents of the city of Katenzaro cannot leave their houses and will not know that an explosion will happen soon. Kino ordered a few townspeople to escape so that they could tell of the strength of their faction. Cesare said that it was necessary to raise the prestige of the Mafia and ordered to release about 10 people to choose from. When all his men had gathered, he said it was time to hurry back to Sicily before the bomb exploded. People like Cesare were called capos. These are people who stand in the hierarchy immediately after the boss. Suddenly they heard a strange sound and saw that an unknown young man had come to visit them. It was Kim, he asked. Were they occupying Katenzaro and trying to kill civilians? They did not understand who he was, but the boy replied that he needed to keep them company for a while. Cesare thought that this was one of the people who should have been let go, but his assistant said that this was Jackie Chan for the first time. The capo said that the boy had better run away because the strongest fighters of the Mafia group are standing in front of him. But if Kim really wants to die, they're more than happy to help him. Cesare ordered his fighters to attack and show this ignoramus what the real Sicilian Mafia means. When Kim flew here, he knew that such a situation could happen, which is why he bought an additional course from Professor Zhang. Cesare told his men that he did not want to see this boy beaten and went to gather in Sicily. He was calm as always because he knew that his boys would beat this foreigner well. He already began to hear the sounds of suffering and thought that everything was going well. But when he turned around, he saw that everything had gone awry. It was Kim who was beating his people, not them. The bandits got angry and tried to teach this overconfident foreigner. But they were for Kim like an appetizer before the main course. It was much harder for him in training than now. Cesare watched this and could not understand what was happening and how this foreigner could beat a whole pack of powerful bandits. Everything looked as if a swarm of ants decided to attack a person. It was an unequal battle. Cesare thought that he must quickly flee to Sicily to activate the bomb. He cannot do it right now because he will also die. But Kim had other plans for him. He wasn't going to let this scoundrel go to another city. Kim finished beating up the other thugs and now focused his full attention on the capo. But everything was not so simple. The assistants of the main bandit began to attack the boy again with the desire to hold him and let Cesare escape. Capo said that he will definitely repay them for this and asked not to lose optimism. In fact, he did not care about his people. He was sure that he would find a replacement for them. But no matter how many bandits there are, they still cannot keep the most talented student in the history of professional hunters. Cesare heard the explosion and realized that he would soon have serious problems. Kim looked angry, and like a true dark star, he seems to have learned a lot from his predecessors. He used a holy spear and put the bandit on the ground, but Cesare had a trump card up his sleeve. He took out a detonator from his pocket and said that if the boy harmed him, all the inhabitants of Katenzaro would die immediately. Kim did not understand this logic. If the thug presses the button, he will also die. Capo replied that they will all die together as a real team, and this does not scare them. A real suicide. That is why Kim should not do anything and listen carefully to the orders of the Mafia. Capo said that he was surprised to see the movements of Kim. Cesare is also a C-rank hunter. He said that if the boy made an extra move, he would press a button and turn the inhabitants of Katenzaro to ashes. His assistants surrounded the boy and ordered him to put the holy spear on the ground. But they probably forgot that Kim always took an example from Sonic and learned a few techniques from him. Probably Sonic is also one of the professors at the Cultivator Professional Academy. Cesare could not believe that the boy really decided to risk the lives of 90,000 ordinary people. Kim left him no choice, and the bandit immediately pressed the detonator button. But as it turned out a little later, nothing happened. They were all still alive. Kim smiled as if he understood that everything happened exactly as he had planned. No, it's not some magical power of Professor Zhang's, rather it's Kir's great work. After the city of Katenzaro, together with its inhabitants, was saved, it was time to interrogate the pagans. Albano woke up to find him tied up and sitting on the floor in an unknown dark room. A little later, he remembered that these foreign heathens had captured him and would surely torture him now. Suddenly he saw that the door of the room opened and someone entered. Albano saw that it was his friend Cesare. That was the surprise. He was glad that his friend came to save him. He said that he knew that everything would end like this. No matter how strong Kim and his team are, they will never defeat the real Sicilian Mafia. But as it turned out, Cesare didn't exactly come to save his friend. He also looked about the same. So the rescue of a professional killer is postponed until later. Kim still defeated the real Sicilian Mafia. As it turned out, Cesare would now also be in this interrogation room. He invited Miss Linda and told the boys that she had a few questions for them. She greeted the bandits and said that their plan was officially over, so let them answer how they managed to leave Sicily. Albano said that they didn't owe anything to anyone, and Cesare tried to say something, but because of his broken teeth, nothing was clear. It seemed that he had swallowed his tongue. His speech was similar to the speech of some animal. Albano told his friend to shut up, and for that he received a couple of kicks from Kim. Then he turned his attention to the second bandit and said that killing civilians is immoral. Kim said that if Cesare wants to live, he should tell him everything immediately. A little later, Albano woke up again and saw Linda and all the members of the dream team in front of him. He also saw that his friend was lying unconscious on the floor. Probably he had already told everything to Kim and company. That's why Albano said one phrase, 70 million euros. That is the incredible amount he is willing to pay the dream team if they do not kill him. As we know, when it comes to money, Kim immediately loses her mind. The guy asked where he got so much money from. Albano replied that they are unusual bandits, but the real Mafia. This scoundrel immediately told that the Sicilian Mafia has many branches of business, famous and not only. Gambling, drug smuggling, contract killings, and illegal business bring them more than 53 billion euros a year. He even told that he earned this money secretly from Luke, and this is only the tip of the iceberg. After hearing about these sums of money, Kim felt a fever start in him. Seeing that this hero did not care about money, Albano offered to increase the amount to $100 million. But Kim was so greedy that he didn't have enough. He wanted to take everything the Sicilian Mafia had. Albano had not seen such greed even among the community of real scoundrels. He probably needs to get used to Kim because his team didn't even pay much attention to it. Realizing that Albano's boss is in Sicily, the guy asked if they trade in live people. The bandit did not understand why he was asking about this, but Kim replied that he wanted to sell him and Cesare for organs. This twist of the plot did not please the professional killer. Minor couldn't understand why Albano kept sticking out his tongue when he spoke. Linda was against Kim dating Francesco because it was too dangerous. She explained that Sicily is the headquarters of the Mafia. There are at least 150,000 bandits. In addition, Francesco is a C-rank hunter. His strength is equal to that of a great disaster hero. Kim replied that the situation in Katenzaro made it clear that Italy's main problem is not the dungeon, but the Mafia. If the Mafia is not destroyed, it will only get worse. Luckily, they have a plan to organize everything. There is a hidden tunnel through which the bandits came here, and the purpose of the visit will be a smuggling deal. Linda didn't understand what it meant, but Kim just smiled in response. Many professional hunters live in the city of Messina, which is close to Sicily and connects the island of Sicily with the rest of Italy. The director of the Hunters Association said that Francesco and Agnes are behaving very suspiciously. Looks like these two have formed a mafia alliance, and this could lead to a lot of trouble. The official heir to the bow, the hunter Antonio, took part in this conversation. He said that Francesco and Agnes were preparing for a full-scale war. He also said that he had lost contact with the spy who worked in their organization. Probably he had already been killed. The director of the Hunters Association said that they cannot sit and wait. They must also prepare. Step by step, the situation worsens. Now, the safety of the whole of Italy rests on the shoulders of the Dream Team. If Francesco and Agnes join forces, their number will be more than 150. And if the army of Italy, which has 200,000 soldiers, begins to fight them, then a real hell will begin, which will lead to a large number of deaths. This cannot be allowed, especially when the Mafia has 90,000 civilians hostage. It seemed that the balance had been restored, but, as it turned out, they were sitting on a powder keg. Someone else entered the room and apologized for the unexpected visit. It was Linda. She said that Kim asked to meet with the Prime Minister, the Director, and Antonio. They understood that if the guy wants to meet with the actual administration of the country, then this case is really very important. A few hours later, the meeting between Kim and the 3 chief managers of Italy began. Kim greeted the gentlemen and said that he was very pleased to meet them, and he also took 2 hostages with him. The Prime Minister said that they are ready to listen to all his proposals. Kim said that he was going to make a deal, but he was not very familiar with the prices in Italy. He reassured the gentlemen and said that this was not the deal they had imagined. Kim explained that he wanted to exchange Albano and Cesare, one of the most powerful gangsters of the Sicilian Mafia. The price of these 2 bandits is approximately 70 million euros, which is quite a large amount. The distinguished gentleman had not yet recovered from this suggestion as Kim continued to surprise them. He took out some huge purple ball and asked how much can be earned for 150,000 bandits. No one understood what kind of purple ball it was. Maybe it was some kind of Kim's toy? Linda said she would explain everything, and after that, the Prime Minister started bowing to Kim. He said that they, instead of protecting the country, abandoned the innocent 90,000 inhabitants of Katenzaro. If the Dream Team had not intervened in this situation, now there would be no news about the salvation of the population, but there would be news about a brutal mass murder. The guy asked the director of the association, how much will the lives of all members of the Mafia cost? As it turned out, this huge crystal ball is a bomb that was planted in Katenzaro. Dream Team dispelled the magic that charged this bomb and prevented it from exploding. But if it was charged again, it would be ready to use again. That is why the boy decided to install this bomb in the tunnel leading to Sicily and take revenge on the bandits. Yes, with this plan, it is possible to destroy the Mafia once and for all. But Kim will have to sacrifice his own life for it. He won't have time to get out of the tunnel, and it's pointless because the Dream Team has already done so much for Italy. Kim thanked him for his concern, but said that there is no need to worry about him because he has his own special plan. Antonio approached him and asked why he was trying so hard to help. Kim has nothing to do with Sicily. No one would have condemned him if he had refused to fly and help Italy from the very beginning. So why did this young man decide to risk his own life to help another country? Kim replied that for the sake of saving people, there should be no reason, and he does it because he feels it is right. Antonio immediately remembered the words of his teacher Luca, that people follow you not because of your strength, but because of your beliefs. Now this young talent reminded him of his teacher. It seems that there are still real heroes left in this world. Kim asked to prepare everything necessary to start the plan, but something unusual happened. The Prime Minister, the director of the association, and Antonio simultaneously began to bow to him as a sign of gratitude and respect. Probably these respectable gentlemen do not understand that he is not going to die. The boy did not want to destroy this atmosphere of respect, so he took the bodies of the bandits with him and left. He promised to return without fail, although it seemed impossible. Linda, watching him, thought that he was a real outstanding hunter, and his back reminded her of Master Luke.